Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us this morning. And I couldn't help but think last night, Lance, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but after watching King Abreu Hater, watching Dubin, Kurt, and then Ort, it's like I don't want to say it's the JV, but it's like, wow, it's not the same.
No.
It's not as good. It's just, oh, we're going to lose this game. Oh, that's a shame. We lost.
But how about the start you got?
I know. How about his
Walter,
first ever start?
Do you know what he's done in his career? He didn't pitch in 24 in the bigs. He pitched in 23 and stunk. Limited time with the Red Sox. It's his first action. Like, he's 28 years old. He's a life that was the most unlikely start that he would be able to even go 5 innings. That was the most unlikely start you got from him.
Yeah. It's his first start ever.
Yeah.
And he looked good.
He did.
I mean, it brought him back out, and I was like, holy crap. Again, I don't, Joe, I thought the other day Joe left Colton in a little bit, one inning too long. And I thought, here we go again. He's coming out for the 5th. 3-hitter, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk.
Yep.
He outpitched Littell. And, they just can't hit. I mean, Jake comes up with a double in the second and scores the run. And then Descenzo behind him. I mean, it's just not. Cam Smith had himself a nice hit, but they put together 9 hits and they score 2 runs. They just don't come. It's just, I don't know.
Well, your main guys, Isak Paredes and Jake Myers, are the guys who were getting it done yesterday.
Yep. Well, Pena's our main guy, but
he just didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything yesterday. And Altuve had 2 hits, which was nice.
No, they found his bat.
Yeah,
I found out that his bat, he had lost his bat apparently, and had been using just an old bat that Machete had left behind. He had some bats that are in the corner.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, he was using Machete's bats.
Well, no wonder.
Yeah,
I mean, of all the people in the world that you're going to pick to use their bat.
Yeah, because unfortunately, it looks like supposedly it's somebody's. I don't know if it was Caratini or somebody supposedly is playing a prank on him, and he took all his bats, and they haven't given. Now they're afraid of getting in trouble, so no one will tell you who it was that took his bats. So he just can't hit with his bats. They just pretend like they're gone forever, and so he has to keep hitting with Machete's bats, and apparently that was the problem.
Well, that's
what the streets were saying. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
And now you're too scared to say, that was me.
And so now, okay. So since some of you struggle with jokes, that's a joke. I didn't really mean that. Yesterday, I noticed some people struggled with jokes yesterday, and it leaked onto another show. So that was what we call it. That's a joke. So what I did was, I took a supposition, and I created a storyline out of that. Mm-hmm. And then what I did was, I then interjected a player from the past that couldn't hit. So I used his bats as kind of, as the punchline.
Now I get it.
Yeah. So no, I wasn't really necessarily doing that for you. It's for people who struggle sometimes with subtlety and facetiousness. Right. That's all that was for.
Right.
But for people who did know that was a joke, there you're on the level of what the show is and what we do. So that's good.
Well, the bat joke I really didn't get myself. I thought. Yeah. See. So
took an old player
it
with
could
a bad
be now. Now it could be reported.
No, I know. I have to.
That wasn't really
somebody
as funny
stole
as the potato chip joke.
Altuve's.
The potato chip joke was a lot funnier than this. Okay.
Oh, the potato chip joke.
The potato chip joke isn't the joke. The joke is the soft boy stuff. Lance wanting to be
the
liked.
potato chips were real.
Yeah, that actually happened.
Yeah.
Right, I know.
But the extrapolation.
Some shows might have taken it a bit too far.
The extrapolations from the joke, or from the chips, are the joke. Nothing should have been taken seriously after that.
Some people struggle with comedy.
And other shows taking our content.
That's okay.
Did you want to have a conversation about that?
Well, I mean, we never use content from anybody else's show, do we?
Well, Brian, who is the producer for the Killer Bees, does a segment where it's Who Said That, where they grab clips from each show
Yeah, I don't
and they
mind that.
guess.
No, I don't mind that. That's
Yeah.
fun.
Oh,
That's
but
fun.
so he just continued what he does.
We should do that, but it would take too much work. Dell would not.
What
do the
you
work
want to
of being
guess?
that
What
close.
other people say?
No, but you. No.
Yeah, so-
It's good for another show, though.
Yeah, I like that segment. Actually, it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
yeah,
it is.
I
It's
think
a-
it's fun. But do you guys want to guess what the Gallants, what I have said? You get enough of me. You want more?
It's too much work for us.
Well, no. Oh, well, we would remember if you said
No,
it.
on my show, not on this show.
on your show. Oh, on your show. On your show.
Everyone says your show
you
is
say
just
the
a bunch
same
of
thing
gossip.
that you say here,
like
right?
you just gossip all the time.
Gossip
That's
about what?
They just say your show is just a gossip.
About what?
That's what
It's
Twitch
Gossip
is saying.
Girl.
Twitch is just saying all you do is gossip. You don't even talk real sports. You just say what's
see?
happening in the streets
Wow,
between
there's the act.
makeup. They just say
that's what Twitch says.
whoever's having a relationship, like, ooh, what's she doing, girl? Like stuff like that. That
Do you-
Mapes talks that way.
Oh, I was wondering who talks that way. It's Mapes who talks that way. Okay,
Girl, don't start.
okay. I do like to talk sports and relationships. Like I know that Josh Allen is dating Haley Steinfeld. That's
Yeah.
interesting to me.
It's a girly pop show.
That
or
he's
something.
dating a pop star.
It's a girl.
That's
talk
fun.
show.
It's a
It is
girly
fun.
pop show. That is fun.
Don't let
Who's-
people talk you off of your show, Dale. You're so
yeah,
easily
Dell.
swayed by people.
I'm not swayed, but I do need to talk to Mapes about his girl. I need to talk to him about
Girl,
that.
you need to stop. If he keeps saying that as his catchphrase, girl, stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a conversation today. I didn't know that was traveling and Twitch has heard it. Now they think it's a big part of the show. I'm gonna have to have a conversation. But thanks for alerting me to that.
Well, just want to make sure that you're getting all the updates about your show.
It was
How
a
good
huge it was a huge day yesterday. Caitlin Clark scored 20 points and had 27 and 11. And she has had 10 20-point, 10 assist games in 42 games. The record had been, she just tied the WNBA record, which had been 395 games. So she's done it in 42, but we'll find out something terrible about it at some point on social media today.
Can she close for the Astros on days that Hader isn't available? How good is she?
Can she throw from left field? Because Chaz McCormick, they ran on Chaz McCormick like they didn't have a care in the world.
Well,
The ball was an average fly ball at best. And the guy tagged up and he started doing number one already. Like everyone was cheering. They were already running out there with a bucket of ice to throw on them, and everyone had to untuck their shirts. And I was like, wait, he's got to throw it still. You guys can't celebrate yet. Oh, this is why. I mean, the slide was disrespectful. That's showing up Chaz McCormick. Just run to the plate and don't slide. When his ball comes 5-hopping in there, just stand up. That slide, like pretending like it's a close play, that's actually showing up Chaz McCormick.
it's like when they would break off long runs, they would break the tape when there's no one near them. Hey,
Exactly.
no, this is not a race. You are 8 yards ahead of me. You don't have to break the tape.
Yeah. I mean, McCormick's got no arm.
Is it the worst arms? I mean,
It's in theory, like I don't really know what Cam Smith seems okay.
no, Cam Smith.
Jordan actually has a big arm, but I don't know if he even plays anymore.
No,
But
he
supposedly,
doesn't play. That he even plays baseball.
I know supposedly he still plays.
Supposedly.
But
Yeah.
we know Altuve doesn't have much of an arm. We know Jake doesn't have one. Chaz apparently. And why does Chaz not even get behind the ball and get a running start into it? Like he just caught it standard and tried to make a little crow hop throw, and it was nothing on it. I was like, oh my God, this isn't even close. Not even close. So yeah, my guess is you got Dubon when he plays out there, you're gonna have one of the weakest outfield arms, because even when Jordan's playing, he's not playing a whole lot of left field.
Yeah. It's not good. I mean, Jay, you can't throw anybody out. I mean, and Altuve makes it. What if Jake's in center, Chaz is in right, and Altuve is in left? I think you
can get as many bases as you want.
You just take any base.
It's like a Lambo Chinese buffet. I think I'm gonna go back to another plate to third base from first to third. Like, yeah,
I think
it's
I'll go
all you
backwards.
can eat. Yeah,
I think I'll go backwards and just
I'm gonna do
and then
circles.
tag up and go.
Watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a 360 while I'm running between second and third. Like, no, stop showing them up.
Yeah.
You're gonna get somebody hit.
It's like the Savannah Bananas. You'd be running the bases.
No, you can run
You
doing
can
those
run
dances,
the bases like the bananas.
doing dances
Do
and stuff.
That's our
Baseballs that are-
outfield. That's our outfield.
I know.
Oh, except Altuve's been playing a lot more second base.
If you
And I'm telling you, there's going to be interesting when supposedly Jordan's coming back. That's what you said. I'm reporting what I'm just. Now that wasn't a joke, right? I just want to know
what Jordan plays
that
baseball?
Jordan is possibly going to come back.
I never said that.
You did. You said supposedly he's coming back.
Did I?
Just a minute.
No, that's not what I said. Oh, that supposedly he still plays baseball is what I said.
Yeah,
I didn't.
yeah.
I never said he was coming back.
Oh.
I've got no knowledge that his hand isn't in a cast somewhere. I have no knowledge. That guy's had 3 hand injuries. I have no idea. He's one of the most injured Astros we've seen in since Carlos Correa.
Let's just assume that at some point in his career, Jordan comes back and plays baseball.
Okay, and hits.
Well, yeah, he'll be the DH.
Well,
so now,
but gets hits.
Oh, yeah, he'll get hits.
I mean, he's going to go to the plate for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he'll go to the plate and he'll get.
I feel
hits,
certain about that.
I think he'll get some hits. He's a World Series hero, and you're making fun. Okay. And by the way, those are jokes. Everybody.
Yeah. So what he
jokes.
did, a lot of those were jokes.
They're jokes.
Yeah, we know he's actually a really good baseball player who has just occasional injuries.
Well, and who hasn't played well this year. So I'm telling you, I really think Caratini's going to be behind the plate as much as Yiner is. I mean, Yiner's got to go. Yiner went on a jag, and he still his average is still terrible. He went on a little run, and then all of a sudden it's nothing again, and he's flailing at low and away sliders again, like at everything or anything around his eyes. Caratini is raking right now. He had a beautiful double yesterday, scored one of the runs. If you score a run in an Astros game, how are you going to get out of the lineup? Ever. You scored a run. You scored one run in a game.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be out of the lineup.
No.
Yeah. So Caratini scored a run, so he's in for the next 2 months. 713-780-3776, the number. You want to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are more than welcome to do that. We'll talk about the basketball game last night on the other side.
It was a good game until midway through the third when the Thunder decided to completely annihilate them.
It was a great game until it wasn't.
Yeah.
But right now, you know who's great is HRP. I don't know how great your business is. That's the problem, I think. And I've seen HRP. They were talking to a business. They did an evaluation of a business that had just like about 30 employees. And they said, well, we'll save you about $150,000 a year. $150,000 to the bottom line? Just doing the payroll and probably tweaking the 401k and the insurance packages and all of that stuff. Well, although HRP doesn't sell those things, they will help you find the right one for your business. And admin companies don't do that. Admin companies they're going to do your payroll, they're going to do your HR, they're going to give you their benefits packages, their insurance packages, and that's what you get. Okay, HRP helps you find the right one for your business, and that's what they do with us, and it's awesome. And when you're talking about just 30 employees and you're going to get an extra $150,000, that's a lot of money. Okay, for the bottom line for your business. Streamline, be better, do it better with HRP. We think they're the best. You will too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Allstate Windows and Siding.com. That's the website. You can get to it very, very easily. Obviously, if you know how to type and if you have a computer, just put it up in the URL and you're good to go. They specialize in windows, siding. They do patio doors. I never talk about that, but they do a lot more. If you want to see all the services they offer, go to the website, Allstate Windows and Siding.com. You may want a complete home remake, a complete makeover for your home is what I should be saying. They have 30% off of each window, minimum 10 window job, which you're going to find is not difficult. You'll get to that in your home because you're going to want to do the entire home. $2,500 off of a complete siding job when you get your windows done as well. So if you're doing your windows, get your siding done as well. They've got 12 months, no payments, no interest. So if you want to pay it off over 12 months, there is, pay it off at your pace. There's no interest payments during that time. There's no payments necessary if you want to wait even longer, if you want to pay it all off in month number 10, 11, or 12. But I'm just telling you right now, they're going to help lower your energy bill because it's much more energy efficient. Double pane, double strength. It adds safety to your home. It makes your house look beautiful. And then it is a much more energy efficient option to have new siding and new windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. All their materials made here, and the windows are made right here in the state of Texas for our specific weather. And you know how our weather patterns are, as crazy as anyone in the country. It's Allstate Windows and Siding.com, 832-204-1936. Take advantage of doing what you want to make your home look better now and pay it off over the next 12 months with no interest. It's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number, you want to hang out with us, you're more than welcome. What'd you think of the man, I thought Minnesota came out great. Julius Randle was unbelievable in the first half. They're just Oklahoma City is just really, really good. They're just really, really good. Jalen Williams and Shea, he can score anytime he wants.
He is a spectacular scorer. And his mid-range is so good. He has such great touch around the basket. He's so sneaky and slippery around the rim with the way he gets it on the glass when he needs to. Man, he is a really spectacular player. They just at Oklahoma City, and you were at a game, but it was a game where they decided to sit everyone randomly. But
right,
it's such a good home court, and it always has been. I mean, it was really good when it was James and Russ and Kevin Durant, and even after James left, it's always been a good home crowd. But man, it is an avalanche on you and we saw it happen in the third quarter. If you don't stem the flow, if you don't get your timeouts called, if you don't make a basket to break up the momentum, they got a quick 10-0 run in the middle of the third quarter, and it was just all over from there. Once they hit that 10-0 run and where they were down 4, and all of a sudden they were up 6, and then it just steamrolled out of control. They won by 26. I mean, It was a beating in the fourth quarter, in the second half.
Yeah, it was. I was hoping, man, this is going to be a good game. But Ant had 4 fouls early. He had to sit for. I'm like, put him back. Who cares? Put him back in the game.
Yeah, you can't let it get out of control.
And they let it get. Yeah, it got to double digits. Gets to 13. What's the difference? Just put him back in there. If you lose him, you lose him. But why lose the game in the middle of the third quarter when he's sitting there? I don't know. I didn't understand that. Ant's got to have. He's got to be tremendous. He's got to be tremendous. They're just Oklahoma City's just deeper. Oklahoma City is Naz Reid was terrible. He was awful last night, and he's got to be better. They really need everybody to step up and have their best series if they're going to win this thing. This is a different series than anything they play. They got Golden State when they got the Lakers who don't have a center. They got Golden State who is down Steph. This is a different deal now. You're in a different neighborhood because they're really they got to play unbelievable basketball. There's a reason Oklahoma City is the 1 seed, and what are they, the 6th seed? The
Minnesota was, yeah, they were 6, right?
6, yeah, I think so.
I mean, it was so jumbled up between 5 through 8.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they're 6th seed, but Oklahoma City they're the best team in basketball. I mean, I think they're easily the best team left. Now, will they win it all? I think the reason why they have to be a strong favorite to win it all is just because of what we saw. You got home court advantage. They've got the best scorer in basketball. They got the best, certainly best scorer in basketball. They got home court advantage, and they're built. Sam Presti's done a great job of building the right kind of team. Like, there's always a different player flying through the air to grab a rebound. There's always, they get the ball out quickly on outlets to get into early, either a fast break basket or early offense. You've got a player who gets downhill with incredible efficiency, who gets to the free throw line over 9 times a game and makes them. Like, yeah. I always look at the best teams to think, what can my team do? You know, is my team built like this? Can the Rockets take any lessons? And the one lesson I learned is you're not going to have your own SGA. But what you can do is get more efficient at getting downhill, because Jalen's got some downhill stuff where he's just not efficient. He's not the type of mid-range efficient. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can hit from 3 levels, and he's just much more efficient. Jalen has to get to the rim pretty much to get his stuff going. And he's a good free throw shooter, but you know, you need probably a second guy who can get into the paint. You have that with Amen Thompson, but you probably need somebody who's a primary ball handler, a point guard, because Fred's never going to be that. He's going to be the standard catch and shoot point guard. Like, Fred is exactly who he is. There's limitations with Fred. You just need him to shoot at a higher level from 3 more consistently, because Fred has his limitations. You're going to pay way too much money for, you know, a fairly average offensive player because he's got a lot of intangibles he brings to the court. But that's why it's so important to find for Reed Shepherd or somebody to break out next year and add another level of scoring, because look how easy, like, it feels so hard for the Rockets to generate points sometimes.
Yeah, that's it. They need a scorer. They need instant offense. You know what would be great? Get an SGA. That would be awesome. If you could.
And there's a chance if you take Jalen and Jay Sean and you keep adding all these players that no one wants, but you add enough of them, then you get a fan trade.
Right. Or you could give Oklahoma City all of Landry's, the whole business.
Yeah. Well, listen.
Okay.
If Tillman really wants to get this deal done.
Do you want him or not?
You want him or not?
Do you want to win basketball games or not?
You may have to give up. Now, he's not giving up any part of the casino.
What do we know about Kasparis Jakusionis?
He's a hell of a goalkeeper.
No, he is a point guard out of Illinois, and I keep seeing, Dell, you've seen his name popping up too, right?
In the initial mock drafts, I think ESPN had one immediately after the lottery. I saw that name. I don't know anything about him. He's like a wing, right?
I think he's a point guard.
He's a point guard. He's a big point guard, right? He's like
he's tall.
He's in the 6'6" range or something like
right,
that.
Right. We could use one of those.
Sure.
I mean, we got a wee one right now.
He doesn't sound athletic.
We got 2 wee ones.
What do you
now.
mean? He doesn't sound
athletic.
Doesn't
sound athletic.
You don't want a Kasparis on your team?
Kasparis, say his last name.
I can't.
Jakusionis.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he moves quickly laterally.
Wow, there's racism right here.
No, I'm just saying, when I hear his name, I don't think of a guy who can cut off I don't think of a guy that can cut off somebody with first step quickness. That's all.
Where in the hell is he from? Because he's 6'4", and his wingspan is 6'7". He is from some island somewhere.
He's Lithuanian.
Yeah, someplace they use lots of olive oil.
He's Lithuanian.
Olive oil?
Probably.
I got him at 6'6", according to ESPN. Maybe that was his fake height from Illinois.
Height without shoes
is 6'4" 3/4".
So John's got his
draft,
combine stuff.
Yes, combine.
By the way, you know, Reed Shepherd, everyone made a big deal about Reed Shepherd's vertical leap or whatever. Did you know NBA, I think I may have mentioned this yesterday, and there was a big deal made about somebody, maybe it was Reed's vertical leap. Do you know NBA vertical leap, what they publicize is is the step in jumps where you can get a little, walk up start to generate momentum. They don't ever publicize their standard stand-up verticals, which is what the NFL does, just stand-up verticals. Reed Shepherd's vertical is something like 36 inches. That's a good vertical, his real vertical, not this one where you walk into it, you get a running start, and you jump up.
The
NFL doesn't do that.
The NFL is better. We understand.
No, but why does the NBA do that? I guess because that's how
you attack the basket, right?
Yeah,
you don't do just you don't jump. Well, for rebounds, I guess you do. Sometimes you're flat foot, you jump straight up, but for the most part, you're taking a step or two to leap. We mentioned SGA Stafford is calling in about maybe the worst trade in sports history.
All right, worst trade in sports history.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Yeah, before you tell me I'm crazy, I told my friends this like 2 years ago. But yeah, I believe that the Paul George SGA trade is the worst trade in professional sport, for all of professional sports. Oklahoma City got back 4 first-round picks too, and when the Clippers got Paul George, they paired him with Kawhi Leonard. They thought they were going to win a championship, and they got to the conference finals one time. And now Oklahoma City, if Oklahoma City wins the championship, I don't see how you cannot say it. Where's Paul George?
That's a great. Oklahoma City is said to have made one of the worst trades in NBA history, maybe the worst, in trading James Harden for literally kangaroo tartar is what they traded him for. And James went on to, have a Hall of Fame career. This might end up being worse because the Clippers, who have been in the mix ever since then, the Charlotte Hornets drafted, they drafted Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but they drafted him for the Clippers, who made that trade. The Clippers had him, and they let him play for a year, and he made the all-rookie team in his rookie season, and then they traded him after 1 year. They traded him after 1 year for Paul George, and look part of a trade for Paul George, and look at what has happened. This guy is now he had injuries his next 2 seasons, so he actually dealt with some injuries right off the bat. You couldn't really tell that it was a big win. But speaking of injuries, Paul George has been an injury fest anyway. But my gosh, what a trade that ended up being for Oklahoma City, in a trade that sent off a player that might have really been able to help them. And we don't know. There was other elements.
Right now, though, is the Jordan trade worse? Because Jordan was a star for a World Series team until Shea wins it all.
Yeah, I can't really compare the two because you have a minor league system. Like it's just so different to me, because Jordan's kind of an unknown. What made it worse is the article in the LA Times that said it's rumored that there were 2 Jordan Alvarez's and the Dodgers made a mistake and traded the wrong one. I mean, that would be even worse if that's true.
I heard that about the Saints too. The Jordan, Cameron Jordan. There was 2 Dylan Brooks in one draft too, right? Wasn't there 2 Dylan Brooks? And they had wasn't sure which one they were taking.
I think that is. Yeah, I think that's it.
True. And I think Jordan Cameron was very confusing for teams too when they were drafting. It turned out Cameron Jordan was Jordan. Yeah, Cameron Jordan was pretty damn good, and it was a pretty good pick. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, you want to talk about Zadok Jewelers.
Yeah, I get to talk about Zadok. I'm excited to, because Zadok Jewelers is going to make your dreams come true. You're planning on a wedding engagement. An engagement opportunity. You're going to do the photographer and get it all social media ready. That's fine. That's what y'all do now. That's cool. It's if you want to make it memorable, if that's what you're trying to do, the pictures and the staging, and then she has to pretend like she didn't know it was coming, but she has to say, okay, I need to wear this dress. She don't want to be surprised. So she's somebody who doesn't want to be surprised, just look surprised when she posts it on her stories. Then the smart thing to do would be to bring her into 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Let her pick the ring. I mean, let her go in there to the second floor. That's the floor with all the diamond engagement rings. It's 28,000 square feet. So I mean, it's a ton of space. The upstairs is the engagement area, and they can walk you or her or both of you through the entire process, find out what settings look great. Maybe she wants to design her own setting. Maybe she wants to know exactly what everything is going to look like, and you just say, hey, I got a certain budget, so let's be mindful of that. Or maybe you're balling and you don't have any budget and you say, I don't care what it takes, I just want my baby girl to get what she wants. Okay, well, whatever it is, they got you taken care of over there. Get exactly what you're looking for, or more importantly, what she's looking for, and make that a memorable experience with an engagement ring that may end up being passed down from generation to generation over time because it's that good. It's Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. The jewelry store for the city of Houston is Zadok Jewelers.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776. The Chive says that Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson are engaged. Huh. That would be interesting. That would be interesting.
I don't know why this up. I don't know why this is not my business. I don't know why this bothers me.
It bothers you?
Yeah, I just something about like I feel protective of like Belichick and Popovich and Saban and like the all-time great coaches. I don't know. Maybe it's the coach's son in me. I don't know, but like I don't want to see the end of Bill Belichick's career. I just have so much respect for what he was able to do in his career. I don't want to see the end of his career become a farce. Like, this is embarrassing. His son, Stevie Belichick, the one who was defensive coordinator, defensive back coach, whatever. He's sitting there thinking, man, I wish Dad wasn't doing this.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Or he might go, Dad, big ups here. Dad.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going great right now for his dad.
Everyone's
laughing at him.
Bill Belichick, is going to be okay, right? No matter what, Bill Belichick is going to be just fine. He's got all the money he needs in the world. He's got his reputation. He's going to get back. He's going to get back to the NFL and try to. He's got, but he is. He's so far away. He's got 3 years of 9-10 wins that he's to get there to break the record, Shula's record.
How far does he have to go?
I think he's got and let's face it,
I don't know that anyone's doing that. Like, that's not signing a player to get to 3,000 hits and you can do celebrity ducks and baseball. But that's like, your whole organization. Teams don't hire a guy just to get to a certain amount of wins.
Yeah, he's 26 away.
Yeah, that's too far. He'll never get it.
Yeah, that's 9 wins a year for 3 years.
He can't.
I don't know. And let's face it, he hasn't been good without Tom Brady. Look at his record without Brady. He doesn't just they just don't win. 1 year? Matt Castle had a year. Other than that, it's been really dismal for him. And I don't want him coaching. Not that Bill Belichick. You think maybe he would come in and be a little bit more humble and maybe take the players that a general manager might be able to select. I know, right?
No, once you hit a certain age, you are who you are. It's not changing. That's like when you said, you think Aaron Rodgers maybe will say, you know what, I humble myself. I need to do what people tell me to do. Hell no, He's not doing that. If he can't do what he wants to do, then he'll just retire. They've already signed Alan Lazard, right? Didn't the Steelers already sign Alan Lazard? What a shocker.
Right.
That happened?
I
know it was rumored.
It was rumored. I don't know that.
Well, don't worry about it. It's coming. Then I just projected the future. Then I came from the future to tell you that.
Well, if they get Aaron Rodgers, it's a lock. I got Shula with 347 and Belichick with 333.
Well, I got regular season wins. I don't know how that record goes. Do they go postseason?
It should be postseason
when they do that.
Total wins, yeah.
Well, they have different stats for players.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't think they do for NFL. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, 328 you got for Shula during the regular season.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's 27 apart, right? Belichick has 333 with his postseason wins, which is actually they're only 14 apart if you count postseason wins. But
I think they do.
I
think in the NFL, I think in the NFL they do.
They count both?
I have no idea. I just assume those are two separate things.
I can't assume that Bill Belichick's going to get any more postseason wins. I thought it was pretty telling when the Falcons just said, I guess they did the right thing.
So I heard about that. By the way, I heard about that at the Senior Bowl 2 years ago. Belichick wanted control. That was the whole thing. It was a control issue, And Belichick, there's just certain guys that Arthur Blank didn't want in the building, and he said, nope, we can't do this. It's just not going to be a fit with Bill Belichick. Because Bill Belichick wants it a certain way. He doesn't have to, he's not a desperate guy who needs work. Bill Belichick,
well, if he wants to break the record, if that's his goal, is to end up as the all-time winningest coach.
Does he strike you as a guy who just is chasing a number? I think he wants championships. I don't think he's chasing an NIL
he might
paycheck.
be a number chaser.
I don't know. Apparently, the reporting surrounding his time at UNC is he has expressed an interest in chasing that record down.
Yep.
Well, I think he's not going to want college football. When he finds out what a disaster college football is, which he's found out already, apparently there's nobody. What I've been told is the front office people from the NFL want to go to college, but the coaches want to go to the pros because college is a nightmare for coaches now. But the front office people in the NFL all think that they've got the secret sauce. To go to college.
I was talking to an assistant coach at a big school, and he said, this guy's a really good recruiter. He goes, now the general manager of the football operations tells you where to go look at the kid, and then report back. You don't watch film anymore. You just go, you recruit the kid that they tell you to recruit.
It's a broken system. That they don't have enough, so they can't afford now. These programs are having to shave. My son's telling it's happening in Alabama. People all think this is a lie, that there's this infinite amount of money, but there's not. And so what's happening is they're having to shave people. Like A&M had to shave a bunch of people. The revenue share is going to take away budgets, basically. And so they're actually getting smaller and smaller and smaller, unless you want to cut back on the salaries of the general manager, the head coach, and all that. Some head coaches are now putting their money back into the program. I think Jeff Brom, I believe, is doing that at Louisville, where they do things where some of their money, they're doing it, like they're getting pressured from the colleges to put some of their paycheck back. They're having to put some of their paycheck back in.
And the other problem is that if you're a football team at a basketball school, you ain't never winning, because basketball is going to catch a big portion of that money.
So I told you one of my son's good friends, Mason's good friends at Carnegie. This kid is an indoor volleyball stud, and he had a scholarship to Grand Canyon. And Grand Canyon's got a good men's volleyball team. They disbanded their program. He had to find a new place to go to school. He had a scholarship and everything, and they said, sorry, revenue shares coming, so we're giving our money all to basketball. We're going to just try. So they made it a club team. All these kids with scholarships, they just got them yanked, and they said, we're going to club program. We got to put all our money in basketball. And so I had a conversation with Dennis Lindsay, whose son used to be at Grand Canyon on the basketball side, and who's now doing insurance for NIL deals and transfer portal deals. I never heard of this before. His son Jake is doing insurance for schools, for colleges who are now buying insurance in case a player leaves in the transfer portal, and they get money back from the insurance if a player leaves. This is incredible what's going on behind the scenes. I had never heard of this in my entire life. I didn't know this was going on. Well, anyway, Dennis believes that any team, like you're going to start having some teams that are, like UMass, for example. UMass could end up, just shutting down football. Like, you're going to have to start making a decision. If you're a middling to smaller football program, it probably doesn't make sense. You might as well just put all your eggs in the basketball basket and then shut down your football program. He thinks that's going to, and he just kind of said it matter-of-factly, like, you're not going to have enough money to do that. Not if you want to be able to pay the players and pay your coaches. So he thinks that middling, small level basketball programs but the difference is good football teams, like good football teams typically can power basketball teams, but basketball teams don't bring in enough revenue to power a football team. That's the difference.
Yep. All right. It's 5:45, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-37.
What did you learn this weekend?
Well, that's on Monday.
Okay.
That's Monday. Today's Wednesday. What are the odds Wednesdays? That's what today is. Mm-hmm. We don't appropriate from other shows. We invented What Are the Odds Wednesday.
I don't know. History might suggest otherwise.
Well, you don't know.
No, I do.
You don't know if we actually did it and then they stole it and now we're stealing it back. You don't know.
No, I would. I would know.
No, well, You don't really know.
I
You
know.
don't know.
I would know. I've been around long enough to know.
Well, it could be that way. You don't know. I do know this. I do know that if you're in the market for a Ford car or truck, there's one place that you have to go. If you're in the market for that F-150, I love the I've got two F-150s from Chastang Ford. We love both of them. I just got a text from them and said, hey, bring it on in. Let's take a look at it and keep it updated. Make sure that everything is okay. You have when was the last time you came in for a checkup? And I'm a little far now to be doing a checkup at Chastang Ford, but JT is there, and he can bring his in, and they're going to look at it and see and make sure that everything is okay. I love the service at Chastang Ford. I love the camaraderie. I mean, they're just good people. They really, really are. I love what they've done for me. I love that they care about people, making sure that people get in the vehicles at a price that they can afford. I love that they're not marking up or adding on. It's all transparent, everything in front of you. Employee pricing, but real employee pricing because they're not adding on. It's the way to go if you're looking for it. And they've still got some 24s on the lot that they have to get rid of. So they're going to make a deal. They're dealing, and it is the best place to get your Ford on. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Did you see Ketel Marte talking to his bat? Did you see that video? I think you guys are in on it. Yeah, Lance, you're in on it. Dr. Dre sent us the video. He's on the, I don't know, he's in the dugout, but he's standing up and fans can see him, and he's sitting there telling his bat where he wants the bat to put the ball, and then he was mad at it, and he threw it down just to this bat, and he's just a weird dude. Anyway, we got a couple of callers, so let's get to them. Dave is first up. Hey, Dave.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I wanted to give Lance a good shout-out. He turned me on to Underdog. And because I couldn't get the other ones for whatever, because of the state or whatever.
Yeah, right.
And so I hit 600 last night. And a little tip to all the people out there. Yeah, let me tell you. So Caitlin Clark is hot now. Take her. She's going over easily every both games. I made a 3-team. The key is less is more. When I first started, I was doing 5, 6, 2.
Right.
And someone always screw up. They always screw up, somebody. So now I'm like, I never do more than 2 or 3. Never. And so Randall had 20 and a half, and all he needed was 19 for the game. But let me tell you, do not put your money, because I got lucky with Caruso. He only took 3 shots and he hit all 3. And that took me over. But don't bet on Oklahoma other players, because you never know who he's going to play. They're so deep. If someone's hot, Caruso play next minutes or Wallace or whoever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Only put money on SGA. That's it. Everybody else, you never know what they're going to do. But anyway, thanks, man. I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
I hit for 6 last.
Congratulations. Yeah, the Caitlin Clark stuff, you can just play higher on points and assists, and you're probably golden, at least for now, until it gets a lot higher. Yeah, congratulations. Good job. It is tricky when you try to handicap games, especially the worst feeling in the world is when you think you've got a team that's a player that's going to play really well, and then that team starts blowing out the other team. Yeah. And then you're like, oh no, the fourth quarter is going to be a sit down. And sure enough, total minutes played 32. Like, no, I needed 38 out of him. No.
Right. That's good. That's awesome, man. That's good advice too. Yeah, stay away from. Underdog can make you some money, people. Get on. All right, and use Lance's promo. What's your promo code?
Lance. Promo code Lance.
Promo code Lance.
Mm-hmm.
Use Lance's promo code. Get on. Let's go. Tyler's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What do you say, Tyler?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Thanks for having me on. I want to point out the Stanley Cup Finals. We got 4 teams left. We got Texas, Florida, Carolina, and Edmonton. That's 3 southern U.S. states. Guys, what are the odds that Houston gets a hockey team, an NHL team at some point to replace our beloved Houston Aeros? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
What are the odds?
Well, apparently pretty good because, what I read last week, I think it was last week, was that apparently it went past the first step that they needed, and there's a belief that it may be headed, I don't want to say inevitable, but it sounded like what I read that it's headed definitely in the right direction. Is it going to be a Tillman joint or not? Because you're going to have to play in the same stadium.
At first he was, I asked him about it, and he was like, no, that's not happening. But I think of late he has been, listen, there ain't nothing like owning a professional sports team in the U.S. It's guaranteed money. It's a guaranteed winner.
Is it in hockey though? I don't know that.
Yeah. There's no American professional team that's ever lost money.
Not when it's been sold. You've lost during the year though.
Sold. Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the appreciation of a.
It's absolutely.
I don't know how hard is it to sell a pro hockey team. I don't really know anything about the financials of hockey. To be honest with you,
it's I don't know how hard it is. I know it's hard to keep them in the city if you're not doing the right things. I mean, they move around a little bit, and we've seen teams move around. That's how Dallas got their team from Minnesota. So, and so on and so forth. There's the long history of teams moving around. That's the problem. I don't think Tillman wants to take anybody else anybody else come in here and bring their team. Tillman wants it. I'm pretty sure, and he's got the building. So, I mean, that's going to be awfully difficult. If Tillman wants it, Tillman will buy it. If Tillman wants it, Tillman will. He's just that's just how he is. There ain't nothing that scares Tillman to buy.
Does he want
nothing.
Giannis?
If he wants Giannis, he's going to get him. If he wants Giannis,
Okay, I was curious
he will
what
go
exactly he wants right now.
You know, there's one thing that he didn't. He had to give up leadership on a lot of different of his businesses. When he became the ambassador to Italy, the one thing he didn't was the Rockets. As far as from what I understand, he is still he's in charge now. He doesn't do any of the day-to-day operations. It's all Patrick and Rafael, but Tillman is still listen. He's still the major decision maker on all of his businesses. But he's got a big responsibility in Italy, and so that'll be a big get. And I don't believe any team is just going to come here, is going to move here, because he's going to have to buy it. I do not believe that he will take in another owner in that building.
No.
That ain't the way Tillman does it.
No, that's his play toy. I could see, it is funny. You go to the Sun Belt is where all the hockey has migrated south over the years to the Sun Belt. And he mentioned Florida and Carolina, Dallas, Florida, Las Vegas loves their team as well. Although Las Vegas is, you get the feeling you just never know how Las Vegas would hold up over time because there's it's such a transient city. But apparently it's been pretty good. No. Dallas has done great. And I helped that they won right away. But I don't know. As a lifelong Houston person here, I just have my doubts that this city would stay behind a hockey team the whole time, because we don't stay behind any team if they start losing. We don't stay behind any team. Yeah. No teams. And that's my whole life I've seen that.
Yeah, I mean, well, you still got the television dollars isn't nearly as good in hockey as it is the other sports. So
you need people to come out in hockey.
You need people to be out there, and it's expensive too. It's an expensive
but
sport.
People would go, well, most sports are expensive now, but you would have people go out. I think the first 2 years minimum would be really strong in hockey if it came here. I think it'd be really strong. The question is, if you're a middling team, and how long does it take those of us who didn't grow up on hockey to learn the sport and love the sport? My guess is not that long, because we saw it happen in Dallas.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned
and
Vegas.
Florida.
Somebody said that's one of the smallest cities, and they're going to have the three major teams. Yeah, but they've got a built-in fan base. Every away team will buy tickets because they'll go to Vegas. Yeah. That's the one. I mean, the Texans playing at the Raiders. How many people from here are going to go? I mean, let's go to that Raiders game.
Well, do you want to die?
We're going to do a road trip.
Do you want to die?
If you want to die, walk into the stadium.
Well, I don't know that they're as dangerous anymore. Do the Los Angeles fans who are Raider fans, do they come to Vegas all the time for those games, or is it safer to go to a Raiders game now?
Oh no, I think you had to have to buy season tickets, as I understood it at the time. You had to be a resident of Nevada.
Oh, why would you do that? Limit your opportunity to sell tickets.
Because otherwise, everybody around the country would just buy the tickets and sell them every week.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why would you not make sure you bring in the Los Angeles fans?
Right,
because it's a drive. Like, you can make that drive.
Yeah, because I don't know if you've seen those people.
Well,
the Los Angeles and the Oakland people that were big fans of them.
I mean,
those people.
Yeah. But not all of them are like that.
Right.
Just feels like it.
I mean, if you took the Eagles away from Philadelphia, would you want those fans following?
No,
I don't want them in my city, that dirty ass, trash ass city of Philadelphia. I don't want those people. No, I don't want that.
I think hockey will be in Houston within 3 years.
Ooh, I don't know about 3 years, but okay. All right.
How long is it going to take?
I don't know.
I'll be dead. Gilbert's already wished me dead by then. So
yeah, no. So
I may not be here. So good luck with y'all's hockey team. I'm not going to learn any more hockey than I learned off of playing NHL with Pavel Bure and McGillney and all those guys back in the early 90s. It was a while back.
Yeah.
It was a while back. I knew every starting lineup. I knew every first line for every team.
Right?
Oh yeah, it's a great game.
You can
Yeah.
play it, don't you?
But
Don't
you got
your
to learn them.
Didn't you get your kids a PS5 or something?
Yeah, they have. I didn't. They have Xbox. I think Mason took some of his birthday money and bought a PS5 or the newest Xbox. But they like to play. Snacks is just pretty much pure MMA. We have I don't know what they play anymore. They never got into hockey.
I know what I play. I play poker, and I do it at Texas Card House when I'm in. Westheimer is my place, but I've gone up and played up in Spring as well. But right now, the Westheimer location is the place to be because at Texas Card House, you got $650,000 guaranteed to go to the players. How about that? And it might even be, it's probably more, okay? Because if they hit over on what the guarantee is, that keeps going in the pot. This is the place this week, this month is the place, Texas Card House. If you're a poker player, Westheimer and Green Ridge, it's the place to be. Go to TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas and find out when the tournaments are. The big one is the finale. It's $600 buy-in for $300,000 guaranteed. Just fun. Just great. Great competition. Great fun. You could get lucky. You don't know. You could get lucky. Hell, I've won tournaments before. Not big ones like that, obviously, but and I suck at cards. So if you're looking for a great way to get your poker on, there's one place to be right now, and that's Texas Card House. TexasCardHouse.com. Go to the website, find out when these tournaments are, get in, and you never, ever, ever know. TexasCardHouse.com. All right, get in. We got some calls this morning. How about that? That is different. That's crazy. That's just nuts. Astros lose yesterday, so Hunter Brown goes today, and it's on a getaway. Hunter Brown should pitch every getaway game because you get on the plane right away, right? I mean, I know you get away every 3 days or so, but no, at the end of every road trip, Hunter Brown should be the pitcher. Because you're going to get on a plane. It's a noon game today. and you could be on the plane by 2:30 and get back here.
And you throw in, whether it's real or not, the perception of the getaway day lineup where a couple guys who are your everyday guys get a rest. So you're going to have a bad lineup plus your ace on the mound. What are we talking? An hour and 59 minutes?
Right.
How quickly will this game go?
So I'm in a deal on MLB Play. It's pretty cool. You have to pick a player to get a hit every day. And my latest strategy is just pick whoever the Rockies, pick a batter from whoever the Rockies are playing, because they're a special kind of suck now. The Rockies are a special kind of suck, and they're throwing a guy today with an 11 ERA. So I got it's just they're just awful, just terrible. So I've got let me see. Who did I pick? I forget who I picked. Anyway, I was thinking though taking Jeremy Pena today, but you never know with Joe Espada and his lineups. Taj Bradley is on the mound, and Pena's 2 for 7 against him this year, or in his career. Jose Altuve is 2 for 5 against him, and Altuve looked like he was locked in last night. Does Jose Altuve go on a jag right now?
What does this mean? You've been saying go on a jag a lot lately.
Well, that means you go on a run. You go on
I've never heard
on
this
a jag.
term.
You don't know that? You don't know that expression?
What is no?
Okay.
I'm gonna Google this. I've never heard this, but you've only brought it to the table. You started saying it on last Thursday at the Card House. You've been saying go on a jag, and I didn't know what any of this. I mean, context clues. I know what it means, but I've never heard the phrase.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think that's a saying. I think I've said
to
that.
To go on a jag means to engage in a period of unrestrained indulgence or a spree, whether it's related to drinking, crying, or other activities.
Okay.
It can also refer to a state of intoxication from liquor. This makes sense. Somebody said you were on a jag, and you thought that meant.
And I thought, what a great run I'm on.
Yeah, you thought you were on a run. You thought, I hope Jose Altuve goes on a jag. No, that means crying and drinking.
Oh. Well,
unrestrained indulgences.
Listen, if you have unrestrained, if you're on a binge, you're in a great place.
I think you can use it. Look, for example, he went on a shopping jag after getting his paycheck.
Yeah.
She's prone to crying jags when she's feeling down.
Yeah.
They were on a drinking jag last night.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can be on a hitting jag, I guess.
Yeah, you could be on a hitting jag. Yeah. See, I took Alec. You could pick 2 players. And I took Trey Turner and Alec Baum, and I think I'm gonna get rid of Baum. Okay, I think I'm gonna get rid of Baum, and I'm gonna put in Pena or Altuve. Who do you like?
Pena.
You like Pena?
I mean, I'd love to say Altuve, but I guess the 2 hits is a good sign.
I think
they're pretty good. They were pretty good bats.
They were real good. I mean, he barreled up on it, and they were just talking about it too while he was up. That how few, and there were pitches right down the middle that that's a bad sign when you get a flat fastball at about 91 and you just foul it off right over the middle and you just foul it off. That's a really bad. You're in a really bad place as a hitter because now Littell wasn't. He's not a great pitcher, so he's going to give you a couple of pitches per at bat. Where the really really good pitchers will make a mistake once per at bat, maybe, and so you got to take advantage of it. Jose Altuve's fouling off a lot of really, really good pitches. That's a bad sign. That's a really bad sign. Or he's hitting them right into the dirt a lot of times, So, but he barreled up last night, which was really nice. But he did have his bat stolen, right? That's the
rumor. That's the rumor, and an even scarier rumor has come to light about Yordan Alvarez.
What that he's.
Yeah, we'll have
he's
to
coming
see.
back?
No, I don't. It's unconfirmed, so I don't want to say anything.
But
we'll see if we can get the information here in the next break.
All right.
That we can share with people, but it's disconcerting. We'll have it at 10:18.
Okay. People are saying Lance's echo is back, Del. So there you get that.
Oh, cool.
Yes. Excellent.
Oh, I can hear it, but it's not with us. I can hear it now. It's got to be on your end somehow.
It's not on my end.
It has to be. It can't be us.
Well,
Your stuff's always all busted up.
No, my stuff sits here. Nobody touches it. And then I come back
The
and,
maid came in
nothing
and
works.
I'm going to clean this. And then she messed up a bunch of knobs and whatnot. Mr. John said, I've got to clean this or I'm gone.
No, Mr. John did not say, I got to clean this or I'm gone.
Mr. John.
Mr. John. Mr. John.
Mr. John. Hey, did you see this? That this is raw. This is why I love, I respect Philadelphia fans. When I'm talking, they'll turn his mic off and see what happens, or just turn him down and see if we still have the echo. There's still an echo in there that I can hear.
Oh, maybe it's not me.
Did you pull his mic all the way down? Oh, pull his mic all the way down. Okay. Echo gone. Echo gone. Let me just say this real quick. So Gilly the Kid, there's Gilly and Wallow. You know, Dell, I know you know that. $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. He came on Paul George's podcast because Paul's pretty much more of a podcaster than a basketball player right now. So he went on there, and Gilly is he's from Philadelphia. He's a huge Philadelphia fan. I don't even know how I had to look up how he got famous. He's supposedly a rapper. I've never even heard of him, but I've heard of him because of his podcast. He just started showing up on my timeline, and I guess he's the unofficial Eagles hype man when they, over the last few years, big Eagles fan. He went on Paul George's podcast and to his face said, man, Paul, you played as many games as you missed last year. And then he went off on Joel Embiid and said he'll give us 50 and 20 in one game and then settle for 17-footers the next game, and then he's not even playing. He went off right there on his podcast and told Paul George, we don't even know if you're playing anymore. You don't even hardly play. I mean, that's the kind of, you can pull the mic back up, but that's the kind of honesty that Philadelphia fans will give you right to your face. And what can Paul George say? It's true. At one point, Paul George had to say, yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to stop doing some podcasts right now and concentrate on trying to play basketball. The one thing about Giannis and KD and anybody else we talk about, if the Rockets make a trade, is just remember that Jalen Green plays basketball on a regular basis. We may not always be happy with the results around playoff time, but Jalen Green shows up and plays hard. I mean, always respect that, because it's becoming rarer and rare. After 4 years in the league, it's hard to find players who even play 70 games anymore. Whether it's intentional load management or nagging injuries, it is a fact of life that they're going to miss. Most of the best players miss, other than LeBron. LeBron's been, a workhorse forever, but missing 15 to 20% of their season, not unusual.
Yeah, I watched that. I saw that. And he just had to sit there and take it.
Yeah, nothing he said. Paul George didn't even flinch.
I mean,
and why do black guys get to wear sunglasses inside, Dell? And I can't. I can, but people are going to say stuff. No one says stuff to Paul George about having dark sunglasses on inside.
That is now Anthony Edwards.
That's not fair.
Every post game now, Anthony Edwards is wearing some shades.
And we don't even, and no one even I'm just like, yeah, he looks pretty cool like that.
Do you want me to respond like RG3 or Ryan Clark?
Give me the Ryan Clark. You know what? That's a good way to say something. Do you want the RG3 or do you want the Ryan Clark? Because they're two very different.
Yes.
Give me the Ryan Clark. That's fine.
I would say you don't have enough black men in your home that wear sunglasses to have a proper view and viewpoint on this conversation.
Yeah, but we know a couple black guys.
Well, but they're not your home. Are you having those conversations with them? Just because you know them doesn't mean you. I don't know. Because
who are you having?
Who are you having these sunglasses inside conversation with?
Wendy.
Well, now, you haven't had the conversation. Now you want to call Alonzo. You are not talking to black men in their 30s or younger who wear sunglasses inside.
Okay,
so
can I get the RG3 now?
You're not equipped to have this conversation.
I'm gonna call AJ then.
Can I get the Ryan?
AJ who?
Highsmith.
AJ Hinch. AJ Hinch. Can I get the Ryan? What's the RG3 sound like?
Well,
you weren't prepared for that.
I got something right now. It's clear that black men who wear sunglasses hate white men. That's why they wear those sunglasses, because they know it bothers you and they don't like you. So that's why they continue the wear the sunglasses, because they know you're not cool enough to do it, and they are. So they're directing their hate at you.
I just want to have the confidence to wear sunglasses inside. That's all I want to do. I just feel like everyone's going to look at me if I wear sunglasses inside. And Anthony Edwards thinks everyone's going to look at me if I wear sunglasses inside. And he means it in a good way. I just want to have that confidence of a young NBA player to wear sunglasses inside. I have some light sensitivity. Okay.
Maybe he's going to a poker tournament right after.
Yeah.
And
Chris
he wears-
Moneymaker did it back in the day.
Oh, there's a lot of guys wear sunglasses at the table.
They still do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't think they look like dorks.
No, they don't want people to see their eyes. It's important that nobody be able to read you. I mean, this is highest level stuff. Maybe Anthony Edwards is headed to a poker tournament. You don't know.
I see sometimes guys wear stuff. I'm like, I can't wear that on NFL Network. People would immediately, I'd turn into a meme. What Steve Hat can wear his hat like this?
You can't wear
on TV. Why can't I wear my hat like
Why
this?
don't you wear Calvin Murphy suits?
Can't. Snacks wanted to when he was young. Now Snacks is just a bland vanilla milkshake dresser. Back in the day, he used to be like, he thought Calvin Murphy was the best dressed person in the country. And he wanted to have like, where can I get a jacket like that? I'm like, son, I don't even know. I'm guessing we got to go somewhere where West Oaks Mall used to be.
At the end of the show, it says who dresses Calvin Murphy. Okay.
He does. Yeah, he does get that.
I think Rudy Fastari. You can get some stuff there.
It's a little expensive. It's a little expensive.
Oh yeah.
I'm not getting.
No.
I bought suits from Rudy. It's incredibly high quality.
Incredible.
Great
quality.
stuff. Rudy's fantastic, but it ain't like
money
he's not. You don't try to half step into Rudy's place thinking you're just like, what kind of BOGO do you have going for me? Oh, ain't no BOGO going.
What I got now is a break. 713-780-3776. Basically a holiday show. If you want to get in, let's go.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Should we address this? I mean, because it is a big stuff. This Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing, and give our perspective on it.
Ooh.
Can I say that this is so funny to me watching this junior high drama live out between Ryan Clark and Marcellus Wiley. And you know what I learned about professional athletes is they're like gossipy, messy teenagers. It's crazy. This didn't used to be the case until a bunch of athletes came into space. And now it's just tea and gossip and, oh, no, you didn't. And they're just like, dude, one girl fouled another girl hard so that she couldn't make a layup. The other one took exception to it. Who cares? Caitlin Clark, she hates Caitlin Clark. Yeah, she probably does. Who cares? People hate Draymond Green. Men have hated other men in sports for all of eternity. They get up in each other's face. Like, this is the dumbest thing I have ever seen, that two players, and it's all being done because of social media, fake Caitlin Clark fans who wouldn't care if Caitlin Clark retired tomorrow to go work at a Whole Foods. Those same fans would perish. They would be gone. Angel Reese fans who act like Caitlin Clark isn't special and on a different level, they're a joke. Like, all of these fans, instead of the real WNBA fans who've been watching forever, like myself, obviously, we're the ones who are hurt most by this.
Been there since the beginning.
Since the beginning. I remember Cynthia Cooper. That's when the WNBA started, with Cynthia Cooper. She was basically the Babe Ruth of the WNBA.
Well, you know, though, that like they had 2.7 million viewers for that game.
No. It's tremendous eyes and all that stuff. But who cares?
This
it's just
drama is creating. It is creating.
It's creating a lot of hate. It's creating a lot of hate for two players, and that's not healthy. I don't think that's good. Like it's one thing to have villainous characters like Draymond Green and all that, but it gets pretty. I will say, if you look online, it gets pretty. Like, it's really ugly racist stuff.
Right.
You know, gorillas, this kind of like really over the top, really shouldn't be said stuff. And it's because two groups of people don't like each other. The Angel Reese / anti Caitlin Clark, and the pro Caitlin Clark / anti Angel Reese. And it's like, and now you got media people feeding into it. And all it was a hard, I mean, it was a regular basketball play that I've seen a billion times. And if it happens in men's basketball, we don't even think twice. The Rockets have this happen every game. Every game, the Rockets have some salt, and we don't think twice about it. It's not even did it turn racial when Tyler Hero got thrown down by Amen Thompson? No, we didn't care about it. It's like, he threw Tyler Hero down. That's all it was. Like, damn, Amen Thompson's super salty and kind of strong.
So I know what team you're on. Del, what team are you on this? Angel on Team Reese or Team Clark?
I don't profess to be on either of their teams. I don't care that much about any of this. Honestly, it's just basketball, as Lance said. I would rather talk about which team I'm on. Am I on RG3's team, or am I on Ryan Clark's team?
That's where the teams are now. Now you got to pick media side.
I got to pick a media team to be on.
Yeah, the basketball players are playing basketball. Let them play basketball.
Is RG3's opinion tainted because he's married to a white woman?
If you don't know,
he doesn't.
If you've missed all this,
Ryan Clark is super serious about everything.
Ryan Clark was on
the pivot,
and it was one of their clips they used to post on social media. He said RG3, because it's in response to RG3's claims that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. I didn't hear the original clip, but apparently RG3 had a real hot take on the whole situation, and Ryan Clark said, "Well, he can't be taken seriously in this matter when talking about black women and their feelings, because he doesn't have a black woman at home to have these conversations with." So I don't know if
he doesn't know. RG3 doesn't know any black women.
He didn't say that. He just said in his household.
I know more black women than RG3 apparently.
Well, that's not what Ryan Clark said. He said the person in this home that he would have this conversation with doesn't exist because he is not married to a black woman. That was Ryan Clark's point. Of course, RG3 said, "Hey, don't bring my wife into it," and this devolved into the back and forth where other people had to get involved. Ryan Clark called RG3 a bad teammate on the field and off, blah, 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 on and on and on.
Angel Reese kicked it up a notch, I guess, with her TikTok. Scared white girl.
I think she liked or reposted something.
Yeah.
If that's real, because NBA Centel tricked everyone with the other one, the LeBron James thing. You know that wasn't real, right?
Well,
the LeBron James didn't win. That was like fake.
Outkick is on.
Yeah, I think if you go to her, I don't know if it's still up. I guess if you go to her account.
Who cares?
Yeah, I don't.
NBA players do this kind of stuff all the time. We never make big deals about this.
Well,
we never make big deals. They
I'm
sip
on
their
Team
tea.
Reese here, and I'm going to need this.
You're an LSU guy, of course you are.
I'm going to need this hate to stop. Okay, white people have got to stop. Okay.
I just sit and let y'all. Y'all can just
need
keep having your little media fights. These former athletes who are acting like junior high and high school kids, man, that's sad to me. They're having the stupidest fights over the stupidest stuff because they all think they're saying something very profound. Like every time on the Pivot Ryan's, it's the most profound thing he's ever said. And there's times I listen to him and I think, oh man, that's pretty deep. That's really good. But now he's on the soapbox every time for everything. Like it's crazy. He's on it's just, oh my God, this must get exhausting having to have these battles on social media all the time.
I'm on team. I don't care.
Yeah, that's my team.
I do like these. We've got more. There's more drama now. It's just so fun seeing all the, Dylan Brooks and Draymond, and I mean it's just Angel and Caitlin, and there's just so much. It's just so good, all the drama. We used to care about. Now, I will say this: did y'all see Walker Buehler last night?
No, what did he do?
Oh my goodness! He threw a strike, but the catcher got up because there was a runner stealing. The pitch was right down the plate, right down the middle. He throws to second base, doesn't get the runner. And the ump just calls it a ball.
Oh, I saw that. I thought that was a little low, though. You thought it was a strike?
No, it was right down.
Okay.
It was, yeah. And Buehler said, it's right down the effing middle. It's right down the effing middle. And the ump, first, Buehler was like, hey, that's a strike. That's a strike. And I think the ump tossed him. And he goes, that's right down the effing middle. And he ended with an FU. And
and he got kicked out.
Yeah, and he got kicked out. And Alex Cora got kicked out as well. But that ump that's to me the kind of drama I want to see. I want to see this ump and Walker Buehler next time, right? That they play. Next, that's the kind of
We're
drama.
kind of finding out that John likes
he's a messy bee.
John is messy.
The ladies would call you the girly pops would call you a messy bee.
Yeah.
Why is that messy?
Because you like drama.
You like drama. You're messy.
You would love more drama. You're a messy bee.
Yeah,
I do.
You are you're Real House Husbands of Los Angeles.
Definitely.
No, I don't.
You're a messy.
You're a messy. You know what Sean Mapes would say about you? Girl, stop.
I really don't think he's gonna like you putting him in that light.
Well, shows are putting other shows in different lights.
That's true, but you don't actually have audio of Sean saying that.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's just what the streets said that was his catchphrase.
Okay.
I don't know for a fact.
He's got a catchphrase.
He's got a. Hey, when we come back, something very serious. This is not
callers.
a joke. All right, let's get a caller in right now.
All right, and when we come back, we'll get those callers in.
Okay.
But right now,
and also we're going to find out something really disturbing has happened with Yordan Alvarez.
Oh my God!
And we've got the news when we come back.
I need to talk about the Golden Nugget right now. Listen, I think it's well documented. I love the golf. I love the gamble. I mean the pool, the cabanas, the casino, the restaurants, the Blue Martini nightclub. It doesn't get any better than Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I got it's 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. I don't have to go all the way to Las Vegas. That's a 7 hours from door to door. It's a good 7 hours. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You got quality Las Vegas style hotel, quality Las Vegas style casino, quality Las Vegas style restaurants, shopping, everything. There's nothing that at the Golden Nugget that you can't get in Las Vegas. There's no reason to go all the way to Vegas. So get your Golden Nugget on. We're going to be there the 9th and the 10th. Michael and his wife Angel, I think, are coming. Let's go. We want you guys there, but we want you guys to go and enjoy. You need a little getaway for a day or two. Man, it's so easy, so much easier. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. We got a couple of callers on the line. Gary and Chris want to get in here. Gary is first up. What do you say, Gary? How are you doing this morning?
Hey, what's up, guys? I actually think Angel Reese is like the worst. Anyway, I hate this subject, but let me just say this. I don't think it's odd that the person who was the recipient of the hard foul is the person who RG3 says has the hatred in their heart. I don't think either one of them hates each other. I think RG3 is a clown. But, that's not weird. Caitlin Clark committed the hard foul, which is just basketball. He inserted himself saying that somehow Angel Reese hates Caitlin because she got fouled and I guess responded. The second thing I want to say is what Ryan Clark is saying, honestly, guys, and I mean, I've been listening to you guys since 6'10", but that's a conversation, like, it's a much deeper conversation. That's not really a basketball conversation, right? That may be a conversation that's, like, I'm not trying to, like, be exclusionary, but Ryan Clark is having kind of like a kitchen table black people conversation. Like, RG3 documented is a black man that I'm not necessarily sure likes that is the fact of his life. And that's fine. It's a free country. And basically, you know, Ryan Clark is speaking on something that I'm not necessarily sure everybody understands. I don't think that he's that off base, based on everything that's been reported about RG3. But RG3 initiated this stuff. The other thing that I need black people to understand is this is not actually a rivalry. Like, Angel Reese is not on the same level as Caitlin Clark. That's not racism. That's just the fact. That's not a rivalry between Draymond Green and LeBron James. It's just not. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Angel Reese is not a good player, but her and Caitlin Clark are not on the same level, right? Caitlin Clark is the real star of the WNBA, and Angel Reese is trying to insert herself as some type of villain, but they are not the same level of player, and somebody saying that does not make them right.
All that is right, dead on point.
We remember Matt Barnes and Kobe. That's kind of what this might be.
It is kind of what it is. And that's okay. Like, that's okay. Everyone has to comment on, make sure everyone knows it's like, if you watch, you already know it's Matt Barnes versus Kobe. And that's fine. As far as the other things concerned, see, I'm totally aware and understand of what that's a conversation for other people. That's not my conversation. I totally get that. I also thought when I listened to RG3, all he said was that he made a comment that he thought Angel Reese. Now, I guess he went further with some of his mannerisms or whatever. The comment that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, there's a good chance that's possible. Yeah, that's not outrageous. I was talking to Bomani Jones about this, he and I were texting back and forth. He's like, what's controversial about that? He goes, yes, she hates her.
I think
that's
people
obvious.
confuse real hate with sports hate. That might just be what it is.
There may be some jealousy because they came in together and then one of them is kind of taken off, but who cares? I don't care. But the other thing was when Ryan Clark said what he said, I heard it and then I kept listening and then I thought people made more than it actually was. I don't think, like, Ryan Clark said something, but he didn't bring RG3's wife into. He didn't say anything bad about RG3's wife. He was talking about RG3 not having a perspective, but he didn't actually say anything negative about his wife. RG3 tried to make it sound like you were talking about my wife and my kids. No, he wasn't. He was trying to say you didn't have a certain perspective. I think that's a conversation to be had that doesn't impact me, or I'm not in that conversation. That's not my conversation. But I thought people extrapolated and made it more than it really was all the way across the board. That's why this has gotten so lame. This is just a bunch of junior high school stuff. Like, man, if y'all got personal baggage that needs to be resolved, man, get to some therapists and let's get it solved. You ain't solving anything on social media. This is not the place to solve stuff. It's only the place to make it worse. If you got an infection, it's going to get worse on social media. You don't go here to heal. This isn't where you heal. This is where toxic stuff gets inside your wound and kills you.
He said inside your wound.
Yeah, wound, not womb.
Yeah, we don't want toxic stuff
No.
inside our womb.
Remember when Dr. J hit Larry Bird in the face when Bird was being held? Yeah, Bird. Remember that when they got in a fight early in their career, John?
Isaiah and
No.
Larry Bird.
Dr. J and Larry Bird had a fight. Oh my God, on social media. Can you imagine what would have happened? You know what we did in early 80s? We just like, oh damn, Doc and Larry Bird got in a fight. I didn't know players didn't, I didn't know these grown men did. That was before I knew that everyone beat each other up in the ABA. I was too young. Yeah, I was too young. I didn't realize that full fist fights, you didn't even get kicked out back in the day. You could have a full fist fight and stay in a game. And it wasn't pretending like you were going to fight. It was a full fist fight.
No, absolutely. That was back in the day. Man, that was fun. That was good. Now, I mean, last night, Shea, and there's so much going on. I've seen so many. The Shea, he and Luka, Their flopping is just incredible. It's awful.
Shea is really bad. Like,
He
he's
is
really bad.
bad.
He's way worse than James. James tried to get that underhook foul with his arms. Shea is falling to the ground. The only thing that's going to stop this is falling and getting a deep bone bruise that keeps him out for 2.5 weeks.
Referees have to stop it. He initiated the contact and then goes to the ground and he shoots it as he's going to the ground, banks it off, and he gets the foul. It's just ridiculous. He's the worst flopper in the game. Shea is probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
Luka's
bad. No, it's
Luka's bad. But these two are terrible. All right, you got Chris on the
We got
line.
a full board.
Oh, let's go. Chris is. Let's start with Chris. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Love the show. Gary actually had it right. Like, these two guys aren't even in the same category. But more importantly, I have a 10-year-old daughter, and we tried to watch this game. We watched probably 2.5, 3 quarters of it. And I know, John, you're an advocate for women, but there's no way we can pay these people, these ladies, close to any other sport. I mean, the actual brand is terrible. The amount of turnovers and bad passes. I mean, the best thing Caitlin Clark could have done is let Angel Reese shoot the layup, because it would have been a miss. She should have just waited for the rebound. Like, remember we were kids, Lane? She used to play jump 21, and somebody shoot the ball, you knew couldn't shoot. You wouldn't go guard him. You just wait for the ball, get the rebound, and put it back up.
That's called self-check.
Yeah.
That guys just say, you just say self-check just to
Yeah.
You're not an ally.
This brand of basketball is really terrible. But anyway, guys, love the show. I'll get to listen.
Well, there's a reason that there's that video with Angel Reese on the cover of Wheaties boxes where they keep throwing it in the basket and missing. There's a reason that happens. It's because she's really terrible around the basket.
Yeah, great rebounder. Some of it is the offensive rebounding of her own misses, but
right,
she's not an efficient offensive player.
No, efficiency is not one thing. It's not her thing. Who's next, Del?
We move to Julian. You want to talk Ryan Clark? What's up, Julian?
Morning, fellas. So first off, Caitlin Clark didn't even foul her that hard. When you flop and throw yourself to the floor, it looks a lot worse than what it really is. Second, Ryan Clark, one of his things that he said was Caitlin Clark fans are racially biased. Coming from a guy who, look, because I used to listen to The Pivot a lot, I had to stop because every time he had a black man on there, the question always starts, as a black man, how do you feel? Being a black man, what do you think when you are looking at blah, blah, blah as a black man? Dude, why? It's like Gary. Gary is the type of person that loves Ryan Clark. And it's just like,
you're not talking about the Gary that just called in. You mean the other Gary?
Yeah,
you mean this?
You know what Gary?
I know which Gary you're talking about. Yeah,
Lance's boy.
No, Gary, he's all right.
But it's just crazy to me that you can constantly bring up race and then say, oh well, her fans are racially biased. Bro, you're racially biased. Y'all have a good one.
Well, I think there are a lot of her fans who have that. I think both things are probably right. If you really want to know the truth.
Considering that show, it's a show with black men on it talking about
probably
issues.
Not, yeah,
it's
about
a show.
Yeah,
that will
not really
feature,
for you, probably.
I don't know what Julian's into, but it's a show with a full all black cast, and they'll have guests who aren't black. But for the most part, it's a guy who's positioning himself to talk about black issues and sports and other things. So it wouldn't surprise me that he leads off conversations that way.
Yeah, it's kind of that's the podcast.
Yeah,
that's the.
I don't think it's a straight sports. Flat out, we're just going to talk sports.
No. If you watch, unless he has like Bill Belichick on or the Andrew Schultz one, that was an interesting. When Andrew Schultz basically called him out right there, like you made it something that it wasn't. When I made a comment, and that was kind of interesting. Ryan Clark has said some. Ryan Clark has been wildly hypocritical on multiple issues. My biggest problem was when he went after Baker Mayfield for doing stuff on social media when he was with Cleveland, and like, this is not how you lead a team. You don't say this kind of stuff on social media where you leave these cryptic messages. And I actually agree with him. I was like, yeah, Baker's being a drama queen. Then when Deshaun Watson did it, who is repped by David Mulgeta, who's also, by the way, Ryan Clark's rep, he's like, this is hilarious. Yes, Deshaun. He thought it was the funniest thing in the world. Dude, just have the same energy for the same thing. If you don't like quarterbacks doing that kind of stuff,
not if it's the same agent. Not if you got the same agent, you don't.
well, then don't speak on it.
No. Well,
You think people are self-aware enough to know that
Yeah,
people can
stop
point
it.
out your hypocrisy?
I would think it's easy.
don't know.
It's easy for me to see.
Well, no, not for the people.
I didn't know.
involved.
By the way, I didn't know they had the same agent until years later. I saw the hypocrisy. It was like, wait a minute. Baker Mayfield was a bad guy for doing it, and it was immature. Everything he said there, I agreed with. But then when Deshaun does, he was laughing like, "Man, this is hilarious. Deshaun's got all these future lyrics." I was like, "Wait a minute. It's not so funny to me." In
You
Houston.
better watch yourself with all those histrionics. You know, RG3 got in trouble for that. You better watch yourself.
Yep.
All that clapping and head bobbing.
Head bobbing.
We got a break. Time to talk about Champion Energy. Time to talk about your electricity bill. Time to talk about getting it down. Being as efficient as possible. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560. I still got them. We still got our house there, and I've been using Champion for 17 years now. I love Champion Energy. I love what they've done for me in my life. I've saved a lot of money because of Champion Energy. You know what? It's like that stock that you buy and you just leave it, let it go, leave it alone, and see what happens. And that's exactly the same thing with Champion. When I got in, I was like, okay, let's see how much I'm going to save. And I've been saving and saving and saving and saving over the years. And you will too. If you're sick of your electricity bill, go to champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, we got a lot of calls today. I mean, this is actually sparked. You see, I'm not a messy Bia. Okay,
Well, let's get into
People
some more.
want to talk about.
Let's get into our race radio.
You're a little messy.
Race radio will get phone calls if that's what you're looking for, messy John.
I just brought it up to see. I wanted to give my point of view on it because I think I've got perspective on a white woman and a black woman having issues. I think I've got perspective.
What's your perspective?
My perspective is I know white people and black people.
His perspective is Wendy's like, shut the fuck up right now, John. Stop.
My perspective is, okay, I'm outside looking in.
Yes.
So I can be objective. Okay? Because I'm dark meat, and yet people still think I'm white.
There he goes. There he goes.
Okay? That's it. So I got perspective on all of
You're
it.
Italian. We saw how complicated it was in True Romance.
I know about race relations with Italians. I watch Goodfellas and Godfather. You guys are very understanding.
Okay. That is not
Make
real.
up your own names.
Yeah. What have I?
I didn't know what that. I didn't even know what that name meant until I watched movies. Like, wow, the Italians are good with racial slurs.
That's right. Goodfellas is based on a true story. So
yeah,
okay.
Henry Hill. That's real.
That's true. All right, let's get Israel in here. Get Israel's perspective on this. What up, Israel?
Okay, what's going on? Hey, first of all, Caitlin Clark she's a turnover machine. She broke the WNBA record by a mile. You know what, Angel Reese, she broke a record, double-doubles and rebounded. You're going to try to say that she's Barnes? Barnes ain't never led nothing in rebounding or nothing. And you know what? America got mad. You know why? Because Angel was a champion. She beat her. She beat her in the national championship. It's like Bird and Magic. It's just what it is in America, bro. That's just what it is. This is 1965, though. This is 2025, and we're not going for all that deceiving lies. Angel Reese was in the running for Rookie of the Year. Caitlin Clark is she's all right. She's like Ray Shepard getting picked number 3, and then y'all get up and lie and deceive. You're a bunch of deceivers. That's it.
Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese was in the running for Rookie of the Year because of the media invention of it. Like no one who watched those games outside of the commentary on certain shows were like, hey, we should put Angel Reese up there. By the way, the voting was 66-1. 66-1.
What do you mean she was in the running?
Because at one point, the narrative was that Angel Reese was actually
do you know the odds never? It was so funny.
The odds were never changing.
The odds weren't even close. Like it was. That's how you knew Vegas is like, man, we ain't going for all this dumb
his
first
point
take.
Is Angel Reese
stuff.
was in the running of Caitlin Clark's award. Wait a minute, what?
Because I made the comp that as instigator versus star, I made the or villain versus star. I did the whole Matt Barnes thing as a bit of a joke. But his comeback on the phone, even, and you heard it there, was that Angel Reese was in the running. No, that was a storyline on ESPN because of Angel Reese's rebounding. But when you looked at the odds, she was never in it. And then the voting came out, and it was 66-1.
She was right in it, though.
Yeah.
She was right there. If she could have flipped 33 votes, she would have been right there.
No, it wasn't. Look, it's not close between those two. I don't even know why that has to be said. We already know. Anyone who says it's close or whatever is not a serious person, and that's it. I mean, I'm sorry that pigmentation exists, but it does, and it shouldn't matter for any of this stuff. I just watched what I referenced, the Larry Bird, Dr. J fight. This country could not have survived that 30, 40 years later. It couldn't have survived the Larry Bird, especially with social media. It couldn't. It just goes to show you how bad off this country is from a race relations standpoint. Larry Bird's literally being held by Moses Malone while Dr. J punches him like 3 times in the face. And it was like, and then the Celtics ran on the court and broke it up. Then ML Carr got punched in the face by a jab by Moses Malone after things get broken up, and then everything just went back to basketball. And it was not like, I don't remember, there wasn't a whole lot of sports talk back then, but it didn't take up all this, like, it just didn't take up a whole lot of space. It was just two stars got in a fight, which is kind of, a lot of times the guys fighting sometimes weren't always stars at that level. Dr. J, and that was in a conference finals, I think. That was an Eastern Conference Finals, so it was a really big game. And Dr. J punched Larry Bird in the face 3 times. Not only did he not get kicked out of the game, it didn't turn into a national crisis. It was Dr. J punched Larry Bird. That was a cheap shot, too. If you look at it now, you're like, damn. Moses Malone was holding Larry Bird while Larry Bird got socked in the face 3 times. But it was what it was. Back then, you had to scrap. It was a lot like prison. 70s and 80s basketball. Sometimes you just had to, you got called out and you just had to catch the fade on the basketball court. That's just what it was.
That's all. Hey, I'm watching it
Larry
right
Bird
now.
must have called him a bitch. So Dr. J couldn't let that stand, so he had to jump him.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. Boom. Oh, man, they used to throw now.
They were throwing real punches. It wasn't all this, let me at him. It was like, we're just starting a hockey punch, chainsaw punches. Larry Bird, that's what Ryan Lashane told me. That's what they call them in hockey, chainsaw punches. Like, and that's what Larry Bird. That's what Dr. J was doing. He was hitting them with the chainsaw punches. Boom, 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 boom.
Do you think that Israel was, when he called us deceivers, was that a biblical thing?
I don't know. I have my headphones
You normally
off,
don't
so I
get
didn't
called
hear.
deceivers unless it's like a Bible thing.
That is very biblical. Speaking of deceivers, play what your people have been asking. Listen to this, John. This is extraordinarily troublesome about Yordan Alvarez, but explains. Where is Yordan, John?
Where is Yordan?
Yeah.
He was in the dugout the other night.
So you think he's available? You think that was really Yordan?
Yes, I think it was true.
Well, then please explain this then.
We have Yordan Alvarez in a secure location, being guarded by very dangerous men with a very dangerous skill set. If you hope to get him back, you must send us $10 million in Bitcoin to the Coinbase wallet address that we will be sending over to you shortly. Once again, if you want to get Yordan Alvarez back, give us our $10 million in Bitcoin. Now, I will say he does have a hand injury. We had nothing to do with that. He already had it. It was pre-existing, so, don't hold that against us. But give us our Bitcoin, and you can get your beat-up outfielder back, or DH, or whatever it is he plays.
Well, just
I don't have 10 million. And Jim Crane doesn't typically like to throw a lot of money out there on top of what he wants. Like, he'll give you what you get as long as you do it early. He'll give you good money. I'm worried we're never getting Yordan back. I'm worried he's never coming back.
Who did that? Let's not do that. Okay. Kidnapping is not funny anymore. It used to be funny back in the 80s, but it's not funny anymore.
Because sometimes you would make, like, the kidnappers would rue the day they ever kidnapped you. Remember that time when they tried to kidnap? Remember that day? Well, they wasn't a kidnapping, but they tried to come get in Macaulay Culkin's house, and then they kept getting hit in the face with bricks and paint, and they kept getting their face a hot iron would hit them in the face.
Right, there's that.
That was hilarious. Now,
yeah, but Mel Gibson, give me back my Yordan.
Yeah, or Taken. Remember Taken?
Oh, yeah.
Or Creasy, where you had Man on Fire, where you put those fireworks up that guy's ass and blew him up. Anytime, but this is what I know about movies. If somebody gets kidnapped, something really terrible, there's going to be a hero that comes in and gets a lot of revenge on kidnappers.
Do we all have an avenging angel when we get kidnapped? Can I count on that?
You don't really have a lot of friends.
Get you, Joe.
Who?
Lance is going to
maybe
come get
Abigail would try to give people some energy drinks in exchange
for my freedom.
You're probably dead. Yeah, your dad will even go.
Do you have an avenging angel? Someone who would come save you?
Monty probably wouldn't.
Someone also capable.
Well, Snacks is pretty good with some of his chokeholds now, but And he has been lifting a lot. He is eating about 140 grams of protein a day, even though that's way more than he needs to. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just have to. Hopefully, the listeners will step up and save me.
Yeah.
Some listeners, maybe not Israel.
Israel's not stepping up.
Israel's not going to probably step
if
up.
Dell was kidnapped,
the killer
Israel
bees
might
will,
think about
the
it.
killer bees will let
I
me
don't
die.
think so. I'm not sure I'm the
Not
right type of people for
Maybe
him.
Power
Not
105.
after
Maybe
your
they would.
66-1 thing.
Oh, I just gave.
I didn't do the voting. That's what it's up there. I didn't make that up.
Yeah, but you refuted his. He was making the case now.
No, she was in the race. He also was
right there in the hunt.
We got to go.
He was right there until you brought up 66-1.
Yeah, we got to go to break. But he said on the phone with me that she was in the race until she got hurt. She played 34 games last year, out of a total like 39 or so. Her getting hurt had nothing to do with it. Her play did.
She was right there, and you disputed it. You know who's right there for you? Brinkman Quality. Brinkman, and I say Brinkman Quality. That's the website. Brinkman, BRINKMANN. Man, roofing it kind of sucks. So you know what? You know what you never do? Well, let me take a look at my roof. But you know what you need to do? Take a look at your roof. Especially if it's shiny. Jason told me this. Jason Brinkman, he took over. The family's been doing. I love a family business. The family's been doing roofing for 50 years in the greater Houston area, and they're really, really great at it. And here's the deal. And he told me, he said, listen, tell the people, if you've got a shiny roof, you're in some trouble. And when if anything happens, God forbid, we get a hailstorm or really windy and rainy, and all of a sudden your roof is leaking and it ruins your furniture, ruins your house, the insurance company ain't paying. They ain't paying because you haven't taken care of your roof. Take care of your roof. And if you're going to replace your roof, get these solar shingles because they pay for themselves. But they do any kind of tin roofing, whatever. It doesn't matter what kind of roofing it is. They've done it. They've seen it. They do it. Siding as well. There is nobody. I mean, honestly, you can trust. Brinkman Quality means quality. They're in Friendswood, but they'll travel the entire area. 844-215-2876. 844-215-2876. Tell Jason that you heard it right here. BrinkmanQuality.com. You got to do something about your roof. Do it now.
You are listening to Houston.
Well, he guy's repeating himself. All right. Shut up already. We heard who we're listening to. 713-780-3776. Our final hour this morning. Javon is here. He wants to talk about Netflix. That's a good thing. Is there some kind of doc on Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark?
I have
Yeah.
no idea.
Yeah, kind of, guys. Y'all talking about a lot of beef between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, but the real beef is I don't know if you've seen it, Lance. I got a new one told called Shooting Guards on Gilbert Arenas and Josh Crittenden when they pull guns on each other.
Yes.
And tell Angel Reese and Caitlin show with pistols, I don't want to hear about no beef.
Exactly.
But you know
exactly.
that was a sad story though. You know that guy actually later after that he couldn't get back in the NBA. He actually killed somebody and went to jail for murder.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a couple new untolds, man. I don't know if you've seen them. There's that one. There's one on Brett Favre, and they got one on Liver King. And they had one on Steve McNair. I don't know if you're watching them, but they do such a good job at those docs, man. I know you love them, and I love them too. So, and one other question, people ask, when you getting on the right time with Bomani, man? I listen to that podcast too. I want to see you on there.
Me and Bo are friends, and we talk all the time, and we have the conversations that people don't like having publicly. But Bo and I can talk about that stuff, and I don't know. Anytime he asked me to come on, I would come on.
Yeah.
But we have our own little, we have our own friendship. I've known him for years, so. I love talking to Bo, but I love having just personal conversations. So
the Steve McNair one is
sad.
I saw it. It's sad. It's sad. And I just saw a story. Apparently, it's the Jen Sturger did an interview for the first time since the Brett Favre stuff.
Tell people who Jen Sturger is.
She's the one that Brett Favre sent the D pic, and said, "Come on over" or something. She said,
and he was in some Crocs when he sent it, which for some reason made everyone crack up.
She said, "I've never met him. I've never been in the same room with him. That's the funny. I've never talked to him ever, and I'm in the middle. This Brett Favre, the fall of Brett Favre. I haven't seen it yet. Have you guys seen it?
I have not seen that or Liver King. Turns out Liver King was on steroids. Who knew? What a shock. I don't even know if you know who Liver King is, John. He became a famous social media guy. He's ripped. He's so ripped that his veins are popping out of every bit of his skin. I mean, he looks like a guy who's incredibly roided out, and he claims that he just ate, liver, and he was this man of the plant he would hunt down animals and kill them and and it turns out, he was just jacked with Diana Ball, Drana Ball, and Barbrana Brawl. All the brawls and balls and all that stuff. So, it just turns out he's real jacked up on, illegal drugs. But the Brett Favre one, think about this. Brett Favre, you've got his alcoholism, then his pill addiction. You've got his wife's battle with cancer that he went through. And she went through together. His dad dying. He had the incredible Monday night game. But really, frankly, he threw a lot of throws up for grabs, and his teammates made incredible plays. He has the move, the cantankerous, contentious stuff between Favre and Aaron Rodgers, mostly as Favre towards Aaron Rodgers. Then you had him leading Green Bay, which was a huge thing. Then remember, John, we had Favre Watch, where he ended up going to Minnesota and busting up Green Bay, which was a big deal. It was in the division. Then he went to the Jets, and he sent D picks. Then he stole
in reverse.
Was it the other way? Okay. Then he stole a bunch of money from.
Well, allegedly.
Then he had copper knee braces and bracelets that helped him play football better and flag football or whatever it was. He was doing those
Wrangler jeans commercials.
Yeah. Then he wore Wranglers. Brett had a lot of stuff that you could pack into an Untold.
Yeah, he had a lot of good stuff. I mean, Brett Favre was out there now.
Untolds are great, by the way.
Yeah. He was also. I mean, he had the drug addiction, the downers, the pain pills. That was one of them. And I've got people in Green Bay who can attest to his craziness. He was a
wild child.
Yeah, he was a wild one.
Even in Green Bay, he said he threw up and then pulled the Vicodin out of his vomit and re-swallowed him. because he got addicted to pain pills because he was in so much pain. Yeah, he made a great point. Javaris Crittenden pulled a gun. Well, they pulled guns on each other. Crittenden and Gilbert Arenas pulled guns on each other. We have Charles Oakley went and slapped. Who did he slap in the face before a game? Who was that? Do you remember, Dell, who that was? That Oakley, because somebody owed him money from a craps game.
Oh, yeah.
He slapped, and we're like, Angel Reese got fouled hard. Wait a minute. Angel Reese got up in Caitlin's face. What are we doing? This is not what America's supposed to be between races. What are we?
Well, the Charles
somebody
Oakley
fouled and somebody got in somebody's face. They got guns they're pulling on each other in the pros.
What race is Javaris Crittenden?
Black.
Gilbert Arenas?
White.
Nope.
I was trying to make it fit.
Nope. Who did Charles Oakley slap? Was it a white man?
Another black guy.
All right. Then.
Okay. Was there a big deal made when Jock Peterson got slapped by Tommy Pham?
Did he get slapped by Tommy?
Yes,
Pham?
over fantasy football. Yeah. Tommy Pham went and slapped Jock Peterson in the face, and we all laughed.
Did we see it?
Yeah,
but they had video of it.
Yeah, but Tommy Pham, we're not sure exactly.
I knew as soon as I said Tommy
Pham,
you say it? I knew what was coming.
Okay.
And plus, it's baseball.
John was going to go.
People care less. People care less about baseball.
There's maybe some of that, but my whole point is this happens in men's sports all the time, and we don't even give a second. We laugh about it. Then it's a national tragedy when somebody gets fouled hard. And it was a hard take foul. We see those a billion. Wasn't even a flagrant. The joke is that's not even close to being a flagrant.
Well,
let's be real. And
what has really gotten this Angel Reese thing jacked up is the fans' response.
Yeah,
I mean that's
exactly
your people, Lance.
Well, there is
basketball fans.
Your guy, Ryan Clark, RG3 made it. Your guy.
Some people are saying there's no evidence that it really happened, but we don't know. I don't know.
Oh, you mean you're talking about the other? You're talking about
the
her
name
claim
calling
that,
after she missed the free throw.
Well, and their coach said he didn't hear it either.
No, even their coach said, I didn't hear that. What?
Mostly social media. I mean, that's where a lot of us come from. Whether the Sky heard it themselves, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah, right.
Either way, I think this has been a really fruitful conversation. You guys have attacked this conversation with the tact that you should. I think we further the conversation in a way that's going to provide change.
You know who he is? He is the Joker. You know how the Joker just wants things blowing up all around him or whatever from the Batman, where the scene in the movie, John, where he's leaving the hospital and everything's blowing up all around him. That's who Dell is. He doesn't really care about any of this stuff. You know what he did? Do you want the RG3 version or the Ryan Clark version?
And
all he did was plant.
Well, you asked me a question
that grew
as the black man to answer the question. So I asked you, which version of the black man do you want?
All I said was sunglasses inside. That's how it started.
And it was about black, because you said it's not fair. As a white man, how come I can't wear them and black guys can't? So I asked you, what version of the black man do you want? You wanted Ryan Clark or RG3? And I gave you both. This is your problem, not mine.
You did this, and you did this, Joker.
I'm just glad you two were able to attack the issue in a way that'll further the conversation. I'm sure when people do a retrospective on your careers, this conversation in particular will be one they remember.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we're solving America's problems.
Agreed.
I mean, I honestly do. And we can bring a perspective that, no one else can, especially me. Dark meat, white man. That's right.
I don't. What?
Yeah.
That's a new Netflix doc, The Untold Story.
Dark meat, white
John
man?
Granado's Untold Story. Dark meat, semicolon, white man.
No, it's John. Yeah, it's John Granado,
Right.
Dark meat, white man.
The Untold Story.
The John Granado story.
A man struggle through a
move
Kincaid
to
High
LA
School.
and golf.
Through Southern California.
And you got a lot of stuff too. You got your first wife. You've got a name change, a full name change that was forced upon you by somebody who was insensitive to your heritage.
A mysterious move
like
out
there
of Chicago.
Is a mysterious move, and it all kind of levels out to just you living this plush life off of, because you're on scholarship. It all kind of, like, all the cool stuff leaves. Like, oh, here's the second half of the doc's just him sitting in Diamond Club. It's just him sitting in Diamond Club, going on a jet whenever there's a hurricane. There's a hurricane, and he's on a jet. Like, man, that part sucks.
Remember that time he avoided the city because of a hurricane and flew private to Dallas?
And then asked for a discount because he was a refugee from a disaster. Remember that, Del? Did you leave that part out?
I did.
Can
I
we
forgot.
get a discount?
At a Dallas area
Oh,
restaurant.
my God. How'd you get here so fast? Jet.
Yeah, it was at a Maggiano's, the Dallas Maggiano's.
He wanted a discount.
Wanted a refugee discount.
How'd you get here? Private plane.
Dark Meat.
What's
What
that?
is it? What's your show called? Dark Meat?
White Man.
No.
No, he said Dark Meat White Man.
Dark Meat White Man.
Oh, that's what it's called?
Yeah,
Okay.
the John Granado story.
The John Granado story. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, I can give perspective, though, that others can't.
Well, that's true. You do have a unique
Well,
one.
you do that. You know, I don't know that you should or can, and I don't even know if it's a unique perspective, but you make it a unique perspective.
Right. Wendy, I'm going to have to write that book, and Wendy's going to love that. She's going to love that. All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Craig the Surf now.
Yeah, let's talk about Craig the Surf, and let's talk about some of the great offers. I always tell you about the person. Love Craig as a person. Jeff and Rick Drenner and all the people over there, the service department. My son went in to get his oil changed over there, and it's just free oil change. We purchased a car from over there. You guys get the same thing, but the offers are really great. And I'll give you an example right now. The Buick, I'm driving a Buick Enclave. My son drives the Buick Envision. I think my wife's getting ready to move from her lease, and I think we're going to purchase a Buick for her as well. They've got some great offers right now, and I'll give you an example. 0.9% APR financing on Buick Encore GX or Envision. You've got the Encore GX also comes with a $3,000 purchase allowance, while the Envision, and they're two little different types. Envision has a little bit more space. The Envision has a $1,000 purchase allowance for current eligible non-GM owners and lessees, and no monthly payments for 90 days. So you don't have to make a payment for 3 full months. Find your Buick at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You can shop online at GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com. Go look at all the different vehicles they have, the interior, the pictures of the interior, the exterior. Don't settle. Find a vehicle that's perfect for you. Get the add-ons that you want, the aftermarket add-ons. They'll do that for you as well. But just know the service, the selection, the trade-in value, nobody touches my friends over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC and Angleton Buick, exceptional by design.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There was a part of that story. What was the hurricane? There's a part of that story that I never told you guys. What was the hurricane?
Well, we had one coming in. I don't know if it actually even hit us, if that's going to hit us or not.
But it was it made the whole city was evacuating.
Yeah, that was the first one that missed us, that swerved off into Beaumont, basically.
Right.
And the whole city evacuated. I came back and I was like, everything was fine. I went to Austin.
No, it was before Harvey. It was.
Wait, is that the one where I was with Jeremy Foster and it
Yes,
took 10 hours?
yes.
Oh my God.
See,
That one sucked.
yeah, that was everybody was evacuating because it was right after New Orleans.
That's right.
And Katrina.
Yeah.
So we were worried we were going to be the next Katrina, and everybody's evacuating. And you know, Chad said he's got a private jet, and he said, let's take the kids, let's go up to Dallas and get out of this thing. Okay. I said, okay. We took Frankie and JT and Jonathan and Chad and I, and we're flying over 45, and nobody was moving. It was just a terrible, terrible situation. And so we went up to a hotel up in Dallas, and I didn't tell you this.
Was it Rita?
Yeah, it was Rita.
Yeah,
it was Rita.
It was Rita. That Chad had his driver drive the limo up.
Now, to be fair, Chad doesn't drive.
Chad doesn't drive.
So he always has a driver. Yeah.
Yeah. He always has a driver, which was smart because we always like to go out and
Sure.
whatnot. And he never
Absolutely.
drove. He never drove.
That's smart.
It was really, really smart. But he had the wherewithal to have a limo and a jet and all that. And still does have that. But so we pile out of the limo at Maggiano's, and then we asked for the refugee, the
discount. Yeah,
refugee, and they were like, "Isn't that your limo out there? Is that your limo out there? Yeah, but we're refugees here."
How did he get a limo there in?
Because it took Nino a while to get there, but
Yeah,
he
because
got there.
Dallas was like a 12-hour trip to get there.
Yeah, but Nino went overnight with gas in the trunk of the limo, and got there the next day, and then we were driving around because we needed a ride in Dallas.
Because you probably couldn't get you probably could have got a rental car in Dallas, not in Houston.
No,
I was lucky. I was smart enough to get gas the night
The
before.
rental car. Me and Chad were about 50 Coors Lights deep.
Yeah, and your kids were young then.
Yeah, they were little.
Yeah, you had to get a driver to make the trip up with gasoline in his trunk.
In the trunk.
Which that's safe.
Safe.
Never let anyone tell you a bunch of gasoline in the trunk isn't safe.
Yeah.
It's safe.
Yeah.
It's safe. By the way, Tommy wants to know if you at the book reading, if you're going to go to the Half Price Books to read snippets from your book, but what does she look like? That's coming out sometime in May of 26.
That's my next book.
Yeah. But what does she look like is the title of your next book.
Yeah. And then
that's after you do the documentary Dark Meat White Man. Apparently you said is your.
So that's a doc.
That's going to be on Netflix.
So, but what does she look like is your book?
That's a book. Or a set of essays.
A novella, maybe.
And the movie is You Don't Know.
That's what I just
right.
said.
It's a good title.
The John Granado story, You Don't Know.
It's a very good title.
Yeah.
Yeah, You Don't Know.
That's a good one. If you guys have other book names or documentaries or whatever, just let us know. Let us know.
Let us know what you think my next endeavor should be. Because I'm looking for one. Kind of tired of playing golf.
Yeah, you appear to be someone who's looking to do more things.
Yeah, I try to tell my wife that all the time. Why? She
Well,
wants me to do stuff. I'm like, why?
Snippets from John's new book. She's too skinny. Somebody give her a sandwich. Apparently, that's one of
I
your.
usually say she needs a hamburger. Eat a hamburger.
Eat a hamburger. Yeah, that's what you say. Eat a hamburger.
No, this is not my bedroom. Whoever just asked that, this is not my bedroom. This is
Guest
another
room?
bedroom, not my bedroom. No, my wife's getting ready for work. Actually, my wife is sleeping while we're doing this show because it's 4 in the morning here when I get up. So, yes, this is not my bedroom. 713-780-377. This is actually my office now, and it has a giant bed in it. So, yeah, I get this. 713-780-3776. The number if you would like to get in here because we're running out of time. We've had more callers on this show. You see, we started something. We're saving America, making America better, and people want to get involved.
Well,
okay.
David wants to get
Two more
involved.
people want to get involved.
Oh, okay.
Let's start with
Get
David.
Let's get David in here. Hey, David.
Hey, appreciate y'all taking my call. And I just wanted to weigh in on the WNBA scrum. John and Lance, you may be old enough to remember the Kermit Washington, Rudy T.
Yeah,
terrible. You know, I guess it wasn't really a fight, just a punch. And of course, the late John Feinstein wrote a really good book about it. And I think there may have been a documentary about it. But what I remember is Saturday Night Live came out the next week or so, and Garrett Morris was, it was really funny, and just kind of talk about the things that have changed over the last 50 years, where things just weren't taken as seriously as they are now. But that's what kind of came to mind when y'all were talking about the how everybody's making a big deal about this. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just remember the Rudy T.
I didn't remember that was on Saturday night. I was pretty young for that. I didn't remember. It was something I saw later. You got to remember, it was hard to see that kind of stuff. There was no Sports Center. If you didn't catch it on 11, 13, or 2, if they didn't have video of it, and then even back then, I mean, basketball on TV was hard to find sometimes.
I saw Rudy T at Carrabba's the other night.
You did?
Yeah, he looked good. Rudy's looking good. Yeah, he was at the bar, and he was just leaving, so I didn't get a chance to talk to him. But he looked good. That's good to know. That was an horrific. That was one of the worst sports fights ever. Shattered Rudy's face. That was just awful. Just awful. Who's the other caller in there, Del?
Let's go to Steve. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Lance. There's a guy that usually calls in to our show, and it's almost always a race debate. Do you know what his name is? Starts with a G.
Gary,
yeah.
Gary.
One of the Garys.
Okay.
He's one of the Garys. There's 2 different Garys.
Bruh, man, if you get a chance later today, please go and listen to Gary's call yesterday on Paul's show, and you will have the best laugh you will ever have. I swear to God.
What hour did it happen?
That's all I have to say.
What hour did it happen?
It was around 12:30. Around that time for sure.
We'll see if we can pull it up and bring it on the show.
Yeah. Content from another show.
Yeah, are we going to do that?
That's what we do. Yeah, that's what we do.
Because didn't we just take issue with this?
No, we said we bring content from all across the globe. Is what we
do?
said. Yeah.
Oh. Well, today is What Are the Odds Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
What does that have to do with content from other shows?
Well, we stole that.
Oh, we're stealing things.
We
Okay,
can
got it.
Yeah, we can steal bits. Believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can steal bits if we want. That's right, Matt. Believe it.
Did we steal that?
Did we do
I
it?
thought we invented that.
We did invent that. But Matt stole it from us, so we're stealing it back. Believe it.
I don't even know if he still does that.
Ping pong, whatever, becoming post-racial in a pre-racial world.
That goes all the way back to 6'10".
Ping pong, whatever.
John said that matter-of-factly on the show, like my neighbors ping pong, whatever. They came over to me. He didn't even dwell on it. He just said matter-of-factly ping pong, whatever.
Actually, what I said was I met her husband, and his name was Ken, and I was like, yeah, right, sure it is. But then he told me, yeah, you met my wife. I said pong, and he said ping. I said, yeah, ping pong, whatever.
There's no way you said that out loud to a husband.
Of course he did.
There's no way you said that out loud to
did.
another man about his wife.
Have you met him?
I think I just said it on
John
the show.
can't say those things without.
Not now.
Not now, certainly.
Well, it doesn't have a black wife.
He didn't
have an Asian wife.
That's true.
Listen,
You don't have an
that
Asian
happened-
wife, dummy.
that happened at a time when you could say stuff like that.
It's true. I have found Gary's call.
Okay.
All
Let's hear
right.
it.
Now, let's credit the Paul Gallant show.
Yeah, this is from the Paul Gallant show.
ESPN 975.
Okay.
Paul Gallant talking to Gary.
Hey guys, the very simple fact that you mentioned, yourself, you talked about all this race and stuff going back. If you go back and play this whole spiel you had, the very fact that you mentioned Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, and then you mentioned Angel Reese hates. I know Ryan Clark and them were going back and forth. You mentioned Angel Reese a couple years ago put her hand in Caitlin Clark, the gas face. Remember who started that. But the fact that you revisited that, I get everything else. That statement sums up the whole situation and scenario for when those two first clashed. And so now, you have this black woman put her hand in that white woman's face on national television when she did it over and over to every opponent. So we're talking about imaging. We're talking about all that and what we see. And through all this, let me tell you one other thing. From Iowa, and that person saying what they're saying, the hate, and you associated it with, I think, go back and play it, she hates her. No, like your counterpart over there said it clearly. I just think it's rivalry. And so the minute you and everybody else stop talking about it like that, when you're saying you don't want to talk about it.
But we're not talking about it, Gary. But we're not talking.
Let me finish. I'm almost finished, please, sir. Iowa, how many people? It's going to always be about race. And we need to just embrace it and be able to have an educated conversation about it. It's not evil. It moves the needle. It's race. The president.
That's not so great, this call.
Well, but what Gary told you is that, guys, stop making everything about race. Gary, who is the voice of reason when it comes to racial matters, told you, hey, guys, cut it out. It's just a sports rivalry. All right, cut the crap.
It gets better, I think, but it's like he was on for almost 5 minutes. So
that's
you
too
got
long.
Yeah, it's too long.
I said, well, we could kill off.
That
the
wasn't a
segment,
great
I
call. I don't know.
Maybe I think it got better in the back half. It's just because they actually had to go back and forth.
Well, the irony of Gary just saying, guys, let's cut the crap, okay? It's just a sports rivalry.
Yeah,
and Caitlin, I think Caitlin did the "You Can't See Me." It's the John Cena thing.
She
right?
did it maybe once or twice. I don't know if she did it to every
people.
opponent
And
that
not
she
in their,
came across.
She didn't do it in their
It was
face
to
or
maybe
whatever.
Haley Van Lith. I think that might have
Probably. Who was another talker.
Yes. Look, it's basketball. I appreciate the trash talk. I don't care about the byproduct of it, which is the conversation we've had for the last
It's a
hour.
bunch of fake people being fake mad. That's all. That's fine. Y'all can do that. That's fine.
I need to find something I'm pissed off about in a sport that no one
Well, what
usually
about
cares
this?
about.
I
Like-
think I'm
like
more
pole vaulting or something.
I think I'm more excited for John's second book, Man of the People, a cart paths only story.
Did you see the AI image of someone sent us, H-Town Blue sent us a cover for the book.
Oh boy.
And John, you're looking swole
I am swole.
in this
Let me
in this book
Well,
on this book
it's-
cover. There's fire in the background.
They call John the
I got
Italian.
a gun.
Yeah, and is that me? Or is that Lance with the headset on? I guess that's Lance, a bald
Where
dude.
I don't see this. Where is this?
You are maybe you have muted H-Town Blue, but he sent it to you.
H-Town Blue.
Did you mute him?
I don't think so.
Your character looks like one of the dudes from Men in Blazers. That soccer podcast.
Yeah. You must be my assistant that tells me where the bad guys are.
Are you
you're in a van.
You're the man in the
somewhere.
chair.
Hold
You're
on.
the guy in
Somebody
a
did an
van
AI image.
watching surveillance.
Somebody did an AI image of me feeding chips to 3 Latina girls yesterday.
They weren't even Latinas until.
I don't know what they were. They all kind of looked the same, but they were.
Yeah, I think
They look good.
I think that's you, Lance, in the background as his.
But they didn't use 40 pounds lighter Lance. They were using that other Lance. Like, at least update my AI image, stupid AI.
You're his trusty assistant, Lance.
Yeah, you're the guy in the van watching surveillance.
I did not notice the second gun. That's very much smaller than the first.
Right.
He's holding two guns in each hand.
H-Town.
Oh.
Look at this thing.
Dark meat, white man.
John Granado. It does sound like a movie that Steven Seagal would be in.
Hey, Houston. I am. Well, and it really doesn't matter. Racially, it doesn't matter what racial, because it's going to be really, really hot. That's the thing. For everybody, it's really, really hot in Houston, and you need air conditioning.
Oh, I see the picture.
Everybody's got to have air conditioning, okay? They got an all-star HVAC team, all-star. Performance, service, they do it all. If your AC is running smoothly, okay, are you sure? Have you checked it? Have you done anything? Your AC needs maintenance. When you do it, you're making sure that several minor issues are relatively easy to detect. They're caught early before they turn into something bigger and a lot more expensive. Take it from me, guy who had to replace his air conditioners. You need to do this. If I had done it, I would have saved thousands and thousands of dollars. Talk to my friends from Air Team about the plans they have in place. With one simple maintenance visit, you can save several headaches. I wish somebody had told me this. I'm telling you, if you haven't checked on your air conditioners lately, if you haven't done anything, you haven't cleaned them out, if you haven't checked the Freon, then you're you're playing with fire. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, airteamltd.com.
ESPN. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we missed anything today? Oh, I had a question for you guys.
Well, we didn't talk too much about the Western Conference Finals, and we frankly didn't talk at all about the Astros after the first or second.
But we did hit on them.
Well,
we did hit on them.
I mean, we did.
All right, I got a question for you. Since we're talking yesterday, we were talking. Which quarterback would you like in the NFL to run your flag football team?
Oh, probably Kyler.
No, you can't run.
Well, you can't get him. He's going to extend every play on you. He's wee, so you can't get to the flag. Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is built for flag football. He didn't have to throw over a big offensive line.
I would want him as a receiver. I don't know that I'd want him at quarterback.
Why? You can't get when you rush.
Well, I
him,
mean,
you can't get
Mahomes
to him.
or Burrow would be great.
I don't know about Joe Burrow. If you want to have a little more escapability. Like you get free runners coming at you. I mean, who would be bad at it?
I think they'd all be, yeah. I don't know. I think I'd like Burrow. I think Burrow would be a great flag football quarterback.
Well, I think Kyler would too. He's an NFL player. I think he would torture most.
In this flag football, I know the rules of flag football. The quarterback can't run. I don't know in this flag football if the quarterback can run.
No,
if
if
the quarterback can run, then it could be Lamar. It could be or Kyler.
Quarterbacks have to have some wiggle to keep plays alive and extend plays. That's why I'm going Kyler. I got to have him doing that. Like, I don't really like him as a regular football player. Did you see Justin Jefferson wants to play? I knew this would happen. Real players are going to want to win an Olympic gold. They're going to want to win it the first time around.
Yeah. That would be, yeah. I mean, you get an Olympic medal, dude. All the guys love that. Athletes love that. I've got an Olympic gold medal on top of everything else. Yeah, absolutely. I could see Justin Jeff. Okay. Can you imagine like some small country having guys trying to cover Justin Jefferson in flag football?
No.
I mean, as if the dream team wasn't bad enough. This would be the biggest. I mean, it's a guaranteed gold medal.
Yes, it's the same as the dream team. It's the exact same energy as the dream team where it's an easy gold. There's going to be a bunch of stars who want to play and win gold. And it will just be a matter of how much they win by every match.
Who wins the silver? What country wins the silver?
Probably France, because France has a sneaky amount of athletes. Like, you ever seen their soccer team? Probably the best athletes. But who plays football? I'll tell you who. Germany, Austria, Brazil.
Yeah, I could
doesn't
see
play.
Germany or Belgium winning the silver.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a certain amount of England's playing a little bit more. There's African nations that are playing, but the International Player Pathway, the IPP, which they take players who have played rugby and basketball and other sports, and they take them down to IMG in Florida, and they train them, and they try to develop them into potential NFL players. These guys are actually pretty freaky athletes. Like, some of them have some pretty freaky traits, but they all come from different, but it's primarily Tongan, African, German, some, Australia. You have some Australian, obviously, and some from London, and that's it. Like, those are the only nations I ever see. That's it. So I'm guessing France, because they have some great athletes, might be able to crank that up. Yeah, you're probably. It's probably Germany, and they're not fast enough.
No, but they're fast enough for silver.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe.
Del, we miss anything?
Well, we did not touch on the Lions knowing that they didn't have the votes. They pulled back on their proposal to change playoff seeding. The Lions the Lions admitted they were prompted by the league to put this forward because it was Roger Goodell's pet project, but they don't have the vote. So we're going to have what we've had for all time.
So it's going to go according to seeding and for the second round, not according to record.
Record will only play a part in determining who's seeded first through 4, and obviously going into the walk around. But divisions are still going to matter. Divisions won't be wiped off the board as far as seeding is concerned. If you are in the AFC South and win 10 games, you will have a higher seed than someone who wins 12 games if they're a wild card team.
Right, you're going to keep your seed.
Yes. They didn't have the votes for it, so it's not going to happen.
All right, there you have it. That's about it. I think that might be all we missed. The Astros got Hunter Brown going today. It's an afternoon game, noon, at that little baseball bandbox that they play in there. I can't even imagine playing there. They're gonna. I think they only have Todd. I didn't look at the schedule, but they have like 6 games in July and 6 in August is all they're going to have. They had 19 of their first 22 games were at home because they're trying to avoid the summer in Tampa. First of all, you're not going to. How many games are you going to have because of how much it rains there? And secondly, how hot it's going to be. They were talking about it yesterday. Julia was talking about it. It is blazing hot already in Tampa when the game is starting. At 4 o'clock, they're taking BP. That was what was always said about the – you can bet against Tampa winning anything until they get this schedule. They talked about that for the years for the Cubs. After 162 games, they were just exhausted because they played all those games in the sun every game when Wrigley didn't have lights.
Yeah.
So by the time – and the same was – remember when the Rangers were playing in that oven.
That hellhole?
That oven that they had. And Globe Life, the first
and
Globe
they would
Life.
gas out the second half of the year.
Yeah, they couldn't. I mean, you were wasted. It was awful. So yeah, you can. You know what? Does Underdog have higher or lower on Tampa wins?
They should.
They absolutely should. They're already lower, and they're going to get a lot lower when they have to play all road games or home games in that stadium in July and August. So. That's not a good. That's going to be a team that has got a lot of issues to deal with. Too many issues for them to be any good. Plus, they're really not that good anyway. You got to get Hunter Brown. Got to get through this thing in an hour and 20 minutes, and let's go.
Hopefully, he doesn't go 8 innings, give up 2 hits, and take a 1-0 loss.
No, this is not. They're not facing Jacob deGrom. All right, this is Taj. What's his name? And he ain't Taj Bradley. It ain't the same. It's the same as Jacob deGrom.
No, a little different.
Hunter will do his part, get and roll through that lineup, but the Astros need to hit him. The Astros need to get to this dude, and they've faced him before, and I think he's actually not a bad pitcher. But guess what? You're facing Hunter Brown. You better not give up a couple, and that's all the Astros are going to score. Trust me. We're not looking at we ain't getting into that 6 and 7 run thing. That's not what we do. We ain't about that 6 and 7 run life. We're going to score 2 for Hunter and go home.
I like that life. I grew accustomed to that life.
You like that because it makes the game quicker?
No, I mean I grew accustomed to the 6 or 7 run life. Like I grew accustomed to that life. It's like when a spouse gets divorced and they still get alimony because they've grown accustomed. I've grown accustomed to 6 or 7 runs.
Yeah, but guess
that always made me so mad hearing those stories.
Guess what? You're going to have to sue for more. Okay.
I don't want to sue. I just want to watch my team
I've grown accustomed to a certain quality of life
of my baseball life. I want to see my team put 6 or 7 on the Taj Bradley.
But they don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I may have to take them to court.
That's what I said. You got to sue them.
I said I don't want to. I don't want to sue my team.
But we've had more frivolous lawsuits than that. All right, we got a break. I'm talking about Doc Linville. I love Doc Linville. I love what he's done for me. Texted me the other day, as a matter of fact. He was at the studio. He said he was going to do ugly things to my microphone. And I was like, hey, Doc, just make sure that the hair is looking good, okay? The hair is so important, guys. If you're in your 30s, if you're in your 20s and you're losing your hair, goodness gracious, how long do you think that's going to last? You're in your 30s. You're in your 40s. Time to go to 975hair.com. 975hair.com. He'll fill it in with the neografting, or he'll stimulate the growth, all right, with the PRP. And it's so good. It makes a difference in a lot of guys' lives. Don't just sit back and take it, and don't wait until you're completely bald. If it's starting now, do something about it. Do something about it. You can be proactive. The doc will give you, you maybe put topical stuff in, the PRP. You may not need the neografting, but you need to stop. You need to stop the process, the trend that's developing with the bald spot or the receding hairline. 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com.
It's real weird.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Houston man is suing Whataburger for up to $1 million after putting onions on his burger. He said, I ordered the burger with no onions, and I'm allergic to them. Demery Ardell Wilson, he said he had such a bad allergic reaction to the onions that he had to seek medical attention. He wants $250,000, more than 250,000, but he wants just less than $1 million. Do you think Whataburger should pay $1 million for putting onions on his burger?
Seems a little high. If he had a bad reaction and he asked for no onions, I think they're going to lose. I think they better settle. $1 million? $1 million?
Maybe.
What was his pain and suffering? I don't know.
You don't know. It seems like he had a bad allergic reaction, needed medical attention. Doesn't seem like it. Apparently he did. So that's a costly no onions, order from Whataburger.
Yeah, it's upsetting when you get something on a burger where you explicitly ask,
especially if you
not
drove
to be
away.
on. Yeah,
you get somewhere, you're like, what the?
I always go with the special order, so I always look into the Whataburger bag and make sure the wrappers. First, you got to look at the wrapper. If the wrapper has the non-traditional yellow color, they've deemed it as a special make, and then you look inside. Okay, we're good. It pisses you off if they get it wrong.
Yeah. Oh, it always does.
But $1 million?
A milli. Well, do you have an allergic reaction?
I can fake one.
Yeah, you could. Just do it. For $1 million? Hells yeah. Oh, an Ohio lawmaker is proposing a $10 million fine for scheduling Ohio State noon kickoffs. Do you think that you should be fined a $10 million if you schedule Ohio State for a noon kickoff?
Yeah, anything that means Urban Meyer is out of a job. He's suing Fox Big Noon Kickoff for this because Ohio State, one of their big brands for the Big Ten, they put them on noon all the time. And the Ohio State fans don't like it because they want to get sauced up.
Ohio State Rutgers belongs at noon.
But does Ohio?
Yeah, that's not outlandish.
No, that's where you belong. Go where you know what? Know who you are. Ohio State Rutgers is not a game that anybody needs to see at 2:30 or 7 o'clock at
Ohio
night.
State is a 27.5-point favorite without me even knowing anything about either roster.
Yes.
I believe their problem is Ohio State, Texas is at noon.
Oh,
well, that's a problem.
That's an issue.
And because
how much is he seeking in damages?
I don't know.
No, it's a $10 million fine.
It's from a politician, right?
Yeah. He's proposing a law that makes it a $10 million fine.
I would say the SEC and the Big Ten are the two conferences where lawmakers will get involved in things like scheduling of games.
I don't understand Fox's. I get it. CBS owns 2:30. I get it. But the big noon kickoff is just a big popcorn fart.
Well, they do it. It used to be CBS. Now it's ESPN, ABC because they have the SEC games. They're just trying to make their way, and they put their big brands. Like last year, Michigan, Texas. Michigan coming off a national title. That game was at noon. And it's funny that we scoff at that because traditionally, high noon was the time for the biggest games. Like the national games, a lot of times back in the 90s, were those noon games. The 1 versus 2 matches were pretty early, but now we think of it as dumb, put them in prime time or 2:30. But they're trying to find a time where everyone goes, we're going to Fox, so they got a big game on. And this year it's Ohio State, Texas. It's not like we're not going to watch because it's at noon or 11 our time.
No, but I don't get into. I mean, the 2:30. That's usually.
Well, that's you've been brainwashed by SEC and CBS.
SEC. I know, and SEC on ABC.
Yeah, we watch NFL games at that time all the time.
Not having Vern Lundquist on and Gary Daniels.
Don't try to trigger me with Vern.
Okay, Vern's the best.
Vern was washed when he was still doing it for like the last 5 years.
Best. Okay.
Vern long since was past his due date.
Vern was the best.
Vern was the best. Actually, he never was. Musburger, McDonough, I'll take over Vern, but he was good.
McDonough?
Yeah, I love Sean McDonough.
Oh, no, Sean McDonough. Yeah, he's not bad.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Will McDonough for some reason.
No, not the former NBC NFL guy, no.
The best ever is Alabama's got it.
Oh, we got some head cracking
Keith
going
Jackson,
on today.
of course.
As the Oklahoma Sooners take on the Nebraska Cornhuskers and Big 8 football here.
And those games were at noon.
Bring him back through AI.
Bring him back. Yes, absolutely.
Bring Keith Jackson back through AI.
Right.
Why are we bullcorning with all this stuff?
Well,
so no to Al Michaels, but yes to Keith Jackson.
No to Al Michaels. I already got Al Michaels. He's like they've AI'd him into a terrible version. AI a good version of Keith Jackson.
Well, I don't want Amazon Thursday night Al Michaels. I want Monday Night Football Al Michaels.
That's what I want. You don't have that anymore.
You don't know.
That's gone. Do you believe in miracles, Al Michaels? That was something. All right, we're done. And Opie and Mapes next. Or what is it? What is it? Girly Pop Show? What did you call it, Lance?
Yeah, that's what Lance called it.
Yeah.
But either way, John, we're going to need you to hang on. I know you think your day is done, but Michael's got some work for you to do.
Listen, I'm grinding over here, okay? Michael needs me to grind.
You're grinding. We heard the yawn as you were wrapping up the show.
I'm grinding over here. So, yeah. All right. I got Michael. I'm here. All right. Flip me over there. Flip me over, Mike.
Hey.
Did you tell him to flip him over?
What's the deal?
Jeez.
What do you want Michael to do to you?
Smack it up, flip it, rub it down.
I mean, there is a bed in there, but relax.
Flip it over, Mike. Flip it over. Time for Lance to talk about John Daspit, though.
Lance, sit down and do John
Lance already
Daspit. Sit down.
Look at him. He's hey, you think I get out of here in a hurry? The show isn't
Let's
even
talk about
over.
John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, personal injury lawyer of the people. You know, some of these ads that we've had about if you ordered something and it came back and the restaurant gave you the food the wrong way and you ended up having an allergic reaction and you ended up in a hospital and your throat closed up and you had to, get a tracheotomy. I don't know. I hate to play the whole thing out, but I'm just telling you, John Daspit's got a call. I can tell you that. John Daspit has he comes in and helps people who have been injured or, something bad has happened to them because of neglect, maybe out on the roadway, maybe at the workplace. He's dealt with a refinery blast. He is currently dealing with the tragedy that happened with that Astro World concert series that went so horribly wrong for so many people. A lot of times he deals with loss of life, loss of limb, very serious issues. So he wants to make sure that he gets the right settlement for you. And that includes all the hospital bills, making sure that you get to the hospital to get the treatment that you need, the care you need, the discovery you need to make sure that all of those things that happen to you, because anything that happen, that if you get hurt and it starts to get more and more painful down the road and you've already settled with the insurance company, you're not responsible for the payments and the issues with all that. You're responsible now for the pain and suffering that you're going to have over an extended period of time, maybe for the rest of your life. John Daspit just wants to make sure you're compensated for that and that all the time missed from work and your hospital bills are all taken care of. He's the person to fight for you. Go to DaspitLaw.com. Go check out all the areas where they can help you enter. Call 713-CALL-NOW.
Welcome into the show. And sometimes I have to realize that not everyone is I don't know if sicko's the right word, but when it comes to sports, not everyone's as locked in as we have to be. And if you tuned into Space City Home Network yesterday and was like, who the hell is Brandon Walter? You were not alone. That's who the Astros rolled out there yesterday, and he did his job. The bullpen, at least the non-frontline bullpen guys, did not. The Astros, I would say, remarkably, were up late in that ball game when a pitcher who had not shown this level of success anywhere else went out there and did what he had to do. But they do go down 3-2. But Brandon Walter was on the mound. He's one of those guys whose name is off-putting because it feels like I should be saying Walters. But we had a Walter here as a receiver. I think we talked about it yesterday, and Sean insulted him by comparing him to some receiver. I forgot who you compared him to.
Justin Watson.
Yeah, you compare Kevin Walter to Justin Watson. The only thing comparable to them is comparable that they're white and their names start with the W.
And Texans.
Yes, that too. But as far as what they've accomplished on the field, come on. What are we talking about? But either way, Brandon Walter was out there yesterday, and he was good. He had a little bit of trouble in the fourth, like he nearly gave up a 2-run home run. The ball just went foul, and then with the same batter, Chas McCormick kind of misplayed a ball down the line that led to a dangerous situation as far as runners on board. But Brandon Walter got out of it, so he did what he had to do. He doesn't get anything out of it other than probably a pat on the back from a spotter for a job well done. As the bullpen, it's rough when you have to roll Okert and Ort out there to close out a game, a tight one. What happened last night may to be expected, although those guys' ERAs, they've been pretty good. It's just high leverage situation. Abreu and Hader had pitched, I think, 3 out of the last 4 days, so they were unavailable, and you just could not squeeze out the win last night. As your bats, outside of another home run by Paredes and Myers doubled, those guys still continuing to contribute. You got nothing from everybody else. Pena didn't have a hit last night. Altuve did have 2 hits and driving any runs, so he still hasn't driven in a run since April. Tonight, or at least last night, wasn't his fault. He had a couple opportunities. At least he had a couple hits. He just wasn't able to have anyone on base to drive in a run. But you lose that one 3-2, and you try to get the game tonight. I need to fix that. You get the game today. Hunter Brown's on the mound today. Getaway day. We'll see what the lineup looks like. It might even be out. Maybe Mick Taggart's already tweeted that out. But you have Hunter Brown trying to help the Astros win this series. 2 one-run games so far. We'll see if that continues today with Taj Bradley on the mound for the Rays. Hunter Brown, you expect a pretty good performance, maybe a quick game. We'll see if we have a getaway lineup for the Astros. Maybe it's not their best lineup if it leads to a game that's 2 hours and 10 minutes. I think Hunter Brown's going to do his part. Just a question of, will the Astros lineup do their part and get everyone out of there pretty quickly?
Who has to be out of the Astros lineup for it to be considered the, like, oh, not everyone's here squad?
It's a good question, considering
we're taking this one easy.
Considering
squad.
These guys don't hit the baseball even with your best lineup.
Yeah, like Altuve hasn't had an RBI since
late April.
The Obama administration. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that long, but since late April. Pena would have to get a day off.
I think Pena and Myers, and if those guys, or Pena and Paredes.
If you take
those guys,
if Pena, Paredes, and Myers aren't in there, it's a getaway day lineup.
Yeah,
it is until Jordan comes back to add some hopeful pop. Although his season didn't get off to a good start, there's not a lot of difference between their everyday lineup and their getaway day lineup, because outside of Pena, your best contributors are guys who are like, I'm great that Drake Myers is doing what he's doing. It's a lot of guys you didn't expect a lot from. Now Paredes has picked it up on the road. I think that's his second home run he hit last night on the road. So he is picking it up.
Heard all that noise.
Yeah, only can hit home runs in like one ballpark.
He didn't write back though.
Yeah, one thing I appreciate Geno Smith and his comeback, but that I have a problem with. That he made that something everyone can say now. So
Isaac
Paredes,
Paredes can say it now.
like if he knows that it even exists, he can say it. But Paredes continues to swing the bat pretty well, and that 1-2 recently, Pena's yesterday or last night aside, it's been pretty good, pretty good. And Jake Myers is all the way up to the 6 hole. Look at that. Who would have thought that Jake Myers can hit in the 6 hole in the Astros lineup?
Well, I mean, we would have sat there and said, "Oh, well, it is a getaway game."
Exactly, but it's every time Jake Myers is in the lineup, he now has to be at least a 6 hole hitter.
Yeah, I think Brendan Rodgers being in the lineup, that denotes getaway day.
It's true. It's true. If Altuve's not even the DH and Brendan Rodgers is playing second, or Dubon's playing second, that's less of a getaway deal. At least Dubon has a history of being productive here. But if Brendan Rodgers is your starting second baseman today, and
Yes,
it is one where Espada's like, you know what, my guys need some rest.
Rodgers second base batting 8th, Dubon left field batting 9th.
That's a getaway day lineup.
Okay, but Pena, Paredes, Altuve, Yiner,
but no Myers.
No, Myers is there.
Okay, it's not that bad then.
It is mostly the normal lineup.
Okay, just Brendan Rodgers playing.
Yes, and Christian Walker batting 5th, not 4th.
How low should Christian Walker actually be? In this lineup, should he be?
Myers should be ahead of him.
Yes,
if we're being honest.
If we're doing the thing where we reward competency and we reward guys performing, Christian Walker should be lower in that lineup. Yeah. But you're not going to do that to him, at least not 40 plus games into his Astros career.
Jake Myers has a 800,
48 plus games,
800 OPS. Christian Walker has a 600 OPS.
Oh, the numbers are bad.
Just saying.
The numbers are bad, but he hasn't even played 50 games for the Astros. They probably aren't going to drop him low in the lineup. But if we were just doing it by merit, that's a guy who would have to find a spot lower because he's not performing. And this stretches back to early in the season when we were having discussions about exit velo and how that's all going to turn around. And, Christian Walker has had a couple nice days recently, and that led to Twitter saying, "Oh, Christian Walker didn't write back either."
He didn't.
Well, are we sure? Are you sure he's not at least starting to pin the letter back, considering how he's performing? I mean, I'm sure he's got the paper out. He may not have put pen to paper, but right now
he just can't wait to have the 2 home run game, the batting like 500 over a week or something, like the crazy hot streak to get things back on track, and then you can. Man, girl, stop with all the noise.
Oh, people need to have some context for what Sean just did. Very early in the morning show, Lance said the streets were saying we were a gossipy show and said Sean had a catchphrase of "girl, just stop." And now
I think it with that, it's now become my actual catchphrase. I think
do you want to record that so you can play that to end the show instead of Peanut Butter Skin or We Did It or Duval? Do you want to have Michael record that for you? So
just as a drop?
Yeah, so you don't have to say it all the time. He can put a little spice on it too.
What, like auto-tune?
Something. Or something that, those
echo
things
effect. That's big on the morning
some reverb,
show.
Something like that. Yeah. That's true. It's not something we're looking for, but it's something that's happening echo when either Lance or I talk because there's something going on with John's system. Don't know what it is. It just started. Wasn't an issue the last time he was there. It is now. He says he didn't touch anything. Either way.
Girl, stop.
I wonder who will get tired of it first, me or you.
Definitely you.
Probably, because at least right now, I already don't like it, and there's a joy in your voice when you do it. So you're probably right about that. So Sean Mapes here, everybody. He's got a new catchphrase. He's workshopping. He seems to like it. Do you?
It's like on a sitcom when someone tries out a new catchphrase.
Can you do #GirlStop for all your Prize Pick stuff?
I don't know. If
not run your game anymore. Maybe that's probably has to be said. It's part of their bag, but also since it needs to be unique to you.
Mm-hmm. I can try it out.
Yeah.
I can try it out.
I would say not in the ad, the live read.
Oh.
Maybe try it on your when you tweet something about.
Okay. I do have to send the tweets to them though, but
Oh well, maybe
after the fact. After the fact.
There's only reason to actually get verified so you can edit stuff. So after you tweet it out and they see it, then you can go back in and go hashtag girl stop.
Yeah.
Good luck, Sean. Good luck. I appreciate your relationship with Prize Picks. I don't want you to do anything to jeopardize it. So maybe we just go straight forward, run your game, and tell people about what they can do tonight.
Well, tonight or even this morning, this noon 10 Central Time, because that's when the Astros take on the Rays in Tampa. Like we said, it's a getaway game, or at least you think it's a getaway game for these teams. So how about a little Hunter Brown? More than 9 strikeouts. He's had, or more than 7 strikeouts. He's had 9 strikeouts each of his last 5 outings. And so 7 against these Rays. I mean, I want to say it, but I won't say it. Girl, stop. Isaac Paredes continuing his road hitting hot streak. Let me get more hits, runs, RBIs than one, or more than 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs for Isaac Paredes. And then basketball playoffs, conference finals in full swing in the Eastern Conference. And tonight, I like Andrew Nimhart. Big game, Andrew Nimhart. The lights aren't bright enough for Andrew Nimhart. Give me more than 12 points for the Pacers shooting guard. And whether it's hockey, whether it's baseball, basketball, esports, F1, whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you pay your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly on your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we did this on Monday. In fact, it became a social video. Sean, hit the horn. Ronel Blanco is coming back to Houston to be examined because of elbow soreness. He reported that soreness 2 days ago, and he's going to be sent back to Houston to see team doctors, and they'll examine him. Ronel Blanco started off the year poorly. He had a disaster start in the second start of the year against the Twins, where he didn't get out of the second inning, gave up 5 runs. But since that point, he's not gone less than 5. Most he's given up in a game is 3. Is a lot of 5 or 6 innings with 3 earned runs given up. So 4 out of his last 5 starts have been quality starts. We know about the great start against the Reds, where he had his career high in strikeouts, went 8 in his last start against the Rangers, which was a loss. 6 innings, 3 earned runs. So quality start. But Ronel Blanco will be coming back to Houston to have his elbow examined. And as I said, we did this on Monday, this thing where we start to question what the hell is going on. And that was because of Wesneski and his injury, and the reporting that he's going to have Tommy John surgery. We don't know the extent of his injury, or Ronel Blanco's injury. Elbow soreness isn't discomfort, because discomfort is all right, pack him up. When we hear discomfort, we know it's over for that pitcher. I don't know if elbow soreness is a level of positivity above discomfort, or maybe it's just a different way to say discomfort. And once we see the official release from the Astros on social media, it'll say discomfort, and then we know. Bye-bye, Ronel. Hope it's not the case, but it just feels like it's inevitable anytime we hear a report like this.
Yeah, I think soreness and discomfort are synonyms.
One and the same?
Yeah, I feel like it's just not wanting to say the same exact word, but it accomplishes the same goal, as it's a way to say, hey, this guy needs his elbow to be looked at before we say Tommy John, because it might not be Tommy John, might not be blown UCL. We don't know. We have to look at it first.
True.
But it's sore. Definitely not comfortable. There's some discomfort in there.
So
we MRI'd him. Yep. Discomfort right there. You see? Right there.
That's what an MRI tells you. There's discomfort, or does the pitcher tell you that?
It just says
his elbow hurts. Does that come up on the screen on the MRI
like
machine?
Yeah.
It comes. They stamp it discomfort. Okay. They're classifying it as soreness. We will see if Sean's right, and it's simply another way, because, hey, when you write a paper, you don't want to use the same words, so you
highlight, right click, thesaurus.
Or some of us just know it offhand.
Nah.
Some people have to use the trusty thesaurus. Hey, no judgments here. A little judgment. But either way, the Astros are in that game, in that bag right now. We're going to go with the soreness today, maybe discomfort tomorrow when we get our official diagnosis of
tomorrow.
These, he'll be back.
Friday. Man.
No,
we'll never hear.
They'll put him on the IL with elbow discomfort, and then 4 days later,
okay.
we'll get a real diagnosis of what's going on.
He'll be on the 10-day IL.
Yeah,
he could be back.
Next week. You'll do that whole Ronel Blanco. We're just gonna see how things play out, and then they'll get more imaging done. And okay, here we are again. So at the moment, Hunter Brown's going tonight. You've got Fromber along with him tonight. Dang it. Again, I did it. Noon. Actually, noon 10, as Sean said. Noon 10, to be exact. Hunter Brown will go against Taj Bradley of the Rays. Then you have Fromber. You've got Lance McCullers. And then you've got some combo of Brandon Walter, Colton Gordon. Who else? Who else can we throw in there? Any long relievers can get a start?
The other guy that did that, Blue Ball.
Oh, yeah, that's another one who may wind up getting a start in the near future.
They're making dreams come true, the Astros. They're making all these
Space Cowboys,
27-year-old Space Cowboys. Hey, you get an MLB debut. You get an MLB debut.
That's right.
They're going to crash the rookie card market just because so many pitchers made their debut.
I hope it's something like where so many of these guys make their debuts that they're not allowed to pitch in the Space Cowboys playoffs. Sorry, too many starts with the Major League Club. You're not eligible to pitch in our Triple A playoffs.
Well, luckily for them, they all make one start and then immediately get sent down.
It's true. But at this rate,
yeah, no.
Somebody's getting more than one. Maybe a couple guys are getting more than one start.
Yeah. I think I want to see one more from Gordon and Walter.
Well, Colton Gordon's already had more than one start, right?
I thought he only had one.
Is that?
I could be wrong.
I thought the Space Cowboy had a couple. But Brandon Walter pitched well.
Yeah, good first impression.
Yeah, the bullpen let him down, and maybe it's to be expected when it's occurred among them. Just as I said in the first segment, those guys have pitched pretty well ERA-wise, but you don't want them in these high-leverage situations, and it costs the Astros because of the use of the bullpen previous. But now the more important concern is the prognosis for Ronel Blanco, who was getting back into form, was becoming the guy at least similar to what he was last year after, as I said, the first couple of bad starts. But now no telling when we'll see him again. I mean, I can guess. How do you guys think of 2027? If we are going by what we've seen from previous Astros who've had elbow issues. It's unfortunate.
I don't think of 2027. I don't want to think
it's
about
too far down the road.
Yeah.
It's much
also,
like,
isn't that the lockout year where every baseball person
pretty
is like,
much
there will be a lockout?
Yes. So how do you think
I think it's 2027.
How about 2028?
How old will Ronel Blanco be in 2028?
I don't know.
I don't want to get grim.
Is he 31 now?
Yeah. I don't want to get grim, but is his career over?
Wow. That is grim.
That's just.
We don't even know that he's out this year, right? Right. We don't know.
It seems like bargaining to me, but okay.
It's coping is what I call it.
It seems like the stages of creep.
The kids would call it coping.
Yeah, denial.
Full copium right now with me and Ronel. He was my guy. He was my guy last year. He was the team MVP for the first 2 months for me.
That's you at the Kobe.
Ooh, like Shannon Sharp and Mountain Dew.
I was thinking guy from Rogue One and or
Saw
Whitaker.
Gerrera. Yeah, that
where
too.
He just does the hits of it.
Yeah, need that in real world terms, that fresh oxygen right to the system. But instead, we call it copium. Hopefully, Ronel's fine. I don't know.
I hope he's fine too.
Doesn't sound good though.
I hope he actually is just.
I just hope
sore.
I just hope he's actually sore.
And then a flight to Houston, and the doctors look at him and they go, "You're fine, dude. You're just sore."
Toss him some aspirin and let's go. Some ibuprofen. Let's go. We all know we are just hoping. Some better news we'll get to when we come back regarding probably the best coach in the city. Guy really turned around the program, and they're rewarding him once again. So we'll get to that when we come back. If you want to get in on anything, you can. 713-780-3776 is the number. I don't want to get into a giant conversation again about the Astros and their practices, but the arm injury thing is at a point where you really wonder, are they doing something specifically that other teams aren't doing that's leading to these things? Yes, I know the statistics show you that across Major League Baseball, arm injuries are up, but not to the level that the Astros are at. We've seen the graphics of we have a whole rotation out of guys with arm injuries. If we want to run down the list right now,
and we see it every year.
That's
the other
that's
thing.
The problem. It's not we get a 1 year reprieve from this. Right now we're at Wisniewski, definitely gone. Javier, who knows? They said after the All-Star break, we'll see. Luis Garcia, bye. JP France doesn't have an elbow, had a shoulder, but arm injury as well. Of course, the long documented Lance McCullers stuff, JV, on and on and on and on. I'm sure Urquidy, and maybe we're throwing Ronel Blanco on the list. I mentioned that if you're a Rockets potential draft pick at 10, maybe you don't want to get drafted here because you won't play. Like if you get traded to the Astros as a pitcher, you're like, oh,
Well, did Kikuchi do it right?
He only here for
half a season.
Half the season.
They fix your. They're like,
You
hey,
get- and
stop
you
throwing
get-
your bad pitches. Only throw your good
You
pitches.
get paid and you're out.
Boom.
It's perfect.
Now you get to hang out in Disneyland.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a real thought for agents and pitchers from outside the organization. But when I think about it, that no way I'm signing long term here. I will take their advice for the half a year and hope my arm doesn't blow up. Pitch, do well, particularly if you're an impending free agent, to get the hell out of here. And I'll say, hey, new team, I'll pitch that same way.
Yeah.
And go and you can pay me like the guy was in Houston.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just take pictures of all the documents they sent. The Astros or the pitcher will be like, I don't want to sign long term with the Astros, and Jim Crane looks at Dana Brown. We're like, we're good with that.
Yeah. Oh, you're perfect.
Yeah, long term.
Thanks. We thought we were gonna.
Wait, you're not Jose Altuve. Long term wasn't an option for
Exactly.
you anyway.
Who said that was even on the table for you?
Yeah, yeah.
It's an interesting thought, sir.
No, we treat y'all like NFL teams treat running backs.
Yeah,
all right?
don't you worry. We're gonna wear you out and then discard you when
later.
it's time.
Later, Urquidy.
Yeah. You're a second round running back, sir. We'll get our 4 years out of you, and goodbye. All right, we will get to that news regarding a coach getting a new deal when we get back. But first, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. They're offering employee pricing right now on their entire inventory. That's on both new and pre-owned vehicles until the end of May. Still got about 11 days or so before, maybe a little less than that. But if you want to go on out there and check out what they have to offer, it's in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And once you get out on that lot, you're gonna pretty much think of it as a campus because it's kind of your one-stop shop. Whether you need a pre-owned vehicle, a new one, or something for your fleet if you run a business, they also have a parts department and a service department. And that service department is important because they kind of know you by name, and that's how it always is for not just their department but across the campus. Whether you're dealing with a salesperson or someone inside as you try to finance your vehicle, they're going to know you by name because they treat their customers like family. So if you've been there before, they're going to remember you. And if it's just your first time, they're going to remember your name and be able to talk to you in a way that gets you the best car you can, the quickest way they can, and make it as painless as possible. So go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out that entire inventory. And if you're an active or retired military service personnel, Monument Chevrolet has an offer right now where you get $750 off your purchase plus 25% off of OnStar and Sirius XM. That, along with their service, has brought people back for 50 years. Generations of people have gone to Monument Chevrolet. You should do that too. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Let's go to Dave. Dave wants to talk about Astros pitching, and then we'll get into the new contract for the city's best coach. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Dell. I'm listening to this conversation about the pitchers with the arm injuries on the Astros. And, it seems like the guy who was sort of the guru of all this was Strom, right? Stromy. And the guys who are there now, or with the Astros now, aren't they disciples of Brent Strom? And so I guess my question would be, Strom left and went to the Diamondbacks, I think. Do we have any data? Can you look and see, are the Diamondbacks have any kind of problems? Because if they are, then it suggests there's something about the coaching. But if not, I don't know. Apparently, it'd be something else, right?
Yeah, I will look into that a little bit. And yes, you're right. The guys who are currently the pitching coaches are guys who work with Strom, and the Astros philosophy hasn't changed much on that. You asked about it. Let's see. AJ Puke, left elbow inflammation. Eduardo Rodriguez, left shoulder inflammation. Justin Martinez, right shoulder inflammation. These are all pitchers. Jordan Montgomery, torn UCL. Blake Watson, torn left UCL. And that's just this year for the Diamondbacks.
I tell you what, I think Hunter Brown, I said this to someone the other day, Hunter Brown should think about signing one of those club-friendly deals. He's got 2 or 3 years arbitration left. I mean, just because you look around and say, I would lock in some of the big money now. I know it's, everyone says bet on yourself and all that stuff, but if he can get 5 years, $100 million guaranteed money, I'd think about it if I was him. Anyway, I just thought I'd call. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Dave. Yeah, I believe we talked to you about that before. Now, Montgomery and Watson aren't expected back to 2026. These other guys, Martinez, Eduardo Rodriguez, and AJ Puke, or Puck. I always go Puke.
It's probably not Puke.
AJ Puke? Puck?
Puck?
I'll look it up.
Let's see if they have a pronunciation guide.
I'm sure they do. I always think
it's Puck with no C is how it's spelled, right? Or
yes.
Puke with no E.
Yeah. I always just do that because I don't know. I've never heard AJ Puck before, but you're probably right.
National League pitcher.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a game we pay attention to. Let's see. Either way, the first 3 guys expected back this year. Well, Puck or Puke, depending on what Sean finds out, is a guy who is to be determined. 2 of them are expected back this year. They're already throwing. The other 2 with the torn UCLs are out for the season into 2026. So I don't know what it was like in 2025 or 2024, for the Diamondback pitchers, but they're having arm issues as well.
It's Puck.
Okay.
According to Baseball Reference.
Thank you. Didn't want to keep calling him Puke. It's just the first thing that pops into my head when I see PUK, like that. Either way, hopefully he gets back while he's dealing with that to be determined time frame. But Dave, I don't think Hunter Brown's going to cash in early. It's not a bad conversation, or we thought to have about him if he's looking around and looking at all his other teammates who are starting pitchers and realizing those guys are going down. Either they have gone down or will go down. It's just how it's been for Astros starting pitchers. I think he will decide and think to himself, I can make it. And the other thing is, guys come back from these. So it is not a career ender for Hunter Brown, even if he did suffer an injury. It's just a long way back. And hopefully that doesn't happen to him. Fromber's been able to avoid it. So there is an example of someone who has not had a major arm injury, and he's been here quite a while. The other guy is not so fortunate. Okay. I do think the darkest thought was Ronel Blanco never pitching again, thanks to thanks to Sean and his thoughts on it.
I mean, if we're thinking that it's Tommy John and then he comes back in 27, there's not a baseball season in 27.
If the lockout doesn't get resolved, what appears to be the inevitable of a lockout, if it doesn't get resolved, could he be out a full 2 years? If you throw this one in plus this one, I mean, in a disaster scenario, sure. But look, he's going to come back to Houston. They're going to realize
Just soreness.
Yeah, splinters in his elbow. He didn't know.
He slept on it.
Yeah,
Funny.
yeah. No, we don't want that because that could lead to problems.
Oh, true.
I just need. He somehow got a splinter in his elbow. Didn't realize it. The doctor got the tweezers, pulled it out. Hey, look, back to normal. That's what I'm hoping for.
You know, he is only 31, so it's not that crazy that he could come back.
Yeah, I mean,
in 2028.
I don't. You are locking in a major arm injury and a lockout. Those are two bad scenarios. Where's the positivity?
Girl, stop.
Okay. If you want that to be your thing,
At least for the next
you think you can
hour and 50
you think
minutes.
you'll do it on Paul's show?
No, too much explanation.
Yeah, you'd have to explain the whole thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe he wouldn't notice it.
He probably wouldn't notice.
You never know. Okay, the good news, if you are a Houston Cougar fan, is that they have come to an agreement with Kelvin Sampson on a new 4-year deal that'll run through 28-29. So Kelvin Sampson, amid not even talks he generated or really anything that was sourced, there was just an assumption, considering his age and the time he spent coaching basketball, that he may be a guy getting ever closer to retirement. The deal suggests, at least right now, he has no thoughts on it. And we know the succession plan is one where his son takes over. And there's not a long history of that going well. But when you win the way he's won, the Cougs are just going to accept it. I mean, if you are taking the pragmatic approach, you go, we're not doing that, because where's the evidence that this works out? And generally, for the most part, it's not always the case, because Dan Hurley is the son of a high school basketball coach, and Dan Hurley went on to great success.
High school basketball,
legend. So there was a standard to live up to. His father was great on the high school level, and of course, Dan has won 2 national titles. So, but generally, the son of the legendary coach ain't nowhere near the guy. Think of
Skip Holtz.
Nope.
Was the Bowden offspring?
Tommy
Bowden. Jeff Bowden.
Jeff is the son who was the OC that everyone disliked because Bobby wouldn't get rid of him. And there's it's Tommy, and there's another one, the one who coached at Tommy coached at Clemson. There's another one that coached at a major school, then wound up at Tulane, I think, because his career went the wrong way. What's his name? Terry. Terry's the other one. Terry's the other one.
I mean, John Shire's done all right with Coach K.
He's not the son of Coach K.
But might as well be.
Wow, because he played under him?
Played under him and then immediately became a coach under him.
I was thinking the Patinos.
Yeah, Richard Pitino's pretty good.
But he's not Rick.
Well, that's in a lot of ways.
I'm not saying the guy can't be successful. It's just that.
Well, in general, just the handpicked successor.
It's the coach's son taking over, and a lot of times most of the time, the coach's son isn't taking over at the school the coach coached at. It's just his dad coached. He loves coaching. He takes a job, but it generally doesn't live up to the legacy of the great dad. We will see. Now we're talking at this point 4 years from now, if Kellen can kind of buck that trend. But coaches in waiting, and then you throw in he's the son of a great coach. The prognosis, much like Renell Blanco's elbow, not promising.
No, but if you're U of H, you just
what else are you gonna do?
You probably won't just lose Kelvin Sampson if you put your foot down and say, no, we're actually going to have a coaching search, and maybe your son gets the job, but at this point, we're a perennial powerhouse who has big money behind it. See your contract. And we think if we take that on the market, we could get a good coach, but also the guy took you to 2 Final Fours. You're what, 1 shot away. They never got up, but 1 shot away from
a national title.
a national title, or at least overtime, right? Did they lose by 3?
They lost by 2.
2, but they're going for a 3.
Going for a 3.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you just make the deal and just, hey, the 2029, 2031 Houston Cougars basketball program, we'll figure that out when we figure it out. When Ronel Blanco comes back for the Astros.
See,
we'll
look
figure that.
at what you're doing here. Now he's like 36 when he pitches. I understand. You laid it out. What else are you going to do?
Yeah.
Do you want to put your foot down and piss off Kelvin Sampson? No. But you're, as you pointed out as well, at that point, you're going to likely have the pick of the litter.
Yeah, you would, let's say just Kelvin Sampson keeps it up at this level or pretty close to it for the rest of his career, which I think is pretty reasonable. You'll have basically a decade of success under your belt with Kelvin Sampson, of high level success, of like winning your conference, going far in the tournament. I think at that point, like, you're one of the best jobs in America.
Yes, if you still have the financial backing, we'll see how Tillman's time in Italy changes him. But if you have the financial backing, he's an ambassador to Italy.
How
if you
would
don't
it
know,
change? Like,
I don't know.
Like he studied abroad.
He stops caring so much about sports and wants to live on a vineyard. I don't know.
Gets really into like winemaking.
Who knows how his time there would change him? But let's just say Tillman and whoever else is still backing the program at the financial level they're currently backing the program at. A lot of coaches are going to want that job, a lot more accomplished coaches than at that point, Kelvin Sampson, who would have been coaching since he was a GA at Indiana and never had a head coaching job. He'd be at that point, we're talking like 20-something year assistant, which those guys sometimes do well. In fact, I think Arizona's coach was the Gonzaga longtime assistant. And he's been
Lloyd.
Yeah, he's been fine at Arizona. But Arizona was a program that kind of just runs on autopilot unless you screw it up. But still, that's where Houston could be at that point too. So they'll be healthy enough as a program that it might not matter. It's just the history says, and where they will be as a program, that there might be better options on the table. But it is what it is.
Do you think in the back of their mind we're like, sure, we'll give him 2 years and can his ass and get a real coach?
I don't think that's what they're thinking.
Okay. Probably not can his ass.
It's what we would be thinking.
Yeah. If I was, I mean, also, if you're the athletic director, I don't know who the UH athletic director is. I just know how athletic director tenures normally go. He's not thinking he's going to be there by the end of this contract.
Yeah, he's got the football coach hire that he made, so that needs to go well.
Yeah,
because I think you don't have to worry about the Cougs as a basketball program. You didn't make that hire, so you don't get credit for it. You just need to support Kelvin Sampson.
Or if it goes so well, you might get a better athletic director job.
Yes.
That's what these guys are all doing. They all think they're going to get the better athletic director job.
It's true. I mean, as much as Coug fans will push back, although maybe just they're pissed off about it. Maybe they won't push back against the fact that their football program has been a stepping stone, just proven to be the case. AD is the same way. An AD, now you're in the Big 12, but it's still, at best, the third conference in the land. So guys generally like taking steps up. Like with more money being paid, it happens all the time.
Ross Bjork left A&M to go to Ohio State.
Yeah. A&M, with all the money in the world, lost Bjork to Ohio State.
I think he was at Ole Miss before A&M. Like, guys just move around.
It's just what they do. Partly to CYA.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to
let the posse get you.
Yeah, I don't want to be around. I don't want to be around when things turn and then I'm the one who's to blame. Let me go take a new job where everyone loves me. And then you know what? Maybe Ross Bjork decides maybe I want to be part of a pro franchise. You just never know. Just keeps
UFL commissioner Ross Bjork.
Like, maybe he wants to be the head of the NCAA and be powerless.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looks at what was his name? Emmerich?
Mark Emmert.
Yeah, Mark Emmert. He looks at his job and he's like, man, that looks sick.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
An empty suit who no one respects anymore. And I still get paid a lot, so let me take that job. We'll see. But there it is. Kelvin Sampson, rewarded and justly for what he's done with the Cougs. 4-year extension, which is good for recruiting. It tells impending recruits that, hey, our guy's going to be around. Don't listen to anyone suggesting that he won't be around. And certainly good for the program as a whole, because that guy's been great for them for a good long while now. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll get to the second hour when we come back. If you want to get in, you want to be like Dave and call in, you can. Number 713-780-3776. For the first time in a long time, we didn't get to basketball in the first hour. We'll do that when we come back, because the discussions and the conversations about SGA are interesting to me in two ways. And we'll get to that when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. The number, if you want to call in, 713-780-3776 to kind of close out what we were talking about earlier with the coach's son or coach in waiting thing, rarely if ever working. KJ, good friend, tweeted me. Pat Knight followed Bobby. That did not work out.
For Texas Tech?
Yeah, didn't work out.
Did not work out.
Yeah, so we are just keeping our eye out on 4 years from now, if he even decides to retire, then when the Cougs inevitably name Kelvin's successor. That's the plan. We'll see if it comes through to fruition. Okay, the NBA last night, the Thunder blow out the Wolves thanks to a big second half, including the third quarter, that really got that game in their favor. It was 47-38 Wolves late in the first half, and then the Thunder closed out the 6-0 run like with under a minute to go, and that started the avalanche of the third quarter where they ran away with it. The Wolves turnovers picked up, and Thunder got going. So game 1, the Wolves had rest with a team coming off a 7-game series in their previous series and got beat at home. This was the same situation, except the Thunder did have the home game, but they were coming off little rest and a 7-game series where the Wolves were waiting after a 5-game dispatching of the Lakers, and they didn't show up in the second half. They didn't really show up in the first half against the Warriors. They didn't show up in the second half here, and they go down 1-0. But the conversations beyond the game were SGA. I don't know if people are just getting their first taste of him, maybe because you don't care that much about Thunder basketball. You kind of know that they're the best team. He's going to win the MVP, but maybe you're not tuning in to the Thunder. It's possible for some people. It's just not a team with a lot of name brand recognition. They have a star who is a more recent star. He's been a good player for a while now, but that team had their first real playoff run last year that ended in their eyes prematurely, and this is their second one. Now we'll see how it plays out for them. They're up 1-0, so it's a good start in this conference finals. But they weren't a team that I think a lot of people got their eyes on. At least the basketball, as the nerds would say, the basketball casuals would say. And if you're just getting your first taste of SGA because you only care about the playoffs and now it's the conference finals, you're like, oh, that guy plays a style that's unconventional. And the people who watch him, who profess to love the game and they love OKC and how they play, they won't call when he does flopping. They even push back on some of the foul baiting stuff. They say he's just unique in the way he plays. He does it a way no one else does. And yes, he's getting fouled. And I think my point of contention with that is, for most of us, I mean, who are certainly less skilled than him or just watching the game, we expect people to either play through contact or try to avoid contact to score. At least for the most part. We know there are some elite foul grifters in this game, and we understand that. But even when you get fouled, I think for the most part, people just want to see you play through it. And if you get the foul, cool. And one, go to the line. But we don't like when people play to contact, I think is a big issue for SG. I think that's what the people who are pushing back against the flopping allegations or the foul grifting allegations are missing. The general fan understands that you get fouled in games, and sometimes calls are missed, sometimes aren't. We would just like to not see you play to it, where you are banking on it, where you are doing things to make sure you do get fouled. That is not appealing to some people. And so when I hear or see the numbers being brought up, well, I think somebody said, and I looked it up, it's correct, that he's shot 668 free throws, which would make him the 228th highest season free throw shooter of all time. Now, a lot of those guys are centers who are ahead of him. And sure, Kevin Durant's on the list, Kobe's on the list. Yeah, Luka's on the list too. I don't know how many people enjoy how Luka plays sometimes when he's looking for fouls or his whining about fouls. I am not saying SGA should not get foul calls because he's got the ball in his hands a lot. He's driving. He has that herky-jerky style that will draw contact. I would just prefer that he play through it, not seek it out. And when he does feel the contact, exaggerate how much contact he's getting. And I think a lot of it is you watch how opposing teams react. Like no one likes getting called for a foul, but there's a disgust on people's faces when they know that a foul is called against them. There was one play yesterday where Jaden McDaniels was on him. He knocks down a mid-range jumper and gets called for a foul, or at least McDaniels gets called for a foul. SGA knocks down the jumper, and McDaniels hears a whistle and in surprise when he finds out that's on me. It's a lot of that. Or when they know it's a foul call on them, it's like, come on, how could you do that? Like Ant threw the ball. He didn't throw it. He kind of tossed it at him while SGA was laying on the ground very early in the game. So I don't know what people who are pushing back against the SGA foul grifting allegations are saying. I know what the numbers say. I get that he's not a league leader. He's not even historically high when it comes to free throws taken. But my human eyes tell me this is a player who is good enough to not play to contact, to not look for fouls, and not exaggerate them when he feels contact to try to manipulate referees into calling fouls.
Yeah, it's the. Yeah, I think it can all get boiled down to falling down with a touch foul.
Yeah, how
That's
often
just
is he on the ground?
That's just generally people don't get behind you falling down when you get a touch foul. We'll see it tonight with Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, he's another.
But I think it's also a mixture of how physical the Thunder play defense. And this is not just for fans watching the game. It's partially how you get those reactions from McDaniels and guys on the other team is that you see how Lou Dort and Alex Caruso are playing defense on one end and how physical the game is when OKC is defending. And then when you put an arm on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he falls down and is walking to the free throw line. That's what I think people most can't get behind. And I mean, even in this city, like think about the Rockets Warriors series that we watched. Think about how physical that was, and then try to but there's one guy in the series who will get a call, will get all the calls that are touch fouls, even though you have Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks doing wrestling moves on guys across the court.
Yeah, Shai's whistle is bothersome to people because Oklahoma City prides itself on their aggressive style of play on defense. They're swarming, they get after you. Lou Dort is a guy who's as physical as you can be on the perimeter. And then on the other end of it is your guy who can't seem to be touched without a whistle being blown. And it's not just that whistle, it's his willingness to accentuate any contact, like the flailing around, like the body positioning he does to, of course, get off his shot, but also
fall down.
Yeah. Why are you on the floor so much is, I think, a big question for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's not enough contact for you to hit the floor. Like, Ant will complain about fouls, as I said, everyone does, but he doesn't wind up on the floor. Like, when he's going to the basket, if he thinks he gets hit on the arm, he'll throw the arms out, go, what? How is that not a foul? But the amount of time that Shai spends on the ground due to light contact is something people aren't going to like.
He also catches a little bit of the Harden stuff where it's last night. It looks like he had a good game. If you just 31-9, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, but when you look at his field goal percentage, he shot 10 for 27. He was 37% from the field in the first quarter. I think he was like 2 for 11, but he made 7 free throws. And so it's like people have an especially aggressive reaction where it's like, this guy isn't even like scoring well. And he is just falling down. Every time he doesn't get a foul call, it's a missed shot, more or less. And then when he does get the foul call, it feels like it's a bailout of a guy who's having a terrible night otherwise.
I will say this, NBA hipsters, NBA nerds, let us have this. We're looking at a guy who appears to be, as was written by Sam Quinn on CBS Sports, like his first line, this guy's an unethical hooper. I think that's how we boil it all down. He's unethical.
Yeah.
And we don't want to watch an unethical hooper thrive. So, great player, understand his mid-range is deadly, but that's a problem too.
he could just be a mid-range sniper, and all the other stuff could go away. He could still average 26 points, but he's got to do what he can for his team. Understand, no apologies needed from him. I can hate you from afar. I don't need you to apologize. I can just hate you without the apology, and I don't hate him, but his style of play is bothersome to me and to
I can
others.
dislike you for the AT&T commercials.
Yeah,
just know, Shay, there's no apology that you can do for the AT&T.
Nothing you can do to apologize for the
you two,
for you and Chet and Jalen. That commercial cannot be washed away. But and then everyone needs to comp him to someone else. I think I saw a lot of look back to 2006 with Dwayne Wade. He even had a whole campaign about I get knocked down 7 times and I get up 8. That wasn't simply about a touch foul. That's like, hey, I've overcome a lot. And yes, I'm a high flyer and I'm going to hit the ground, but you can't keep me down. It's not I fell down at the 3-point line because I got touched. That was the campaign. It was a lot. Dwayne Wade was known for going to the basket, getting hit.
Yeah.
As a young player.
Getting contact at the rim.
Yeah, it wasn't so I got leaned on and fell down at the free throw line.
Yeah. No, I mean, here Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just plays like Joel Embiid. That's the closest comp, and it's funny because they're so different sizes. But that's why people don't know. That's why no one defends Joel Embiid.
No one
he does.
No, and Joel Embiid.
But Shai still gets a little bit of defense, but it's because he's a foot shorter.
Yeah, Joel Embiid. His reasoning is the doctors told me to fall that way because of all the previous leg and lower body injuries I've had. So I got to fall that way.
They told him to jump into
protect
defenders?
Well, I don't think the doctor said that, but we've heard that reasoning for why he falls all the times because I was taught that way because it'll help prevent injury. Has not helped prevent injury, by the way. He still gets injured all the time. But that was the line coming from him about why he was always on the ground. Shai, and the other thing is Joel Embiid flops, but at least there are other 270-pound men hitting him for the most part. Jaden McDaniels touches you and you're going to fall on the ground. Cut it out, man. Just cut it out. As I said, I can't say anything more than he's unethical. We like an ethical hooper.
We do. America likes ethical.
And he is at the top of the list of the most unethical hoopers. And you mentioned Brunson. We'll see another unethical hooper tonight.
Yeah. I think Brunson, Shai, Embiid are, I think that's the top 4 in some order.
Yeah. And
Harden. I said 4, and I didn't say who the 4th guy is because I thought it was understood.
Yeah, well, he's
like the background of all this conversation.
He's one of the guys who is a trailblazer when it comes to the unethical hooping.
And Thunder fans hated it when Harden did it.
Yeah,
they have less of a problem now.
Yeah,
weird how that happened.
When he was on his path to winning MVPs, or at least the one MVP, and certainly competing for more. Terrible, right? But now these are obvious fouls, and the other thing is, even if you're not supposed to be a biased observer, if you're a Thunder fan, understood, I get it, that's your guy. But even people who will tell you, hey, I'm just watching the game, I don't buy, because everyone has inherent biases, or at least biases against players, even if they don't want to admit it. Like Harden rubbed people the wrong way. And the same people who will defend Shai's way of playing will go, well, Harden did this. He did the hooking of the arms, and that's why that's worse than what Shai's. It was much like Major League Baseball writers and fans. Well, steroids is one thing. The Astros took it to another level with their cheating.
Yeah, or the idea of stealing signs with technology.
Yeah, it's worse.
Way worse than not using technology.
Yeah, it's still cheating. And what Harden did was unethical as a hooper, and what Shai is doing is unethical as a hooper. Just go out there and play ball, man. I don't remember what he was like at Kentucky, but I don't think I remember this. I don't think this was part of it.
We would have known if he was this unethical.
If he was unethical at Kentucky, I think we would have known it. And part of the reason you can't be that way is because basketball referees allow more contact.
I don't understand why NBA refs are the only refs in the world that like
FIBA refs don't allow this to happen.
FIBA refs are like baseball umps. Well, they'll just like stare at you on the ground.
Like you're embarrassing yourself. Yeah. Get up off the ground.
Yeah, they just will like look at.
Yeah, what do you want?
Embiid had problems with this.
Yeah, they will be confrontational in a way like, I know you don't think I'm calling that foul. You better get up and play. So NBA refs, for whatever reason, have kind of ventured back into what they were pushed away from. Because when Harden was at his peak of foul grifting, there were rules put in place, at least they're supposed to be emphasized, about how players could move. And if they were the ones clearly initiating contact, the fouls weren't supposed to be called. That has kind of been, like all rules or points of emphasis, that has been lessened. And we get the results in the conference finals where you got two of the most unethical hoopers in the league as the favorites to lead their teams to the finals. And there's a lot of people, well, maybe not a lot of people making these videos, but certainly a lot of people liking them or retweeting them of like, how you get promo material for the finals when we find out the teams. And it's just, as Brunson and Shea would be the biggest stars, just those guys walking to the free throw line. That's going to be ESPN's ABC's
montage.
promo of the finals. Those guys making their way to the free throw line. We'll see what Brunson has for the Pacers tonight as that series gets started.
Yeah. Brunson, you can shut us up. You can
By being ethical?
Yeah, by playing ethical hoops.
Well, I think you're asking for too much. What's more likely? He plays ethical hoops or Renell Blanco's fine?
I mean, Brunson playing ethical hoops.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Well, you have made it clear that you think the Blanco thing is going to end in pretty much a disaster.
I just don't. Yeah. I don't know.
If you missed,
maybe I'll be wrong.
If you missed it, Renell Blanco had to go back to Houston or come back here. Excuse me. He's there in Tampa now. He had to come back because of elbow soreness, and doctors will examine him. So we don't have high hopes for that diagnosis. We will see. Okay, we'll come back and talk a little bit about some NFL rules that actually aren't changing. That's kind of the way it goes here. The one thing they could push through the last couple of years was overtime rules and the kickoff. Some of the things that were prevalent this offseason, aren't going to get passed. We'll talk about that when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Again, Eastern Conference playoffs, in Eastern Conference finals going on tonight. You can't go more or less than one half of an ethical game played, or more or less than flops by Jalen Brunson, but he can do Karl Anthony Towns more, 22.5 points. Or say you want to get involved with the role players. You're like, you know what? This feels like a Miles McBride series. This feels like a Miles McBride game. Give me more than 6 points for Miles McBride coming off the bench for the Knicks, and Obi Toppin, his return to the Garden. Will he get a tribute video? Probably not for game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, but maybe he feels that emotion stepping on to the MSG floor, and he goes for more than 7.5 points tonight in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Or maybe it goes less. You can do that too on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
I'm a little late because I was giving back. We got a couple new interns, getting them through their first days, uploading shows. So talking to them out there, we'll work things out. All right, so we're back, and a couple rules that did not change. We talked about it yesterday. The seating for the playoffs, the proposal was from the Lions, and the Lions admitted somehow they got it out there that the NFL told us to do this. It's not even really our idea, but Raj wanted it done, so we pushed for it. What they wanted to do was change how the playoffs were seeded, and it was going to be all about your record. Divisions wouldn't matter anymore. So in the Texans case, you go 10-7, you could be a 6 seed. You could be going on the road. It just depends on how the other teams who made the playoffs fared in the regular season. And some people thought that would have been more fair, but then you have to get into schedules aren't even. You're not playing the same schedules, which is the case currently. So how much does the division have to matter if the AFC South, which has generally over the last 10 years been weaker than the other divisions, is 10-7 and making the playoffs because you played a weak AFC South? Is that fair if you are 9-8 but you played in a tougher division and your schedule's imbalanced? So a lot of things had to come into play because, in the NBA, while divisions mean less, they used to matter about seeding in the first round. They don't anymore. Schedules are even relatively. There's some differences in the conferences. For the most part, you're playing your opponents 3 to 4 times in the West, and then you play the East twice. There are some variations depending on the divisions, like the Texans. The Rockets would play the Spurs more than they might play, let's say, the Kings. It might be 3 against the Kings, 4 against the Spurs, so on and so forth. But for the most part, they try to keep it as even as possible. The NFL would have to change their scheduling model to make it even. So they instead decided, you know what? Nah, forget about it. We'll just stick with what we know. It's too complicated. We'd have to do all these things.
Yeah.
So let's stick with what we have been doing for years.
Yeah,
We think that's fine.
It sounds like we would need an immediate different rule change of how they do the schedules.
Yes.
We need another meeting?
Yeah, to figure out scheduling and
Memorial Day is coming up.
Yeah, whatever. This 3-day
we all
week.
get
I need this 3-day weekend more than I need to fix our game if we think it's broken. So that'll stay the same. The other thing, the on-field thing that was a big point this offseason was the tush push. And banning the tush push fails. You can still tell people to get in the weight room if they can't stop your team's tush push. If you want to be the flexer, like if you're an Eagles fan and you want to flex on the Cowboys who can't see you because they're on television and you're at home,
you can still.
You can flex because,
or maybe the underneath.
Yeah, because your quarterback squats 600 pounds, and their D linemen don't. You can flex on them when you push them 2 yards down the field to get your first down.
Yes,
that remains. The tush push ain't going nowhere.
No, and I don't want to get conspiratorial.
Yeah, you do. Go ahead.
Okay. Are we sure the NFL just doesn't do this just to have an NFL topic for all these shows for 3 months of the offseason, and then they go, never mind.
Are you telling me or asking me if the league who decided to play on Wednesdays because it's Christmas, they played on Wednesdays? Are you asking me would they do something to steal attention away from something else?
Yeah, or not even. It's less even about stealing attention. It's just more about gaining attention because
who's losing it if they're gaining it?
I guess, but I guess it's less specific about the Western Conference playoffs game 1, the Western Conference Finals game 1. We need to tank it.
Gotcha.
So people aren't talking about flopping shade. They're interrupting their flopping shade discussion.
Talk about
something that didn't change in the NFL.
I think the NFL loves, outside of a crime, I think they love anything or any topic that people will discuss that involves them.
Back in my day, the only May NFL topics
Was
we
the
got
police
was
blotter?
Pac-Man Jones. That was
The fight in the strip club?
Yeah, that's the only time we talked about these guys in between the draft and training camp.
Not anymore.
Or holdouts.
It's an
Holdouts was another.
It's an all-year league.
Yeah, now we have to fix problems that aren't problems.
Yeah.
And then actually we have
No,
another
we talk
committee
about
meeting.
we talk about fixing problems that
Yeah.
aren't problems, but we don't fix them because it turns out they weren't problems.
Yeah, whatever just leads to the most time spent for Jeffrey Lurie and Jerry Jones in a hotel ballroom in tables all facing each other. Whatever leads to the most time of, hey, can we comp this dinner at whatever? I'm sure these meetings are in like Orlando or something.
Should there be a level of
Indiana? Actually, they're probably in Indiana.
Should there be a level of income where you can't comp stuff? Like Jerry Jones, you're not allowed to comp anything. No. In fact, no, you can't comp anything. You're Jerry Jones. You have to pay.
No, I think I mean he's there for work, so he can sit in a room and
who's he?
No ban on tush push.
Who's he giving the expense report to? Himself?
The NFL.
Oh, you think the NFL's not paying for Jerry Jones?
They probably don't comp it.
I mean, they already pay Rodgers' salary.
Do you think coaches when they like go to Indianapolis, do you think they get a comp meal?
This is why I asked the question.
This is a Lance question.
Does D'Amico Ryans, we don't know his salary, but he is a NFL coach.
He makes millions.
He makes millions. Does he write out an expense
He has
thing
to keep
to the
receipt
Texans?
from St. Elmo's.
Yeah. Does he make sure the COO of the Texans gets the
The guy who's trying to milk Harris County for tax money to build a stadium. He's like, oh, also,
yeah,
I spent I don't know, $120 in Indianapolis last night.
Yeah, because we spend time in Lake Charles. I do the Gold Nugget. You do LaBerge.
Yes,
LaBerge. So they do a great job taking care of us, and you know, things that they cover are food. That they don't cover alcohol. So if we want a drink, we'd have to pay for that. But food they cover. Not tips though. Tips, that's under our thing. But I was thinking to myself, it's a pretty long drive. Gas, snacks.
Well, we get gas. We get gas paid for.
We wouldn't get snacks though.
We won't get snacks.
So if I on my way, if I stop at a Buc-ee's
in Baytown,
yeah,
everything outside, that's all you.
Todd's not covering the jerky, the beef jerky.
Yeah, everything inside. Everything inside, that's all you.
Everything inside the resort.
Yeah. Todd, you give Todd a receipt for a brisket sandwich and throws it back in your face. It's out of here.
I didn't even.
It's actually Laura who does that.
Yeah, Todd doesn't take care of that. Laura does. Laura is our person. I don't know who Jerry's would be. Maybe Steven deals with all that stuff when Jerry wants to expend something.
Who's the Jones offspring that wiped his glasses that one time where Jerry Jones took off his glasses, handed it to someone else who wiped his glasses and gave it back to him?
Was that a son or daughter of his?
I imagine it's like a nephew, grandnephew.
How lowly of a position would you take just to make sure you were good? Like, if you are the official Jerry Jones eyeglass wiper, what do you think you're making? Probably six figures.
Yeah, you probably have a title. You're probably in the will.
Yeah, I'm sure you are very comfortable. But would you want to be known for the guy or woman, depending on who you are, for wiping his glasses? Considering it's a pretty easy life, but everyone knows you. Oh, you're Jerry's eyeglass wiper. That's what you do.
Yeah,
I think I'd be fine.
I think I'd be fine with it. I would want like personal driver or something.
Yeah, I want the perks. If the thing,
I would want to be Jerry. That's the help. Being Jerry Jones's help job. That's the job I want, is to be the driver, because you don't know what goes on.
I don't know I don't know if I want to know what goes on back there.
Well, that's why they had the partition.
Well, you see who gets in the car, though. You got to open the door for people, so you do know who gets in the car. And it's not soundproof, partition or not. Well, it's Jerry Jones limo, maybe soundproof, but I don't think those things off rip are soundproof. Either way, as we stated, tush push remains. Don't worry
Yes,
about it, everybody.
yes.
We had
That's the important
we had
part.
the Eagles caller earlier this week.
Yeah, Josh.
He said it was crap that they were trying to get rid of it. Josh, rest assured, your team's ability to gain 2 yards on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 remain. I mean, it's not like you just can't hand it off to Saquon Barkley and get it, but whatever. You got Jalen Hurts to do that for you. No
Doesn't
worries.
hit the same.
Touchdown vulture Jalen Hurts is back at it again.
Oh yeah, that helps his fantasy value.
That is big for fantasy football.
Yeah. Everyone take notes.
But Jalen Hurts will be able to steal 10 touchdowns away from Saquon Barkley once again. And there we are. So I think it was a rule that gained momentum from the opposing players, which I get. We had, what was it, Luvu, who talked about it.
Yeah.
And then he also was a guy
You jumped the
best
pile.
known for jumping the pile, which almost led to a penalty we had never heard of before.
Hey, just stop that, or we'll give them
a touchdown. Yeah, you can't keep doing that because at some point they can't gain any more yards on the unsportsmanlike conduct penalties or personal fouls, whatever they label them as. So there it is. Tush push remains. You guys get excited for that. And if you have a team with a quarterback who's pretty strong, maybe you too can gain first downs at a remarkable rate.
CJ Stroud, get in the weight room.
I would just say work on hitting out breaking routes this offseason. A little lacking in those.
Tomato.
They're a little different skill set for each of those guys. Everyone has their strengths. You are good with a catchphrase. CJ, pretty calm in the pocket. But the out breaking routes, we need those to pick up this year. And we know Nick Caley's going to call the great play, so there's nothing to worry about there. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more things to get to before we wrap it up. We're about, where are we, like about 35 minutes or so away from Astros baseball. There'll be Hunter Brown on the mound against Taj Bradley. They're going to try to win that series in Tampa on their getaway day. Someone already left and flew the coop. Do you think Rennell got to get back on a different plane, or does he have to wait for the team since although they're not, well, I think Espada did say they sent them back already.
Yeah, I think it was in past tense.
Yeah, so he didn't have to wait for the team. It's the worst. My career may be in jeopardy, but I got to wait for this game in Tampa before the plane takes off. I think they did him the courtesy of sending him back without having to wait for the Astros to get back to town. All right, we'll go to break. A couple more things to do. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
A major staple, or at least he was the guy behind a major staple in Houston, well, in Texas overall, found dead. King George. If you don't know who he is, where have you been? George Coulam, Coulam, the founder of the Texas Renaissance Festival, found dead in his home, according to Grimes County Sheriff Donald Soule. They don't know how he died, but the sheriff said he was notified at 9 a.m. Now, King George was in a major legal dispute. He apparently backed out of a deal that would have sold the Renaissance Festival to a group. It was a $60 million agreement to sell the festival and its properties. And he got a down payment and closing costs, and then he backed out, and the judge ruled in favor of a group of buyers. So, Sean, being the guy who likes to dig deep and is kind of a detective, what are your initial impressions of this story? The officer or the sheriff doesn't know how he died.
Can't rule out foul play.
He died at his home,
Sheriff.
and he was in the middle of a
Turkey
legal
leg?
dispute.
Oh.
No, he wasn't in the middle of a turkey leg. He's not Elvis, who died eating or whatever the hell the legacy of Elvis is.
Died on the toilet.
Died on the toilet.
I think eating on the toilet.
Eating on the toilet.
Maybe.
Yes.
I don't know.
Allegedly. Urban legend.
Yeah, I think foul play definitely on the table, especially when you back out of a
multi-million-dollar deal.
Yeah, that normally causes hurt feelings. Also, forcing people to call you King George.
I don't know if he forced people to do that.
He probably did. At least once or twice.
So I've never been to Renfest.
Really?
No, it's not my bag.
I haven't been since I was a kid, and it was like a field trip, but still.
Yeah, I was a kid in California, so didn't have
you
that.
Missed out.
I've seen
Renaissance.
I know it's what, Todd Mission, Texas is where it is. So it's a bit of a trip from here, but people go. And the guy who brought all that joy to all those Texans no longer with us. We will find out the mystery behind his death at some point. The sheriff doesn't know. Take that for what you will.
Yeah.
We don't know it's foul play. I'm not gonna say it is, but in honor of a Texas Radio Hall of Famer, you don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know if it's foul play or not.
Yeah.
No one knows.
Or if we find out it's when the I'll say waitresses that dress
like a winch.
Like a winch.
Yeah.
Then to play into the same Hall of Famer. Well, what does she look like? I don't know.
What do the winches at Renfest look like?
I mean, they look like modern women that are dressed
just as winches.
Dressed as winches. Like they don't. It's not like casting where you're like, oh my god, it's like she's straight out of the 1500s.
Oh,
it's
so
like,
they don't. So it's not that in depth when they
cast they might still have like a piercing or something. They might still have like a nose ring.
Ah, okay.
You're like, kind of takes me out of it a little bit, but this immersion.
Renfest, you look like you work at Freebirds. What are you doing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. Or Starbucks. We'll see what happens, what comes of it. But King George, no longer with us. I hope he did walk around saying, hey, George, that's King George.
Yeah, and then had some guy in a full night suit go and whack him, get him on his knees.
No, bash him behind the leg so he kneels. Yeah. Kneel! I said kneel.
And yeah, everyone's I don't know what could have happened.
Yeah, who could have been upset with the guy who forced people to kneel in his presence? Who could have attacked him? We will see what develops there. But George Coulam, I hope that's how you say his last name. I'm just going to call him King George to show respect. Founded the festival in 1974, and it became one of the largest and most iconic, according to the article, Renaissance theme events in the entire United States. Who are his heirs? Do we know? Do we know who the heirs are?
There we go. Another suspect in foul play.
And is King George really into it where only the male heirs are in line of succession.
That's how I would do it. Never break character.
Never. Dad. Like, sorry, Jennifer.
Yeah. Passing over for your little brother.
I know you're the oldest sibling, but the line has to remain. And
the realm would not accept a female ruler.
The Renaissance festival leader that never was, Jennifer.
Yeah. She goes to Dallas and starts her own Renaissance fair.
The dance of Renfest. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Out and out battle to see who should own the realm or lead us into the future of Renfest. Oh well. We don't know anything more than he has passed. It's really unfortunate. Jokes aside, hopefully it isn't foul play. Hopefully the king died in his home, comfortable, after providing all that joy to many Texans. Sean, did you ever have a turkey leg at Renfest?
Yeah. When I went again when I was like 15.
Was that the
13
only food of choice? What else was at Renfest?
They
have mead?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Probably. But
pies.
Yeah, I really was only there for the turkey leg.
Of course.
Like, if you get something other than a turkey leg,
like how would they only serve stuff that, not that a giant turkey leg would have been something you could have gotten easily during that time, but because how many turkey were running around?
I don't know if there was
probably a scarce amount of turkeys.
Yeah. I don't know if they were like chicken nuggets also, or like they had like
fries,
regular food.
Yeah,
Here's a burger.
Like
also.
how far into it were they? Like
it's not all just like here's some slop.
Some gruel.
Different restaurants have different
depending on your admission. Like if maybe you got the wristband where you got the good food, like a turkey leg,
get like a purple band,
or
and
maybe you were one of the poor, so they just threw up what looked like oatmeal into a bowl for you to eat.
You're eating like Arya in the beginning of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, either way, Renfest will continue. There were questions about whether they would do it this year, but to continue the legacy, if you guys are planning on going to Renfest, you don't have to worry about it. It will be on for you guys, despite the death of King George. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment to go before we get to Paul Gallant. He will be followed by the Killer Bees. Our last segment when we get back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So while the Olympics and flag football have the NFL's backing, at least publicly, as far as the players playing in it, they haven't reached an agreement yet. So Justin Jefferson's dreams of winning a gold medal, at least for now, a bit on hold. They have the NFLPA and the NFL haven't actually reached an official agreement to get their players involved in the participation in flag football.
Also, just try to make the team, buddy, and then we'll
yeah,
see.
Are you guaranteed to make it over the current flag football players?
Probably.
Yeah, probably, because it probably will be just an NFLPA event, and they will cut out the guys who actually play flag football. I don't think there will be tryouts.
No,
I think if
maybe like Team USA, where they get like 16 people and cut it down to 12.
Yeah,
like
NFL
where there's like
players,
two
though.
spots that are.
But if NFL players, right? You don't think they'll actually open up spots for the flag football guys, do you?
Probably not. I doubt it. Unless there's something I'm overlooking where you actually need to be better at specifically flag football. Like, well, are you telling me there's some safety out there that would be better than like Derwin James that plays flag football, not real football?
Well, Derwin's not the best in space.
Okay,
but
then,
still better than that safety. But still better than the safety.
Then whatever.
Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, sure.
It'll just be another NFL player who's better than Derwin James. It's really the point. I know that when this was initially talked about last year, flag football players, hey, it's really actually a different sport. You couldn't play it. You couldn't play like us. It's not even the same. So maybe you should take what we do a little bit more seriously. And everyone's like, whatever. Okay.
I feel like the wide receiver, quarterback, cornerback parts of it.
Well, what else
that
is
should
there?
say this?
The guy who snaps the football?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying most of it, maybe defense, like a little bit different. Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, it's just 7-on-7 stuff for the most part, unless they can't transition from tackling guys to grabbing flags. I'm not sure. What's the selling point for the guys who just play flag football?
Maybe these guys just have great hand-eye and they can just yank a flag.
They probably do. I think there would be a bit of
Roquan Smith is just like, I can't do this, guys. Can I just knock his head off?
I think there would be a slight adjustment, but not enough to keep them from putting the stars of the NFL on the team. Like, I mean, I don't know your names. I remember actually going to one of those guys' Instagram accounts because he was. I think it was one of the quarterbacks who was like, hey, it's not the same. You just can't assume that these guys can do what we do. And I went to his account. Oh, you're like 5'9". Okay, you can throw a football fine. But, I mean, no one actually wants to see you play.
We could get Kyler Murray out there.
Yeah, if it's a height thing, we have a quarterback who can do that.
Bryce Young, come on down.
Well, Bryce probably ain't more athletic, but we have Kyler Murray who's likely more athletic than you and your size. So we are well on our way to watching that happen. I see. The thing is, I think it'll just be invite only for these guys. I think it'd be embarrassing if we found out that they're only taking 3 quarterbacks while 5 wanted to go and they had trials for it. Actually, CJ,
yeah,
you're not good enough
CJ
to be
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
sorry,
it's not the game for you. Sorry,
we're going with Mahomes and Lamar. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it'll just be invite. I think they would try to avoid the embarrassment of having these guys try out and a couple guys not being able to make the team.
Would someone want to be the backup quarterback?
Well, I don't know the rules of flag football. Does a backup quarterback have to play in the game? I don't know. Probably not.
Low enough age level. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Like Little League Baseball where everyone has to play.
No, but I do that's probably the most interesting part. Who's signing up to be like, yeah, sure. I'll hold the clipboard.
Who's signing up to be Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah. Or I was going to say Chase Daniel.
Yeah. Well, yes. Who's signing up to be Chase Daniels' entire
career?
Because
Tyrese Halliburton didn't know he was signing up to be
It's true.
Tyrese Halliburton.
It's true. Because he wasn't like a college player that they used to take, and the college player knows I'm not going to play in a game.
Yeah.
Not
I'm
minutes
last.
that minutes that matter.
I'm the last.
Yeah. Christian Laettner knew with the Dream Team, I'm not going to play in games that matter, or at least minutes that matter in those games. But everyone thinks they're really good of the guys they're going to pick from. So you don't want to be the guy who's like just sitting there never playing. I think they'll take 2 quarterbacks likely, and they'll split time. But the question is, if they have a money drive, which quarterback plays? then we know who they really thinks is the good one. Like,
if they try to roll out the 2 quarterback system where it's Lamar and Josh Allen are switching drives, get out of there with this. They'll be up 35 no matter what.
That's the thing. I think that's the thing. They'll be up so much it won't matter. But I do hope they get pushed by like Canada or something, and they have to make a decision about who's the quarterback to lead them down the field to win the game. Then we'll know who the real one is. Forget all that. Forget all that MVP stuff. Put Lamar and Josh out there and see who they pick to win the game.
What if it's like Team USA basketball, where it's like they basically always win the gold medal, but there will be a game or two.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah,
to give me some drama.
I don't think it will.
I know. I don't think it'll happen. It took
They should do state by state. That would be more interesting.
It took how many years for the world to get competitive with our NBA players?
Oh yeah, like a decade.
Exactly. All right, we're done. Paul Gallant's up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
No, I don't. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
In the air to left. Chaz pretty close to where he was playing. Morel's going to tag. Here comes a throw by Chaz. Here comes Morel trying to score. The Rays win it 3-2 on the sac fly by Taylor Walls. A two-strike pitch at the top of the zone, not called a strike. And with the next pitch, Taylor Walls walks off the Houston Astros.
Well, no runs again last night from an Astros offense that's really been struggling to open up the 2025 campaign. I suppose if there's any development that we've got over the last couple of games where we can collectively direct our frustrations, it would be at the guy who caught that sacrifice fly, the guy who did not throw the most accurate or powerful throw home, the guy who was 0 for checked out, 1 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Chas McCormick seems to be the very convenient fall guy for the Houston Astros. So is he the reason they lost? I don't think so. But it's very easy when the last thing you see is in a 9th inning where Chas McCormick is the guy who catches a pretty shallow sac fly and is not able to make a good throw home. And a little bit earlier to set the Tampa Bay Rays up with a runner on second and third and eventually get that game-winning run home. Chas McCormick seemed to be wildly out of position for this double.
Poked into left field. Chas McCormick was playing very deep. That'll be a runner going to third and Lowe into second base. The Astros were deep in the outfield for Lowe, and he just reached out and punched that one to left for a double. Lau with the double to make it second and third with nobody out.
Yeah, Chas was playing with his back almost on the warning track out there in left field. This ball hit off the end of the bat. Pretty good change up, and he got the chase. The Lau gets enough of it just to slap it the other way. Chas not even in your picture yet. So make it tough on the defense and on Caleb Ward.
That's not as far as the home broadcast is going to go when it comes to criticizing one of the hometown 9. I mean, Jeff Blum kept going and going and going right there. And is that the reason that the Rays had an easier opportunity to score the game-winning run? Probably. But Chas McCormick, who's barely playing, who was picked off, 2 times on Monday night, is also in this series, not playing the best defense. So if we're looking for a scapegoat right now, as we're all a little bit annoyed with the Astros' slow start, Chas McCormick just plopped himself right in our lap with last night because he was out of position a couple of times defensively, not making good throws defensively, and also striking out again. It's not fun. So if we do bring back that segment we used to do with Joe when we were Gallant and George here from noon to 3, fall guy, McCormick's the very easy one at this moment in time. The sad reality, though, is that this is not Chas McCormick's fault, as easy as it is to blame him for last night's loss. The more outings that you see where this offense just can't put runs across the plate, you're going to waste starts. Brian Walter gave you a pretty good outing. I mean, 5 innings of scoreless ball. Were you expecting that from him? No. And an offense that is continuously relying on Isaac Paredes, who did get a home run, and Jose Altuve, who actually had 2 hits for a change, and Jake Myers, who had 2 hits, and Victor Caratini, who had 2 hits. I mean, if you're relying on that to give you 3 runs, 4 runs, 5 runs, sadly, you're probably just as often as you get to 3 or 4 going to be beneath that number. The Astros last night were 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. They left 8 on base. Rough night for Jeremy Pena, but the usual suspects also struggling. It's Chas McCormick, who I mentioned again, 1 for 4, 3 strikeouts. Christian Walker, that streak of games without a strikeout. Oh, it's over. It's over. He was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts last night. Zach DeCenzo, he's a rookie. I'm not going to get too mad about it, but 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. The Astros offense is just not scoring. Astros manager Joe Spada had this to say about the struggling offense after the game.
We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. That's it, nuts.
Wow, got a little testy in the Astros clubhouse there, but I kid. Joe Espada didn't really have much to say about the Astros offense afterwards, but Jose Altuve, he actually did have some interesting things to say about what's going on with the Astros offense.
We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. That's it, nuts.
Wait, hang on. I'm kidding, guys. Obviously, I'm kidding. But okay, yeah, didn't hear much from Jose Altuve after the game. Didn't hear much from Joe Espada after the game on the offense. But luckily, this guy's the new leader of the Astros. This is what Jeremy Pena had to say about the struggles for the Astros on offense.
We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. That's it, nuts.
I'm kidding. That's just Jeremy. That's not Jeremy Pena. That's a scene from Beavis and Butthead. But listen, we did actually hear from the Astros leader last night. You know, we're not talking Joe Espada. We're not talking Jose Altuve. We're not talking Yordan Alvarez because he's not playing right now. We're not talking Jeremy Pena. You know, Christian Walker, who's really been having a tough time at the plate. I thought he gave some really thoughtful and interesting thoughts on the Astros offense and things that they could do to get better.
We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. That's it, nuts.
Okay, this bit's played itself out, but you get what this is where we're all at. Like they just don't feel like they're ever going to score. That's how I feel, and I think every single game where the Astros struggle, we're going to play that, and hopefully, Sean, we can annoy them into putting some runs across the plate. You think that'll work?
Yeah, I think so. I think eventually they'll be like, you know what?
We're sick of this a-hole.
I don't want to be called Beavis and Butthead. I don't keep getting called Beavis and Butthead. I'm Christian Walker, damn it.
Yeah.
I'm like a 3-time All-Star, 2-time All-Star?
He's a sub 200 hitter.
Oh.
That's what he is right now. I mean, listen, I'm a baseball casual, but to me, Christian Walker didn't exist before he joined the Astros. And I know he was on the Diamondbacks and he played in the World Series, but to me, he didn't exist. So this is what Christian Walker is right now. You know, I don't look at the back of the baseball card anymore. I've gotten away from that.
No.
Jeff Bagwell has scared us away from that forever. Christian Walker did not start existing until he became an Astro. And as an Astro, he strikes out a lot. There's a lot of season left.
A lot of season left.
But do we think this is going to get better for him in particular? I don't.
I've stopped. We've talked about the strikeoutless streak that he had before last night. We talked about early in the season where it felt like he was getting some bad luck, where he was hitting the ball hard. He was just hitting it straight to defenders, where it seemed like he was due for, you know, some good luck to break his side and him to bust out of the slump. Dude, I'm not gonna defend him anymore. I'm not going to like look at the underlying stuff, like look deeper until this guy actually starts putting together some multi-hit games. Like you said, he's kind of a 200 hitter. I'm not gonna keep holding out hope that the rubber band is gonna snap back. It's just nope. He's just kind of this guy until he isn't.
Why is he hitting cleanup?
Well, he's hitting 5th today.
Oh, good.
But he's still ahead of Jake Myers, who has a OPS that's 200 points higher.
Screw it. Put Jake Myers in cleanup. I mean, Myers is hitting well. Caratini's hitting well.
Yeah.
Paredes is hitting well. He's your number 2 guy. Pena had been hitting pretty well. He had a 3-hit game on Monday. It was nice to see Altuve wake up, but hey, let's move the guys who aren't hitting out of the top of the lineup.
Yeah, we can be a little bit more reactive, especially with the guys, like you said, the guys that are not hitting at all.
I mean, if there's any perks to Dusty Baker not being here anymore, it's that you don't have to respect a veteran for the sake of respecting a veteran. And I mean, we just did this with Abreu. We should all be a little quicker on the trigger finger. Once you've experienced somebody who hasn't been good for a while and you were waiting and waiting for that athlete to get good and they never were, do not feel uncomfortable turning your guns on the guy quickly. You know, I felt we all gave Brock Osweiler way too much of a leash when he started with the Texans. I turned on him in early October. I was like, this is what it is. And I felt this way about him when he was in Denver. When it comes to Jose Abreu, we were very gracious. We were too gracious for a team that's won all these games. So that's where Walker is right now. Walker is I guess, if we're doing a power rankings of convenient people to blame right now, McCormick's 1 after last night. But for most of the games this year, Christian Walker's 2. And remember when we were, celebrating hard contact by Christian Walker, for God's sakes? Like, how embarrassing was that? So this is where we were at with the Astros offense right now, Sean.
Yeah, the hard hit stuff, again, when you're 5 games into the season, you can go, well, over the course of the next 10 games, it's going to figure itself out. Once you get into, we're almost game 50 now.
Yeah.
It becomes a little bit harder.
Much harder. That's Sean Behind the Glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. By the way, just when you feel like things cannot get worse for the Astros from an injury perspective, because it has been a rather frustrating beginning to the year, we got some dicey news earlier today. And you'll never guess who the Houston Rockets are the favorites to land this offseason. You really will never guess this one. I don't think any of you have ever heard of this guy, but he's important. You'll hear why next. Stay put.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Just to make sure with King and then also the back two guys, were they unavailable due to workload? What do you think? Yeah.
Easy, Joe. Talking about last night's Astros loss to the Tampa Bay Rays. They lose 3-2. Got a pretty nice start, an unexpected pretty nice start out of Brian Walter, but the bullpen did not get to throw the high leverage guys in there, and ultimately the Astros fall despite having a 2-0 lead rather late. Bullpen's not going to shut the door every single night. Something to remember. But also something to remember, hey, you don't want to tax this thing, which is the strength of your team in May. At least the Spotted didn't do that, but at the same time, hey, the losses add up. Hopefully the offense will get going for what it's worth this afternoon. The guys, the usual suspects for the Astros, are doing their thing. First off, Jeremy Pena hit by a pitch. Little things. Jeremy Pena just got beaten today. And then Isaac Paredes hit a homer. Paredes has homered in 5 of his last 9 games. So that's fun. But here's what's bad. And it feels like the Astros have just had brutal luck on the injury front to open the year, or just brutal luck when it comes to this specific body part amongst its pitchers. Ronel Blanco reported elbow soreness 2 days ago. He flew back to Houston to be evaluated. He is seeing doctors today. Great. The last guy we heard go and do that, Hayden Wisniewski, out for the year. Tommy John surgery. Although he's on the 60-day IL for now, Sean.
Yeah, we can't watch the game right now, but can someone keep track of if Todd Callis lets it slip that that Ronel Blanco's out for the year?
Loose lips sink ships. Yeah, that's
maybe,
right.
Maybe it's not today's game. Probably not today's game because he probably hasn't gotten his MRI done or whatever he needs to get looked at. But this weekend or this next couple days, just keep an eye out. Keen ears when Todd Callis is talking about pitching.
Mm-hmm.
He might just break the news again.
He might pull a, as I used to call it, a DJ Swearinger, where he's just giving us information that was probably supposed to be kept confidential.
Todd Callis, DJ Swearinger, same guy.
For those who don't know, Texans safety DJ Swearinger, who was a second-round pick. Was it a 2013, 2012 second-round pick?
12 or 13.
Right around then.
Probably 13 with Clowney.
Clowney was 14. I think he was the year before Clowney.
They both played on South Carolina.
That's true. Yeah. They played together. They were boys at school, and TJ Swearinger often would just give us information that he probably should have kept a little closer to the vest, but we liked it, and he was also a fun quote. So anyway, the liberal media always try to take the Texans down. Whatever, guys. We had a job to do. We're getting paid hourly to go into the Texas locker room. DJ Swearinger made it fun at the very least. BVB09 comments on YouTube. I hope they let Forrest Whitley start a game, but then again, he might be out 6 months after one start. I'm almost concerned to look at this game on TV, Sean, because I don't want to know that Hunter Brown's all of a sudden dealing with some elbow soreness. Is there one here?
No, I don't think there is.
Okay, well, maybe I gotta.
Maybe that back there.
The gavel. Hang on. Got the gavel. That seems to be wood.
Yeah.
If not knock on wood. I was like, wait, am I going to have to, pop a...
All right.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Get one of the Red Max. Yeah,
a little Red Max.
We're good. No, Hunter Brown through 4 pitches is doing all right.
That's good. Still long.
And he just made his 5th pitch. It was a ball, but still.
Long way to go. A couple of people are texting in. Paul, the first 2 times were funny with the Beavis and Butthead clip, but were the 3rd and 4th times necessary? I would have gone 7 or 8.
I mean, we could have Isaac Paredes through an interpreter. What does he have to say about the offense?
Listen, all I'm trying to say is, as annoyed as you are right there, I'm trying to remind you of the feeling you should feel. Because we do have alternative options. The Astros offense doesn't score. They're handsomely compensated for their services. Okay? They're charging us $353 for an El Tiempo margarita now at the ballpark. And the lines are long at Daikin Park, and the offense isn't scoring. So, yeah, we're just reminding you that your annoyance, to keep that same energy, because they deserve a little pressure right now. That is concerning the Ronel Blanco news. This is cool news, though. The Houston Rockets, 2 seed in the Western Conference, Southwestern Division champs, defending Southwestern Division champs. I know the Western Conference Finals are in progress with the Thunder up 1-0, and the Eastern Conference Finals tip off tonight. But don't forget about your Rockets being Southwest Division champions and
Doesn't matter, Paul.
champions, baby.
Division champs.
By the way, 12:40.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good, Bill O'Brien. By the way, 12:45. Hell yeah, guys. Houston is going to stay a city that takes advantage of the division that it's in. But the Rockets are favored to land this key piece who theoretically could be the guy to push them over the top in terms of getting a guy who could push them over the top, because they are favorites to win the Antetokounmpo sweepstakes. That's right, folks. The Rockets are plus 400 to land an Antetokounmpo. They're ahead of the Spurs at plus 600, ahead of the Nets at plus 800, ahead of the Warriors plus 900. That's right. The Rockets are favorites to land Thanasis Antetokounmpo, who is the brother of Giannis Antetokounmpo. We're really trying to annoy you today. This is the trolling.
Can you tell it's the last day of the week for Paul and I?
Right. We're about to get out of here the next couple. Listen, if you get Thanasis, you can get Giannis.
To me, that basically makes them favorites to get Giannis.
And I think they are favorites to get Giannis.
It's like if a team out there was the favorite to get Bronny, you'd be like, well, chances are they're going to get LeBron.
Uh-huh. Right.
I feel good.
It could be different. Say the Rockets were the favorites to land LiAngelo Ball. Could be they're trading for LaMelo Ball this offseason.
Exactly.
Because the Hornets just said everyone's on the table except for Brandon Miller. So LaMelo Ball, big game hunting? I don't know. The big ball brand here in Houston doesn't seem like that's going to happen. But the Antetokounmpo family, the Antetokounmpo clan could be coming to town.
How many brothers would you be okay putting on the roster?
How many
I think
does he have?
I think he has 3.
How many are good at playing basketball?
Other than Giannis?
I mean, hey, listen, Thanasis is an NBA player.
Yeah, Thanasis is all right.
Yeah, he's good enough to be in the NBA.
Has he played on a team his brother was
in the NBA?
Okay.
I didn't say play in the NBA. Okay? It's important.
I think there's 3 Antetokounmpo brothers.
Well, honestly, all 3. That's not going to kill you. Just make them all inactive and send them to Rio Grande Valley whenever you need to. You know, once you're clamoring for extra depth.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's 4.
There's 4.
You have Thanasis, you have Costas, you have Alex, and you have Francis.
Alex has the lamest name, so he's out.
That's fair. Oh, Francis is also 36.
Francis is out. Never mind. How old's Alex?
Alex.
Upside?
He says, it says he's the youngest.
He's the youngest. Okay. Yeah, honestly, we need to make sure that Giannis is, unless Thanasis is older, like Giannis needs to be one of the older brothers that's there, because you can't have the big brother go in big brother mode. Because big brothers from time to time, from what I'm told, they didn't have a big brother, but they can be a little pushy.
Thanasis is 32. Giannis is 30.
Okay. So Thanasis, the big brother. You can't have 2 big brothers. You can't have Giannis feeling like a little brother when he is the leader of the Houston Rockets by default upon joining. So there you go, guys. That's the latest when it comes to the Houston Rockets and big game hunting this offseason.
Thanasis
Antetokounmpo. The Rockets are favorites to land him, which means that then they theoretically would be the favorites to get Giannis Antetokounmpo. Hopefully just don't offer him a max contract.
Nah.
You got to prioritize who gets the maxes and who doesn't. Sean Mapes is behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. You want to jump in, the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, who's been soft in the world of sports? I can't believe the Titans keep finding ways to get back in the news for being very insecure about a city that they left. But they're back again. Paul Gallant Show, stay put. in honor of the time that Ime Udoka said of LeBron James to his face in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game a year and a half ago or so. Soft-ass boy. Because LeBron was complaining about profanity being used in the game every single Wednesday at 12:30. We tell you who's been soft in the world of sports. Let's start off with this. This is from Kicking It with Kunkel, which is Will Kunkel of Fox 26's podcast. Apparently, there's only a few times where specifically the University of Houston is allowed to wear their Houston Blue uniforms, which are another tribute to the Love You Blue days of the Houston Oilers. They're only allowed to do it at home versus an in-state opponent. I am assuming that this holds true for whatever other teams in town are using some variant of H-Town Blue. The Rockets, I don't think the Rockets have worn the H-Town Blue unis in a little bit.
Yeah, they did it the Christian Wood days,
Right.
John Wall days.
And it feels like those Rockets right then would have gotten a cease and desist.
Rightfully
and
so.
Actually listened to the cease and desist. Also rightfully so. But it seems that there are rules for when you can wear this. I know Rice also had Houston Oilers themed nods. I think that Cougs basketball also has had Houston Oilers themed colors at certain moments in time. And I guess they're only allowed to wear it at home versus an in-state opponent. So that's from Kicking It with Will Kunkel. Very interesting to see that.
Yeah, no, that's soft.
I mean, this idea that people are going to, I don't know, confuse Houston Cougars baseball with the Tennessee Titans, formerly the Houston Oilers, is quite honestly crap. I think it's entirely because, and I've said this a million times, the Tennessee Titans realize that the only piece of intellectual property that they own that's cool is the Houston Oilers uniforms, which, by the way, they're never wearing again from the sound of things. They are changing things up where the Titans blue alternative uniforms they have, and they're calling it now Titans blue, that's going to be their primary uniform color. Should have been already. Big miss by the Titans realizing, you know what, maybe we shouldn't be one of a quarter of the teams in the NFL wearing navy blue as our primary color because we look exactly like everybody else except for our uniforms are ass. So they're going away from the Oilers colors. They're trying to lock down this H-Town Blue thing. But now no one's going to confuse the alternative uniforms of Houston collegiate teams with the Tennessee Titans. No one's going to do that.
Yeah, no. The whole thing is just silly because like Iowa's football uniforms,
It's the Steelers.
it looked just like the Steelers.
They've even said they looked at the Steelers
Yeah.
and they said, "Yeah, let's do this." The Steelers don't care.
No, because the Steelers have other stuff that matters. There's other things that stop them from that separate. Hey, we're the Steelers.
Yes.
The Titans, they have the Music City Miracle.
That's pretty much it. And
Yeah.
coming up 1 yard short in the end zone, in a Super Bowl, and being a 1 seed in the AFC playoffs and losing in their first game, not once, not twice, but 3 times. There's not a lot going on. It's a loser franchise, and the people that are still loyal to that team baffle me.
Yeah. And it's like, hey, remember when we were cool and also still kind of a loser franchise, but we're cool, damn it.
We had cool uniforms. Like we blew a 35-3 lead against the Bills. We were cool.
Man, we look good.
We looked so good uniform-wise, not the actual football itself. It's bizarre. And especially, I will point at the people that live here in Houston who are still Titans fans. I mean, a lot of them are that because Vince Young got drafted by the Titans, right? Which was apparently done against the wishes of Jeff Fisher entirely as an FU to, I believe, these mayor of Houston's wife. Not even kidding on that front, because she had said, like, oh, if we don't get Vince Young, I'm going to kill myself, like in jest. So apparently that's why the Titans drafted Vince Young. By the way, they pulled the rug out from under Vince Young, Houston legend, Houston hero. Like, Vince Young has partly himself to blame for his failures in the NFL, but a lot of local Tennessee Titans fans, you were a Titans fan because of Vince Young. So they screwed that up. They always blow it. They've never been good, and they left you, and you still root for them? Weird. Anyway, Soft Boys continues. Speaking of those Pittsburgh Steelers, this is kind of soft. Art Rooney, owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, is not thrilled that the Steelers have some late night games towards the end of the year. Serious thing. Said Art Rooney, we're not crazy about having night games late in the season. It happens, and it's not a big deal. But we would prefer not to have too many night games late in the season. What? You don't want to play in primetime? Listen, you're lucky to be playing in primetime at all. And given your quarterback situation, you're very likely to be flexed out of all of those games.
Yeah. They play Monday in week 15, December 15th.
Mm-hmm.
And then before that, they play on November 9th on a Sunday night. And then before that, they have 2 straight primetime games in mid-October.
Okay.
This isn't that late.
No. They will be flexed out of the earliest game they can be flexed out of, too. I think this is going to be the first year where the Steelers are actually bad in a while. I don't think that the Rodgers situation is going to help the Steelers be better than they were this past year. I mean, obviously they'd be somewhat competent, but I mean, what were the Jets last year with Aaron Rodgers under center with a great defense on the other side of things? Like, Rodgers was healthy all of last year, for what it's worth. Who else has been soft in the world of sports? The Kansas City Chiefs are looking to play in a dome. So there's been some hullabaloo between the state of Kansas and the state of Missouri about a potential new Chiefs stadium and a potential new Royals stadium. For those who don't know, Kansas City is largely in Missouri, but it is on the border of Kansas and Missouri. So there is part of Kansas City that is in Kansas, and there is part of Kansas City that's in Missouri. So in this back and forth, this jockeying for, hey, who gets the next Chiefs stadium, they have proposed the idea of playing in a dome. I'm so tired of these teams looking at the future and saying, let's play inside. It is wrong. Football is an outdoor sport. Whether you're playing in the South and it's hot, or you're playing in the North and it's cold at the end of the year, you should be playing outdoors. I've always felt this way. The elements are what make football a different sport. You're supposed to play through it. Oh, I want to see the best possible football I can. I don't. I like to see men being men. Toxic masculinity lives on when football is played in inclement weather. Who else has been soft? This man is soft. I can't believe this is a real headline. I saw it from KHOU late last week. A Houston man is suing Whataburger for nearly $1 million. Sean, why would you think someone would perhaps sue Whataburger or a fast food joint? Coffee being spilt on your balls.
I'm not saying this for Whataburger, but for any fast food restaurant, if like the meat is tainted or something.
Tainted meat, that's true.
Yeah.
E. coli.
Tainted lettuce. Wasn't that a big thing where like iceberg lettuce was getting
Yes.
people sick?
Yes. Yeah, there's lots of reasons a fast food company might get sued. This guy, though, the absolute worst. This man is suing Whataburger for nearly $1 million because one of his hamburgers had onions in it. $1 million for onions. I know some people who don't like onions. $1 million?
$1 million is a lot.
I sent this to one of my best friends, hates onions. I sent this to him immediately because he's a lawyer. And I was like, nice job.
Yeah.
Nice job, dude.
Is he on this case? Can you say if he's on this case?
I mean, he didn't respond to it, so he might be.
Hey, I can't talk too much about this.
He could theoretically be, running this thing. This man has also sued Sonic for the exact same thing
Oh,
a year ago.
okay.
Yeah, this guy sucks.
No, this guy does suck.
I get suing for the sake of suing. Sometimes it's funny, but I mean, to actually put it into court because they put onions in your burger. Like, are you deathly allergic to it?
Whataburger should be like, you know what? We're putting cases on all y'all because I know all y'all have stolen the little 69 little tint
Yeah, the little
thing.
things that you get if you're waiting for an order to come,
Yeah.
and if you go after hours.
If you're sitting at a table and they give you the little stand-up thing and 69, gonna take it, or it's whatever my high school football number, I'm gonna steal it. Like, nope, we're Uno reverse. You the state of Texas now owes us money for all those little things that got stolen.
Yeah, I like that.
There's probably like millions of them that got stolen.
Millions, maybe too many, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I agree. I agree. I definitely agree with that. I would have taken the 69.
I was gonna say, so many people I knew in high school had those.
Forgot. Just found it in my pocket. Who hasn't been soft? Not soft. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? A pigeon got struck by a line drive during Reds batting practice on Monday. Get this, it's still alive.
Whoa.
Now it's on life support, and I don't know what that means for a pigeon.
Okay.
And also, it's John Boy Media reporting it, so you always got to take everything they say with a grain of salt. Libelous entity that they are. Oh, we're failed. But a pigeon is in critical condition after being struck by a line drive during Reds batting practice Monday. Doesn't seem like it's dead.
I have a couple questions.
Not going to be living a fun life going forward, though.
No. Are we sure that this is the best use of pigeon life support? Is there another pigeon that might need this life support more?
I think so.
Two,
might have been natural selection here.
He's taking up a bed for another pigeon. Two, do we have video of this?
I need to see it. I have not seen the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see if it got up and it's like wobbling around.
Gets back down on one knee.
Like, I hope that this, yeah. If would this pigeon have a Terry Schiavo situation going on? Like, what? I'm just asking the question. I don't know. Like, is it in a vegetative state for the rest of its life? Does it have family members that want to keep it alive? Does it have family members that want it to die because they might be getting some inheritance? I don't know. Just asking the question.
Is it like that soft ass bird that got killed by Randy Johnson? Not me. Not me.
Yeah, this pigeon. All right, natural selection can take getting hit by a baseball, but flew in front of a baseball that was hit off of a baseball bat. Not soft as well. Cam Scatabo, new Giants running back. You might remember him as the running back at Arizona State in the college football playoff. Baller, this guy. Cam Scatabo, every single day at Giants practice, greets Jackson Dart, new quarterback of the Giants, with a headbutt. Hell yeah, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, I like it. Also, Cam Scatabo does look a lot like Turtle from Entourage. I saw a picture of him, and yeah, he looks exactly like Turtle. I think it's because of the height.
It's the
He's
height.
A running back.
Yeah.
The beard.
It's
the everything.
It's the everything. He looks like Turtle from
He looks like Turtle. But hey, he's a great player. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Soft Boys every single Wednesday at 12:30. Coming up next, an NFL team was trying to rob you of your God-given right. And guess what? They were stopped in their tracks. I'll tell you what we're talking about next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. Listen, Houston might not be a city of defending league champions, but it is a city of defending division champions. Houston Rockets, Southwest Division champs. Houston Astros, American League West champs. Get the offense going, please. Off to a nice start today. And the Houston Texans, again, same as it ever was, are AFC South champions. Texans Swarm. Got to get back to being ready for Texan Swarm, Sean. It's almost Texan season, okay?
It is almost Texan.
We're almost at minicamp, so I'll let that one slide. But it's Texan Swarm. There we go. All right, we're back. And guess what, guys? The Texans are going to stay swarming because the AFC South is an effing dumpster fire. It is a terrible division. I don't think it's changing anytime soon. Really, if the Texans blow it this year, it's on them. Do you think the Jaguars this year are going to be good? I'm skeptical. I do think that they're intriguing based off of what they've done this offseason. But yeah, I don't look at Trevor Lawrence as a threat. I think they need a better quarterback. I think the Titans are a joke. And I don't even remember the other
Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, yeah. Same. Daniel Jones versus Anthony Richardson. Can't wait for that. I mean, if Daniel Jones wins that competition too, I can't wait for the people that constantly baby Anthony Richardson online. Oh, it needs more time. He quit in the middle of a play against a division rival, by the way. Just quit. Oh, I ran too much. Yeah, I'm going to check out for third down. What? Are you serious? You serious?
Yeah. Josh Allen played through a concussion against the Texans.
I can't. This is going to be fun watching Indianapolis and the national discourse, Sean, about them next year because I bet Jones wins the job. He stinks. Everyone calls for Richardson. Richardson comes back in, then immediately gets taken back out, which happened to, has already happened a couple of times to this point. And people will get so mad about Richardson getting pulled for Jones because they don't think Jones is good, forgetting that Richardson doesn't really seem to give a crap. Anyway, I hope things change because the man is a Florida Gator. But the AFC South is a joke. And it's going to be the Texans going forward. But an evil team from up north who ruined a Sunday night for us this past season, they were trying to take this away from us. They were trying to take Houston Texans fans' God-given right of playing a home playoff game Wild Card Saturday at 2:30, probably on ESPN, if not NBC. They were trying to take that away from you. They were trying to make that a road game. The Detroit Lions, who of course had that dramatic comeback against the Texans despite Jared Goff throwing 5 interceptions in a game. Goodness gracious. The Detroit Lions were going to try and get the NFL to reseed the NFL playoffs before the league meetings resumed today. They were going to try to do it, but they, at the very last second, withdrew their proposal, #softboys, to reseed those NFL playoffs. Come on, man. You got to win the division. You got to get a home game. I get that some people are like, well, we were in second place in the playoffs last year. That maybe the Lions are thinking because of how tough the NFC North was last year with the Minnesota Vikings, a serious threat to them to the very end of the year. They're like, what if we had 15 wins and we didn't win the division? Well, tough bleep. It is what it is. I mean, maybe the greatest season in Titans history. Did you know this? This is AFC Central days, which the Texans were never a part of. But the Jaguars were 14-2, despite the Titans having beaten the Jaguars twice in the regular season. And then in the playoffs, the Titans beat the Jaguars again. So the Jaguars had 3 losses all year, and they were all to the Tennessee Titans. The Titans weren't in first place in the division. You got to win your division, even if, that's where it starts, baby. You know who I learned that from? I learned that from a guy who might not be the greatest coach in Houston Texans history anymore. From a win-loss perspective, though, I mean, he was up there. And D'Amico Ryan's is off to a pretty damn good start. But remember Bill O'Brien and these famous words?
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Hell yeah, dude. That's right. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Detroit Lions, but walk it back, bitch. Oh, we don't like it if you can make the playoffs and you have a better record than teams in other divisions. Tough, you know whaties. Okay? Roll back. Get back, get back. You don't know us like that. H-Town, city of division champions. So watch it. I like the Lions wussed out at the last second.
Yeah.
A lot of wussing out today, by the way. Tush push. Thought it was gone. Nope. Just when you thought we were out, it put us back in. Tush push sticking around. Love it. Entirely because Roger Goodell wanted it gone. And I wonder if some teams decided to vote for it to stay entirely despite Roger Goodell. You know what? One of those teams that voted for it to stay? New England Patriots. No Bill Belichick anymore, but you think Robert Kraft would not try to stick it to Goodell in some way, shape, or form? Hell yeah. Love it.
Yeah, I just can't wait until next year where we have the off-season discussion of, Tush Push going to get banned again?
Is this the third straight off-season, Sean?
It's at least the second.
It feels like it's been going on for too long at the very least.
Well, because it's the second time this off-season where they voted on it.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they voted on it one time, and I don't know if it was a hung jury or something.
Yeah.
They tabled it for now.
Right. But now, guess what?
Back.
It's back, baby. Should the Houston Texans run a tush push? 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975.
Bring back Jeff Driscoll.
Ooh,
Driscoll Cat tush push.
The Driscoll Cat.
Remember how big his thighs were?
The big old quads. Remember the other guy who had big quads? Who's that guy? AJ Dillon.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Quads himself.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's AJ Dillon doing? I don't know.
Still in the Packers?
He's still in the Packers? Is he somewhere else? I know. By the way, I imagine J.K. Dobbins has big quads. Apparently, the Texans have been sniffing around. Where is he?
God, he's on the Eagles.
Of course he is. That is hilarious. So they just have all the guys with the biggest quads possible. Listen, guys, we can appreciate someone who has good quads. You got Jalen Hurts. You got AJ Dillon.
6 foot 250.
What is this, a rugby team? That's amazing. Oh, I love that. All right. Well, now you know. Now you know, guys.
Yeah. The Texans still on track to host
a playoff game on Saturday.
2:30 playoff game simulcast on Nickelodeon.
And if they're good enough, maybe it'll be a 2:30 playoff game in the second round because they'll have the 1 seed. Oh. Who runs the South? We do. Who runs the Southwest? We do. Who runs the West? We do. Houston Division Champions. I don't know. I didn't think of anything at that moment in time. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On the HRP listener line from the 713. This is a pressing text. Paul, the city used to be sad. We didn't have nothing to look forward to but the Astros. But now there's light, and I see hope. People in Houston will no longer have to run to dope, but have hope and keep Houston sports alive. Actually, that was a good text. Are the Houston sports teams and their division championships turning people off of drugs? Is this the new dare?
Yeah. I mean, look at the crime rates when teams are winning divisions versus not. They're saving lives out there. Shout out to the Houston Astros. The last 7 full seasons, 2020 out of their hands. And the Texans, each of the last 2 years, the Rockets this year, Ray Lewis was right. They're saving lives.
Saving lives.
Back in the day, Ray Lewis said
I remember.
What was it?
We're keeping people from killing other people.
The lockout should stop. Like the NFL can't miss
right.
games because crime rates go up in Baltimore.
Let me tell you about Baltimore. You think you know Baltimore? The Ravens. It's a bird. It represents a football team. And that football team represents the community. And when the community
is watching the football team. The community has to focus on day-to-day things. I'm not going any further on that. I was charged for obstruction of justice once. But the community has to be watching the Ravens on Sundays to make sure that nothing bad's happening in Baltimore. And then I touched Jacoby Jones, rest in peace, on the chest, and he returned a touchdown. A kickoff for a touchdown in the Super Bowl. No weapon! No weapon! Those are all just unintelligible things that Ray Lewis said over the course of their Super Bowl run.
Was there an episode of The Wire where they had a truce on a Sunday kickoff for the Ravens?
No, but there might have been a Sunday truce when Omar's mom got her hat shot off, which was not good. I think Ray Lewis would have spoken up about the violation of the Sunday truce in defense of Omar Little. I think he would have. That would have been awesome if Ray Lewis was in an episode of The Wire.
Probably a little too soon to the event to have
Yeah,
him guest
you're
star.
probably right. You're probably right.
There's a reason Lamar Jackson can do whatever show he's on. I think he's on like some Stars show, like as a cameo character. He can do that. Ray
Right.
Lewis probably should.
From the 832, Paul, didn't New Orleans have a record low murders when they won the Super Bowl? That's the new topic of the show.
Sure.
Does sports success stop crime? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Also, does anyone want this? We were just given, he said in quotation marks, something that it's going to give us an entirely new thing to watch in the near future from a sports perspective. But does anyone actually want it? I don't think they do. You'll find out what that is next. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. Listen, it's not fun when the fella downstairs ain't working. You know, it can complicate relationships. It can kill your self-confidence. It's awful if it happens to you, right? So if you're dealing with it or you want to spice things up a little bit, you got to go to risehealth.com. When you go to the website, you talk with a board-certified physician for 5 minutes. And once that happens, you're going to have access to something that could potentially get you back in the game. It's called the Rise Reds Max. It's a revolutionary, rapid-enhanced dissolving strip. Put it under your tongue. It's in this condom-sized wrapper. It's better than a pill. You don't need to have a full stomach. You don't need to drink water. It's discreet. It combines sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. Boing! Yeah, that's right. That's going to be you. It works quickly. And on top of that, it could potentially change things for you. What's the point in being shamed? Go to the website when you can take care of this so easily, so discreetly. Why not give it a shot? So Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. You enter promo code 975. You'll get 20% off your first order. It's worth it, guys. Get back in the game and you'll rise up, you'll rise up with risehealth.com. Most interactive sports talk show in town. We were talking about how Houston is a city of division champions and about how the Detroit Lions failed in their attempt to pressure the league into changing NFL seeding where teams that win the division don't necessarily get a home playoff game. And a lot of people started texting in about the city of New Orleans, 6 hours to our east? And I know there's lots of Saints fans that live in town, and I know we got a lot of listeners living out in the Golden Triangle and Big Money and all that. But a couple of people texted in from the 832, Paul, didn't New Orleans have a record low murders when they won the Super Bowl? And from the 936, Eric the driver says, sports success does stop crime. There were no murders in New Orleans the first 3 weeks of last season. Sean brought that up. When the Saints were 3-0, the day they lost, someone got clapped a few hours later. Eric the driver.
I forgot about that.
I
I
mean-
didn't know it was like hours later.
I didn't either. Now, New Orleans just hosted the Super Bowl, right? So supposedly there was a 40% drop in deaths from 2023 to last year with the city about to host a Super Bowl. So that's something. Also, this is a Vice.com article from 2013. I guess 2013 was a year where the Saints I think they did pretty well, but the number was down. In this article, there was a clip that said it was related to the Saints, and I clicked on the article. It's nowhere to be found. But on a Reddit thread where Saints fans were talking about how the 18 days without a murder, the longest stint in years after the Saints 3-0 start last year, how it was a big deal. Someone commented, the Saints record, 2009, 13-3 with the Super Bowl, 174 murders. 2022, 7-10, no playoffs, 266 murders. 1994, 7-9, no playoffs, 424 murders. Okay, whoa, good God. That's a lot. But it does seem like there is a connection. I will have to ask some of my Saints fans friends if they agree.
Yeah.
What a place, Louisiana.
I remember, and it's coming back to me. I remember we tracked this. I think the first 2 weeks we tracked it, and then they won one more and then lost. But yeah, I think New Orleans, I don't want to say definitely draw a line, but it feels like the line is closer with New Orleans than with other cities.
Yeah.
I don't think in Houston, I don't think most people care enough about the Texans.
I
have their mood altered.
It's
their murderous rage altered.
It's just not a diehard sports town, which I respect.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like in my time here, I've become like a lot of you guys. I realize, I don't need to lose my mind whenever my favorite team loses. I could just go to El Tiempo, get a margarita.
Yeah, just numb it.
Or I could go out and hang out. I mean, the bar scene here is great. The restaurant scene here is great. There are other things here to do. There's clubs. You hear about those? There's lots of clubs around the town.
I have heard about them.
Yeah. You know, there's all sorts of distractions to ease your pain when your favorite team goes down. But this also is a city with a lot of success. Is it the golden age of Houston sports? I feel like that question was asked once a year or every other year.
Every 6 months.
Like the two teams are doing good at the same time, and one team's got a lot of upside. Golden age of Houston sports.
Yeah.
Right now, things are pretty good. But I don't think that there's a connection like in New Orleans between the Saints and the city, between any team in Houston and the city. Like I think New Orleans and the Saints, it is considering especially how bad the Saints have been for much of their history. I mean, that is a very committed, if not usually toxic relationship.
Yeah, usually toxic. I don't remember in 2018 when the Texans went on a 9-game winning streak, 8-game winning streak. I don't remember there being stories about how there's murder rates have plummeted in the 8-game win streak in 2018 that captured the hearts and minds of the city.
It really did. Got everyone back on the straight and narrow. And you know what? Right now, Saints don't have a quarterback, and people are escaping from jail.
That's true.
You know,
that's true.
I mean,
have they caught all the guys yet? Or?
They've caught most of the guys. Last I checked, I think they got 4 of the 8 Yeah, I think the funniest part about those guys breaking out, because it's pretty scary. A lot of these, I think half of them were murderers. But the amusing part of the escape was they wrote LOL over the hole that they escaped through.
Too easy.
God,
I
if
think
you're
was the
too easy to if you're a guard, that's just gotta absolutely suck.
because you open it up and I imagine it's like the scene in Shawshank where you're like, whoa, whoa,
Whoa.
But imagine if there's also like a ha ha
Right.
loser.
Yeah. There was I actually have this clip in the rundown, Sean. There was a press conference. This is in the garbage time section. There was a press conference where I guess the person running the jail like said like, hey, we've been communicating with people in the community and victims of these people, and like they're really thankful to us. And I was like, wait a second, what? And I would not have picked up on it because she's wearing these wacky green glasses as she's giving a press conference like, hey, 8 murderers are on the loose. This is what she sounds like.
What she had and I did not have, we shared information and we both gathered all the information and we made sure all victims were aware of what was going on. Most of the victims were very grateful for the cause. They graciously thanked us. We additionally sent our detectives to their homes for more safety measures, and that alone speak measures.
Whoa.
I strongly encourage all to educate the community on the importance of Vine Link. This is a free app that is listed online, and it is also a guide for victims and survivors to track offenders while they navigate the criminal justice system.
Okay, imagine you're a victim. They're calling you to say, oh, whoops, these guys got out. They got out.
Just
whoops.
heads up.
And then in a press conference, she says, most of the victims were thankful that we told them that we let the people that victimized them out. Also, if you're a victim, we have an app.
Yeah. Free app.
The Saints need to start winning. The Saints need to start winning.
Tyler Shuck, it's on you.
Yeah, that's because that would not make me feel better. Anyway, I thought that was hilarious in a dark way. Like, yeah, the victims were very thankful that we notified them that the people that made them victims escaped. Like,
Yeah.
what?
I'd maybe
Thankful?
switch around that they're thankful, like, to after we sent detectives to their house, then they're thankful for the extra protection. Like, just to move it around a little bit so they're not like, hey, thanks for the call. Really appreciate it.
And listen, guys, the reason that we're talking about the city of New Orleans right now.
Why are we talking about the city of New Orleans?
Because the Astros offense is struggling, and because we were trying to determine whether or not there was a connection between sports success and murder. And in New Orleans, there might be. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Paul, I thought this was a sports show. I did too, but sometimes we just drift down rabbit holes, okay? On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. There's something that's coming to the sports world that no one asked for. We'll talk about it on the other side. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. A question for you. Did any of you want this? Did any of you want flag football in the Olympics? Did anyone want that? I know the NFL wanted it. The NFL has been pushing for this for quite some time because the NFL is greedy. They all want more money. They all want more exposure for their game. They want to grow it internationally. They want to play more games internationally. Roger Goodell even said, traitor that he is to our country, yesterday, hey, we're going to play 16 regular season games internationally at some point. Disgusting. It's an American game, belongs to America. The people that are paying for season ticket prices should be able to go to as many games as possible. And I think that for the most part, you were pricing out a good 90% of your fans by holding games in other countries. Probably more. But whatever. Do you, right? So now the NFL is on this let's make flag football a thing movement. Does anyone like this? Does anyone like watching flag football? I like playing flag football. If I still could play tackle, I would. Would it be worth it? No. I would probably suffer an injury rather quickly. So what I do is I do play flag football occasionally. But no one wants to watch it. Football's fun. You know why football's fun? Because people hit each other and it's violent. It is the closest thing that we have in American sports to gladiators. We all like a little violence. Don't lie. You know you like the hits. We all like the hits. And while the hits are slowly becoming less and less across the league with personal fouls for unnecessary roughness all over the place, you would have thought that Azeez Al-Shaair was Lee Harvey Oswald with the way that people went after him after that unnecessary roughness moment with Trevor Lawrence. But does anyone really want to see flag football? Because now flag football is going to be in the Olympics. And today, NFL owners voted 32-0 to allow active NFL players to participate in Olympic flag football. But here's how it would work. Only one player per NFL team can be on Team USA. Said U.S. team will have 10 players for 5-on-5 Olympic flag football. It's 5-on-5? It's not even 7-on-7. Who wants to watch this? 5-on-5 is what you play when there aren't enough people showing up on a Saturday. Like, this is not going to be good. It's going to be a lot of open space. Do you really want that? I don't think this is going to be good. And I think to make matters worse, I think the U.S. is not going to be very good at it. So you got guys who only one player per team can be on Team USA. There's not going to be a lot of prep time. And do you want these guys a week before training camp to be risking injury? Do you want one of your best players to be playing for Team USA in a tournament where you could only be disappointed? Like, are you going to really enjoy it if the United States kicks the bleep out of some random country in flag football? You're probably not going to get that excited, right? Like, maybe with Team USA in basketball, since the rest of the world has made things a little bit more competitive, specifically countries like Spain, Serbia, like maybe in basketball, we actually are in a place where, hey, there's the possibility of a loss for the United States Olympic basketball team, for the United States national team. But for flag football, like, if we lose, it is a tragedy. It is a disaster. You're only watching this hoping that everything goes according to plan. You're only going to be disappointed no matter what. They're not going to win by enough. They win a game in a close fashion. These guys don't represent the United States of America. Blah! Like, there will be some of that as well from the people who want to drift into politics and grift a little bit. Like, there's just going to be a lot of things you don't want that come as a byproduct of this. So seeing guys like Justin Jefferson said, it's been my dream to play flag football in the Olympics. The Vikings have never won a Super Bowl, Justin. Never. Not once. They lost, I think they lost 3 in a row in the 70s. They've never won a Super Bowl. What are we doing here? No one wants this. No one wants flag football in the Olympics. I just do not believe this. Other than NFL owners who want to continue to grow the game globally and amongst people that don't actually want to sign up for the physicality, which maybe is the future of the sport. And I've said this before. Flag football could be what the NFL becomes. Does anyone want that? No. Again, I play it because I don't want to get hurt and I enjoy playing football. But the football with violence is the only football that matters to me. I don't want to watch this. I don't care about this. And I hate that the NFL like really prioritizing this as this big thing that they're going to pull off in 3 years. No one's really going to care. And they're patting themselves on the back for pulling this off. And the only person that I want to hear talking about this are guys like A.J. Brown who say like, yeah, man, I'm all about training camp. I'm all about the real thing that matters, which is the Super Bowl. Because, yes, the Super Bowl matters more than a gold medal in Olympic 5-on-5 flag football. It does. It would be cool, and we brought this up as far as NBA All-Star Game alternatives. We brought this up where it would be cool if, instead of this idea that they're trying to pull off where the United States would play an international team or something like that, like it's the Ryder Cup, if they had a situation where basketball players from different cities or different regions of the United States competed against one another, that would be cool. Different regions of the United States competing against one another in flag football might be interesting. But again, it's flag football. And I am annoyed by the amount of headlines that I have seen that have to do with flag football becoming an Olympic sport. And this has nothing to do with the fact that I would love to play flag football for the United States of America and potentially win a gold medal. Nothing to do with that. This is all about flag football is not fun to watch. I'm sorry. Do we need to have more sports that involve no physicality at all? What's going to happen when one of the guys on Team USA is running down the field, has an awesome play, and then he gets called for flag guarding, which, by the way, commonly called. If you played flag football before, you will get called for flag guarding legitimately if your arms are too close to your hips. It's dumb. I'm annoyed that the NFL's flexing about this. It's flag football. And the only things that are going to happen are this. The U.S. dominates everyone without really trying, or the United States stinks because they're playing together for the first time. And they lose to trying to think of a country that could potentially beat us. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Imagine if we lost to England. I don't think there's any English football players out there. If we lost to Canada in this, it's just not going to happen. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. No way.
What?
Justin Jefferson is calling in on the HRP listener line. Justin Jefferson, hello.
What's going on, Mr. Gallant? I'd just like to say, man, it is my dream to win an Olympic gold medal. I couldn't compete on the bobsled team because it'd be too hard. But I just know I can play football out there and get me a gold medal. So I don't know why you want to poo-poo this idea. Thank you.
Appreciate the phone call, Justin Jefferson. Now,
voice different than I thought.
A lot different than I thought it would be. Sounds a lot like Forrest Gump.
Aw.
What? He sounds a little like Forrest Gump. It sounds like a Greenbow, Alabama accent there. No? Right? Also, it would be hilarious if we let NFL players play bobsled.
That's what we stumbled on too.
Yeah.
I think I'm more down for I'm okay with the flag football in the Olympics just to see it once and hope that it looks like pros versus Joes, because that would just be hilarious.
Yeah.
Every day, like, because it's also the Olympics, so they would play it at like 2 p.m, just like, oh, Patrick Mahomes just juked some random guy out of his sneakers.
I mean, that's what the Pro Bowl's kind of become. The Pro Bowl has turned into, hey, the best NFL athletes are going to do tug of war. So,
Yeah.
I mean, NFL players as bobsledders, that would be awesome. Also, it would piss off the bobsledders. It would really make them mad. Like guys like just completely taking over their very niche winter sport.
Or like, yeah, hurdles or something like that. Or if these guys could, surely there has to be one awesome ping pong player among NFL players. There's a ping pong table in every locker room until they have a 2-game losing streak, then it gets taken out. But I think that having NFL players try different Olympic sports, trying to make
that'd
different,
be fun.
That's more interesting.
I would love to watch the best NFL players try to play basketball because every single NFL player is convinced they're great at basketball.
Yeah, or just a 3-on-3 team that's only football players.
Yeah.
So it's like Micah Parsons, CJ Stroud, and a third guy.
And it would be an abomination. It would be an absolute abomination.
It'd be so fun.
It would be. I mean, we jest about the WNBA. At least in the WNBA, there's some skill in terms of being able to dribble and stuff like this. This would just be some World War I-esque slog. It would look like a bunch of frat boys like just bumping into each other like before a foam party. It's not going to look like basketball.
Yeah,
it's just going to be dudes like bouncing off of one another, and occasionally some fouls will get called. It'll be physical.
Yeah.
If you want the physicality that you're going to miss in flag football.
Yeah, I think I'm more for flag football if there's NFL players than if there's not.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also not like completely itching to watch this. I think I'll watch it once and either get my fill of like, oh yeah, this is what it looks like when someone from Sweden tries to guard Justin Jefferson. It goes about as well as I think it will. Because basketball, at least now where we're at, is that other teams can like put out a professional or professional, at least adjacent lineups. Like everyone gets paid to play basketball on Team France or whoever.
Right, yeah.
Most of them are even NBA players. Who the hell is going to play for all these other worldly countries?
Could I play for Team Ireland? Honestly,
I think that's your way in.
Is that my way in? I think I'd have to go a little bit more niche. I think, and that's the problem.
French Canada.
Yeah, Quebec. Team Quebec. If Quebec ever secedes from Canada,
that's step one.
That's step one. But then again, it would still be hard. Like I'm sure there's some good Quebecois football players.
I'm sure there are.
For the 936, I'm fine with it. It's another sport to watch us dominate. I want to see a Polish carpenter get lit up by Roquan Smith.
That's the driver. It would be 100%. I agree with you. It would be 100% better if it was tackle football.
Yeah, it would be better. If it was tackle football, it'd be great. And here's the other thing too. We have so many bases everywhere. It's just going to be Americans playing Americans. We have a military base in every single country.
RG3, don't worry, I'm only going to bring up he was born in Japan or something, right?
Yeah. And what happens if we lose to Russia or China? Like, Russia will definitely pay some people to go turncoat. So will the Chinese. Like, they're about that. They'll give them steroids and everything. Sean's laughing, but this will happen. It's 5-on-5.
I didn't know Joe Mixon was Russian.
He's wearing one of those Russian hats as he gets off the plane. This is a terrible idea. No one wanted this, and I am just annoyed how much the NFL is flexing this. It's like, can we please stop? Like,
yeah.
I see no good that comes out of the NFL being involved in the Olympic Games. I see no good. I see potential for injuries or embarrassment, and I don't see any entertainment coming as a result of it.
They should have started this like they did with basketball, or they do it with amateurs or with at least college basketball players or college football players at first. That way, when the world does catch up to whoever is going to be in college in 2028, that's when then, boom, we're bringing the pros this time. We're taking it seriously. That's basically what Team USA basketball needs. They need to be embarrassed, and then, all right, we're locking in, and we're going to smoke people for the next 2 Olympics. And then we're going to kind of go through the motions again, and then we'll either lose or get really close, and redeem team time. We gotta take this seriously, folks.
We touched on this before. They should have done this where we have, and this would drum up interest in it. Like the Team USA with that 5'8" guy that thinks he's better than Mahomes at flag football. Like that guy comes in, they get killed, and then the NFL guys come in and redeem team. I like that.
Lamar Jackson saves America.
Right. But this, I don't think it's going to work out so well. By the way, Hunter Brown's allowed 3 home runs today, and the season feels over, at least right now at 132 on May 21st, 2025. 3 home runs against a minor league team. What are we doing here? Runner on second, bottom of the 5th. Runner on third, no outs, bottom of the 5th. Good God.
It's George Steinbrenner Field is a very hard place to play at 12 in the afternoon.
Home field
it's rocking.
Oh, God. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we go around the National Football League. Yeah, you want us to talk baseball right now? About to lose 2 of 3 to a minor league team in a minor league ballpark, no less. You got to play 7 more games in a minor league ballpark this year. In the 10-minute drill, the tush push survives, and other NFL teams are trying to pull this crap that could help the Houston Texans out if they do it. Stay put. Tush push. Tush push. Give it a little squeeze. It's staying, baby. The tush push survived a vote. 10 teams were in opposition to the movement started by snivelly Matt LaFleur and the Green Bay Packers to get rid of it from the game. I love it. It needed 75% support from the NFL's owners to pass. 10 standing in the way. What is that about? A little under a third or so out of 32, 10 divided by 32. So they were close to passing it, but they didn't quite get enough. I like it. Entirely because Roger Goodell wanted it, and anything that Roger Goodell wants, by default, I'm against it.
Do we have the list of teams that try to push it through?
We heard about some of the teams who voted against it, but I don't think that we got the name of every single team, which is kind of lame. But I know that the Patriots voted against it, and the Ravens voted against it, and the Lions voted against it, and the Jets voted against it.
Okay.
Why
so
can't
we
we
can
get all
work
of them?
backwards and just
Sorry, I was just looking for the way that they did it. That's how it was reported. It's very strange. Like what? Like 6 of the votes stay anonymous? The hell's this? The Eagles obviously voted against it, I'm sure.
I'm sure we can just like do the math and like try to figure it out. But yeah, that is I feel like there should be some sort of scarlet letter that these teams have to wear.
If you're going to do the tush push?
Or just on their jerseys for next year where we were anti-tush push.
Yeah, it was very whiny the way that it came about because a team that has not been as successful as they probably should be given the regular season success, the Packers are the ones that are pushing it.
Yeah. And you had guys like Sean McDermott go up, and this was at the combine, go up and cite the player safety issues with it 2 months after he ran it 6 times against the Chiefs and ran it poorly.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of like, I
just want this off my plate.
Yeah. It's and just, well, we can't do it like they do it. So
Yeah.
just take it away.
It could be that, or it could be I need to stop being my own worst enemy. So someone please take this out of my hands. Jesus, take the wheel.
It's like how there's a max contract in the NBA.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, guys.
I don't want to be my own worst enemy anymore. Another team is threatening NFL fans that decide to resell most or all of their tickets. And I suppose if the Texans were to do this, this could actually help them out, given that generally Texans games are largely populated by fan bases from other cities. But the Colts sent a letter to their fans saying renewal eligibility for season tickets may be impacted by excessive reselling. Frequent resellers have been told that they are, quote, in violation, end quote, of the team's ticket policy, and more of the same will lead to a different response. The letter that they wrote to these violators: our records show that you listed or resold most of your tickets for the 2024 season, and while no action will be taken today, if you are shown to be reselling most of your tickets again this season, you will unfortunately be unable to renew. Joel Erickson of the Indianapolis Star noted the team created a wait list for those who wanted season tickets last year. Pause. Who the hell's on a wait list to be a Colts season ticket holder? They stink now. There's no Peyton Manning. What are we doing? This is equivalent to if people were on the wait list for the Patriots right now. The Patriots stink. They could be good this year because they got Mike Vrabel and they got a young quarterback in Drake May who seems to be trending upwards, but I'm a Pats fan wearing a Pats shirt right now. I don't know if they'll be good. And I'm not going to act like I know they'll be good.
Yeah, with the Patriots, at least there's like the hope. You know,
Right.
like they're on the hope cycle of like this is on the upswing.
They're doing the
Colts-
D'Amico stuff. They brought in an ex-player
Yeah.
who won Super Bowls and D'Amico had, but won Super Bowls to be the head coach. With the Colts, Sean,
They're on the downswing.
Yeah.
This is the if Anthony Richardson fails, is Shane Steichen on the chopping block?
they've brought. I mean, they have had as much quarterback turnover post Andrew Luck as the Browns probably have, and at least the Browns had a couple of years with Baker Mayfield. But in the years since Andrew Luck walking away from the game, it's been old man after old man after old man, and now it's Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, and on top of that, Chris Ballard still has a job, and Jim Irsay, who might be on drugs, is running the show. He has been before. I don't know. He seems like a fun guy. I'd like to hang out with him, but I mean, how many times do you see a weird post from Jim Irsay online that makes you at least wonder if he's doing Ambien? I'm just asking if you wonder about it. This is not me accusing. Like, the guy's a strange man. Would you want to have season tickets for this team and go to every single one of their games? If the team stinks, if the product stinks, because these teams are products, you should have the right to resell whenever, for whatever, to whoever. It's weird that cities shame the local fans into thinking that this isn't a asset of theirs. They're paying money for it. But if you're not going to watch every single game because the team stinks, you should be able to get money from people who actually would be willing to watch it. these tickets are outrageously expensive these days. They're making you buy preseason tickets for regular season ticket prices. It's such an FU.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough penalty. And this goes into like the tanking discussion and just general incompetence, really. 'Cause
Yeah.
you being incompetent isn't like morally better than obviously tanking. Like you're just bad at your job, not at least employing a strategy of it needs to be more punitive for teams to be bad. It needs to like actually hurt their financials when teams are bad. You see the same thing in baseball too, how when a big free agent hits the market, it's like, well, there's only like 6 teams that would even entertaining signing this guy. So, you can cut out 2/3 of the league right there of even having like it's laughable to think if the Rays to pick a team would sign a big name free agent. So I think any way that makes it more punitive for financially punitive for franchises when they're bad at their job, when they're stinking, I'm for that.
But these owners, they get to do whatever they want. The commissioner just takes all the heat for their failures. And yeah, you're right. There's a lot of incompetent owners in sports. And here's literal incompetence. They would prefer an empty seat to somebody paying for a seat to actually show up at the game.
Who might buy a beer, might buy a burger.
Because it'll be embarrassing. It'll be embarrassing to have more team fans from the team that you're playing than it will to have empty seats. I'd rather have the seats full. I'd rather have people there. I'm looking at the bottom line. It's bizarre. If the team isn't good, you are not obligated to go. And some markets, that is the mindset. I know in Seattle, there was actually like a 50-50 kind of debate about whether or not the Seahawks, who did the exact same thing as the Colts, should be telling people, hey, you can't resell your tickets. But it's like, your quarterback's Sam Darnold, and you haven't been good, and you moved on from Pete Carroll, and the Legion of Boom days are in the past. You don't look at the Seahawks and think they're a Super Bowl contender. You think they might be a playoff contender? Might. Keyword might.
Yeah.
So I think it's annoying that the NFL is doing this and that teams feel that they can get away with doing this without any blowback whatsoever. They should be shamed for trying to tell people, you can't do what you want with the tickets that would be more valuable if we were better at our jobs.
I was also going to say you can't. I'm not sure if I like hey, we sold you this thing. What you do with it, we still have a say with what you do with this thing that we sold you. You spent money buying tickets, so here's all the stipulations that come with it.
Yeah. Now, it does say that there are terms and conditions for all these season tickets.
But why should you can't sell it be a term and condition?
They made it a term and condition. It's a private corporation, but I mean, who reads those also? Some lawyers.
Yeah,
like, well, you should read them.
It also those things also say if a ceiling tile falls on you, it's not the team's fault.
Yeah. The rise of digital has certainly made things easier. This has made things, I would imagine, because the NFL still wants to wet its beak on everything that happens, a little bit more difficult. Like, this is where you'd want the paper tickets so you can just sell them by cash and not have to deal with this. I don't know how that works. I don't know if they send people the season tickets. I'll have to ask Joe, because I know Joe's a season ticket holder for the Texans. But they generally put them like they used to back in the day. That would be in an envelope, and you get them all sent to you. I don't think they do that anymore.
I think they get sent to you digitally now.
Yeah,
I think
it's a bummer. That if it were just done this way, it would be very easy to get rid of them in the days of the internet, because you could just put it on Craigslist or something like that. 713-780-3776 to call the text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. A question: what athletes, prominent athletes, star athletes, do you least enjoy watching, and how do they compare to a guy who last night made the Western Conference Finals rather difficult to watch? Gallant Show, stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This Hunter Brown starts bumming me out. It's the one thing that I thought I had with the Houston Astros this year. Offense ain't doing much. Bullpen's been good. But Hunter Brown and a Cy Young quest. Thought we had that. And that might be over. You know, today's performance against the Tampa Bay Rays, where he's getting shelled by a minor league baseball team in a minor league ballpark. It's not good. Now, did see this courtesy of Ari Alexander from Channel 2. If you want to do a little spin zone, none of the 3 homers the Rays have hit against Hunter Brown today would have been a home run at Dyken Park, which is a rather hitter-friendly ballpark. So, does that mean this is an even more hitter-friendly park?
Means it's a Mickey Mouse ballpark.
It's a Mickey Mouse ballpark. Okay. I mean, it is the Yankees minor league stadium, so perhaps there are some jet streams.
I think they also, I saw something on the broadcast in here where they were showing the wind blowing. Apparently the wind was blowing out for most of this game.
Okay. Well,
I know they're talking about Paredes's home run where they did like some projection where it might not have left the ballpark if it was a normal day.
That makes sense because Brandon Lowe hit a home run that went 320 feet to like fairly deep right center field, and it had an expecting batting average of, get this, .010. That is, kids, in math terms, if we're talking batting averages, that is he's batting 10.
An 0-10.
It's not like that's an 0-10.
I mean, think Jose Abreu last year. Jose Abreu was like 8 times better than 0-10.
Yeah.
He was 0-8. 0-8-0.
By the way, they could have started Hunter Brown last night and have Hunter Brown for their series against Seattle over the weekend. And so just some things. Anyway, hey, I don't really enjoy watching the Houston Astros at the plate, but you know what I enjoy less? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. James Harden walked so that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander could fly and then crash into the ground and act like he had been shot down by anti-aircraft fire. No, that's not a tennis player. That's the sound in my head whenever Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is embellishing contact. And he really embellishes. I guess the first 6 minutes of last night's game, there were 7 free throws shot by him. I also saw that there's a lot of people coming out for SGA who is probably going to be the NBA MVP this year, who are saying that, he's not even the top 30 as far as fouls drawn, but the way that he does it, it's reprehensible. It lacks honor. Jalen Brunson guilty of it too. There's players on every single team in the league that do it. I hate it. Rockets, for the most part, are pretty good about it, but you have your moments with Dylan Brooks. You have your moments with Fred VanVleet.
Oh, Şengün.
I don't know how I didn't think about him right off the top of my head.
Yeah, but they don't do the more obvious, like there's nothing I am trying to accomplish other than get a foul call, which is like, that's the really bad stuff to me. If you're embellishing, it's at least like, hey, listen, that's like part of it is like, you can't, if you just bulldoze through every foul, like they'll never call it.
Yeah.
At the same time though, like the touch foul, like that's what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was doing last night. It was touch foul, I'm falling down.
Jalen Green could figure.
Yeah, he weighs
use some of
25 pounds. He definitely should.
Green should, like, it would be believable. Also, Green always is going a million miles per hour.
Yeah, he's
downhill.
a little like out of control.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe get control and flop.
Get control so then you can then fall down.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of people post that online. I hope he doesn't do that. I do like that he plays the game with honor, that he's not a cheat. But yeah. Anyway, SGA, not a fun watch, and it had me wondering, among the best athletes in sports, who are the most difficult to watch? I have a couple off the top of my head that are not prominent athletes. I would say Browns quarterbacks.
Just as a whole
are hard to watch. Okay. By the way, for those who don't know, they're going to have a 4-player quarterback competition. All 4 have a fair chance, and get this, Deshaun Watson is out of a walking boot and is throwing at the Browns facility. Now, I didn't know he was in a walking boot because I thought he tore his ACL and his Achilles, but I don't know. I have no idea what it's an Achilles injury, right?
Yeah, he tore his Achilles and then got surgery and then I think retore it.
That's right. But he's out of the boot.
He's out of the boot now.
So it five-person quarterback competition. Let's go. I'm excited. I'm excited for that. Also, the Saints quarterback competition. I mean, it's Tyler Shoe probably.
Shuck.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
It rhymes with suck. That's how I know.
I shouldn't laugh that hard at that, but it does.
Poor guy. Yeah, no, I think if we're going with quarterbacks, I think Kirk Cousins has always been a tough watch for me
because there'll be stuff open downfield.
Derek Carr is similar, where it is the check down, like the guys that cannot wait to throw that check down pass. That's always a tough watch for me.
Yeah.
I'd rather you just like bomb it, or at least like throw to the sticks, just to. It's a little bit more exciting than an open running back who's going to get tackled 3 yards past the line of scrimmage.
You almost at times wish that Cousins had a little Jameis Winston in him.
Yeah.
Just every now and then, hey, just try to see what happens, especially when he had Justin Jefferson as his number one wide receiver. You would have thought that they would have done that more. And there were moments where he did do that. And Justin Jefferson was like, do it more. Other guys, top athletes that are tough to watch.
Russ Wilson also, after he got bad in Denver, he just became tough to watch because he was just like such a limited quarterback because of his height and lack of mobility.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. See, that's the thing. There's a lot of athletes that at one point were fun to watch. Wilson was so fun.
Yeah.
But once they get out of that phase, then they almost stop being the same athlete. Athletes who are not fun. In baseball, it's hard to think of one in baseball, honestly.
Any pitcher, and luckily with the pitch clock that this gets remedied. But the guys that would take forever between pitches,
especially,
where it'd be like 30 seconds between stepping on the rubber. Those guys were always tough. There's not really a baseball hitter that's jumping out to me.
No, I mean, we're talking about guys like who are towards the
Garciaparra,
top.
always messing with
Stepping out of the batter's box was a little annoying. Yeah, the guys who would take timeouts, and clearly it's like they had an extra, like they were above the law. David Ortiz would call timeouts when the timeout
the super late one,
and then they were like not supposed to call it, but Ortiz would always get away with it. But yeah, baseball. To baseball's credit, there aren't that many stars that you're like, I hate watching this guy.
Yeah,
because it's pretty simple. Like if you put the ball on the bat, hell yeah, and if you're a good pitcher, hell yeah. And generally you're towards the top of the game. Football, there's a lot of quarterbacks that are like that.
I don't know any.
Basketball's got the most, but I think it's just like a sport problem because there's a lot of guys who are like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and on top of that, there's a lot of teams that just they got guys that keep on chucking threes when they're not good. Like, well, how many did the Timberwolves miss last night? Like, I mean, good. Yeah. I think they shot 50 threes, and
I know they got to 50.
Yeah, and I don't think they made much more than 10 off the top of my head. So that I think lends itself to the entirety of the NBA. So you could say that if you want to. But athletes who were difficult to watch. 713-780-3776.
Joel Embiid, by the way.
Good. Yeah.
Recent vintage. Joel Embiid used to be fun, but I think partially due to injuries, partially because he now just falls. He plays like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but he's 6 inches taller and 100 pounds heavier. Tough watch. Trae Young, pretty tough watch.
Trae Young's difficult. Harden when he was still at the top.
Yeah, Harden. Funny. Harden's almost the opposite now, where he's a better watch now that he's worse.
Yeah,
now that he's worse as a player.
It is interesting. Yeah, because he's taking that little bit of a step back. Someone texted in Juan Soto. Yeah, mainly because you get reminded that he's 18 or whatever age.
Yeah, Soto's he's pretty tough, especially right now where people are not happy with Juan Soto right now.
I forgot because he does the stupid thing that when he's in the
shuffle,
the Soto shuffle. Yeah, it's super annoying. And that. Anyway, you can chime in on that. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Got a piping hot take about Hunter Brown that I want to talk about on the other side. Stick around. The Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, Texas. Most interactive sports talk show in town. Rays leading the Astros 5-2 in the top of the eighth. Does look like they are about to take 2 of 3 in this series being played in a minor league park. A park for ants. It's very tiny. Hunter Brown, a rough day. He gave up 3 homers. And the Astros, a rough day in the field. Mauricio Dubon, 2 errors today. Isaac Paredes, another error. So pretty bad. Pretty bad. Cam Smith 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Brendan Rodgers, what a surprise, 0 for 2. Excuse me, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Altuve 0 for 3 with a walk. It's not good. Other than Isaac Paredes' 2-run homer to open up the game in the first inning, it's been rough. Hot take on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Rocky comments Hunter Brown is not a Cy Young. He's just showing what he really is. He's just a 500 pitcher. Like I said 3 weeks ago, he's inconsistent, which he'll show, and he has. Rocky, dog. Over the last year, he was the best pitcher in baseball, not named Paul Skeens. Rocky, come on, man. You got to walk that one back. He was consistent for a year. That is consistency at the major league level. Is he always going to be this? I don't know. But he does seemingly have to be this going forward, especially now with the news today that Ronel Blanco is in town. No update on this yet. Getting his elbow looked at. Yet another Astros pitcher dealing with some sort of elbow issue. I mean, of all the guys who have been dealing with something from an elbow perspective over the last couple of years, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, Jose Urquidy, Lance McCullers, JP France have to deal with something. I don't know. Hayden Wisniewski now joining him, and on top of that, Ronel Blanco. Ugh. What's going on? Bizarre. So, look, they're going to have to start scoring runs. They just scored a run, so that's neato.
Rally
Mauricio
time?
Dubon with a home run. Hell yeah. That makes up for one of the errors. You're going to need to hit another one. Do it. But to this point, it's just not looking so good. Not looking so good.
Should the Astros sell high on Hunter Brown? 713-780-37.
Ooh, yeah.
I guess this is low. Wait till he has a good start, then trade him.
But it is low-hanging fruit. Let's do that the rest of the show. Okay. Like, should the Astros sell off all their pieces? Should the Astros trade Jose Altuve? 713-780-3776.
He's inconsistent.
He's been very inconsistent this year. Actually, he's been consistently not good at the plate for the last month. That's consistency there. Also, Yordan Alvarez, consistently hurt and inconsistent this season.
Yeah. Jake Meyer's really the only guy.
Cornerstone of the franchise.
Yeah.
Framber Valdez, might have to trade him. You know, just things that the Astros got to consider. Anyway, hey, everybody. What's going on in the National Football League? This is not the National Football League anymore. I don't know why this is my first thought to get us to talking about this guy. Did anyone see what happened with Antonio Brown over the weekend? And I suppose at this point, with Antonio Brown, you'd believe any headline, right? This is a man who threw an ottoman off of a balcony at an apartment and almost killed a toddler. This is a man who was on video sporting a pants tent minus the pants in a pool while just swimming around in public. Not his private pool. It's like at a community pool. This is a man who has a social media account that gets all sorts of engagement that I'm not convinced he is running. The latest Antonio Brown incident took place on Saturday morning. There were various videos of what appeared to be an incident involving former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown with gunshots heard at the end of each of the videos. Antonio Brown said that he was jumped by multiple individuals who tried to steal his jewelry and cause him physical harm. He was briefly detained by police and released after officers received his side of the story. This took place at a boxing event in a Miami warehouse featuring some boxers. I don't know who they are, but if you watch the videos, it does seem like Antonio Brown was attacked. Brown, when he recounted what happened on a live stream conducted by one of the boxers, said, "I got CTE. I blacked out. I ain't know what happened." So it's Antonio Brown, right? Well, you got another layer of this story. And this is really interesting. Remember the guy who in the middle of the Kendrick Lamar performance at the Super Bowl busted out a Palestine flag and started dancing with it to, I guess, promote awareness of Palestine's plight? I'm very dubious about that now. But the guy who has been accused of trying to rob Antonio Brown is claiming that he's actually the victim. Zul Carnage Nantambu says he's the man in the video that you can see online scuffling with Antonio Brown. Brown went to grab a gun and shot at him. He told TMZ Sports that Antonio Brown shot a couple of shots during Friday night's incident, and there were kids around when he pulled the trigger. Zulkarnajan, who made news in February when he pulled off a pro-Palestinian protest during Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime performance, says Antonio Brown definitely had a gun in his hand because he claims he got into a second scuffle and fought over the firearm. Was there another one that wasn't caught on video? I mean, none of this is surprising for Antonio Brown, but this guy coming back into the game, at least is definitely proof that this guy doesn't actually give a crap about Palestine, right? Like, this is just like an attention show pony seeker. Attention-seeking show pony. More. I've been knowing Antonio Brown since 2021, says Zulkarnajan. I have a judgment against Antonio Brown for 180. Why would I even want to damage that for a moister? Is that a jewel of some kind? And a fork metal chain. He's a liar, Antonio Brown. If you watch the video, everyone was attacking me. It was 3-on-1, 3 dudes. The dude with the green hoodie was with Antonio Brown. The other little Puerto Rican looking dude, that's racist, that was swinging the bat was with Antonio Brown. And the rest was security for the boxer. They got children out there selling candy, bro. He could have hit one of them kids. At a Friday night fight in a Miami warehouse?
I don't know. If it's at a Miami warehouse, maybe there are kids selling candy outside.
Bizarre.
This doesn't sound like it's, the title's on the line at this boxing match.
This doesn't sound like the United States of America, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, he runs into me after he shoots at me. We're hustling for the gun, fighting for the gun all over the ground. I get up. There's police. Police out there, bro. There's police here. We holding on the gun for dear life. We both get up off the ground. And then when I look up, the police is pointing a gun at us. The sheriff is pointing a gun at us. That's when I throw my hands up. He runs inside, and that's when they run after him. So I guess he lied to them, said whatever. Somebody tried to rob him. But if you look at the footage, you saw he swung first, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So you got to watch the video, I guess, yourself. But as always with these videos, the camera work not done well. Oh, there's gunshots going off. You can't give us better camera work?
Yeah, get in there.
Come on. Do you want to make money by selling this to TMZ or World Star Hip Hop? We need to have better effort from the cameramen here. Who would you believe? Antonio Brown on one hand, or the make it about himself a-hole who pulled out a pro-Palestinian flag in the middle of Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime performance, clearly not done in a means to raise awareness of the plight of Palestinians. Who's the person you believe here? Because I kind of want both to go to jail. Is that wrong? Mainly, like, I've always disliked Antonio Brown, and I feel the same way about this guy too. Like, just put them both in jail, huh? Or at least in timeout for a little bit.
Oh, this was at a streamers boxing event.
That's the only kind of boxing event in 2025, Sean.
That is true. That's especially the only one that Antonio Brown would be at.
Definitely.
God.
Yeah, because if he goes anywhere reputable, he's probably going to get asked for the money he owes people.
Yeah. Like, he only can exist in we are looking for any sliver of clout that you have that we can both make money off of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, remember the home run derby a couple of months ago? There's a home run derby in Sugarland that Antonio Brown was a part of.
With Jose Canseco.
With Jose Canseco.
Which should just be like
exactly. It's like exactly who you'd expect to be there.
We just need money.
So that's the latest in Antonio Brown. Trill O'Reilly says moissanity is fake diamonds that pass the diamond tester. Well, hey, at least he didn't get that through slave labor.
Wow,
know?
So he dropped a fake diamond. He was like, "I'm not trying to steal some fake diamonds."
Hey, I'm not gonna. You know what? I judge that man for shaming somebody for having fake diamonds. Fake diamonds, ethical. Real diamonds, non-ethical. I watched the movie Blood Diamond. Okay. So I know a thing or two about these things. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. HTX Rhino says it's a lab-grown diamond. Yeah, lab-grown diamonds are diamonds. There's no difference. It is compressed matter. It's just not naturally forming. And one, for whatever reason, because I guess slave labor found it, is worth a ton. And if it's not found in the ground by some poor sap working in a third world country, then apparently it has no value, even if it's just as shiny and just as big. It's ridiculous. Women, we're on to you. We're on to you. But then again, I will take back all of this if a jeweler wants to endorse me. Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call. The text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. It's 5-4 Tampa Bay Rays over the Astros. Bottom of the eighth inning, Isaac Paredes hit another home run. That's 6 homers his last 9 games. Nice. Also, it seems that there was an ejection. Kevin Cash got, I guess, very heated for a call that led to a challenge that actually was overturned. I guess Yainer Diaz was hit by a pitch. The challenge showed he wasn't hit by a pitch. So there you go. Maybe there is hope for the Astros season. Maybe the Astros season isn't over, which we were possibly determining was the case if they lost another game to a minor league team in a minor league ballpark here in May.
And now, to keep the Astros in it in the bottom of the 8th, Forrest Whitley.
Let's go. Let's go.
Get a goose egg, get a clean inning, and then let the Astros offense take things from here and score, hopefully, 1 run in a half inning.
A request going forward, it would be nice for us to change the ability, and this is not on you, Sean. I don't know who this is on. We used to be able to watch the game in here and keep you posted on what's going on. Now I am literally looking at StatCast, and I am having a very difficult time explaining what I'm seeing. You know, if I were somebody who were pulled out of the Matrix in that movie, I would have no idea how to read the screen with all the numbers and all that stuff. I wouldn't know what the hell's
all
going
the
on.
Green.
Right, all the green, all those things passing by, which everyone acting like they can see it. I'm like, sure you can. There's definitely a bunch of liars amongst all the people that escaped. All those mole people that are living in these
one guy
machines.
who's eating the steak.
Yeah, that guy. That's me. I'd want to go back into the Matrix and be someone important. Would I rat everyone out so I could have a steak again? I might. Again, I could be bought off. I've proven this. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. So, good news for the Houston Texans today. The Houston Texans will not have our special holiday taken away from them and from us. When they win the AFC South, that means they get a home playoff game. That means you get a home playoff game. We all get a home playoff game, probably Saturday, 2:30 on whatever network draws the short end of the stick for that window. Because the Detroit Lions, who were complaining about the NFL being a league where a team that comes in second place in their division ends up playing a road game if they have 14 wins. I think they were looking at what could have gone down in the NFC North this year. Say the Lions didn't smoke the Vikings. Would the Lions have potentially had to go on the road with just 14 wins? Just 14 wins? That was what they were complaining about, but they pulled the request to change the NFL's playoff system to make it a lot more like the NBA, where winning a division doesn't guarantee a squat at the last second, which means that Houston and the advantages of being a city of division champions, those advantages remain. AL West champion, Houston Astros. Southwest division champion, Houston Rockets, who were the 2 seed as well, so they got a home series their first round. And Houston Texans are still going to get home games for winning the god-awful AFC South.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
That's right.
You guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, Brian. Get back to covering American sports for England. That's what Brian T. Smith does, by the way. Now, I think his significant other got a job overseas, and he joined, and now he's basically a writer for British media covering American sports.
Like explaining what football is to.
God, that must be fun.
And baseball. Actually, all of our sports, Great Britain doesn't really get down with.
No, none of them.
He should be all over the flag football stuff for the Olympics.
For sure. For sure. Which, again, nobody wants. But also some other news as far as the Houston Texans. They have a rivalry uniform coming. That's right. Next year, new uniform. What's it going to look like?
I mean, they've already done so many different uniforms in the last year. I don't know what a fifth Texans uniform would look like. Throwbacks?
What if the Titans give them the Oilers uniforms? Well, listen, they're not wearing them anymore. They're changing the Titan blue uniform. That's their primary color now, but they're moving away from the Oilers uniforms altogether.
Yeah.
That would be the upset of the century. It would be a huge L and almost seppuku committed by Amy Adams Strunk, for her now deceased father who hated this city with a passion.
So short of a championship or the Rockets getting Giannis, or like maybe even the Texans making like the AFC championship game, I don't know if I can think of a bigger, specifically Houston sports radio day that would be bigger than the day it gets announced that the Oilers' history is back with the Texans.
My gosh.
That would just be the entire show that day. If that were to ever happen, it's kind of dumb in my mind, but it would dominate the day in a way that we've really only seen when the Astros win World Series.
It probably would.
Where every show, every segment, it's about that.
VO Day. Liberation Oilers Day. Yeah, I'm really curious as to how that would go. You know what would be funny? Because for a lot of us, this is like the back of your pocket fodder to go to when it's a slow sports day. I think that if we were to get back the Oilers colors and the Oilers history, it would be a lot like all those people who are in pursuit of vengeance. Like when they actually get that vengeance. All right, now what do you do?
Yeah.
You got your vengeance.
I'm like
Congrats.
a dog chasing a car.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'll do if I just
Exactly. To quote the Joker from The Dark Knight. Exactly. No, it's a great point. Like once you get it, what do you do? Are we going to be happy? I don't think we
Do you think we'll then just be like, oh, wait, so it's cool jerseys, Earl Campbell, and losing?
It would probably be something like that. Or it probably would be like, wait a second. We were this passionate so that we could do this once a year at most. It would be interesting. I bet, and hopefully the Texans have learned from the past, I bet that they're just going to bring back like the uniforms that they wore legitimately the year before this past one.
Yeah,
As an
throwbacks.
extra one.
Yeah, they'll
look
put on the
slightly
throwbacks.
different. It's like, these are our Andre Johnson era uniforms.
Yeah, without the Texan logo
No.
over the nameplate.
Has to have the Texan logo on the front
Oh, okay.
and on
so
the back.
that's the 19 to
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah. I am wondering what they do. I shouldn't be wondering what they do, but I am wondering what
I'm trying. Can they just like do different colors of a jersey they already have? Is that what it's going to be? Is it just going to be the H-Town Blue jerseys, and they'll just say that this is our rivalry game
I don't
jerseys?
think so. No, because it says they're announcing a fourth one. It's like, hey, your alternate uniforms are cool. Like, how about do it so that you could wear those multiple times a season?
Can we just wear the red ones again?
The red ones are awesome.
Yeah.
As are the red helmets. They only wore that once last year.
Yeah, I again, they've just been so many new uniforms. There's 4 new uniforms in the last 13 months that got announced that I can't imagine what a different Texans uniform would look like, because the colors are red, white, and blue, and I think I've seen every variation I could possibly see in the 4 uniforms that they just got.
Yeah.
Because I can't even like an all blue version of the red jerseys. Forrest Whitley just gave up a 3-run home run, by the way. 8-4 Rays.
All right. Well,
season's over.
Christian Walker, worst signing ever since Jose Abreu. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, Sean Mapes behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's washed in the world of sports?
The Astros.
Other than the Astros. Who else is washed? We'll talk about that next. It's Wash Watch Wednesday. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
So Forrest Whitley just got shelled. That ball would have gone into outer space. I know Hunter Brown, the home runs he allowed today in real ballparks might not have left the park. But hell, you could probably say that about Isaac Paredes' 2 home runs today. Astros down 8-4. So unless they're able to pull off another rally, because they did pull within 1, they were down 5-2. It was 5-4. Now it's 8-4. They are about to lose 2 of 3 to a minor league team. Alas, earwax. Also, semi-breaking news, and this is an athlete. We consider this person an athlete. We consider this person as athletic in some ways as Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain once famously held up a piece of paper that said 100 after he scored 100 points in a game. And actress / performer Bonnie Blue has been arrested by the United Kingdom police. What for? I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. In England, you got to be careful on social media. You can be arrested for a lot. I don't think I would be able to tweet the very mild things that I post on X occasionally over there, especially since I'm pretty sure I've called King Charles old sausage fingers. So
Yep, they'll get you for that.
they'll probably get me forget that, but that's concerning. So is Bonnie Blue washed? Does this mean that there's now a championship belt to be won by aspiring, strong, powerful, independent women of OnlyFans?
I will say there is a chance, just by how this looks, this is a chance that this is just a scene from a new movie that she's in.
I mean, it's
perhaps.
definitely going to get her more
'Cause
subscriptions.
She is getting, I'll say, patted down, but they're pretty thorough with the pat down.
They're very thorough with the pat down.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is like the teaser trailer to whatever she's got cooking up next.
Given how tight those jeans look, I'm not sure they're jeans. It could be, the yoga pants that look like jeans. What are those, jeggings?
Yeah.
So I don't. They're really, they were really going to town there. So anyway, Bonnie Blue, she might be washed now. Who else is washed? It's time, as it is every single Wednesday at 2:30 for Washed Watch Wednesday. The grifters who wanted to have piping hot takes on a couple of Philadelphia Eagles not going to the White House. Sorry, bro. The Eagles who didn't go didn't play along. First off, here's what Jalen Hurts had to say when asked about skipping a White House trip.
Jalen, how come you didn't go to the White House? Decision for not to go to the White House?
I wasn't available. I don't think that's pertinent. Everyone who went and was available, they seemed to enjoy themselves.
What a good job. That's a great answer. Wasn't available, but everyone who went seemed to have a good time. Boom. That is how you stay away from creating headlines where people get mad at you for no reason at all. That sounds like a Super Bowl winning quarterback right there. One of Channel View's finest. And get this, I think going forward for guys like Jalen Hurts and for others, this is the way to go when it comes to talking with the media about stuff that has nothing to do with what you do for a job. Treat them like the feds. Feed them bleep and keep them in the dock, to quote Detective Dignan from The Departed.
This is textbook how you do it, and dare I say, not just a Super Bowl, how a Super Bowl winning quarterback would answer. maybe how a gold medalist would answer.
Oh,
Is this him trying to play both sides,
could
trying
to be the flag football quarterback
being
for
the
Team
safe
USA?
option to not get truth socialed about?
Could be. I would prefer Patrick Mahomes be the Olympic quarterback, but it is 3 years from now.
Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. So very interesting to see that from Jalen Hurts. Also, A.J. Brown said the absence from the White House had nothing to do with politics. He had a personal thing to attend to. I like that. Personal thing. Because that's also going to frustrate the people who are there asking questions, hoping that they can get some sort of clickbait answer that they can milk for clicks. Because legitimately, this is the kind of crap that is in the middle of the culture war, just like the Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese stuff. That is the stupidest thing ever. This is the same kind of stuff. Like, who cares who goes to the White House? It does not matter. Not going should not necessarily mean that is some sort of political statement, regardless of who's in office. And it's very bizarre. Like, you should go. Well, what have you been already? Do you need to go again? Like, Jalen Hurts has been there because they won a national title with Alabama. You know, I would imagine A.J. Brown for him. Okay, this could have been a first opportunity, but you don't want to go. You don't have to go. Should you be crushed because you don't go? And it was weird seeing Malcolm Jenkins saying yeah, Jalen Hurts is taking a stand. Like also grifter, other way. He's a hero. Oh, is he? Because it seems like he had something to do.
It'd be great if we found out though that it's took a vacation with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
And it's just enough to where you're like, I don't know if we can actually, no, you have to reschedule to meet the president.
The movie Friendship starring Tim Robinson came out with Paul Rudd, and I had to see it opening day. I'm a big fan of I Think You Should Leave and Detroiters.
Hey, listen. Minecraft movie came out, all right? I had to...
Chicken jockey!
Am I right?
Who else is washed in the world of sports? Bachelor Bill Belichick might be washed. First of all, this is so dumb. Per a report in the New York Times, Jordan Hudson, girlfriend of Bill Belichick, 24 years old, 23 years old, we're not sure, has told at least one person that she and Mr. Belichick are engaged to be married. And I don't know if this was done by artificial intelligence or Photoshop or what, but Belichick's boat, 8 rings, has a very, very different look to it now. Because now it says 1 plus 8 rings on the side. Is that 1 the ring that could be on Jordan Hudson? This is obtained by TMZ Sports. TMZ is usually right on this stuff.
Yeah, they're at least on the right side. How they get the information, maybe not the best, but they normally are running with something that there's a little, at least a little bit of truth to. So I don't know. It'd be crazy if he got the boat changed before, I guess, announcing it.
It seems like that might have happened, and in classic Bill Belichick fashion, not telling people that he got married to piss off the media.
Yeah.
Sticking it to him again. Hell yeah. Also, as relates to Bill Belichick, who is the ultimate ladies' man, around Christmas time, Bill Belichick's ex, Linda Holiday, who he dated for a very long time, Coug City, strong, powerful, independent woman.
U of H grad? Oh, no, different.
Right.
Okay.
You could say she would be very welcome at the University of Houston. So Linda Holiday's daughters had a Christmas party last year. It's called Stroll Party in Nantucket. Her daughters, Ashley and Kat Hess, also known as the Hess twins, were DJing this party. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. But according to an incident report, Linda Holiday, who had moved into a Belichick-purchased Nantucket home in 2024, contacted an event official with a Hudson-related issue. At approximately 9:30, Linda Holiday requested to speak at the first floor check-in station because she was upset by the presence of, get this, Jordan Hudson, the current partner of her ex-boyfriend, Bill Belichick. Hudson was a paying guest, and no concerns had been raised regarding her behavior, but Miss Holiday felt her presence was inappropriate since the event was widely advertised as a party headlined by her daughters. So Holiday asked that Hudson be removed. And Holiday went further to confront Hudson and her friend, Miss Massachusetts USA, Melissa Sapini, on the dance floor, and she made Miss Massachusetts 2024 cry.
This should be a scene in a movie.
It really should.
So you have twin DJs that are the, I guess, former stepdaughters of Bill Belichick.
Yep.
And you have Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's current girlfriend, wanting to go to watch the. By the way, if you're a guy in the 70s and your girlfriend wants to go to a DJ set, she's too young for you. Never mind the age. She's just too young for you.
What if the DJs...
She could be 50. She's too young.
What if the DJs are the daughters of your ex?
Even worse. Did Bill Belichick... I'm not saying this in an alarmist way. I'm just saying this in a this is funny to me way. Does he have any control over his personal life? Like, he seems like he's the 75-year-old version of like a maybe not Antonio Brown, like Zion Williamson or something, where he's just like, hey, listen, I'm just doing my thing, all right? Maybe Zion Williamson's like, hey, I'm in my 20s, all right? I'm going crazy.
Maybe he likes the chaos. I don't know.
So crazy.
More on the exchange, because Hudson and Miss Massachusetts USA 2024 agreed to leave, but as they were walking out, Holiday, per Hudson, is part of the pageant world. And Holiday told Miss Massachusetts, if you value your current title, you should think twice about who her friends are.
Whoa. You don't want to make an enemy out of me? Which is what she said.
That's what made Miss Massachusetts cry.
Oh, my God. She's like, I can pull some strings. You're going to be 5th place in Iowa when I'm done with you.
Holiday afterwards said, if this didn't involve my girls, I don't think this would have bothered me as much. But because it did, the mama bear in me came out. I don't know. This seems to be very little to do with the girls and entirely to do with you, Linda.
Yes, it's shocker. Someone's ex doesn't like their current girlfriend, especially when I'm assuming Jordan Hudson is younger than the twin DJs. I'm just assuming that. That might be unfair.
Anyway, Bill Belichick.
This was the no distractions guy. This was the coach that
and now like he's basically destined for Bravo.
Yeah, now I want him on a reality TV show.
So there you go. That's watch, everybody. Bill Belichick, The Bachelor. Gone.
Sorry, ladies.
Bill Belichick, The Bachelor TV show. Not washed. That's looking good. All right, we got some garbage time up next. Astros really killing us right now, man. You're killing us. So we'll talk a little bit about what has gone down. I guess there's a chance they theoretically can still come back on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. And the Astros are dead. They lost 8-4 to the Tampa Bay Rays. They lose 2 of 3 to the Tampa Bay Rays at George Steinbrenner Field, 24-25 on the year. That'll put them now a full 3 games back of this 27-20 Seattle Mariners. They are now tied for second place with the Texas Rangers. The Mariners, for what it's worth, are playing the Chicago White Sox, and it's not going so great for them, not going bad either. It's tied 4-4 in the middle of the 6th inning. It's more just if you're playing the Chicago White Sox, shouldn't you do better? So tomorrow, the Mariners are coming to town for a 4-game series with the Astros on the hill. Lance McCullers. I doubt that Ronel Blanco will be starting for the Astros on Friday, given that he just went back to Houston to get his elbow looked at, dealing with some soreness. Saturday, it'll be Fromber, and Sunday, no word on who it'll be. I doubt it will be Hunter Brown, who gave up 3 homers today, though. I think there's a very, very fair argument to be made that perhaps those home runs came as a result of the Astros playing in a tiny little ballpark with lots of wind pushing out towards the outfield. Anyway, all right, guys, there you go. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Some bad news for Joe Exotic. Yeah, remember him, the Tiger King. Joe Exotic is looking for a presidential pardon because his new husband, who had just been released from jail, is now deported. Joe Exotic, also known as Joseph Maldonado Passage. Wait a second. Is Joe Exotic related to Martin Maldonado?
Isn't that his maiden name?
It could be.
Or not maiden name. His husband's last name. Did he take his husband's last name?
No, his husband's name is Jorge Flores.
Oh, okay. Then he might be related to Martin Maldonado.
He could be. Jorge Flores, a 33-year-old Mexican national. They met in jail, as one does. True love story. But upon his release from jail, yes, he is being sent back to Mexico. So Joe Exotic is pleading with President Donald J. Trump for a pardon. Wonder if we'll get it. He does care about tigers.
He does?
That's a great question, actually. I don't know.
I
could argue he was terrible for tigers. That's definitely true.
Oh, I thought you meant you meant Donald Trump loves tigers.
Oh, no. I meant Joe Exotic.
I thought there's some story behind.
No,
Donald Trump loves tigers, so maybe he loves Tiger King.
Well, they are a regal beast.
That's where my head was going to. So, no, I hope Joe Exotic gets what he wants. I think he just honestly, I think he deserves it. I think he should get pardoned just because he entertained America during the early days of the pandemic. Like, I think
that's damn Carol Baskin.
I mean, what? Let me double check his crimes, but you know what? I'm sure they're not so bad.
Did Joe Exotic kill anyone? And artificial intelligence
killed tigers.
No. Exotic was convicted and sentenced to 22 years in prison on 17 counts of animal abuse and 2 counts of attempted murder for hire.
Yeah, he tried to hire hitmen. I'm good. Let him out.
You're out.
Let him out. He entertained America during the pandemic. There's nothing to do. Do you know how many we talked about Ray Lewis and NFL football saving lives and declining murder rates in cities when the football team's doing good? Joe Exotic, the early March, or I guess mid-March 2020, numbers could have been uglier if it wasn't for the Tiger King documentary.
Well, he kept crime down, and I didn't last very long though, because where I was, there's a lot of Antifa going on. Lots of Antifa it didn't feel like people were still watching the Tiger King
Oh.
a couple months later. You know?
Yeah, but still, I think he's America's sweetheart.
He
Joe
is.
Exotic.
And why can't he have love? It's a good question. His husband's being deported.
Does he not deserve love?
Right.
Mr. President, does Joe Exotic not deserve love?
Here are all the charges that have been levied on Joe Exotic.
Oh, no.
He was arrested and arraigned on charges of attempting to hire 2 hitmen. Can't have
You
one.
hire
have
one
2.
hitman to do your job, the other hitman to get the other hitman.
Ooh, that could have been.
That's what you do in a dumb movie, at least.
Done to kill Carol Baskin.
Oh, okay.
Who was the rival, one of 2 rival
Big cat sanctuary.
big cat sanctuaries located in Oklahoma. In April of 2019, a federal jury found him guilty of 2 counts of hiring someone to murder her, 8 counts of violating the Lacey Act by falsifying wildlife records. Whatever. It's paperwork.
Exactly.
There's no paperwork in the wild. In the wild.
Yeah.
Wildlife records. Oh, falsified. Whatever. 9 counts of violating the Endangered Species Act by killing 5 tigers. Oh, that's kind of messed up. And selling tigers across state lines.
No problem with that.
22 years in prison. Okay.
Seems hefty. I'll say that.
It does seem like a lot, but it was an attempted murder. It was an attempted murder.
How much did Tanya Harding get?
I don't think did Tanya Harding go to jail?
She maimed a person.
No. She didn't do anything.
She hired people who maimed a person.
Allegedly.
That's what Joe Exotic was trying to do.
Allegedly.
He also did kill tigers.
Tanya Harding has been to jail, but it was because in February of 2000, she attacked her boyfriend, punching him in the face and throwing a hubcap at his head.
Not good.
The attack left her boyfriend with a bloody face. Harding was arrested. She pled not guilty, but in a trial, she admitted to attacking him. She was served 3 days in jail, 10 days of community service, and had a suspended jail sentence of 167 days.
Okay.
So there you go, everybody.
I think it's messed up that she got a weekend in jail, and Joe Exotic is gonna rot for 22 years.
But I don't think there was an attempted murder of Nancy Kerrigan. I think it was just beating her with a baton to win an Olympic medal.
She was successful.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. She didn't die, but anyway, guys, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Big thanks to everybody who tuned into today's show. If you haven't already, subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast on Apple Podcasts, see it on Spotify. Big thanks to our texters, callers, Twitchers, YouTubers, and of course to Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. I will be off until next Tuesday. Have yourselves a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. And until that Tuesday, peace.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 proudly present the Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Don't sweat the technique. Now from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, bringing you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Brent.
What do you have to say to everyone who still considers the Astros cheaters?
Ooh, what a big down. Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We're kidding. No Blankers today. Instead, it's Will Kunkel filling in for Blankers. Thank you for doing this, Will. I'm excited for the next 3 hours, and then I'll let you know after the show if I'm excited for tomorrow.
Man, the least I could do was come over. You knocked on my door at home and begged me, so here I am.
That doesn't sound like something I would do. Blankers, maybe. Brian, maybe. Joe George, maybe. Not me. If you're not familiar with Will, you should be. He's over at Fox. I can't say the new guy anymore, huh? You've been over there for a while now, huh?
2 years, man, coming up in September.
Dang.
Yeah, for real.
I knew it's been a little bit. I'm just reading your Twitter bio. Host, MC. That's not your professional title. Host, MC. What's your professional title over
Sports
at Fox?
director.
There we go. Sports director.
I feel like no one knows what that is. That like sports director, you direct sports. That's what you do.
Just the guy who does sports on TV. Like that's
exactly.
How I think.
It's like sports guy.
And you're way too handsome to do radio. Like I don't know why you're slumming up with us ugly people. Not sure why you're doing that.
Today's like a get back game for me.
Oh man, it's like a slump buster. You've had a couple of bad TV telecasts. You're like, let me go do radio to break the slump.
Got to feel better about myself.
Oh man,
get right game, baby.
Shots fired. But you can catch Will and Fox 26 sports guy over there. He has Kicking It with Kunkel too. Always has some great guests. You had Whitting on a couple of days ago, didn't you?
Yeah, man. Todd was good. I hope they win today. Like, just get a dub and see what happens and roll through this tournament. He was good.
Yeah, I love T-Dub. And look, I mean, it's tournament baseball. That's why I'm gone today. I'm up in Arlington, Houston Cougar baseball. Blanker's out today, and tomorrow we'll be kicking it with us the next couple of days. These Astros, man, I tell you. Their third game rather in Tampa, their series finale. It was kind of a swing game on two different fronts. It was the rubber game of a 3-game series. So do you win the series? Do you lose the series? It was also the final game of a 7-game road trip, and they were 3-3 entering today's game. And they lose to the Rays. Hunter Brown, not very good. The offense didn't pile up any runs after they jumped out to the 2-0 lead thanks to Isaac Paredes. Just a team that feels very meh right now, Will.
I mean, that's kind of where they are, it feels like, because coming into the season, I said this roster offensively, it's going to be very frustrating because if it doesn't click at the right times with everybody, it's a really short lineup, and they're going to have to pitch dang near perfectly. The defense has to be a lot better than last year, and it was, and that's kind of what you're seeing. You're seeing this like, if they do this, then that. If they do this, then they win. If they do this, and when you play that if game, it's the most frustrating thing to do as a sports fan.
Yeah, I hear where you're at. I've probably been more optimistic. And look, I don't feel great about today's loss. Today, it just feels disappointing. Like I'm also not going to lose my mind on May 21st, going 3-4 on a road trip, dropping 2 of 3 in Tampa. That ballpark too is so small. And look, it doesn't matter. Like both teams are playing the conditions. Both teams are playing the ballpark. It's not an excuse as to why the Astros lose today, lose yesterday, lose the series. I'm probably more optimistic with the Astros than most, I feel like, which really isn't my personality. A lot of people think I'm a hater and pessimistic. But I feel like a lot of those ifs, I feel okay about them. Like you have a top of the rotation of Fromber and Hunter Brown. I know Hunter Brown didn't pitch good today, but I'm not going to blast him. He's been fantastic all year, and that ballpark is a joke. Their bullpen's been really good. Forrest Whitley, not so much today, but their bullpen's been really good, and their offense has been a shell of what I expect them to be. And look, like maybe at some point that's just who they are, but I still expect them to come alive offensively. Am I being foolish?
No, dude, I agree. So, like, I think their offense is better than they're showing, and they've kind of done this for the last several years. Is that the offense has been really bad early on, and they put it together. And the great equalizer is that they play in the AL West. Like that's the thing; they're not in some crazy tough division where you got to play really good baseball all season long. Like, it's a blessing. You don't have to. You can figure some things out, work through it, and then by the end of the season, in the last month, play meaningful baseball and likely get back into the playoffs, especially with the expansion of it all.
Yeah. And to go even further than that, the American League's not this unbelievable league. Like, to me, there's not a powerhouse in the American. I know the Tigers have a powerhouse record, and I know they eliminated the Astros 2-Q last year in the wild card round. I don't feel like the American League has this amazingly high ceiling where everybody is just, or anybody is just setting themselves so far away that nobody can catch them. Like, if the Astros played the Tigers in a whatever series, wild card, divisional, I guess it wouldn't be a wild card because the Tigers record's so good. But if they play like in the divisional round, or if they played, let's say the Astros get lucky and they go to the league championship series, I could see the Astros holding their own or even winning that series if it's a best of 5, best of 7, because of the top of the rotation. And even though the offense hasn't been good, like, they have guys that come up big. Well, not so much last year, but I don't think there's anybody in the American League that scares me, is my point.
Well, to that point, would it be overly aggressive to say that this week we find out the rest of the season for the Astros? Because without Ronel Blanco, like, forget about it. I mean, because you are relying on your pitching night in and night out to be better than the bad hitting.
Is Ronel Blanco the swing of your season, though? Like, I know that
it is if you've lost so much already, and you got to keep playing that game of stopgap. Like, eventually, you just don't have enough to fill in.
Yeah, eventually that is the case. I wonder how far the Astros are from that, though, because they have serviceable pieces. Like, let's eliminate Fromber and Hunter Brown for the comment, because, I mean, they're locked into their spots. Like, those are your top 2 starters. The middle of the rotation's like a bunch of guys, right? Like, Ronel Blanco was really good last year, don't get me wrong. And Ronel Blanco's been solid this year. But is he much better than Arrighetti? Now, that kind of speaks to your point. Like, that's a big if, like, or when. When does he come back? Lance McCullers, I'm not counting on Lance McCullers to be a good pitcher for the Astros. Does he eat innings? Does he make a turn through the rotation once every 5th day, once every 6th day? Yeah, he's going to, because you're paying him a lot of money and because you've had injuries. I kind of like this Jamie Moyer guy who pitched yesterday for the Astros. I know Tampa Bay's offense ain't great, although they beat up on Hunter Brown today, and they don't hit lefties well, but that guy looked pretty good. I like that little left-handed Jamie Moyer guy that the Astros called up yesterday that's like 38 years old and making his Astro debut. I like Gordon. I think Gordon's fine. I think Gusto's fine. And maybe that's the end of the list.
I mean, but aren't we already playing the game
we are.
We're trying to fill in. I mean, now your 3 starter, just to be clear, your 3 starter right now, as it sits, if Ronel Blanco's out, is Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
That's your game 3 starter in the playoffs.
No.
Well, who is
He's
it?
not your game 3. Jamie Moyer. Jamie Moyer pitched yesterday. He's way better. He's got a 0 ERA, Will. He hasn't given up an earned run in his Astros
Neither do
career.
I, to be fair. So
yeah, but you don't have any innings pitched. He has innings pitched. You didn't pitch any innings.
That's fair.
So you don't have, you have like undefined or whatever. The dude's got a legitimate 0
infinity ERA is mine.
No, you can't have an infinity ERA because you haven't given up a run. Now, if you give up a run and you didn't record an out, or I don't know how that works, dude. I was only a math major for a semester and I had to drop out.
Did
you know that story? I was
No.
I didn't drop out.
It makes the story better.
I'm not doing math anymore. This is stupid. Let me find a more lucrative career like journalism.
Like radio.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to talk more about yesterday's game first or today's game, because the one that really annoys me between these two was actually yesterday's game. Like, Hunter Brown is a dude at the top of the rotation. He got hit today. Like, that's going to happen in baseball. Like, 32 starts, you're going to get roughed up, a handful of games. Like, it's going to happen. Now, it does annoy me that the Astros, put up a 2 spot in the first inning and don't pile on. Like, go pile on at a guy who's not been very good this year. And again, a very small ballpark. Yesterday's game's the one that annoys me, though. Like, Jamie Moyer deserved the victory. The bullpen, which has been very good. Okert hits a guy on an 0-2 count. Guys are running all over you in terms of on the bases. Like, they're stealing tons of bases. Chas McCormick can't do anything right. I'm more annoyed about yesterday's loss than I was today's loss.
I'm more annoyed with the fact that they had second and third yesterday, 1 out of open bag. At first, you could have walked the guy and set up the double play.
Yeah, that one didn't bother me as much. I had a lot of people on Twitter that were talking about that too. Like, you had to, it depends on when you're doing it in the at-bat. Because if you're going to intentionally walk them to set up the double play, you're going to do it before you throw a pitch. Do you want to intentionally walk them there or work around them?
I intentionally walk, because all it takes is, like, if it's too close, all you got to do is put bat on ball and runs in.
Yeah,
like,
I don't.
You don't have to do much.
I don't hate the idea. I actually defend a spot of there, and it's not something that I do often. But if I'm in if I'm in a spot of shoes there, I think I pitch to Walls. Like Walls is hitting under 200. You have the 9-hole hitter on deck. You need 2 outs in the inning. Like, and even if you walk the guy, you still need 2 outs in the inning. So if you're looking for 2 outs in the inning, I want to face 8-9 as opposed to facing 9, hoping for a double play, or then turn the lineup back over to the top. I was okay with pitching to him. I can listen to the intentional walk there. Like, I wouldn't hate it, but I believe I would have pitched to Walls as well. And he had the strikeout. Like, I mean, he had a strike at the top of the zone that should have been a strikeout for out number 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's a point worth belaboring. It's just like a sacrifice or a ground ball to the right side in that situation is going to get the job done. Bases loaded, ground ball right side doesn't get the job done. But maybe you bring in the infield and then the numbers go up for the hitter. Yeah, again, I would have walked him only because it's still a sac fly is going to win the game regardless. So you just give yourselves another way to get out of the inning.
Yeah, we'll talk about Chaz here in a little bit because that annoyed me a lot. Yeah, I'm probably like 60-40 pitch to him. Like, I'm with you. Like, it's not a point that I'm going to have a knockout, drag out fight. I was okay with that decision from Espada. A lot of the fans were bashing Espada too for not using his high leverage guys in those spots. And it's like, okay, well, they pitch back-to-back games. They pitched 3 times in 4 days. But then he doesn't use them today when they're down by 1 in the 9th. Like, I'm not blaming him for really either one. Like, I'm certainly not blaming them for not using Abreu and a Hader yesterday when they've pitched too much. Like, you can't overuse those guys. The down by 1 run is interesting to me because it kind of brings up the managerial tendencies of Espada. He likes to use Abreu and Hader whenever they're up by 4, which he kind of borrowed from Dusty Baker, I think, where, like, I don't need my setup man and closer to pitch when I'm down by 1. But if you threw out a question of would I rather them pitch whenever you're down by 1 or up by 4, I rather them pitch when you're down by 1.
Yes, but I also think you've got to start grooming some dudes to be ready to like handle some certain situations. You can't go to them every single time, especially this early in the season. Someone's got to be able to do their job as well.
Yeah, I'm actually with you on that. I agree. Like, I wouldn't have used them in either situation. I guess mine was more of a bigger picture view. Like, I'd rather my leverage guys go down by 1 than up by 4 if everything else is equal. But
I agree with that.
Probably don't want them in either spot. Like Espada mentioned all spring training that he wanted to lessen the usage of Brian Abreu, and he's using Brian Abreu with 4-run leads. Like, the easy way to avoid this overusage of Brian Abreu, stop using him when you're up by 4.
Well, he definitely lessened the use of Jose Abreu, to be fair.
Yeah, they whacked him. He got. Yeah, I remember when there were people. I remember when they were DFA'd him or released him, whatever baseball terminology, and people were concerned that somebody else was going to pick up Jose Abreu and then he was like going to catch fire and turn into MVP Jose Abreu. It is kind of weird to me that no one has even touched him, like for a minor league deal or nothing.
I agree. I don't know if that's his choice or not. I talked to Joe about it in spring training. He said I hadn't heard anything, so like it sounded like he fell out of touch just from the standpoint of it was time for him to take care of his own job. But like, have we ever seen a player fall off that hard, that immediately? Let's not forget in the postseason 2 years ago, he was a big-time contributor in that Twin series. Like, he was good. They maybe don't win it without him. And then all of a sudden, he can't even play the game. Wasn't good. Can't play the game.
Yeah, it was a disgrace. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Just get started. Will Kunkel. We're kicking it with Will Kunkel today and tomorrow. Killer Bees. We got lots to get to. Some Houston Texans stuff. Kelvin Sampson signing an extension to stay with the Houston Cougars for the foreseeable future. That's good news for me. Injury news in Houston in different sports. Joe Mixon hurt. And the Renell Blanco news that Will alluded to earlier as well. 713-780-3776, the HRMP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN 975. Will's at Will Kunkel Fox on Twitter. I'm old school. It's Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Brian is at Sacked by BMAC. 713-780-3776. Let's get into the disaster of watching another baseball player play baseball. That's very hard to do. Chas McCormick with an all-time bad game yesterday. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No blankers today. Will Kunkel in for blankers. Do you have any nicknames that I can call you? I'm a nickname guy. I went to the Milo Hamilton School of Broadcasting where I call people everything but their real name.
Just last name, Kunkel. I don't know.
Kunk.
Yeah. I think that's
Rhymes with
about
hunk.
it.
How you doing?
Funny story. Did a live shot when I was living in Charlotte at the Hornets game and tossed back to our anchor, and she called me Will Hunkel. And I don't ever get embarrassed, and I got so red on air and just started laughing like, what do you do? And then of course she was beyond embarrassed. So there's that.
That's not that bad. Like, of all the things you see on live TV that are,
no, it wasn't like embarrassing, like something horrible, but it was just an awkward moment.
Maybe she had a thought or two. Well,
I hope not.
Chas McCormick watching baseball. I think I'd rather poke my eyes out with chopsticks. That's how I feel about watching Chas McCormick play baseball. And I've actually advocated for him to get more at bats because I'd like to know what you have. Like, no one's blowing you away in the outfield, like other than your center fielder, Jake Myers, has been playing really well. Although Myers was off to this start last year, too. People forget that. Go look at his end of May numbers last season and where he's at now. Very, very similar. And then he just fell off a cliff last year. Hopefully that's not coming this year. Cam Smith's super talented. You need to give him at bats. I understand that. If he's going to be up on the team, you have to play him. I feel that way with DeCinzo as well. Maybe not as much as Cam Smith, but kind of in that same mold. So Chas is kind of the odd man out. I do think that Espada could figure out a way to give him a little bit more at bats and playing time. But then after watching this debacle yesterday, I think Espada rewarded him with a second start after he had a couple of hits the night before, even though he got picked off twice. But watching him play baseball is very difficult for me. I don't like low IQ baseball players. I don't like guys who can't do the little things right. Like, I think Chas is talented. Like, Chas has pretty good speed. He's pretty rangy. I think he's a better hitter than, like, we all feel. I think that was evident a couple of years ago when he had a pretty solid season when he was given a good amount of play. But he had 3 plays in yesterday's game that drove me up the wall. The first one was trying to get a bunt down, which, you can question whether or not a bunt should have been on there or not. But, he got the sign, get a bunt down, couldn't do it. Drives me nuts, especially if you're the 9-hole hitter, learn to bunt. The other one was the play in left field where he and Pena kind of didn't communicate. Like, you're the outfielder, take charge, come get the baseball. Who cares, Branham? They got the out at third. Yeah, but what did that mean? That mean they had more speed on the bases, and Tampa Bay immediately had a double steal, and then second and third like that, 2 RBI single ties the game. Chas catches that ball. There's a good chance with the runner at second they're not stealing, because he's not as fast as the new runner at second. And then the final play of the game. And look, Chas McCormick didn't cost them the game. I don't think Chas McCormick was the reason they lost or anything like that. And it would have taken a really good play in left field to throw the runner out yesterday in the 9th inning that gave Tampa the win. I hated the way he played that baseball. And I don't know if it's because he's lazy or if it's because he's dumb. I don't know which it is. I don't think he's lazy. I think he's kind of dumb. Like, he's moving into the gap in left center field away from the plate as he catches the ball when he had all the time. It's a lazy pop fly. He had all the time in the world to work around it, basically be on a run coming forward as he makes the catch to throw to the plate. He has a weak arm, so do everything in your power to set yourself up for a throw with your weak arm to give you the best chance. And, like, does he get him if he has a strong arm? Probably not. If he does everything I wanted him to do, does he get him? I don't know. But give yourself the best chance. It is very hard for me to watch Chas McCormick play baseball, Will.
Listen, dude, it's tough to disagree with a lot of it because he's not performing. And what he did in 2023, he was awesome. He had a 3.6 WAR in 23. That would be a full point higher than anybody on this roster today. And I think that's the most frustrating point. To your point, you want to see him get more ABs to see what he can do, but when he does go out there, it's so frustrating to watch what he does that it's hard to justify it. And then you couple it with the fact that you have the young kids in DeCenzo and Smith. You want to see what they have to offer because they're more of a lottery ticket. But, man, I feel like Chas has more to offer. I will defend him on one of the caught stealings and pickoffs is that, from what I heard, is that he was told to go. The coaching staff was put on a sign and that he did what he was told to do and was kind of let out to dry. But nonetheless, like, that's his ball in left field. As the outfielder, you got to call off and you got to be demonstrative about it, especially in that situation. Jeremy Pena was left out to dry by Chas on that one. So it's tough to defend what you see. And because he had such good first 3 years in Houston, you thought like, hey, man, this kid's future is going to be bright. And I even said this coming in the season, Jay, like, did he hold the future of the Astros because it's such a short lineup in his hands? Because he would lengthen the lineup that much, and he hasn't been able to at all. And DeCenzo and Smith aren't doing it consistently at all.
It's J-Bone to you, Will.
Dr.
Just
J-Bone. You didn't go to 7 years of J-Bone school to be called Jay.
Well, I went to yeah, that's true. I did go to 7 years of school, but it was all undergrad. that is true. I'm with you. Like Chad, even if you count the last 2 years with Chaz, like if you just go career numbers, like let's move away from 3 years ago, 2023 career year, never going to do that again. Like, okay, maybe those people making those arguments are right. If you just go career numbers on Chaz, he's a 107 OPS plus guy. Like, that is an above average big league hitter, and he can play all. I don't think he's a right fielder. He's capable of playing all three outfield positions. I think his best position is center field because, like, his bat plays more in center as opposed to playing in the corner. And I don't think he has the arm to play right field. Like that, so many people wanted Chaz to be the opening day right fielder. It's like, okay, that scares me. Like, all these runners are going to go first to third against him. But he is better than what he has shown. And I do think it's like even this year's got 341 on base. Like he gets on base. Like it's frustrating. Like he might just be one of those type of guys that needs to play a lot to kind of get into that rhythm, to kind of, sharpen his mind, I guess. And then whenever he doesn't play a lot, like he kind of, I don't know if it's disinterest. I don't know if it's like out of like rhythm. He makes a lot of dumb mistakes that drive me up the wall. And when you have a team that's been pretty mediocre and a team that you have higher expectations for, it's frustrating. And you always want to have somebody to point the finger at. And yesterday, after the Astros lost, I was pointing the finger at Chaz. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Pete, you're in the hive, Pete. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, good.
Well, the Astros, I think it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, I do agree with you. I'm not going to get heartburn because it's still May, but I think the Astros are what their record says they are. I think Bill Parcells used to say that back in the day. I think they're pretty much a 500 ball club. All the free agency losses, I think are finally catching up to them. And then, of course, guys like Chaz, they're not performing, not being consistent. Altuve is in the middle of his slump. Not even going to bring up McCullers. This is a 500 ball club. And I think the reality is finally setting in. It's not to say they can't make a run in the next few weeks or next month or so, but I think they are. I think they're a 500 club. Every time I look at that lineup, I think it's more of a patch job, trying to find the right combinations, if any, that will work. But, still going to support them. Who knows? They defied the odds before, but I think the dynasty ship is starting to take on water, so to speak. So that's my thought. Oh, by the way, I'm glad you made it to Wednesday after, I'm glad Hannah McNair didn't get you fired from those conversations you guys were having yesterday for talking about her husband, baby Huey McNair. But anyway, and by the way, real quickly on the Astros, I hope you get better, Jordan. Sorry, guys. Have a good evening.
Man, I think he's right with the patch job thing, man. Like they've changed the lineup so often, to Joe's credit, because he can't find anything that works, and it includes his best players. And the best players have been some of the worst players on this team. They've literally been the worst. Christian Walker, Yordan Alvarez, and Jose Altuve have the three worst WARs on the team.
Yeah, you can't win that way. Like, you can't win whenever your best players are supposed to produce, and they're not. And like Jose Altuve, okay, maybe you're paying him because he's a legend, and at 35, he shouldn't be expected to be one of your top three players. Like, you can maybe make the excuse there for Jose.
Can't be the worst, though. He cannot be the worst. And he's the worst.
I would agree.
You have to agree. He can't be your worst.
The WAR thing could be argued. Like, you could argue the WAR thing.
You just don't
like
respect WAR.
I mean, I respect WAR, but I do think that there are some things you can pick holes at in WAR. Like Jose Altuve just playing every game in left field as opposed to playing every game at second base by default is going to hurt his WAR because the defensive value at second base is measured higher than left field. So like it's kind of a tough situation whenever he's like doing you a favor by playing left field because he was so bad defensively at second and he's losing WAR points there. But even if you just go offensive WAR, like that's not good either. So like, and that's what I meant. Like, you're right that he can't be your worst player.
And I agree. You can parse out stuff. On Chaz, real quick, and he probably wouldn't want this in the moment, but I think looking back, he might. I think they need to trade him. I just don't think there's a value there, sadly, for the Astros. And I say trade him so that he can go play and possibly be better because I just don't think he's getting the opportunities here.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Just playing devil's advocate, though, like, what are you trading him for?
Well, that's the point. Is it's not really for the Astros. I say that more from a Chaz view standpoint. If I was Chaz, you may not want to get traded. It's always hard to leave the only team you've ever known and the only city you've ever known. But I think that if he did get traded, he would look back 5 years later and say that was the greatest thing to ever happen to me because it allowed me to go out and play every day and get an opportunity. And because I think he's good enough to play every day in the big leagues.
I agree with you. Like Chaz, given that opportunity, would be in a lot better spot. I always look at things team over player. If I'm the Astros, unless I'm getting something that can help me, I'm not doing it because Chaz, you're an injury away from Chaz being your everyday center fielder. Like if Jake Myers goes down, Chaz is playing every day in center field. Like there's no one else that is like maybe they'll throw Dubon out there every now and then. I don't think he's an outfielder. Maybe Melton can be ready in a month or two. But if Jake Myers rolled his ankle on the tarmac, jumping on the plane to Houston today, Chas McCormick is playing for the next 2 months in center field. So you can't trade that unless you're getting something actually substantial. And with his current value and his current market, you're not gonna.
Well, you're right. He's actually far more valuable with the Astros because of that, because of the role he plays. Like depth is one of the most underrated things in all of sports in general. And he gives you that depth that if you lose an outfielder, you actually have a pretty decent option with Chaz. And if you get rid of him, then you're really in trouble.
Yeah, you're toast. Like I agree with you from the Chaz point of view for sure. Like if he go to the White Sox and play 150 games, like that would suit him well. And I bet you he'd put up numbers doing that. But
I agree.
Yeah, he would. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Pete brought up the point. The Astros are just mediocre. Dynasty ship taking on one. Are the Astros just mediocre? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Will Kunkel in for Joel Blank today. Twitch are trying to get at me to tell them how much I dislike working with blankers. I don't dislike working with blankers. I think sometimes he dislikes working with me. But
Joel
I
Blank,
enjoy,
man.
I enjoy working with him a good amount. I'm enjoying 35 minutes of Will, too. I'm sure I'll get him pulling his hair out here shortly. 713-780-ESPN. The Astros just mediocre. Just, your run-of-the-mill 500 team that is just going to do this all year. They are technically a game above 500. What are they, 25-24 after today's loss? I think that's right. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Cody, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Cody?
Jeremy, how you doing today, bud? Doing all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing great.
Good. Awesome. Hey, look, when we were losing 100 games a season, it sucked. It was terrible to watch. But look what it was able to do. I think it's time. I think it's time you gut it, you burn it down. That includes Dana Brown because he's not a Luno. We got to start from the scratch. I mean, what's your take on that? Jordan, see you. Get some picks for him. Geiner, hey, I love him. Get some picks for him.
Picks?
You got to build this thing back
What
up.
picks?
Watching 500 baseball is not fun.
Cody's cutting a promo right now. Appreciate the call, Cody. Can't trade them for picks. Although you can trade, the compensation picks nowadays. I think they added that to the new CBA. But you'd be trading them for prospects. Tear it all down.
Listen, they are doing the tough thing where you're trying to rebuild and win at the same time, as Dana Brown mentioned. But I think they're doing it okay. I know it's frustrating in the moment, but do you really want to tear it down?
No. I think they're a playoff team. Like I really think they'll make the playoffs.
I think they definitely can. Whether or not they will or not, we'll find out. We'll find out this week with Ronell.
Oh, so okay, yeah. I mean that swings things. I'm not going to deny that. The tear it down thing, like you would have to be 15 games back, 10 games back at minimum, where. And it wouldn't even be like a full teardown. Like Jim Crane's not letting you trade Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve is going to retire here. Now, Fromber would be somebody that you could trade, but you're not going to do that if you're in the race. You're only going to do that if your season is done. And is that going to happen by July 31st or whatever the trade deadline is this year? Probably not. Jordan, you're not trading Jordan. I agree with you. I think they're trying to do like this little hybrid of staying winners while also rebuilding, like the Kyle Tucker trade, but then not doing it with Fromber. So it's kind of like this half measure type of deal. I don't mind it a whole lot because like maybe they shot Fromber and they just didn't like the package that they got in return for Fromber. They didn't like the offers that they got for Fromber. And at that point, it's just, okay, well, we're going to keep them. Like, why would you trade Fromber for 50 cents on the dollar? You shouldn't do that. Just let him play out the season, get the value of the season, and then let him go with a compensation pick coming your way after he rejects a qualifying offer. What was it that you said earlier that I wanted to respond to?
Well, in the meantime, you think on that. I don't think trading Jordan is the worst idea in the world. He's off injured. The team does need prospects and help, or however you're going to get it. If you can get the right package, is it the worst idea in the world?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't go I'm not going to say it's the worst idea in the world. But I'm not anywhere close to trading Jordan. I'm kind of building around Jordan Alvarez now, and I've
for
also,
how long? He's already been in the league 7
contract.
years, and he played 147 last year, 114 the year before. Like, it is a thing. Like, it's a thing.
He's also very, very cheap, though. Like, you got him on a very,
Very
very cheap deal. But which, to your point, that enhances his trade value, though, because like how many sluggers of his talent are making the money that Jordan's making? Not very many. I just think it's too soon to do that because you're pretty early in the league. Like his contract runs through 28, so you have him for this year and 3 more. I don't think you consider that until like after the 2026 season, depending on where you are. Like if you're awful this year and like you lose the division by 15 games, Fromber's leaving and all that, then maybe it changes my mind. But I still think that the Astros are a playoff team for Jordan's contract, at least through 28. So I'm not trading my best offensive player.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be done now by any stretch of the imagination. That is not my point. I'm just mean like the idea of it shouldn't be on the table, I think isn't necessarily true. And you obviously have to see how this season plays out. Where are they at the trade deadline? And then knowing the contract details, as you mentioned, probably wait until next season and where they are. But there's no reason to hold on to a guy that is probably your best player, but for no real reason, knowing that it's kind of mortgaging your future at the same time. And you can, at some point, you got to make a definitive move. Are you really trying to win right now? Or are you really trying to win in like a year or two? Because the Astros are in that happy medium area kind of right now.
Yeah.
Hence 500. They are a 500 team, and they get a lot of injuries that just suck the energy out.
For me to trade Jordan, though, you have to think that you're not a playoff team for the remainder of his contract. And I think they're a playoff team this year. I still think they're a playoff team next year.
That's fine. I'm on board with that.
But if I also reserve the right that if any point I flip from that opinion to where, okay, I no longer think that we're a playoff team every year through the end of 2028, then that's when you entertain it. And look, I think it's fair to call Jordan Alvarez injury prone. Like you brought up the numbers. He has never played, 145 games in a single season ever.
147 last year was the most. And then, but in 21, he had 144, and in between then 135, 114. So it's an issue. And here's the problem is if you have to have him for at least 150 and he's not going to give you 150 because the rest of the team isn't that good, then you're starting to waste what you couldn't get out of him. And maybe you can get more back for him.
Yeah.
And again, we're ways away from that conversation being legitimate.
Rocky on YouTube says, Kunkel, you got to know Branham is always wrong, but thinks he's always right.
Don't
I'm
we
never
all?
wrong.
Don't
No,
we all?
no,
Isn't that the idea of talking?
No, I'm never wrong. No. Rocky's wrong. I'm never. He got that backwards, actually. He meant to say, Kunkel, you got to know Branham is always right, but thinks he's always wrong, is what he meant to say. Altuve's baseball savant page is one of the worst I've ever seen. I think it might be time to send him into the sunset. Are you a savant guy? Do you dabble with a savant at all?
What is that?
Baseball. It's just it's an analytical page that like gives you a hot map, cold map.
Oh,
of all,
yeah,
like
yeah.
You've seen. I'm sure
it's
you've
for
seen
nerds.
pictures.
It's for nerds.
Yeah, it's for nerds like me. I'm a
I have
massive
used it.
raging nerd.
There's so many of them now today that I don't know which is which or what's what or how I even ended up there after 500 clicks. I just be like, that's interesting. I'll put that on X.
No, his savant is bad. Like I am worried that Jose Altuve has found father time and he's never going to be the player that he used to be. Now, I don't think he's as bad as he's been, but I just don't think he's ever going to be what we've seen. Like even as recently as last year. A lot of people are pointing to the position change for that. I think it's because he's 35. I think it's more because he's 35 years old than it is the position change. Texture, trade Chaz, LOL. He stinks. Cam needs to be sent down. Myers needs to be traded. Trade Fromber and get some outfielders. That's how we feel after the Astros lose. Texture, I'm tired of everyone saying these guys are gonna get hit or not gonna hit. I'm tired of these guys. Okay, this sentence is terrible. I'm tired of everyone saying these guys are not gonna hit like this all season. It's time to show it. Yeah.
I don't follow that.
Yeah. It's time to show it. I think he's just tired of saying he's tired of people saying like these guys are their back of their baseball card and they're going to
the back of his baseball card.
Thank you, Joe. Like I do think they're going to be better though. I get the text, but I don't think Walker's this bad. I don't think Jordan's this bad. I don't think Yiner's this bad. I might think Altuve's this bad, but other than that, I mean, I think they're going to hit.
I think they're going to be significantly better than they have been the course of the year. The issue isn't those individuals in my mind. My issue is the lack of depth and length in the lineup. Even if they're good, they can't be great and stay hot all season long to carry the team. That's my problem. We used to, what was a handful of years ago, Maldi was the worst hitter by far, but the 9 spot, but 1 through 8 was nails. We're now like 1 through 3 or 4.
Yeah,
maybe
the Astros bottom of the order actually has like decent numbers, but then their top of the order is like the worst top of the order.
Yeah, and that's not going to hold. That just, if it does, then holy smokes, that'd be wild. But I don't see that happening.
Texture also leaning towards trading Brown. This is what happens after the Astros lose a game. Like they're 23-22.
Hunter Brown is your future, dude. He's one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitcher in the baseball, just for argument's sake. Like,
well, I should finish the text, I guess, to be fair. Also leaning towards trading Brown because I don't know if they'll be paying his price tag. See, like I don't think they'll pay his price tag. I also would argue that I wouldn't pay any pitcher his price tag because arms don't work for a long time. But the Astros have him under club control through 28. Like, that's why, to me, you're building around Hunter Brown. You're building around Jordan. You're building around Pena, perhaps, if he is this level of player. Esau's under club control for a while. I think your nucleus is fine if Yiner can be the catcher we thought he'd be. I think your nucleus isn't bad. Like, it's not the golden era nucleus, but I think the nucleus is pretty good. I think it's playoff good.
And Spencer Arrighetti, listen, I'm a Spencer stan. I love the way he approaches the game. I love the way his arm is so dang live. And he didn't get injured pitching.
Yeah.
He got injured in a freak accident that is just so unfortunate, because I think he had such a bright future this year, and he can still come back and be that guy, but it's going to take him a month to ramp up, et cetera. But he's part of your core going forward, and you really do have some really good pitchers going forward, which is what you rather have than anything else.
What do you think his upside is? Like, what's his ceiling to you?
All-star.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
and I don't know that that's like awesome, but
no, that'd be great.
Yeah,
That's a huge
I think
win.
he's an all-star. Do you agree or disagree?
That might be a little higher than my ceiling for him, but it's not terribly off. Like, my ceiling would be a number 2, and number 2 starters make all-star teams all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say he'd be a 2 because Hunter is better.
Yeah, I don't think that we're that far off
Mhm.
on our ceiling for him. You probably come across a little bit more bullish than I would, but I like Spencer.
I just love,
Garrett.
I've talked to him a whole bunch, and just the way he thinks about the game and approaches the game and is so eager to learn and change things and figure things out is awesome, because that's not in every player. And that's the mental side of the game is so important that people don't talk about. And the desire to want to be great is so fleeting, it seems like today, that Spencer has that. And it sucks that what happened to him did, because he wasn't an idiot. He didn't blow his arm out. Now we're 2 years away. Like, he got hit in the finger with a ball. We should have been behind an L screen or something. Like, what, we can talk about that at a different point, but just
we're the ball boys protecting my pitchers.
Sure, like, what's going on, dude?
The mentality thing I'm with you on, though. Like, to me, that's one of the biggest attributes of a developing player. I think it's what Hunter Brown has. A lot of people, whenever Hunter Brown was coming from the minors to the bigs, well, we don't know about his command. We don't know about his control. He's only got like 2+ pitches. Well, then why did he take off to become one of the best pitchers in baseball? His mindset. His mindset is determination to be great. And I think that is massive for developing a young player. Like, you have to have the tools, obviously. Like, I could have the mindset, but I have 0 tools. It would never amount to anything. But if you have the tools plus that mindset, that's when a player can really take off and exceed expectations. I think is what we saw with Hunter Brown. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Some of the Hive wants to weigh in on this. The Astros, are they just mediocre? Are you ready to sell the farm? Are you ready to sell everybody from the Astros right now because they lost a series in Tampa and they dropped 4 of 7 on the road? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent. No hassle pricing. You get your car shopping done fast. It's one of the terrible things about car shopping is sleazy sales guys. You never know what you're going to get. You don't know if you're getting a bad price. You don't know if you're getting a lemon. You don't know if you're getting a bad deal. You're paying for extended warranties that are going to go through your lifetime. That doesn't happen at Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is easy to deal with. And they've been serving the Houston area for over 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles. And these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. Their culture is terrific. Great people. They have a great deal going on right now through the end of May. Employee pricing on their entire inventory, from new cars to pre-owned, does not matter. Employee pricing for all of it. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person, 225 Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Astros lost a series in Tampa. Well, they very could have easily won. Could have swept. Dropped 4 of 7 on the road trip, and the callers are saying to trade these players for draft picks. Texter, I swear us Houston sports fans are fleeting. Does no one remember last season? We weren't even above 500 until June. Yeah, fleeting fans, maybe. I think a lot of it, too, is trust. A lot of people I feel don't trust the Astros like they used to in terms of like talent and that they're automatically going to have a ticket punch to the ALCS. And I think it's probably more talent-based than anything else.
And they're spoiled.
And they're spoiled, for sure.
And I mean that in a good way. Like, it happens with every fan base after you win. You're just like, what the hell? Why aren't we winning? Like, well, things that, like, look at the players that this team has lost. They've lost a lot of really good players over the years, and you just don't replace those. Like, no franchise does in any sport consistently. Like, eventually, you got to figure some stuff out, and that's what Dana's doing.
Yeah. Kind of get into some big picture stuff there. Like, I don't mind letting players leave. This is what I was going to say earlier. We had the caller call in and say, like, it was Paul. Paul called in and said that, letting all of the Astros players leave in free agency is the reason they're behind the 8 ball, all that stuff. I don't really believe that. Like, to me, good clubs sustain players leaving. And the Astros have for years. The year after Carlos Correa left, they won the World Series. Garrett Cole was the best pitcher, arguably, in baseball whenever he left. Astros won the World Series a few years after he was gone. They've had a long list of really good players leave. But to me, they got into more trouble by spending bad money than letting those players go. Like, part of the reason that they're kind of handcuffed right now and cash-strapped is because they gave big money to Jose Abreu, which failed. Josh Hader, I think Josh Hader's a good player. You could argue that that's too much money to be spending on a relief pitcher, and I would listen to that argument. You go Michael Brantley. Yes, it was only for a year, but he played like in 8 games. You re-signed Rafael Montero to big money for a middle reliever, and he was terrible. I think that those issues are more significant than letting good players leave.
And, dude, you hit Ed right on the head, because how many teams are as good as the Astros for an entirety of someone's lifespan? None. Like, never, ever happens, whether you're the New York Yankees or the Houston Astros or whatever big market, big spending team it is, the Dodgers. You're never at the top of the game for your entire lifespan. It doesn't work that way. You got to
Dodgers
go out.
and Yankees have an argument for that.
But they're not. Like, they haven't. Like, Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009. I'm not saying they're just irrelevant.
I don't think they've had a losing season this millennium, though.
That's fair. But here's what I'll say at the back end of that, is that the Yankees have money to cover up their mistakes, and they've made a lot of them.
Yep.
The Astros don't have the money to cover up the mistakes. The money doesn't come in baseball as much to get guys as it does to cover up your mistakes. That's where money is so valuable in baseball, because you can spend as much as you want, even if you screw up on 3, 4, 5 guys. It doesn't matter to someone like the Mets right now, Dodgers or Yankees. The Astros can't cover that spot up. Like, that blemish is on your face for the next 3, 4, 5 years, whatever the contract might be.
Yeah, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we just became best friends because they don't have the money. Like, you can't throw bad money at bad money. The other teams can. Yankees can, Mets can, Dodgers can, Astros won't. And I don't blame them for that. Like, I don't blame Click or Crane rather for being like, yeah, I'm not going to spend above the competitive balance tax. Okay, like we this is Houston. Like, Drayton McClain wouldn't spend on a farm system. Like, we should know this as Houstonians. Like, that's okay. Jim Crane for his baseball team has spent more than any other Astros owner ever. It's the bad money. It's not that he's cheap. It's that they spent bad money. I blame Crane way more for taking over as the general manager and firing Click, a World Series winning GM, than I do for being frugal, because he's not frugal. They've been to top 10 payroll in baseball for like the last 7 years. It was the span where they were playing fantasy general manager. They didn't hire Dana Brown until late in the offseason. They fired Click. Oh, we can do this. We're a World Series winning team. They got arrogant. He got Jerry Jones for an offseason. And he made some mistakes that then he hired Dana Brown to fix and put Dana Brown in a bad spot. Like, this texture right here saying Dana Brown sucks, bad word. I like Dana Brown. I think Dana Brown's good. I don't know if he's ever going to be as good as Click. He certainly will never be as good as Luno. I think Dana Brown's a top 10-ish general manager in baseball, and I think he was put in a bad spot, quite frankly.
What do you hate about Dana Brown? Whoever texted that, what is it that you hate? Was it the Yusei Kikuchi deal that got you into the playoffs and potentially saved your season? Was it the decision to make Ronel Blanco a starter? Like, that was his call when he was in the booth at a spring training game, looking at his size, his arm, and the way he pitched. Was it that decision? Like, what was the decision that says to you that Dana Brown sucks?
Yeah, I can't put my finger on one thing that Dana Brown has done where I think it's bad.
But even if he does, like, what's he gonna? If he doesn't bat 1,000, he sucks. That's the standard for this dude.
Maybe
It's
Walker.
Spare me.
Like, if I'm again, I like.
But
Dana, so
that
playing
book's
devil's
still
advocate.
being written, so I'm not going to go there yet.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Like, at least give him a full year, which really it should be graded on the length of the contract. But at least give it 1 year before you start deciding that.
And to your point with Crane, real quick, Dr. J-Bone, is like, why would Crane go above the luxury tax when it's not his job to sign? Like, the general managers and whoever given those bad deals, they're like, do your job with the money you're given. You're given plenty of it. Do your job. All you're asking for is an eraser with that money. You're asking to cover up your mistakes. You're not saying, like, I can't do my job with the money I'm given. You're saying I need more money to cover up my mistakes. That's what you're asking for.
Which would be a fair ask because Crane made no mistakes, though, right?
You don't. Never
What do you
wrong.
mean I don't?
You say you're never wrong, right?
What do you mean?
Didn't you tell Rocky that you're always right?
Yeah, I'm never wrong. But I never make like $1 million decisions on Jose Abreu.
I don't either.
Like, Crane did that though.
No, I agree. Okay, that's fair. But then does the buck stop with him? Because if Click was good, then was Crane good at the same time? You know what I'm saying? Like, can you have it both ways?
Well, the timeline of when I bash Crane is the timeline immediately after they won the World Series, and he moved on from Click. And then that offseason, they didn't hire Dana Brown for whatever 3 months or whatever it was.
I don't get it either. I agree.
Dana Brown didn't get hired until like January, like late January, if memory serves. And in that meantime, without a general manager, whenever we think it was, Crane and Bagwell and Reggie Jackson, they did, without a general manager, sign Jose Abreu, Rafael Montero, and Michael Brantley. Like, that did happen whenever they didn't have
weird
a
timing,
GM.
right? Kind of weird how that worked.
Yeah, which, I mean, a lot of people think it was Bagwell, which I do think he had some influence there. Texter says that the trade for Verlander was a bad trade, bad move from Dana. The one where he gave up Clifford and Gilbert.
I haven't kept an eye on how those guys are doing. Did you lose a lot?
They
I know you did in the moment.
They haven't played in the bigs, for what it's worth. Also, you could also make a very good case that was also a Crane thing. Like, Crane could have easily pushed for the trading of Verlander, so it's hard to know.
The best owners sign and shut up. The best owners just step back, do what you do to get you here, which is sign checks and put the people in position to succeed. That's all.
I completely agree. And I would argue and that's my point about Crane. Like, if I'm going to I think Jim Crane's the best Astro owner that has ever existed. At the same time, the moment he fired Click and he became a meddler, that was his low point as the Astros owner. I do think that he's moved away from that now. I think that he's putting the reins back in the hands of Dana Brown. I think that the line of demarcation of that was whenever they DFA'd Abreu. It was, okay, this is your organization now. And I do feel like he has the grasp of the organization more. I don't think that Bagwell would have traded Kyle Tucker. That's why I think Dana Brown has the keys to the car now. And the texter saying Dana sucks, peace emoji, peace emoji. Yeah, tell us why. Tell us why Dana sucks. 713-780-ESPN. Let's dive into the Ronel Blanco news. I'm going to talk you off the ledge. I think Will might be the counterpoint here. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. You could cut ties with all the lies that you've been living in. And if you do not want to see me again, I would understand.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Ronel Blanco flew home a few days ago. Elbow, complained about a bad elbow, so they flew him home to get imaging, I'm sure. No details on the extent of the injury, but anytime I hear, I don't know about you, Will, Kunk. Anytime I hear elbow, shoulder for a pitcher, it's okay. Ticking time bomb, they're getting surgery soon.
And then you couple it with the Astros, it's worse.
Yeah.
It's always the worst, right? When was the last one? At least it's not neck pain.
I was thinking about this earlier. I mean, neck pain's better, right? No, are you thinking Javier with neck pain?
Yeah, they all and Verlander had the neck pain allegedly. Javier had the neck pain, and then they were gone.
Jordan had the neck pain for the bad hotel pillow in Tampa and flew home as well.
What? But, that's why I don't stay at Four Seasons.
Astros aren't staying at Four Seasons.
Where are they? The Discomfort Inn?
I mean, I don't know. They're probably the nicest hotel in Tampa. Probably doesn't even. It's probably not even a chain. It's probably one that's local to the city, and then it's like Hotel by Marriott or whatever.
Hey, who's ever listening and knows something about that? Where would the Astros stay most of the time? It's got to be Ritz and Four Seasons, depending on the city.
They're definitely 5-star hotels.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that.
Exactly. That's why that's why I stay
they're
at
too
the Guard,
bougie.
Man. Better pillows.
Their pillows are stern and firm. They don't give you a 2x4. They don't give you a limp neck. Anyways, so we'll see the news on Blanco. The only pitcher I can remember recently that had like an elbow shoulder thing that was fine was Fromber last year. But Fromber's so weird, like maybe he just didn't want to pitch that week. And then he came back and was fine the rest of the year. And they didn't even have imaging on Fromber's elbow. I think that he probably hit his elbow on something, quite frankly. That's a total guess of mine, but it's just a guess. But Ronel Blanco will figure out at some point, who knows when. Todd might break it on a broadcast before the Astros actually let us know. But he sent home. Was very good last year. This year has been, not bad. It's 4.10 ERA. Not great, not bad, but is middle of rotation starter for the Astros right now. I'm going to talk everybody off the ledge here, Will. And you can take the opposite side if you want, because I think just hearing what you had to say about this earlier, I think it's the way you're going to go. But your season isn't going to be defined by Ronel Blanco. Like, this starting rotation is Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown's rotation. This rotation goes as Framber and Hunter Brown go. The Astros pitching development team, they're a machine. They're really good. They make this guy yesterday, Brandon Walter, who's 28 years old, look good. They make Colton Gordon look good. They make Ryan Gusto look pretty solid. I don't think that the state of the Astros starting rotation is defined by Ronel Blanco.
Up until what point? So what's the ceiling
all year,
with or without? Just the playoffs?
I don't think no, because I mean, even if you made the playoffs, Ronel Blanco is starting one time a series
in a 5-game. The 7 will probably get 2. Here's the issue: is you can't
if
separate.
He's your fourth starter, he would only start once. Like, if he's your fourth starter, you go if you could set up the rotation, and sometimes you can't set up the rotation. You don't have the luxury of that. But if you could, and you had Arrighetti, then Blanco's your fourth starter.
But So you can't do it in a vacuum is the way I view it. And without Spencer right now having the season to work through some stuff, figure some stuff out, and get better, when you drop him in, it's going to be August, late July maybe, because he's got to stretch himself back out because he can't throw it all with the situation he's in. So 2 guys are going to be really far behind. And you can win a wild card series with those 2 front guys for sure, or a 5-game series. I agree with that. But I don't know that over the stretch of the long season, I think it's even harder during the regular season to win without a good third starter than it is to obviously win a wild card series or a 5-game series in the playoffs.
Well, you told us how much you love Arrighetti.
I do. I know, and I do. And I stand by that. The issue is dropping him in all of a sudden without having a season behind him still as a young dude is a lot of expectation and a lot of weight to put on his shoulders. Like, if he had a whole season behind him and he had the ability to work through some stuff and fine-tune some pitches, then let's roll. I love our top three up against anybody's argument, just for argument's sakes.
Sure.
But without that, your number three now is a massive question mark. And that is tough to go through an entire season. Not to mention, Fromber and Hunter also have to stay healthy.
How different are you with Ryan Gusto being your 4 versus Renell Blanco being your 4?
Here's the, honestly, I think Renell gives you better length if he's pitching well than Gusto would. I think it's probably a bullpen game through 4 1/3 innings at least.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that. When Blanco pitches well, he can carry you he can get you 6 innings,
Shoot, he can get you, yes. There's no reason to argue that. But he can get you a damn complete game if you wanted to. Gusto's ain't doing that.
Yeah, I guess my opinion of Blanco's more this year than last year. Like 4.10 ERA. Like certainly you don't want to lose pitchers ever. Obviously, the news sucks. You never want to lose a starter in your rotation. I guess it's being more optimistic of, well, at least it wasn't Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. Because to me, as those two guy goes, is how your rotation goes. If Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez are excellent this year, your pitching staff's going to be excellent. I don't care who number 3 through 5 are. Renell Blanco is not the swing pitcher that makes a rotation good or bad. He's solid inning depth that gives you a good chance of winning every single day, but he's not a guy who shifts the state of your rotation.
Well, it is if that's your 3 and your 3, to your point, isn't very good. Well, then if 3 isn't very good, then sure as heck 4 ain't, or 5.
Lance McCullers.
So, that's the thing. Like, the Texans' offensive line, you lose a bad offensive line. What does it matter? Well, if you lost your starter who's bad, could you imagine what's behind him?
Colton Gordon.
I actually like the way Colton's pitched. Now,
I do too.
Here's I always punt like that. I don't care about your first 2 starts. Let the league get a book on you, and then we'll see what's up. Because that's what happened with Spencer last year. He figured out some things, I will say, and he was awesome after that. So let's see what happens with Colton after 7, 8, 9 starts.
Yeah, for sure. Zach, what do we do? Add a veteran arm or let the young guys eat? I'm not doing anything in terms of adding to this rotation until July at the earliest.
Not only that, but I'm not giving anything up for a marginal starter with this potential to just make the playoffs.
Yep. And you're also you're going to overspend in May by doing that. Because if you're trading for a decent starter in May, then you have to give them a sweetheart deal because teams really aren't doing that.
No, and I can't remember. I'm trying to look it up right now. What did they give up for Kikuchi? And he was as good as anything you could possibly.
Yeah,
they
gave up Willie. They gave up Willie Wagner. They gave up Joey Loperfido, and they gave up Jake Bloss.
That's right. Loperfido was the centerpiece of that.
I looked this up the other day actually because I was curious because I bashed the trade. I didn't like the trade at the time, and that was foolish of me. I'd like to have that one back. I recant. Look, Rocky doesn't know anything. I'm admitting I was wrong. I admitted I was wrong. I didn't even realize I was doing it.
Only you can admit you were wrong to prove someone else wrong.
I do that all the time. People that don't think that I admit I'm wrong just don't listen enough. Or are not wrong enough, one of the two. All 3 of those guys are not in the big leagues right now. Jake Bloss is he had either Tommy John or shoulder surgery, one of the two, but he's out 12, 15 months. Joey Loperfido has been sent down, and Willie Wagner has been sent down. None of those 3 guys that you gave up for Yusei Kikuchi are in the bigs. So, that's a point for Dan Brown to go back to the earlier conversation. He traded 3 guys who were 4A players for a guy that you said it was the reason they made the playoffs, who was very good as an Astro. No argument there.
Oh, didn't they win 10 games, 10 of his starts? It was something crazy. He was unbelievable. Now you can play devil's advocate. It was a rental. It only got you into the wild card and made you about $100 because 200 people showed up to the wild card games. But it is what it is. It was a good trade. It was a great trade by Dana Brown. Great trade. And shout out here's another topic, Dr. J-Bone. As much as we want to rip the Astros hitting coaches because of what Alex Bregman is now doing elsewhere, how about the pitching coaches and the system of what they can figure out with pitchers seemingly all the time? All the time they can do that.
They're great. Texture says, I'm telling you, after Strami left, nothing but arm injury. To me, that's a Major League Baseball problem, though, not an Astro problem. Do you think it's more specific to just the Astros, or do you think it's big picture?
I think we are so emotionally involved with the Astros. It seems like it's only here. It's everywhere, man. Garrett Cole's out for the year. You know, it happens absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
If it was soft tissue stuff, then I would say it's more akin to the training and what's going on in the building. But something like this, it is all over baseball. And frankly, it starts at a much younger age than it does when you get to the bigs.
Agree. The Astros pitching machine does find diamonds in the rough, and then it drives their elbows, shoulders into the dirt. They need to reevaluate whatever it is they're doing. Like what?
How do you do this
What do you
every
wanna
day,
do?
dude? How do you do this every day dealing with opinion? Like, that's the best thing
It's
about
fun.
TV. I don't have to hear people say stupid things like that. That's the best.
Well, that's what I do right there, what you just did. Lambast them.
It's just it's so short-sighted and like unaware of what's going on across the entire league and in the history of baseball, that there are injuries in arms, and it's starting at a much younger age than it is just with the Astros for 4 pitchers in the world.
Well, where the heck is Javier and Garcia? Javier is expected back in the summer, so we'll see how that goes. Luis Garcia is an interesting deal. He actually pitched in rehab games last summer, and is like he just pressed reset on the rehab thing. And then France, I don't think they expect France to pitch this year, and if so, it'd be like September. 50-50 Blanco needs TJ. Probably. Are we sure that Blanker's replacement today is not AI? I've literally never heard J-Bone agree so much with a co-host. Are you AI? Are you a created J-Bone artificial intelligence?
I don't know if this says less about me.
I don't know if it says less about me or more about Blankers or vice versa. I'm agreeing with you a lot. I don't know.
Maybe you're being friendly today for my first day, and then tomorrow I'm gonna leave after hour 1 in tears.
People think I'm always disagree with people, which I disagree with people when I disagree with them. I agree with them when I agree with them.
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I think it's the right way to do it. A texture, Trevor Bauer, veteran minimum. I actually saw something pop up on my timeline today that had Trevor Bauer's stats, and apparently he's like one of the worst 3 pitchers in whatever league he's pitching.
Not if you follow him on X.
I do you?
Heck yeah, dude. He is a wild follow. First of all, he's a Cy Young candidate. Just ask him. Second of all, he's got opinions, and he lets you know. Like, he's hell yeah.
I can't believe you follow Trevor Bauer.
Oh, if I could,
That's
I'd follow
weird.
him in person.
I feel like you're going to get secondhand beaten up.
Gee whiz. So I knew someone that worked in a particular clubhouse, a visiting clubhouse, and said that he was the squirreliest cat of all time. Nice guy, but like would bring his drone collection to the stadium on days that he wasn't pitching and fly him around the stadium type
Didn't he cut his hand and miss a start?
I think that's true. Yeah.
I feel like I remember that now that you brought that up. Texture, they still have their farm. Astros no longer have Kikuchi. I don't think that any of the pitchers or players they traded for Kikuchi are going to be big leaguers, though. Like, I think it's fine. Let's have a repeat of last year where you get knocked out in the wild card round. Meanwhile, also trade away 3 farm players for half a season rental.
Yeah, but to J-Bone's point, they're not doing anything in the league.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be factors. Like, you're trading a surplus of 4A players for a guy who helped you for half a season. Like, I don't think Loperfido, Bloss, or Wagner. And I felt differently about Wagner at the start of the year. None of those 3 guys are going to help you. None of those guys are help. Like, where's Loperfido doing? Yes, he's left-handed, but he can't even crack the Toronto roster. Will Wagner is a positionless player. Like, he doesn't hit enough to play first. He doesn't defend enough to play second. I thought Bloss had a chance to be a solid back of the rotation starter, but not if he's hurt.
And this happens all the time across sports. It's your dude. You're familiar with the name. You want him to see him succeed, but they're just not good. And that, like, whoever that might be in every sport all across the country, you just get familiarized with certain players, and maybe they're just not that good. You're just familiar with them. You don't know anyone else around the league.
Yeah. And I do think that, like, I'm guilty of this too. Like, you start to prospect hug. Like, you start to overrate your prospects a little bit more. Like, I did it with Loperfido, I'll admit. Like, Loperfido comes up, okay, this guy's going to be a 20-25 home run guy who's going to solidify your outfield and should play all the time. And then he plays and he's striking out 80% of the time. And you're like, oh, okay. That's why they didn't love him.
This is
Jake
not fun
Bloss
for
gets lit up.
fans, but you got to trust your G. If Dana Brown's trustworthy, the scouts are trustworthy, you got to trust them. You don't know what you're talking about with Sugarland or Corpus Christi. Like, you don't scout these guys. You don't watch them. You don't break them down. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. No one does. So at some point, you got to just kind of acquiesce to your front office to at least a degree.
I like to pretend I do, though.
Well, I do love to pretend that too. To be
Yeah,
fair.
I like to pretend. That's why people think that I never
like
admit when I'm
role-playing.
wrong. AI can't duplicate your smart aleck mouth. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Hey, Brian, is Chuck still on the line? 713-780-3776.
He is.
All right,
Chuck?
let's go to Chuck. Chuck, what's up?
What's going on, man? Hey, J-Bone, I just like to tell you, I disagree with you on one thing about when he fired Click. I think Crane started screwing up when he fired Luno. He was only suspended for a year. He should have just kept the guy. I mean, you're still living off the talent that man brought to the city. If you wanted him to get the organization and take that slap on the wrist, whatever. Alex Cora's still coaching right now. We bowed the knee to Major League Baseball when everybody was doing the same thing. And that's when he thought he was above it all, and he let go of the best general manager we ever had. Thank you, guys.
Got it. I don't have an argument, Chuck. I like that take.
It's not about to say I don't have anything bad to say about it, but when you're in the midst of the fire, different decisions are made, but maybe that's the sign of a stronger leader.
Yeah. It was so unprecedented and so weird. And I do feel like Crane also was kind of caught up, maybe didn't realize the greater scope of it. And maybe it was impossible to know it at the time like we know it now. Like revisionist history, hindsight 2020, to me, this was very much a Major League Baseball problem. I mean, you had the commissioner of baseball and like Major League Baseball writing letters to teams telling them to stop using technology to steal signs before the Astros were doing it. And then why did the Astros start doing it? Because Carlos Beltran said we're behind the times. Carlos Beltran was with the Yankees and the Rangers the year before. He got Alex Cora involved, and then maybe they took it up to a different level. Maybe they were more sophisticated than other teams, although they were banging on a trash can. How sophisticated is that? That's pretty Neanderthal. So like this to me was a Major League Baseball problem, but the Astros were the scapegoat, much like baseball had a PED problem. And then Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire, Rafael Palmeiro were the scapegoats. Baseball has a history of doing this. Baseball has a history of covering up scandal and then using certain people or teams as the scapegoat to get them out of scandal. Red Sox stuck with Cora. I agree with you, Chuck. I wish the Astros would have stuck with Luno and Hinch.
I think you're right. I mean, how can you disagree with that? The problem is I can't go back to the moment and say if that was even a real possibility in the moment. And I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Crane would tell you he wasn't. I mean, he would say, I mean, Crane made it very clear that, look, this is, we're going to wash our hands of this. We're going to try to move on from this. I'm going to fire these guys to do it. He loved Hinch too. Crane loved Hinch. Now, he didn't like Luno a whole lot because Luno was arrogant. No one liked Luno. Luno is arrogant, smug. That's why he's never worked in baseball again. He's been blackballed. No one liked him. But A.J. Hinch was beloved by Jim Crane.
And we don't know what happened behind closed doors. Maybe the league said, you got to let these guys go. Like something has to happen here. You don't know. We don't know.
There are some theories from that. Like I don't know how, real these theories are, but there is some thought that Manfred told Crane for you to keep your piece of metal that you need to make a statement with these guys. I don't know if there's truth to that, but that has been something that's been speculated. And then that also, like, to me, was the start of Crane meddling, though, because Crane infamously at that press conference said, I will never be blindsided again. And that's when he became much more involved with the team, the roster, and I think it's been a detriment to Crane. So, like, it's two-pronged. It's one, you got rid of your front office and your manager that were top of their game. And then secondly, all of a sudden your owner, who was not a meddler, became a meddler.
And you look at the decisions and the contracts made during that exact time period, it's tough to argue that it wasn't the time period and that it was what was best for the team. Like, it all lines up. Shout out to Crane for at least moving on and now having Dana Brown fix it all, though.
Texture, I'd still argue for Click. Dude got the team another World Series without any asterisk, without Correa or Springer. I like Click, too. I thought Click was very good. I'm shocked that Click hasn't gotten another job, a GM job. I know he worked.
Makes you wonder, too, though, doesn't it?
It does. Like, it's
like the Eric Bieniemy thing. It's like he never got a head coach. It's like everyone wants him that knows nothing about it to get a head coaching job. Like, well, why isn't he? Like, do you ever ask the question as to why this isn't happening everywhere else? Maybe there's a little bit more to it than you don't knowing and just being like, This is baloney. This is BS.
The other thing, though, is it's like no one's going to give you an answer to that.
Definitely not on record.
Not on record. That's the difficult thing about it. Like, you're 100% right, but at the same time, it's a fruitless question publicly.
But if you're smart enough, you can be like, all right, it failed at this spot, and this spot. Clearly, he's not getting a job. Like, Bieniemy wasn't brought to Chicago by his old bosses. It failed at UCLA. Like, clearly, this is more than just like he's getting robbed of an opportunity. Nah, come on, dude.
The guest not playing no games, grimace emoji. Do you think the Astros explore possibly trading Hader if they don't make the playoffs? I don't know. I wouldn't put it past Dana. I tend to say no to that, but Dana was also pretty. I mean, I didn't expect him to trade Tucker.
You going to trade that contract?
I mean, he did with Presley. Presley had I know that it wasn't as much as Hader, but Presley to where he was at, like if we look at it like as a ratio, production to dollar ratio, Presley's contract was worse than Hader's. Less money, but production was far worse.
I agree. Boy, it's amazing what happens after a one loss, doesn't it?
I know.
Whew, we've just sold the whole. We've gotten rid of Hader, possibly Jordan, Chaz, maybe Hunter.
This is baseball, though. Like this, I mean, it's baseball for you. You lose a series, like, and look how thin the margin was yesterday. You lost in the bottom of the ninth on a walk-off. Like, you get a key base hit, and even if you lose today, you still take 2 or 3. People are like, yeah, let's be buyers and trade for a starter. But this is how quickly things change in sports and in baseball. Like, oh, okay, we lost yesterday, we lost today. Ronel Blanco's hurt. We're 1 game above 500. Let's trade everybody and start all over. And then the Astros are going to take 3 of 4 from the Mariners this weekend. And then Monday when we do radio, the Astros are back. The golden era has never went away.
The Astros are not world beaters, so it's going to be an emotional ride. There will be times where they look good because they are a good baseball team. There's going to be times where they don't look very good because they're not a great baseball team. It's going to be up and down all year long. And you guys are going to have a fun time here on 97.5 because of it.
And look, it's usually just baseball. Like, even the best of teams have the ebbs and flows, but especially teams who aren't, dominant, like you said. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Our guy, Willie. Willie, how you feeling, man? You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing better. Thanks for taking my call.
Always.
Yeah, I was calling about Dana Brown. You know I don't like Dana Brown. And even more so now that he's traded Tucker. I don't mind that he traded Tucker, but he got back 2 third basemen and a pitcher. And he go trade a right fielder. Now he need outfielders now, but he should go signing a right fielder or any outfielder. He go sign a first baseman that washed up. And then he's supposed to be constructing a lineup. He got 2 left-handers for 13 hitters. Only 2 of them can bat left-handed. Not even a switch hitter. And then you trying to turn the show into the morning show and start the guest? Thank you.
What?
And
what
what
was
the
that last
guest?
part? What did he say, Brian?
This guy, that's because you talk loud and you're supposed to know everything. You ought to let the guests have they say. Even if you think they're wrong, you don't insult them.
The morning show does that?
And, the one comment about, when the guy, I don't know who you guessed in, I came in late, but I didn't like how you insulted the one guest. That's just me.
I got you. Appreciate you, Willie.
Thank you.
I don't remember insulting anybody.
I don't either, but just be better. Would you?
I insult all the time.
What is your problem?
I'm an equal opportunity insulter. I don't remember insulting anybody today, though, but I probably did. I'm not. I trust Willie.
People can be insulted by anything these days.
I mean, I think you did say you wanted to stick chopsticks in your eye from watching Chaz play. So,
but that wasn't insulting to a caller.
No, but you just said anybody. You didn't say caller.
I could see how that's viewed as an insult.
Am I wrong?
No.
I mean, well, no. I think you're wrong. I do not want to stick chopsticks in my eyes versus watching Chaz play baseball.
Well, they're in my eyes.
Knife in your eye.
I don't want anything. I just want to watch him play baseball well.
So much I don't like watching Chaz play baseball. I didn't mind the Tucker trade. Like, look, I don't think Isak Paredes is as good as Kyle Tucker. I've irritated Cubs fans this week. They're still in my mentions, but Isak has a better WAR than Kyle Tucker right now. Like, he's not a better player, but he's kind of out producing Kyle Tucker right now, and he's under club control. Kyle Tucker's not, and I think Cam Smith's going to be a very good baseball player at some point. So I like the Kyle Tucker trade. I don't know how you feel about it.
I have no problems with it right now. We'll judge it when you can appropriately judge it in 4 years, so that makes great radio. But I think it's not a bad trade. Again, it goes back to what Houston is and how much money they spend. Kyle Tucker would take an exorbitant amount percentage-wise of the roster cap, and that's not something that you're going to be able to do.
Yeah.
So it's just not a possibility. So shout out to Dana for getting away from that, because you were going to lose him for nothing, and you got back potentially Cam Smith, a guy that's going to be a cornerstone of your franchise for the next 10 years.
Let's go out to the HRMP listener line once more. Sean, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to add to the conversation with Crane and his decisions in 2020. My current manager now actually worked for Crane directly, and they told me that for him, if you do anything to cross him, you're gone. Like, you're dead to him, and you're like, that's it. There's no coming back from that. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation and give that insight.
I don't think that's bad, man. Don't cross your boss. Don't cross. You can disagree, but don't cross.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Crossing is an interesting term to use. Like, do not cross. So you can if you can't disagree with Jim, if that's the point that he's trying to make, that's not good. I don't know if that's the case, but crossing, it sounds like it's more of a betrayal.
But I can also not like that he reacted by firing a really good general manager that just won you a World Series too, though.
For sure. I agree with that.
Yeah. I wonder when he crossed him. I wonder if it was the deadline stuff with the whole Contreras or Keedy thing.
I want the 30 for 30 on that, because it is insane to win a World Series and lose your job.
There was also the Starling Marte thing. That could have been it.
Yeah, that was in the offseason prior. And it is also weird that he did give him a 1-year offer to return as the GM.
Do you think do you think that was intentional to insult him?
No, because I think insulting him, you just don't tender him an offer at all.
But then you have like that conversation, like, I'm just not going to make an offer, versus here's a year, little fella. What do you want to do with it?
I don't know. Because, like, what if he signs it, What if he's like, okay, I'll take you up on that, and I'm going to, prove to Major League Baseball that I'm still really good, then I'm going to leave you. Like, because if you offer somebody a deal, there's always a chance they accept it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's weird. That's like the huge mystery of it,
But we can all agree it's so far out of the box of the norm that it at least raises eyebrows and question marks of, like, what is going on there?
No doubt. It is. I have heard that he got along better with Dusty than we think, like the public thinks, and I've heard that he didn't get along with, like, the Bagwells as at all. Is what I've heard. And I don't know anybody. I don't have any sources, so don't take anything I say to heart.
The more chefs you got in the kitchen, man, like, things are just going to be ugly. Like, it's going to happen. It's just the way it is, no matter what.
Thank you, Chef.
Yes, Chef.
Good show, by the way. You watch that show?
What show?
Do you watch TV?
I do.
I'm just wondering. Like, Blankers doesn't watch TV at all. Like, he watches sports and that's it. Doesn't watch any TV. And I will probably watch more TV than I do non-Houston sports.
What do you watch? What are your favorites?
Oh, I mean, so much. I'm watching
Severance.
that. Severance is so good. Severance is fantastic. Caught up on that.
It took me 6 episodes until I was like, okay, I'll watch. Like, I trusted everybody on social media for so long, and it took me forever, though, to be like, there's just no way everybody is wrong about this show. So by episode 6, I finally was like, oh, I get it.
It gave me a headache every show I watched of Severance, though, because it's so hard to follow along.
It tries to. Remember the show Westworld on HBO, maybe?
I never watched that one.
At some point, though, it was like Severance was trying to be the smartest show in the room. It was like, dude, just entertain me. Stop with this. I'm on my phone half the dang time anyway, and you can't be on your phone during Severance. Like, you can't, but you have to focus.
You have to focus. You're right about that. I do feel like it kind of went to extremes this season. That Friends and Neighbors show with John Hamm's really good. Watching that right now. I watch a lot of TV.
You know what? My wife watches a lot of those, like, contest games.
Oh, you're married?
Yeah.
We wouldn't have had you on if I knew that.
Sorry,
that.
Taken.
Paul's not going to be happy.
She watches those contest games, like Big Brother or
Oh yeah, I watch a few of
there's
those.
something on Peacock. Traders.
We watch Traders.
Yeah,
We watch Traders.
I get into those because it's fun to watch with her, and it's a different show. It's mindless television.
Yeah, same. I'll watch Traders. We like the Challenge too. Do you ever watch Challenge?
Mm-mm.
Challenge not bad.
There was a new one on Netflix recently that was actually pretty good as well. I can't remember what it's called, but they were shockingly in a big house competing against each other, and betrayal was involved.
No, yeah, I'm with you on that. I like those shows too. I'm a sucker for them. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Back to the HRP listener line. Corey, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Appreciate y'all having me. Kind of just wanted to go off of what Jeremy was saying. Did the MLB bend over Crane to say he had to fire Lunau, because that's kind of ridiculous to fire the GM who's not even on the field? And two, how much of play did you think that Dana Brown had in making sure that Cam Smith was on the roster to start the season to try to save face with the Tucker trade? I appreciate it. I'll hang up and listen.
I actually got a pretty strong take that Dana did not have anything to do with the Cam Smith being on the field. I think Cam Smith forced that. And yes, it's their baby and it's who they wanted, and they want him to succeed. So maybe you're already in that camp, that side of the Venn diagram, if you will. But I think Cam Smith during spring training forced the issue. But I think they were probably already in that camp because Joe made the decision. I don't think Dana overrules Joe a whole lot on roster stuff like that.
Oh man, if the manager has decision on the who's, like, especially in this circumstance with like service time and stuff, I don't know if I like that.
I see what you're saying. Well, I think that what my point is that Joe says this guy, if he's on my roster, will be the right fielder.
Yeah, I could see them working together with that for sure, because it should be. Like, he's not going to make the roster and sit the bench. I am on record I'm on record thinking that they called him up too early. Losing the extra year of service time for the production you've gotten in the first 2 and what will be 3 months of the season wasn't worth it to me, while also knowing that Cam Smith's going to be a good player. And I think I know he struck out 4 times today, but I see him coming along. Like, he is getting better. His plate discipline's always been good, but you're starting to see that more often. I think his at-bats are getting better. His power is starting to show a little bit more. But his first 2 to 3 months are not deserving of losing a year of service time. I think it was a bad decision.
I couldn't agree more with the fact they should not have started him in the bigs because of the service time. I don't know that it was a bad decision. It's just not the decision that I would have made. But you got that really cool video out of the locker room.
Don't get me started.
Okay, so
I thought that was so cheesy.
Okay, that's my hot take is that get the families out of the clubhouse, dude. No, absolutely not. I got texts from former players that are like, what is happening in Houston? Disgusting. A disgrace.
I thought it was disrespectful to the other players.
I thought it was awkward as hell.
All of those things.
Like,
all
weird.
Of those things. I got a big league guy who I'm buds with. Well, I don't know if we're buds. We're more of acquaintances. I think I annoy him. But he didn't pitch very long. But I showed that to him. I was like, what do you think of this? Like, what do you think of the players in the clubhouse? He's like, yeah, this is awful. Like, this is all terrible.
Bad. Like, everyone that had been in that, everyone that had never been there thought it was the coolest thing ever. Everyone that had been there was like, yep. What are we doing? This is what we're doing now.
Yeah,
it was just weird. It was awkward. It was amateur-y.
Yeah, I'm with you. As far as the Luno thing, Corey, nothing on record, but there have been like theories and internet theories that Manfred told Crane, hey, fire Luno and Hinch and you can keep your trophy. We won't put an asterisk next to it. Nothing, has been like actual, like really reported. That's just like an internet rumor.
This
Go ahead.
Hold on. Here, I want to set you up with this because this was my thought before the season, because everybody across the city was talking about the rookie of the year odds for Cam Smith. And I said, okay, maybe, but like, is there a greater chance that he wins rookie of the year or gets sent down? That's where we were with him, and that's how hard it is to be successful. And I'm wondering, where do you think we are now? I think we're closer to being sent down than rookie of the year. Not that he's going to be sent down or we're close to it.
Yeah.
But he's not winning rookie of the year as it sits right now.
Yeah, that Jacob Wilson guy's kind of running away with it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's closer to being sent down, but I don't think he'll be sent down.
I agree.
He's trending up, but I would say he's closer to that than rookie of the year, but neither will happen. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Our guy, Israel. What's up, Israel?
What's up? Hey, Cam is producing now. He's producing better than a majority. All of that is
Israel.
OPS.
He was over 4 strikeouts today.
Oh, so and that's still at 235. So what do y'all expect the rookie? Nobody from Astros period hit over but one person over 300.
Bro,
for the whole year.
producing is producing no matter if you're a rookie or not. You either are or you are not. It's not you're producing for a rookie.
Okay. Are you looking at his numbers?
Yes.
Are you looking at his OPS? Are you looking at the WAD or what the what? You looking at that?
Am I looking at the
Right
Wawa?
now is
We're talking gas stations, bro?
The war. Look at the war. He's in the negative. How many of the best in the negative?
Right, but to say that he's not the worst, therefore he's producing, is not an argument for him. It's just an argument against the guys that have been bad.
Okay, look at his numbers. Do you know his numbers compared to the roster?
Again, dude, production is a black and white issue. You either are or you are not. Whether you are better than somebody else doesn't mean that you are producing. It just means someone really isn't producing.
First of all, this is his first time playing the right field. He don't have any errors. He is a phenomenal in the right field right now. They are not sending him down, and he's producing. He got 3 home runs.
He's been a good right fielder. I'll give him that for sure.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. What is his expectation for a rookie right fielder? What is it? 300? No. And he is producing. All this fuck that you coming up with these fake numbers, but he is producing now. And he's going to be the starter for the right, and he's in the money for the rookie of the year. I don't know what y'all talking about, but that's what it is.
I'll bet you $100 he does not win Rookie of the Year.
Hey, bro, it's just the beginning of the. I bet you this though. I bet you don't get sent down.
I agree. I don't think he's going to get sent down.
That was a good counter bet.
I'll put $100.
All right, so we'll trade $100 bills.
I'll put 100. I'll put 100 on this though. This was my expectation is 250, 260. It's not going to be like the center fielder that at 219 last year. You know, the one who started off by 219. He's better than that right now at 235. He got 3 home runs. His OPS is over 700. What are y'all talking about?
Israel, we got to get to break. We got to get to break. Appreciate the call,
Good
Israel.
call.
And look, I think that I think his offensive numbers are fair for a rookie. Like, that's not the conversation. Like, Cam Smith and his development's fine. But is it worth getting this production for the extra year of service time down the road? That's where my argument's at. I don't think Cam Smith's been a disappointment. I don't think Cam Smith has been bad. I think Cam Smith's on the way. I think his arrow's pointing up. But the first 2 months of Cam Smith's career, is it worth getting the extra year in 2031? I would argue no. 713-780-ESPN. Texter said Joe George. Y'all need to listen to him and talk football. I guess we'll do that.
Joe.
We'll talk football. Apparently, Joe Mixon's hurt. They're in on J.K. Dobbins, ? We'll discuss that next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
No blankers today or tomorrow. Will Kunkel from Fox in today, in tomorrow.
Yo, Blank, man.
Twitter at Will Kunkel Fox. Joe Mixon apparently is hurt. We had somebody on YouTube maybe yesterday. Like, hey, have you guys seen Mixon's cryptic post on social? Is he hurt? Saying things like brick by brick and all this. And then I saw this report earlier today on Twitter from Slick Rick, which said that the Texans are interested in Dobbins. He's a willing dealing son of a gun, this Slick Rick. But it's some Twitter guy who I don't know if he's credible or not, but we don't care about that in radio. It said the Texans have inquired about free agent J.K. Dobbins. There's still distance between the two sides and the money, but something to monitor. He also has that transitional tag placed on him or whatever, where the Chargers could match any deal that J.K. Dobbins signed. So if there is any actual substance to that report, that's in play. And I started to think about it. I was like, okay, well, I don't love the idea of Dobbins in Houston, not with Mixon. I like Woody Marks. I like his skill set. Dameon Pierce, I've heard, was going to fit this scheme better. And then Dare's their special teams ace. They're your 4 running backs. You don't really need more than that. And then I just so happened right around the time that I saw this on Twitter, I went on to Texans Reddit. They had a video of Aaron Wilson talking about how Joe Mixon got hurt in the offseason. Here's Aaron Wilson from his YouTube channel talking about the injury.
Had a few people ask me about Joe Mixon. I'll throw this in there at the end. So my understanding is it's nothing serious with Joe. It may cause him to miss a little bit of time in the spring, but it's nothing alarming. I think he'll be ready for training camp, maybe even ready sooner than that. But right now, yeah, I don't think he'll be doing any practices. And so it's something, but it's not anything real big.
All right, so not alarming. Wilson would go on a little bit later to say that he's in a boot. So I guess it's foot related, which I think back to the little hip drop tackles that he took last year, took a couple of those. But it would make sense if Mixon has a little bit of a knock, OTAs are starting soon, that the Texans could do kind of what they did with Cam Akers last year, where they just bring in a camp body for positional depth, which makes some sense. And hopefully Mixon's deal is not a long-term deal.
Well, if you're without him for a long time, like, forget about it. That's all sorts of bad after what we saw last year. He was so dang productive. And what's the deal with British Brooks? I know he got hurt last year. Is he possible to come back? Is that a thing?
The British Bulldog? We call him the British Bulldog. We played the British Bulldogs intro music whenever we talked about him. So we did it like twice after they drafted him. I don't know. Like, I haven't really heard his status. I know last year they kind of cut Jawar Jordan and then brought him back to the practice squad. But I don't know if they're like actual. I'm sure they're warm bodies and stuff like that, but I don't know about their availability at all. There it is. British Bulldog Brooks.
That was a long one.
I like me a little J.J. Taylor. Little itty guy. His cousin. Well, because his cousin listens to the show, so
big J.J. Taylor guy.
Obligated.
Big J.J. Taylor.
Really
guy.
like J.J.
Been saying
Taylor.
that for years.
Yeah.
Love his extended family.
I liked Brooks from what I saw in preseason. Our lads has him listed as the starting fullback, which I don't believe that to be the case.
I would hope not. Let's not do what we did last year. Have guys play positions. Like Andrew Beck should have been the fullback, but you cut him and you had other guys try to fill the position. It did not work. Cade Stover was not your fullback. Let him be your tight end.
Do you think that the Texans offense last year was incompetent?
If it wasn't incompetent, what the hell was it?
Football is football.
I mean, it was. Here's my biggest thing with it. It obviously had its issues at the offensive line, clearly, is that it had the same issues week in and week out, and it never fixed any of them. That was my issue, the inability to fix problems. That's what half of coaching is, if not 95% of it. You can go in and have your scheme, but if you always got to adjust, and the Texans didn't adjust to anything last year. They didn't score a second half touchdown. I think it was for 7 or 8 weeks. And then they had a baloney one against the Cowboys late. And then the guys afterwards, we were in the locker room. I remember I was talking to Titus Howard saying, like, yeah, it was a good touchdown. Like, bro, you guys worked your tail off for that touchdown. It was huge. It was obvious. Everyone knew you couldn't score in the second half. And to not be able to score in the second half is the definition of inept.
See, I don't want to say bullish. That's too strong of a word. Let's just go optimistic. I'm optimistic about the Texans' offense this year because I felt they were pretty incompetent last year.
I agree.
I
agree.
feel like it started with Slowick. I feel like that's where it was.
Well, if it didn't, it's certainly no one else's fault schematically. That's his job, and I think D'Amico, not to a fault, but allowed him to hang himself, for lack of a better term, Bobby, because he gave him the full season, every opportunity to figure it out, and he didn't. And that's why I said at one point on my show, Kicking It with Kunkel, you can find it on Fox Local or YouTube.com right now. I thought he would bring Bobby back, but I thought he would have to bring in a veteran offensive guy that didn't want to be an offensive coordinator anymore, but had done it a whole bunch. Not this guy, but like a Norv Turner or a Jim Caldwell type of person. That way that if Bobby didn't work, you had somewhere to turn, but you couldn't just run it back, because if it failed, you'd have to go to Gerard Johnson. Not that he couldn't do it, but you didn't know. And that's why he had to move on. And now here we are, kind of starting over again with Nick Caley. We don't know that he's going to be able to do it or not. Hopefully he can, though. But he is a first-time OC.
It's weird, too, that they kept a lot of the same staffers on last year's offense.
It's weird that they promoted the assistant offensive line coach.
Yeah, El Jefe Jr.,
Yeah.
Popovich. I think it goes to show you that they felt Slowick was really incompetent. Like, these other guys are good, but because they were under Bobby Slowick's regime, that they couldn't really coach him up a lot. But it's also weird, like 2 years ago, Slowick in his first year, they lost a bunch of good offensive linemen, and they were better. Like, they were better as a product with worse players.
But that kind of goes to my point of Colton Gordon. Let's get tape. Let's see what happens and see how you adjust. The book was out on Bobby, and Bobby was like, oh, no, I don't have another book, and I can't choose my adventure in this book. I have nowhere else to go. I don't like the next page either, but it's the only page I got. It's not good. I know enough about football to be critical enough to do my job, and I think you probably do the same. I don't know all of it, but if we can all sit there and all notice that this is bad and why it's bad, that's not good for the guy that's getting paid at the highest level in the biggest league in the world to figure it out.
Yeah, it's true. I did have somebody slide into my DMs, though, and say that the Dobbins news was fake. And it came from a person I trust, for whatever it's worth. So take that for what it's worth. 713-780-ESPN. Was the Texans offense last year incompetent? And if so, does that give you hope for this season? Also, I got a buzzkill something involving C.J. Stroud and NFL players playing flag football. What would your Olympic team be? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. But first, a minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. They're fantastic. They're better than anything you'll find in the big box store. Those big box store goals are no good. The backboard breaks all the time. The rim gets messed up. The wind knocks it over. You get a 5-mile-per-hour wind, and it's knocked over just like that. So don't mess with the goals from the big box stores. Get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops, best basketball goals on the planet. Tempered glass backboard gives you true, authentic feel. It's got the breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Get it out there on your yard and play some hoops. Their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, you can do it in a matter of seconds, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories are next level too. You're at work all day, kids are at school, you can only play at night. We'll get some LED light kits, and you can play all night long. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything online at produnk.com, including professional installation. The pros will do all of the work for you. Install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. Not going to have a big box with 1 million pieces delivered to your driveway that you have to assemble and you have no idea what you're doing. That's daunting. Don't do daunting. Let the pros from Pro Dunk do the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Yeah, Buzzkill Brandon. No blankers today. Will Kunkel in for blank. So scrolling through the internet's doing the prep, just copious amounts of prep. I spend like 12 hours a day prepping for the show. Hundreds and hundreds of websites that I comb through. I comb through each and every day getting ready for the show. And I this one popped up. The second annual Fanatics Fest will debut Fanatics Games, a pros versus Joes style competition. Athletes versus fans, millions of dollars at stake. The athletes confirmed to participate include Tom Brady, Jaden Daniels, Micah Parsons, Kevin Durant, James Harden, Draymond Green, Russell Wilson, Rob Gronkowski, Alex Rodriguez, Odell Beckham, Tyreek Hill. Brian will love this part. Cody Rhodes, Rhea Ripley, Seth Rollins, Liv Morgan. And CJ Stroud is going to participate in the Fanatics games. And look, I don't know what it consists of. Hopefully he doesn't have to move and he just tosses a few footballs. I don't even dislike the concept. I think the concept's kind of cool. I watched the old Pros versus Joe show. Like, I think it's cool. I don't need my football players participating in exhibitions. CJ Stroud could potentially get up to $60 million a year next offseason when he becomes contract extension eligible. The keys of this organization are in his hands. I don't want CJ Stroud participating in phony exhibition games with random Joes like our Twitchers out there. They're going to tear up his ACL.
Just you, Joe.
You can't argue. How do you argue with that? You can't because of all the money that's being put into these guys these days. That's why we have load management in the NBA, sadly, is because of all the money that's put in, and some other things because the NBA's got some problems. But you're right, dude. You're right. Like, I don't want my guy, but I definitely want to see everybody else's guy play because it sounds fun.
Yeah. If Anthony Richardson, tears his ACL doing this, that's their problem. That's Jim Irsay's problem. Although
if you're a
Daniel
Texas
Jones
fan,
is the better,
you do not want Anthony Richardson hurt. You want him on the field.
I actually agree. Daniel Jones is the best quarterback that they have on that roster, and Tyler Warren second.
You're right about the first part for sure.
Trevor Lawrence. Like, if he wanted to do this thing and his hair accidentally got cut off, I mean,
Duval.
Hair versus career match. I don't know what's going on there.
Have you written Trevor Lawrence off?
No. I'm curious what he looks like with an offensive-minded coach. I know that Peterson was an offensive-minded coach, but I wonder if he kind of got antiquated. I'm curious to see what he looks like with Cohen. Cohen made Levis a first-rounder, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, I think Trevor's got all the talent and all the skills. It's a matter the NFL and sports in general, but the NFL specifically, so much relies on everything around you. You are never good just by yourself. You need a lot to make you good. And I think we saw that with the Texans last year, unfortunately, is that like CJ looked very average. He took a step back. He didn't look good at all, but it wasn't because CJ wasn't very good.
Yeah.
It was because of a lot around him. And that's the way things go in the NFL. It's the ultimate team game.
Yeah. Every position is dependent on the other to look good. And every sport's sort of that way, but not to that extent. Like baseball, you really don't need your teammates to be really good. Like you need it to rack up like RBIs and run production. But did Barry Bonds need his teammates to be good when he hit 73 home runs?
Right. You can
really.
not have a right fielder for a game and get lucky. You can't not have a right guard and get lucky.
Right.
That ain't happening. It's the most team game in the entire world.
I feel this same way with CJ Stroud not participating in the Fanatics games. I don't like that he's doing it, as I do about the Olympics. Like, I think it's cool that these NFLers are probably going to play in the Olympics, flag football in the Olympics, but I don't want it to be any of my guys. Like, I saw Derek Stingley mentioned in somebody's like dream team or whatever because he can defend and all this stuff. I don't want him doing it. I don't want Anderson doing it. I don't want Stroud doing it. I want none of the Houston Texans playing flag football in the Olympics. Lamar Jackson, cool. He can go play. Jamar Chase, that's fine. No Houston Texans in the Olympics. Don't want to see it. I care more about team than I care about USA flag football.
I agree. And here's my biggest concern. When you're in the NFL, your facility takes care of you. Everything is good for you. In the Olympics, you're on your own. Hey, don't go out and have fun. If you miss out a day of stretching, you're going to have a hamstring pull in your toast. No, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Because of that, like, you are completely on your own. You don't have a facility and team taking care of you in the same manner.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Texture texted in Levis was a second rounder. That's a great point, Texture. Hey, Rocky, listen up. I was wrong. I'm still in denial. I'm still in disbelief that Will Levis was a second rounder. But look, that's me again admitting that I'm wrong. What would your starting five, though, be? If you could put together your 5 flag football players in the Olympics. Offensively, you get a quarterback, a running back, 2 receivers, and a center. But the center is like route eligible, so he can run routes. Everybody can touch the ball. And then defensively, I guess you just match up with those 5 on the offense. Build your flag football dream team around the NFL.
And the quarterback is obviously the fastest, best athlete you can find, right? Like Lamar or Kyler.
I would go Lamar.
Mhm.
I would go Lamar. I didn't even think about Kyler, but that would be an interesting one too. He'd be good at flag football because he's so fast. He doesn't have to see over the line.
Just give me the
and he's got
water
a
bug.
cannon.
Like, give me the dude that is like, as soon as 7 Mississippi hits, we're out.
Yeah, I didn't think about Kyler. I still wouldn't pick him over Lamar, but he's in the conversation. I think Kyler Murray, people criticize me when I say this. Blankers makes fun of me. Kyler Murray, the best athlete on earth.
In what world can you make such a statement?
How many players have been drafted in the first round in 2 major sports?
Bo Jackson.
Well, currently. And he wasn't a first rounder. He wasn't a first rounder in the NFL. I'm not sure he's a first rounder in Major League Baseball. I'd have to look.
I'd have to think on that, but you obviously
Currently
do
walking
raise-
the earth today, though, that it's like an active athlete. He's the only player to be drafted in the first round in 2 major sports. Best athlete on earth.
What about Travis Hunter? I guess he couldn't. That's a different sport.
Oh, Bo Jackson was a first-round pick in the 86
Stud.
NFL draft. That's my
Stud.
bad. Who'd you say?
Travis Hunter, but obviously not 2 sport.
Yeah, he didn't run routes well, though. You see people dogging him for his route running.
I can dog him for those routes.
Yeah, they were pretty choppy.
I mean, he had to like stop, slow down, like figure it out. Oh, I'm taking a right.
Yeah. So you're going Lamar, Kyler at quarterback. Who's your running back?
I think Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Ooh.
Again, like give me the fastest
Yeah.
jittery water bugs on earth, and that's 7-on-7 or 5-on-5, whatever it is.
See, I'm going with Saquon as my running back, just because he's like a super athlete and he can like jump over people, and he doesn't need to run over people because it's flag football and you can't do that.
Yeah, so you take away like maybe his greatest strength.
I mean, he did like a triple axel over that defender. Like the dude is an unbelievable freak. Like you can't go wrong with your guys.
No
either.
argument. No argument. I feel like there's guys in this game for the Olympics that would be so much better suited for it than they would at real football. Like Saquon's
right.
like the best running back in all of football, but there's some guys that maybe not even be a starter. They're like, oh, that dude for sure. It's like you go back, like if you ask professional athletes the best athletes they've ever seen, usually it's some guy in high school that never made it.
Yeah.
So that like my receiver, Xavier Worthy, just run, dude.
So you're just going pure speed.
Yeah, because that's all it's about. There's not about timing. It's not
leaping
scheme.
ability, like high pointing a football.
Yeah,
and stuff.
that's fine. That's fair.
That's an interesting one, Worthy. See, I just went the best receivers. I went Chase and Jefferson. Like,
Yeah,
there's
it's
no
a
one
lot
stopping
easier
that.
to do wide receiver.
Like no one's stopping that. All right, who do you have at center?
Oh, Juice Scruggs.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I don't. Who's the really fat guy that ran the really fast 40 in the combine? That guy.
See, I just went with like Brock Bowers. I just went with the tight end there.
But you can do that. I
They
figured
run
that was
routes.
not allowed.
They can run routes. So like, I don't want it to be a big center who can't really get down the field. Like, I want to just have amazing speed. Now we both went offense. Like, are we concerned about our defensive side of the ball, or are we just going to out athlete them?
I think it's just first to 80 wins. Isn't that the way we're gonna go?
Yeah.
Are you really getting stops?
Not stopping that team.
Hell no.
Could you imagine like Canada trying to defend this?
Dude, there's
like
a
Mexico
I
is
think-
out there like trying to defend that. Like,
Dude,
good
there
luck,
was a story on Instagram or something like that was like mimicking or mocking the French lining up against the greatest NFL players in America and like how terrified they would be in that situation.
I feel bad for like the actual USA flag football players. Like they've been chasing their dream for all of these years. Flag football is finally in the Olympics, and like, yeah, we're gonna get our chance. Oh, they're just gonna cherry pick NFLers for 2 weeks, and then they're gonna go win a gold medal and crush everybody's souls.
Bummer,
Like, I feel
dude.
bad for those guys.
That's why I think 3-on-3 basketball, you're not allowed to do it. You can't.
Fran Fraschilla, I think, was he the coach or the GM? He might have been the GM of that. And I talked to him at length one day about his 3-on-3 basketball team and Jimmer Fredette and all these guys, but they couldn't. They had to have a very specific group of players. And it was also hard for them to get players because they couldn't grab players that were playing like in Europe or stuff like that because of the schedules was a conflict. So they had to have like this really dumbed down team that wasn't that good. I don't think they meddled, did they?
No, I don't think so. And I think, jokes aside, you really got to form some sort of chemistry. Like guys that have been playing 3-on-3 together forever, for whatever reason, are really good and really are tough to beat.
Yeah. You gotta have that chemistry on 3-on-3. This texture said Burrow, Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon, and then Kittle at center. That's a good team. I don't like Burrow's a good athlete.
He can't move.
Yeah,
comparatively.
Yeah, comparatively. Like he can move, but not like those guys. I want speed there. Like it's gonna be fun to watch, but no Texans allowed. We can't have that.
Who would you pick from Texans? Like who do you think would make it, or at least Nico, Sting?
See, I think Sting would be the best option. Now he wouldn't play offense, although the Texans rave about his hands and say he could do it.
I mean, you watch him and the way he can track a ball and bring it down, and his ball skills are wildly impressive.
Like coverage skills would be important, I think, in flag football on the defensive end, right? Like you need to be able to mark your man, and Stingley is the best at marking his man. Like is pass rushing that important in flag football?
No, you probably wouldn't want a Will Anderson. You would honestly, you'd want the jitteriest guy on defense just to spy.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think you would go Stingley there. I would pick Stingley over Nico. Nico's close though. And then Stroud's kind of like Burrow, where like he kind of pick you apart, but he's not this uber athlete like Kyler. I mean, he's a good athlete, but he's not as fast as Kyler or Lamar. Not even close, really. They could probably pick an intramural team from a random college party in Texas, like SFA or Sam Houston. They'd probably win a golf gold for the USA and Olympic flag football. I think he meant gold, not golf. I played intramurals at Sam Houston. It's pretty elite right there. I would say it's some elite competition going on there. Lamar has to be the quarterback. I would agree. Tank would be elite at flag football. If he was healthy, he would be elite at flag football. Tank would be fantastic. Devin A-Chain from the Dolphins. That dude is blazing fast.
Yep.
Forbin Marshall, what's up?
Tyreek 2 years ago.
Tyreek, yeah. He might get, yeah.
Go on. Do it. Say it. Say it. I dare do it.
I mean, which one? Like, is he going to impregnate somebody and punch her in the stomach? Is he going to run away from the police when he's speeding through a speed zone? Is he going to threaten to throw his baby off the balcony wherever the Summer Olympics are? I mean, which one do you want me to say?
I mean, with Tyreek, you could either
scumbag.
pull his flag or you could just put handcuffs on him as he's just running by.
Good
He
luck
is
catching
not
him.
a good person. I think that's
It's a bad
obvious.
person. Great football player, equally bad person. Worst person. Just use retired players at USA will still dominate. Who would your retired guys be? Like Jerry Rice. He's still
Like-
go get it.
Like all time, like in their
Vic
prime,
would
or
be cool.
today?
Today. He's talking about today. Could Vic still run? Vic would have been awesome in flag football.
I don't know if there's a lot of dudes that played in the NFL that can still do anything from
He
there.
would be so good at flag football.
Oh my
Vic.
gosh, it would be the Vic experience, that commercial.
Yeah, it would. DK Metcalf would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Debo would like hurt himself though. He'd be like banged up somehow. Travis Hunter, perfect flag football player, is a two-way. You're probably right.
Yeah, all-time corner receiver, or I guess it's not all-time. I just remember yelling all-time quarterback.
Dion in his heyday would have been prime time too. He would have been awesome.
Pun intended.
He would have been great at flag football. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Kelvin Sampson signed a contract extension today at the University of Houston. Going to keep him there for a while. Will has a take about it, and I think I'm going to like what he has to say. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Israel gives me a headache. That was like 30 minutes ago, man. 713-780-ESPN. We're not going to make fun of Israel and how he gives you a headache. What does the new Joel Blank think about Reed Shepherd? We'll get to that in a minute. Will Kunkel in for Blankers today and tomorrow. Will Kunkel, Fox 26 sports director. You can follow him on Twitter at Will Kunkel Fox. Also has a podcast, Kicking It with Kunkel. Does a great job with that. Maybe we'll do an Ask Kunkel Anything here next segment. You down with that, Kunk?
Hell yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Get your questions in. Get to know Will, because Will's going to be here tomorrow. So we should all get to know Will, because he's going to be here tomorrow. So 713-780-ESPN. Get in your questions for Will. Who's the new guy today? He's good. That's Will. And we don't do compliments around here, Texter. You should know that by now.
Wife.
What's that?
It's either my
It's
wife
your
or
wife.
mom.
Oh, now I got her number here. We don't do compliments on this show. Compliments, it's lowbrow. No one wants to hear kiss-ups. We're mean. We're awful to each other. We say mean things. We used to do a segment each Friday called Mean Things. All the mean things that people said to us. But we got rid of it. The bosses didn't like it. Suits upstairs weren't fans. 713-780-ESPN. So Kelvin Sampson signed a contract extension.
Our beloved Cougs. Wow.
Will has a take on it. Will, what's your take on Kelvin Sampson extending with the University of Houston?
I think it was obvious, first of all, but I think what he has done with so little at Houston has been possibly and arguably the most impressive thing in college athletics, because Coach K, Bill Self, you name it, go down, Nick Saban with Alabama, whoever, wherever, they have had infinity dollars to work with and anything at their disposal. Kelvin Sampson, what he's done at Houston, has played with such little and created so much. And it's just been so impressive to watch him build this program. It's not a team that's good this year, but then takes 2 years off. It's a program that is so good year in and year out, and he's still working at a deficit. You take a look at the Big 12, and they're at bottom 3 of the Big 12 when it comes to finances for that athletic department. And the athletic department is not a Big 12 athletic department. Those teams, the other teams and programs, are participating in the Big 12. The basketball team is a Big 12 program, and they're one of the best in the nation. And he's done it with one hand tied behind his back. And it's been awesome to see. And with that, he can do no wrong here. He'll never let down the fans. The fans will never get upset with him no matter what. Because Houston was in basketball purgatory for so long, he's brought them back to life. And I think it's awesome to see him get that extension, and good for him.
King of Twitch on Twitch says, way to kiss Branham's behind. Kunk. I agree with everything you said.
But tell me where I'm wrong, anybody. And that's fine. You can disagree with me.
He didn't disagree with you. You said you were kissing my butt, which, there's worse things to do.
What? I guess stab your eyes out with chopsticks.
No, I don't think you're wrong, but I am very biased, obviously. I'm a Houston Cougar.
Sorry, Kelvin Sampson's one of those guys, and you can attest to this. When you're in these press conferences, any sport, any level, guys like us, and I'm not saying you or me necessarily, love to show the coach or the player how much they know, how much they know about the game and the sport or whatever it might be. When I get around Kelvin, he's one of those guys, I ask my question and I lock it up, and I just kind of ask my question, because every time he talks, I learn. He's lost so much knowledge about basketball compared to how much I've learned throughout my life. He is so smart and so wise. He's done it through generations. He's done it at different places. He's made mistakes. He's learned from those mistakes. Whatever it might be, he's had wild success. Every time he talks, I learn, and I love that. And honestly, a lot of guys are like that. Joe Espada is like that. I know people are going to flip out, but
I thought you were going to say Joe George.
Joe George is like that. Shout out to Joe. Like Joe Espada, when he talks baseball, I love listening to it. He knows more baseball than I have, and I've been around the game. I played it for a long time. But when you get around some of these guys, Kelvin Sampson is like the peak of that. You just sit there and listen. Just sit there and listen for as long as you can.
6517, not a fan of the University of Houston, the greatest institution, not only in the Lone Star State, but the entire country of America. But respect Sampson 100%. and wish Texas had a coach like him.
Yeah, look at Texas, how much money they have and how badly they stink year in and year out at basketball.
Yeah. No, you're right too that he took over a program that was not great, not good at all. Let's be fair; like they weren't good at
They
all.
were
They were
irrelevant.
dormant.
They were beyond. They were irrelevant. No one cared.
They were playing in dungy old Hofheinz Pavilion. They didn't take recruits to Hofheinz because they were scared the recruits were going to see the rats that lived in the bowels of the arena. It was dark in there. No one went to games. No one cared. Like, no one cared about Houston Cougar basketball. Like, there was overwhelming disinterest in the program, and he now has it as one of the best programs in the entire country. I agree with everything you said. I would throw Scott Drew into the mix of the last 25 years of a guy who's had unbelievable turnaround job. Took over Baylor whenever they came off the death penalty, didn't play Big 12 games, and won a national championship. So I would throw Drew into the conversation too. But I'm not trading Kelvin Sampson for anybody. I agree. Like I love Kelvin Sampson. Been very good to me. He is an elite coach, and you're right about the wisdom thing. Like, sometimes I'll lose myself with what he's saying, and then it's like, oh, I'm supposed to ask him another question, and like kind of have a stutter there for a little bit because I'm just like taking it in. He's taught me a lot without even knowing it. Like, just going to practices and stuff and listening into what like he's telling the guys. It's like, oh, okay, that's a good thing that I could apply to life or whatever I do. So I'm with you on that. I'm very subjective and biased, but I completely agree.
I think the most respectable thing about Calvin, there's a lot of them, but one of them, at least from a basketball standpoint, is the standard that he holds for his players, his coaches, his managers in that building on and off the court. Like, there is a standard. We will not lower this standard. And some coaches talk like that, and they lower them constantly for certain players at certain times. Kelvin's standard is elite, and he keeps it there, and that he demands that standard is met on a daily basis by everybody in the building. And I think in today's age where you're getting so much entitlement out of these kids and these athletes, it's so easy to lower that standard just to get that 5-star guy. And that's really appealing. And Kelvin hasn't done it yet. Now, it's going to be very interesting to have some of these guys come on the roster next year that will be making 7-figure dollars, from what I am told, and see how they respond to his coaching. Tough love, tough coaching. But I will also say this. Don't confuse recruiting with evaluation. He evaluates these players as human beings, the families they come from. Can they handle the system? They know the system that they're choosing as well and what Calvin's all about. He's not a closed book. You don't think Calvin is some go home, just chill dude when you watch him. You know exactly what you're getting when you sign up for Calvin. And you also have a culture in that program where other guys will say, just relax today. I know you want to quit. I know you want to go home. Don't do it. Trust me. And that's what he's built. And I think that standard is just so admirable to hold in today's society.
Yeah, if you don't do it, somebody else will. He'll find that person. And then to your point about like the high level recruits that are coming in. I mean, Jarris Walker was a high level recruit that sought him out. And then next year you have the CNAC, you have Harwell, you have Flemings, and then you have Bryce Jackson from Shadow Creek coming in as well. But those players crave it. They crave that standard. They crave that culture because they know it's going to make them a better player. They see what Houston has done in terms of sending players to the NBA, and they crave that coaching because they want to be the best player they can be. And like Sampson's not bashful about it. He brings recruits to practice, and he doesn't take his foot off the gas. So those players 100% know what they're getting into, and they want it because they know it brings the most out of them. But yeah, exciting times at Houston. National championship runner-up this past season. Great recruiting class coming in. Number 1 in the country now after the Bel Air kid decommitted from Duke and followed Lucas over to Miami. So going to be a lot of great times to be had in the future too. And good to see him sign that extension today at the good old U of H. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to your questions for Kunkel. He's going to be here tomorrow, and I think it's fair for our audience to know who Will is. Texture says, but does Israel like Kelvin? I think Israel would be a Kelvin guy.
I don't know. How do you dislike it? You might dislike him because he beats your school every year or every weekend, whatever it might be, but you can't not respect Kelvin. I don't think Kelvin gives a damn whether you like him or not, but I do think that a majority of everybody respects him.
Yeah, Israel. Kelvin's an Israel guy. I feel confident saying that. If you wanted to confirm that, Israel, I already know your answer. 713-780-ESPN. Ask Will Kunkel whatever you want. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Will Kunkel sitting in for Blankers today and tomorrow at Will Kunkel Fox on the Twitter thing. And I think it's only fair to the audience to give you a chance to get to know Will by asking Will some of your questions that you have, personal questions, favorite questions, whatever your questions are. King of Twitch on Twitch. Ask Will, how does he like being tossed to sports after a horrible murder story? Ford did a murder-suicide in Northwest Houston. But let's go to Will with a sports update first.
That transition happens far too often, and thankfully, most of our producers are pretty good about it, but we have a sports transition in between, which alleviates a lot of that awkwardness. My old station, it happened a lot, and it was so bad. Here's the worst. I'll tell you the worst. When you do sports, and then you're supposed to do like small talk, and then they got to do a tease into exactly that. And it's like, we're all laughing, and then, all right, coming up next, baby found.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weird.
All right. Well, I'll just step out then.
Have you ever had to do other than sports stuff?
No.
Never. That's good.
I was asked to after my first job. My first job was in Fargo, North Dakota, And I was there for 15 months, went to Toledo to do their sports. But in between, I was offered to start a morning show down in Augusta, Georgia. And I said no, because you don't want me doing your news stuff. Like, trust me, you don't want that in your life. And we're good on that.
713-780 ESPN. How do you feel about the NHL?
I love it. It's one of my favorite leagues. It's my favorite time of year when we watch Stanley Cup playoffs. I think it's the best run sport from the player's standpoint in the world right now, because they have such passion. They care. They leave it all out there. They do it for each other. And that's what you want in all the other sports. And it's ironically, it happens the exact same time as the NBA, where they have that problem. They have a load management problem. They have the worst all-star game in basketball. NHL just had the best. And it's just the juxtaposition of the two leagues right now. I love hockey.
Do you have a team?
Yeah, I'm a diehard Rangers fan. Like diehard New York Rangers.
I had a Ranger fan cuss me out when I was 8.
God bless him. What'd you do wrong?
I didn't know what the NHL was, and my Uncle Barney took me to a game at Yankee Stadium, and there was a guy there wearing a Ranger shirt, and I thought it was the Texas Rangers. I was like, "Hey, you're a Texas Rangers fan," and he said, "You." I was 8 years old.
That's it. Maybe that's a bit much, but welcome to the stadium.
And then that was my love for New York just took off from there.
A match made in heaven.
Has Will ever watched the hit TV show Burn Notice? The hit TV show.
Has anyone, or did we all just see those commercials for 20 years?
How many? I mean, if they've had 7 seasons of this, somebody's had to have watched them, right?
7 seasons.
Yeah, I've never watched an episode of Burn Notice.
It's that tan suit. I remember. Golly.
Yeah, it is. I just pulled up the
I remember that. That's really funny.
Internet. So are you a fan? The hit TV show Burn Notice?
I've never seen it.
Hey, I've never seen it either. Hey, the new guy doesn't suck. Okay, that's better.
Yeah. That was my coach. My coaches and all throughout my playing careers at any level was generally like, suck less, Kunkel. Like, suck less, please.
Brand, I'm very lectury today, approaching land zone. I feel like I'm less lectury than I normally am.
I don't think you've lectured at all today.
I don't think so either. Has Will ever considered making a cheeseburger, but instead of using buns, using 2 quesadillas?
I've considered it, but every time I get to that point of doing it, I'm like, why would I do this instead of a great potato roll or English muffin? Large English muffin yes.
Burger?
Yes. Do it. You're welcome.
Really?
Yes. Trust me. So Thomas used to make a large sandwich English muffin, like a larger version. I think they've stopped doing it. And it used to be, dude, do it and then come back, and then you'll tell Rocky you were wrong again.
Good recall. I do like the McMuffin, but I feel like the middle of an English muffin should be sausage, not hamburger.
It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's different though. Like there's different
texture.
Like there's certain
Just
bread options that I feel are more suiting for sausage breakfast than a hamburger lunch dinner. Like, I mean, it looks like you eat well. I don't know if you've ever had the what's the thing at McDonald's with, like, it's got syrup in it, the McGriddle.
Oh,
the McGriddle.
Yeah.
Like, could you do a McGriddle with a cheeseburger in the middle?
I
so.
would not. I would not do that. But I would do an English muffin.
But at the same time, to contradict myself, I do like the breakfast on a bun at Whataburger.
I've never done. I haven't had enough Whataburger, and I'll be honest.
Yeah. I eat a lot of fast food. It's not. Yeah, I could tell, and you could tell with me. Have you done the Juicy Lucy?
I'm not. What is that?
It's fine. It's above board. I'm not trapping you here. It's big in I think like in Minnesota. They stuff the hamburger patty with cheese before they cook it, and then they cook it. So it's like a stuffed hamburger patty with cheese in the middle.
Yeah,
Juicy Lucy.
I don't actually like that. I don't dislike it. I just don't. I like my cheese on the top of the burger. I don't know.
Same. Like, I feel like you're kind of like, instead of like, you're thinking inside the box in a weird way.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I'm sure it would taste fine, but I've never tried it. I would, but I just haven't. What temperature do you keep your AC on at your house?
At what time of day?
Okay. How about both? At home, not at home, and then sleep.
Not at home, about 75. At home, 70. Asleep, 64.
64?
There it is. Yeah.
You can get your house down to 64?
Yeah.
I'm
do you
most
mean, can you
impressed
get
with
your
that your
house
AC
down to
unit can get it down to
64?
64 in the middle of the summer.
Does yours not? Okay, that's a little different. But I mean, your AC goes down to 64,
Sure,
though.
I know, but it just has to
has a
work
hard time
really
keeping up.
hard.
He's just talking about
Yeah.
HVAC units.
I mean, my dad was an AC repairman for
Superior.
20 years, so yeah.
Sick flex.
What turbo do you have? The Binford 4000?
64s. That's impressive. I go down to 67 at night.
If it's not 64, I'm warm, man.
See, I'm also kind of worried about the kids at that temperature. Like, I'm like, are they going to be freezing at night? That kind of like is in the back of my mind.
Is this like if your dog's cold, you're cold kind of deal? Which is the biggest BS ever.
No, I couldn't care less about the dog, but Branham baby, like I don't want to be cold while he's sleeping.
I mean, that's reasonable.
You know, and I wonder about that.
But you
like,
keep it at 67, though?
67 at night.
I mean, I don't think 67 to 64 is going to cause frostbite.
That's a big difference. That's a big leap. 64 to
3
67.
degrees?
Yes.
I mean, I guess 3 degrees killed the dinosaurs, but
I mean, husband and wife argue about a single degree. Like 3 degrees is a massive leap, I think.
Is your baby Branham boy or girl?
He's a boy.
Okay, so probably likes the same you like.
You think so?
I mean, I can't argue otherwise.
He's to the point where he can talk now too, and he's never like
He'll
woken
let
up
you
and be
know
like,
that.
I'm cold. So I think he can handle
He's
it.
a man. It's an alpha baby.
He's a son of a gun, dude. He's weird. Like he's had multiple trips to the ER already.
I
He's
love
not even
that.
3
Why?
yet.
Is that because he's active? Good for you guys.
He's yes, he's active, to put it nicely. He fell off the couch one day onto a chair and his tooth went straight up his gum.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and he like didn't even cry. Like I don't know
sounds
where
like
he gets
Mick
his
Foley
toughness
more
from.
than a 3-year-old.
Yeah, he's Mick Foley's baby boy. Or Mrs. Foley. I don't know.
I feel like
where
there's a
he got this
correlation between
toughness.
Chaz McCormick and the way you think he plays baseball. And the way your kid plays.
This is why I have no patience for people who are soft. Branham baby's 2 years old. He's falling off the couch onto a little baby chair and shoving his tooth up his gum and doesn't even bat an eye. And then these other people are missing 3 days because they have a hurt little pinky. Jordan Alvarez is going to miss 25 games with a little hand inflammation. I have no patience for soft people. Yeah, I think I'm a dog here. You have any questions for Will here, Brian?
None that aren't HVAC related.
That's reasonable.
I'm calling your bluff. I don't think you have any HVAC related questions either.
Thank God.
Do you think? This texture says Will is a legend for following the Cougs in depth this season. Again, too nice of a text. We don't do nice text around here.
Man, that was a blast following them. We went out to Kansas City. Every stop in the NCAA tournament, we wouldn't trade it for the world. Like, it was so much fun. How could you not? Like, what a time to be alive.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I loved it. Do
I
you think Samson? Go ahead.
No, you go first. Then I got a weird take for you.
Do you think Samson will finish out his contract or retire early? Says the texter.
I mean, it's only 3 more seasons, so I think he finishes it out.
Yeah, I think he finishes out.
You don't. When I had him on the show, I asked him, "How do you evaluate whether you want to retire or not?" And he said, "I don't know because I haven't even evaluated it yet. I haven't thought about it." So he's not even to the point where he's like, "Am I ready?" And here's why or why not. He hasn't even gotten to that point. So I think 3 years is probably good, and I think he might even retire before he wants to retire, simply because it's time for Kellen. Because at some point he's preventing Kellen from becoming the next head coach.
Yeah, he'll put him in a spot where he's good and ready, and it's a good team and all of that. He's also super competitive. Like I think he loves it. And I know he loves it. Like he's at the same time he wants to put Kellen in a good spot. I think he'll finish it up. I
agree.
think that he will. What was your weird take?
Just a food take. I had a friend in college who would eat pizza flipped, like not his body, but the pizza slice would be upside down, so all the spices and cheese would hit his tongue first.
That's something.
And he wasn't high. Maybe. But.
That's not a terrible concept
That's
though. Like,
exactly,
it's really
like-
weird, but it makes sense.
Exactly. I'm like, you're an idiot. But then I would turn around and be like, I try it.
Yeah. You tell him you're an idiot, and then you look over at the other guy. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm going to try this alone.
That's interesting. I'm gonna have to give it a shot. I think
Exactly.
just to see. All right. Car wreck of the day coming up next. What's the biggest car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What do you nominate for car wreck of the day? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
The stock market took a bit of a renewed beating today and far worse than yesterday's numbers as interest rates spiked up amid worries that the tax bill going through the House and ultimately to be debated in the Senate as well will add considerably to annual deficits and the national debt. As a result, the yield on the 10-year note spiked to about 4.6%. The Dow tumbled 816 points. That's almost 2% to 41,860. The S&P down 1 2/3%, almost 96 points at 58.44, and the Nasdaq down less than 1.5% or 270 points to 18,872. The dollar fell against key foreign currencies. Oil slipped 70 cents to 61.33 a barrel. Gold, in its now traditional flight to safety mode, moved up $37 to $33.22 the ounce, and Bitcoin hit an all-time high of $108,000 per coin before pulling back just a bit. These concerns about deficits and debt beginning to weigh on the bond market and by extension stocks as well.
Texture's getting honest about the Kikuchi trade. You traded potentially trade pieces from this year for Kikuchi, who won't even touch them out of the playoffs. Bad trade. He sold Bloss and Loperfido at their peak, though. Bloss was pitching in the bigs and now is having Tommy John, so traded him at his peak. Loperfido probably will never have as much value as he did last year. Depends on how he plays. And then Willie Wagner, jury's still out there, but I don't know. So that would be the counter argument there.
That's not a counter argument.
What is it?
It's just it's nonsense. That's not true. It's not a bad trade. There's no way to view that a bad trade.
I mean, if Will Wagner makes 3 All-Star games in the next 4 years.
Okay, fine. As of now, you can't say that that's a bad trade.
No, I do think it's probably fair to wait out the club control that they have there before we can really define it, like fully define it. But I would agree with you that it's trending in the right direction. And I didn't like the trade last year. I've recanted that take. But if Wagner makes 2 All-Stars, Loperfido makes an All-Star team in the next 5 years while they're under club control, it'd be a bad trade.
I agree.
So, like, I mean, we always jump to conclusions on, like, oh, who won the trade? When really you have to wait until their contracts are up or their club control is up before you can really determine if it was a bad trade or not. All right, car ranks of the day.
Picks.
Same thing with draft picks. I'm of the belief that you have to wait for their rookie contract to be up.
Yep.
Which can be different for first rounder and non-first rounders. All right, car rank of the day. We just nominate things that were bad today. Like Alex nominated you, Will, for suggesting the Jordan trade. Car rank of the day. Will Kunkel suggesting the Astros trade Jordan.
It wasn't well said. I will admit that. My thing is that, first of all, nothing should ever be off the table, ever. That's the idea of a good general manager, is that you listen to anything. But also, I should have said in the next year and a half. It shouldn't be this year. It should not be this year.
I agree that every GM should listen. Because what if somebody just knocks you away with an unbelievable, cannot refuse trade? But, oh, no, you just couldn't listen to that offer. Come on.
No, I put him. He's under
listen.
untouchable on my paper. I can't do it.
Yeah, they all listen. All right, what do you nominate for car wreck of the day?
I don't know.
All right, that's fine.
How about Israel?
Israel's my favorite character on this show.
I loved Israel. I loved the banter, and good for him for doing it.
King of Twitch says me for forgetting to ask the steak question. I didn't forget. I was just waiting to the end. Twitch wanted to know how you cook your steak.
Medium rare, closer to rare.
Attaboy.
As every good alpha male does in America.
Yeah.
How about Shea Gillis, the way he plays basketball and drawing fouls? That's a damn train wreck.
It's like Harden. Do you like steak on your ketchup or your ketchup on your steak? I mean,
no,
you don't like
a
that.
Child, do you?
No, I don't.
He's asking that for who's usually his co-host.
Ugh.
How about on your baked potato?
Again, not a child. I've grown out of this stuff.
How about a quesadillas?
Bro, no.
What if the baked potato has barbecue meat on top of it?
Less likely to put ketchup.
My favorite thing is you called it a child's palate because I got in trouble whenever I said he orders like a child.
It is. It's filled with corn syrup and crap because it's for children.
Yeah.
I mean, just scientifically speaking, it is. It's crap.
I don't have any issue with corn syrup, though. Corn syrup never hurt nobody. That's not true. That's not true. It hurts people daily. I'm going to nominate all the people that are crushing Bill Belichick. Everybody's like, oh, this Bill Belichick, he's getting taken advantage of. He's lost his mind. He's like Anna Nicole Smith's former flame. Did you see the story where Belichick's ex-wife confronted his current girlfriend at some party up there in like the Hamptons or whatever? These people that are crushing Belichick are dumb. He has 2 women fighting for him. He's living everybody's dream. And we're crushing him? No, we should be applauding Bill Belichick. So I nominate them, and I nominate Manny Pacquiao for coming out of retirement. Stop doing that.
No.
Stop doing that.
Where'd
Ryan,
you
what do
see
got?
that? You saw that?
I saw
Manny
on the
Pacquiao
ticker.
came out of...
He's coming out of retirement to fight.
Oh,
yeah.
God. Is there anyone worse than boxers coming out of retirement?
No, it's not good.
It's got to be the worst, not only because the sport that it is inherently, but it's already a rigged sport. So it's like worse to watch.
Might talk about that tomorrow. Car wreck of the day must be Will's electric bill because of the AC. Brian can't talk. Will said, I'm TV. You don't talk. You're a producer. Comic Cast coming up at 8. Hall of Fame at 7. Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis and Dynamo player Jack McGlynn coming up at 6. Will and I do it again tomorrow. Until then, good night, Houston.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Soccer Batters, ESPN 97.5 is on the air, streaming at ESPN975.com. And tonight, the call-in number, 713-780-3776. That's 713-780-ESPN. And you want to keep that handy. Got another pair of Gold Cup final tickets. I'm telling you, when we put out that number, and Brian McDonald, producer extraordinaire, I mean, the calls are coming in waves. Everybody wants to go to this Gold Cup final. That'll be at Energy Stadium for the first time ever. And it's all about CONCACAF, and it's all about a competition for Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. It's going to be their last really competitive tournament before the World Cup. So there's a lot to take away from that, and we'll have tickets for that and the Houston Dash tonight. But yesterday, Brian, the phone lines blowing up.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, those tickets made me work hard. So let's have less of those tickets, okay?
Yeah, I know. I was looking in there, and I was just watching, you click on the people that weren't winning and then finally getting a winner. It's pretty cool. Okay, 713-780-3776 is the number tonight. We're going to start a little bit here with Game On for 90 because there is something on my mind to talk about. So let's just go to this. Spurs today are winners 1-0 in the Europa League final. Ange Postecoglou is the manager under huge pressure. This was great if you were a Spurs fan. A needed trophy. Both teams came in, Manchester United and Spurs, in question with their managers, both Ruben and Marin and Ange Postecoglou, under major pressure. This match today was worth a reported $28 million for the winner, and the winner was Spurs 1-0. It gives Spurs now entry onto the highway back into the UEFA Champions League, plus a much-needed cash infusion to compete in the Premier League. Brandon Johnson gets the lone goal in this one. It almost looked like a lone goal, but he gets the goal. But now for the truth. Now, let's be honest about this final. It was like watching paint dry, honestly, for a large portion of it. It was not great football. It's a reminder that the Europa League is a safety net for those that fall out of the Champions League. Manchester United and Spurs are 16th and 17th in the table in the Premier League. And by the way, they look like 16th and 17th teams in the table. It was a match between two teams with very, very big history, no question. But two teams that are near the bottom of the Premier League. It was dull. It was uninspired. It was very cautious. But you know what? End of the day, no one's going to remember that. But what will be remembered is the smiles on the faces, and this was the part I loved, of the Spurs coaches, the players, the supporters, a sense of relief for Ange Postecoglou, the manager. So that was our Europa League. And we will have the finish of the UEFA Champions League 2025. That will be against PSG and Inter Milan. That's coming up. Now, I put something out on Twitter about Jack McGlynn, and I was fooling around and saying, and that's Game On for 90. I put something out about Jack McGlynn, and we're going to interview him tonight in the third segment tonight. By the way, the Dynamo are up in Austin, Texas. They will take on Austin FC. It's the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup. Winner tonight will get to the quarterfinals like that in the blink of an eye. So McGlynn is got power from long range. You heard me over the last couple of years, even when Hector Herrera was here, talking about the Dynamo need a threat from distance. They play a narrow system. It's a lot of tight combination play. There's not a lot of width. In order to pull defenses out, you need somebody who's willing to shoot from longer range. Jack McGlynn does that. We've seen him hit a couple of spectacular goals this year from outside the 18. He's going to get a couple more before the season's over. But it's an essential ingredient to an attack. It's something that the Dynamo added. So I went on Twitter at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD, right? Shameless promotion. And I said, Jack McGlynn, boomer. As in hitting blasts, a boomer, right? And I got some feedback, and some people.
Did you know the Pandora's box you were opening?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't, and I'm about to tell everybody why. But I guess everybody was talking about boomer generation or
Yeah, so there a few years ago, I think it was
baby boomers.
Yeah, so like 2019, the phrase "okay boomer" became a big thing that younger people would say to older people as a dismissive way to disregard their opinion. Like if they were giving an old man take, they would reply, "Okay boomer." So if you say if you say Jack McGlynn boomer, a lot of people will take that as you saying he's like an old man with bad takes.
Okay. Well, here's the reason why I said it. Okay. I first of all, I didn't even know about that. So that shows you how clued in I am. I said it because I grew up in New Jersey and I had a tremendous youth coach. I was on a great youth team. And one of my great friends growing up was a kid. And my friend named Dan Canner. Me and him lived and breathed soccer together. Dan ended up playing for the U.S. men's national team. He also played for the New York Cosmos and the Fort Lauderdale Strikers. He played at Penn State as well. Exceptional player. He lived part of the time in Germany because his father was with Exxon. And he could strike a ball like there was no tomorrow. So he got the nickname Boomer because he could blast the ball and hit a ball with power. So that's what I put. But I got corrected by some people, and that's good. Okay, now I understand it. So I guess we're not going to call him Boomer. But that's the story. That's the reason why I came up with it. But I don't think it's offensive either way. I mean, I don't care if somebody thinks my opinion is no good. It's the way it works. What are you going to do? Some people want to listen to you. Some people don't. So anyway, that's the whole Boomer story. But we got Jack McGlynn later on. You know what? If you got a good nickname for Jack McGlynn, give it to me. 713-780-3776. And I'll tell you why I like nicknames. Makes the game fun. Mexico is much better than us in the United States about giving players sort of fun nicknames because they can take a joke. We can't. We can't take a joke. And that's kind of the sad thing because football does have to be, I think, fun. I came up with Moroccan magician for Amin Bassi because I knew he was born in Morocco. It's actually French, but he's got Moroccan roots. So, you just have fun with it. But I think Mexico's really good at that, and they don't take themselves as serious when it comes to all that. And I think it's fun. I think it's fun to kind of fun up the game a little bit. I've been accused of being way too serious, believe me. I've had head coaches tell me I'm too serious. Not current. I've had people say, "Oh, you're just too serious." Well, I don't know. My idea is it's a blend of everything, and I think we actually need more serious coverage here in Houston. Okay, when it comes to the MLS product and the NWSL product, I want it to hurt when we lose, don't you? Do you want it to hurt? 713-780-3776. I don't feel like it hurts that much. I don't think we suffer enough when we lose. We just kind of, on to the next one, right? And a lot of that's because of the playoff structure in both leagues. You're always in it, let's face it. But consequence is a good thing. That's why I watched a really boring game for 2 hours, because it was made less boring because of the consequence and the nature of this. And it could cost a coach a job. One of them could be gone, Ruben Amorim or Ange Postecoglou. Maybe he but he also just earned his bosses close to $30 million. And that's before we talk about the money that was made getting to the final as well. So it's very lucrative. Europa League, it is often perceived as a safety net and not a great tournament because teams finishing third in the Champions League group stage drop down to the Europa League. This allows teams that were not performing at their best in the Champions League an ability to continue in European soccer. Maybe it's less prestigious, obviously, than the UEFA Champions League, but nonetheless, it's lucrative. Owners want to win these games. However, the Europa League is still, like I said, it has appeal. It's interesting. You get some teams from countries that you really learn about that you don't maybe know about before. And they qualify for the Champions League then through winning the competition. So that's what Spurs has done. So it's a great day for Spurs fans. So good for them. The safety net argument just allows for continuing to play in Europe. Maybe it's viewed as lower tier. Yeah, it probably is. because the top teams are in the UEFA Champions League. But like I said, significant competition. No doubt about it. So this match today between Spurs and United, there was a lot of nervousness in this one. I think there was a lot of cautiousness. I saw somebody on Twitter put out, this does look like the 16th and 17th team in the table. It did. This was a remarkable piece of data, and I'm not always, there's some data that I really like. Like, this is significant data. Let's just take the WNBA data of Caitlin Clark scoring 20-plus points and 10 assists in more games now. She's equal with, I think, a young lady named Van Sloot. She just tied it last night. So these are the amount of games you've done with 20 points and 10 assists plus, right? The woman she just tied with, Van Sloot, did the same number in 400 and something games. Clark did it in 42 games. That's pretty significant data. That's eye-popping data. This is eye-popping data for Manchester United. It's the 31st time that they've been behind in a game. So you're talking about the majority of your games, you have fallen behind, and you're playing from behind. Great teams don't do this. 31 times. That's all competitions. Pretty incredible. And in fact, they've fallen behind more than teams that have got relegated, like Leicester City. So that to me is interesting data. And that's data that applies to the reason why you're 16th or 17th in the league, because you have trouble scoring goals and you're having to come from behind. So it's pretty interesting. The two starting lineups only had 4 English players in it tonight, which was, I don't know, I thought that was something of interest. Harry Maguire, I think Luke Shaw, I think Mason Mount, and I think Dominic Solanke for Spurs were the only Englishmen. But look, it is a league that it's the best players in the world. And let me go back and correct myself. Van der Sloot did it in 394 games. Clark did it in 42. That includes Taurasi and all these big giant women under the basket, the Brittany Griners. Yeah. I mean, that blows it out of the water, quite frankly. All right. So as we continue on here, 713-780-3776, I think we got to drop a couple of things. We said yesterday that Crystal Palace and Chris Richards won the FA Cup. Ricardo Pepe, Malik Tillman with the Dutch League title in the Eredivisie with PSV. We had another piece on, just trying to get to it here. Okay, here we go. Greg Vanney got an extension as a coach. Now, again, this would only happen in Major League Soccer. You're 0-4-10. Greg Vanney of the LA Galaxy got an extension. So you say to yourself, well, how does a coach get an extension at 0-4-10? Well, he won the MLS Cup last year. He does have a key piece of the team, Ricky Puig, out injured. That said, the winning teams in MLS do not get enriched for winning. It actually complicates things a little bit. But that said, they have a good enough team to not be 0-4-10. And this is MLS. 18 teams will make the playoffs. The Galaxy are certainly way in the hole right now, but we'll see if they can pull themselves out of the hole and make a run and try and be one of those 18 teams that get in the playoffs. Gadi Kinda, if you remember the great matches between the Dynamo and Sporting Kansas City, this is really sad. This comes out of Israel. He had been playing for Maccabi Haifa. And I guess his last match was in March. Spent 4 seasons at Sporting Kansas City under Peter Vermees, the manager. And if you remember Gadi Kinda against the Dynamo, you remember a guy that picked the ball up. He was a dribbler. He was Ethiopian. I think he was born in Ethiopia. He was Israeli. And He was dangerous off the dribble. He was a good part of a midfield with a lot of activity with Johnny Russell as well. Daniel Shallowy, a number of these guys. So he went back to Israel. He signed a 3.5-year contract at Maccabi Haifa. In his first season back, he had 4 assists, 2 goals. This season, his last game being March 29th against Hapoel Haifa. He had 3 assists, but that was the last game he ever played. He passed away, and it's really mysterious due to an undisclosed illness. But something took him very, very quickly. And it was just kind of sad because I remembered moments of him in Major League Soccer and calling some of those games. So there you go. Houston Dash were beaten 4-1 by the Portland Timbers. And I think right now, Brian, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump out a 4-pack of tickets in this segment right now. 4-pack of tickets to the Houston Dash Bay FC. That's their next game on Friday. 713-780-3776. 4-pack at 713-780-3776. We'll make it our 4th caller. 4th caller will get a 4-pack. So take the whole family to a Houston Dash game and watch highly talented players. Bay FC. Sorry, it's Saturday at 4 p.m. Excuse me, because the Dynamo are out of town in San Jose. So there you go. All right. So 713-780-3776. Come on. The boards aren't lighting up. There's got to be a Houston Dash fan out there. There's got to be a women's soccer fan out there who wants to watch some quality players. Here we go. Here we go. We got a call coming now. I know everybody's waiting for Gold Cup tickets. And then, of course, we got what is going to be an amazing weekend with the fight between Manchester City, Newcastle, Chelsea, Aston Villa, and Nottingham Forest. For those 3 open Champions League places and European places. This weekend is going to be off the chains. All the games are at the same time. This is going to be a crazy weekend for the watch when it comes to the Premier League. And again, this is the excitement of the Premier League. So you have the team who wins it. You have promotion and relegation. You have the huge consequence of being dropped down and losing multi-millions of dollars. You have the huge opportunity to jump up in a league and get huge monies. And then you got to maintain your status and stay there. We also have Sunderland and Sheffield United in a one-off game to move to the Premier League. Think of the amount of money in that. I think it's like $100 million or something. It's a ridiculous amount of money. Club America and Toluca are going to play for the Liga MX title. Hector Herrera, by the way, the former Dynamo on Toluca. We mentioned that yesterday. So a lot going on in the world of soccer in the next couple of days, starting with tonight, because when I'm done here, I'm going home to watch the Dynamo in the Open Cup up in Austin against Austin FC. So there you go. Looking forward to that one here tonight. All right, we're going to take a break here. A couple of things to talk about here. Again, the Gold Cup, the wait is over. The tickets are on sale right now. You got games at Shell Energy Stadium, but the final will be on July 6th, 6 p.m., Energy Stadium. It's 16 best national teams going head-to-head in our region called CONCACAF. United States, Canada, the Caribbean. And the winner of this tournament is going to be crowned here. It's going to be 60, 70,000 people. Could be U.S., Mexico, Panama. Who knows? There might be a surprise. Tickets are going fast. The final has been lighting it up on the phone here. LSSC.net is where you can buy tickets. And you know what, Brian? Do you think I have time now or are you on the phone? You can't do this right now, right? Yeah, he can't hear me. All right, we're going to come back. So be ready. Before the end of tonight, we're going to have a pair of Gold Cup final tickets to give away here as well. Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center, home of the Liverpool Supporters Group. They ran away with the Premier League title this year. Whiskey and beer offerings, exceptional, amazing pub food, the bangers and mash, shepherd's pie. It is Hugh O'Connor's, I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center. Taking a break. Coming back. More Soccer Matters here tonight. We've got Jack McGlynn coming up in segment 3. When we come back, update on World Cup 2026 in Houston, what it means to our city, what type of impact we can leave, what type of infrastructure improvements are being made ahead of the the biggest event ever held in Houston history. Take a break. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Got your mother in a whirl, but she's not sure if you're a boy or a girl. Hey, babe, your hair's all right. Hey, babe, let's stay out tonight. Ole, 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 ole.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Little bouncing souls here, right? These guys are New Jersey. Come from the Garden State. Well, you know, I learned something. I've learned a couple things here tonight. Number one, I learned from you, Brian, about Boomer. Okay, so I guess we're not going to call Jack McGlynn Boomer.
It's just going to have a different connotation to some folks.
But I would like somebody to give me a good nickname for Jack McGlynn. 713-780-3776.
I mean, the lazy one is Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
It's lazy, but I like it.
I don't know if it's lazy. I actually
it's
do
just
like
right there because of the name.
Yeah, but we're celebrating a murder.
Yeah, maybe Jack the Boomer? No, that doesn't work.
I mean, if we're going to get mad at old people, you can't celebrate a murderer. Come on.
Well, I think the statute of limitations set up on that, right?
We're all too sensitive. But I do see it from the angle of it's.
You're not going to try out Jack Rips one from deep?
Yeah. Oh, he does. And it's interesting because when the Dynamo picked him up, and they spent $2.3 million from the Philadelphia Union. When the Dynamo picked him up, the first thing you're saying is, okay, he's a good system fit. They have a methodical build. They started him as an 8, but I kept thinking in my mind, he's got to eventually get pushed higher up the field to take advantage of his power, and long-range finishing and a long-range threat is something this attack has needed. I still think it needs a couple of dribblers. I still think it needs more of a vertical game. We'll see if that comes with Olusanya with the Dynamo, and maybe with Linger as well. I do think the center forward position on the Houston Dynamo is a tough one. I think it's almost secondary for goal scoring. Based on the system and the pressing play and the way the build is, I don't see the center forward position getting a lot of good looks at goal, simply because if it's a methodical, a slower type of buildup in order to get an entire team up the field out of a mid-block or whatever the way the Dynamo defend, and I would say they're kind of a mid-block team. I think Ben Olsen mentioned that in the press conference as well. But to move up the field methodically, to get everybody placed in an opponent's half of field, sets you up for when you ultimately lose the ball for the repress. And the idea here is to win the ball back quickly, and it leads to shooting opportunities and or more pressure and more box defending for an opponent. Well, this fits Jack McGlynn well. Jack McGlynn might not be fitting in well with Bradley Carnell and the Philadelphia Union in a much more aggressive first-year St. Louis City type style of play. Now, remember, St. Louis, after all that effort in that first year, had a great season, great opening season in MLS, then nosedived. And that's a hard way to play when the majority of your game is about athleticism and pressing, especially when you hit the summer months. By the way, a big thank you to Chris. I think it's Demoy. Chris reminded me, Glenn, teams do not drop down from Champions League into Europa League anymore. Started this year, and you are correct, Chris. Thank you for correcting me. And that's why I like my listeners. I don't know who's listening a lot of the time, but I know that there's real soccer people listening that don't call in. So there you go. And by the way, nobody even said anything about my nickname thing. Don't you think nicknames are good, Brian? I like them. The Mexican League does good ones. Now, the Mexican League ones push the envelope of, if somebody looks like something, they'll have a funny name for the person because they look like something. Hector Herrera, it was called Zorro. I mean, these are fun. These are fun nicknames. I like that part of it.
Yeah, I think it always adds to the fun if you got a good nickname. It's definitely, I think it makes the play, if you're listening to a play-by-play, more fun. If you hear the broadcaster be able to exclaim with joy a fun nickname as the player does something good, I think that adds to the fun and enjoyment for sure.
Yeah, no question. Tristan writes in, Glenn, what do you think about Pep Guardiola's comments about having a smaller squad next season, or he might quit? Well, I don't think he's going to quit. I think what this is to him is that managing these giant squads are a bit of a problem. He calls there's a group of guys that he thinks is not going to get to play, and he doesn't want to have to probably deal with them quite as much. But I'd have to read the article. I did see the headline, so I don't know enough about it, but expansion's everywhere. Squad expansion. I mean, we all know City's got clubs around the world, the City Group, and they buy players, they loan them out immediately. They never ever play a game for Man City. We have a number of guys in MLS who were at one time or not on the books of Manchester City that had a litany of loans to different places. So there you go. I did say and put on Twitter at Glenn Davis Sock at Soccer Matters GD. One can look at the month of May now, if you're a Dynamo player, as a very grueling schedule. Yes. On the other hand, if you're a player, you're happy as a lark. If you're a guy that hasn't been playing, you're happy to get some opportunity. You're happy to have an ability to potentially make your mark and earn the trust of a manager and a staff. So I see this as mixed. Of course, coaches and everybody's going to talk about wow, this is crazy scheduling. And they're not wrong. But if you're the guy that hasn't been getting minutes and you don't believe you've been given the opportunity from the manager that you want and deserve based on your training, whatever, then this is a great month for you, the month of May. And this is where you become a pro. And this is where you change your status in the pecking order to a manager. This is the way it works. And managers are constantly prodding and poking people. The Dynamo have their stable guys, their auteurs. It's Jonathan Bond now. It's Griffin Dorsey. They got their incumbents. They got guys that aren't going to really be moved much. But then there are other areas of the team that I think are up for grabs. And I even think Amin Bassi and, Kovalchuk was starting earlier in the year. Now he's coming off the bench with the addition of Andre Linger. So there's a lot at stake here now, I think, for individual players as well when it comes to producing good performances. We didn't know anything about Blake Gillingham. Most people didn't even know he went to Creighton University and played for Johnny Torres, who won the Herman Award out of Houston, Texas. You didn't know who he was until he produced a couple of good games as a rookie, and everybody went, wow, there's a guy that lived up to his moment. And even though he lived up to the moment and did well, Dynamo don't think he's ready. They bring in Jonathan Bond, and it's been a good move. So professional sports is tough. It's harsh. On the other hand, playing a game you love every day in training, right? It's a beautiful thing. And I did it in a time period where, you didn't have the luxuries of the players now. You didn't play in these types of stadiums. You didn't have the medical care. You got a B12 shot and ice packs and whirlpools, and that was pretty much the extent of it. You played games with concussions that you didn't even know. There was no such thing as a concussion protocol. I can tell you that myself and teammates I do know played second halves of games after getting hit in the head or clashing heads, and you don't remember a thing. That scary but true. So if I ever start speaking in tongues on this show or forgetting things, Brian, you'll know.
Should I just go to break if that happens?
No, you can let me crash and burn on the air. It's okay.
Hey,
I don't take myself too seriously. All right. I want to get into something here about the World Cup coming to Houston and obviously the United States, Canada, and Mexico. But for us in the United States and Houston, part of the idea here is to leave an incredible legacy in our city. And you're going to hear a lot of people talking about it. You only get one shot at this. This is going to be the biggest event ever held in Houston, Texas. I know there are people out there going, what's this guy talking about? No, it will be the biggest event ever. It's going to be bigger than the Super Bowl. What you hear a lot of the people on the committees say, it's 7 Super Bowls. You're going to have over 1 million people here plus, and it's going to fall between 1 million to 2 million, in my opinion. I think some of the numbers I'm seeing seem low. But as hosts, as both a country and a city, we can make an incredible impression. And that's what I think it's about. We want to give the world a world-class experience when it comes to what happens here in Houston, Texas. So what's going on? Obviously, economically, the impact is going to be crazy. It's supposedly going to generate over $6 billion. I know everybody, and I've talked to friends about this, and my good friend Jan-Luc about, this isn't just about the Fortune 500 companies. This is about local businesses, small businesses. Everybody tends to, benefit from this. I got a buddy of mine who's opening a restaurant. You know what? I don't want to name it because it's not open yet, but it's smack right in the area where there's going to be the flow from Energy Stadium back into downtown to Edo, where they're going to have the Fan Fest and everything. That's going to be in Edo. So already you're seeing things being repaired, right? All of a sudden you got some roads in those areas being repaired. You hear people talking about airport enhancement for visitors. You've got public transit that's being looked at, and there's potential upgrades there. There's downtown improvements that are going to be made, crosswalks, improved lighting. Like I said, Edo is going to be the Fan Fest. That's going to be the central hub. So there's going to be a lot of beautification. So it's going to be pretty incredible. There'll be legacy pieces, mini pitches, and inner city youth club is wanting to be formed. There is going to be a huge budget for safety and crowd management and protection, because you do not want anything dangerous to happen at these events. You got a world-class stadium. A big focus will be on how people move. I heard there might be little hot spots like around Rice where people may gather over there. Because there's got to be a concern for people standing outside Energy Stadium, because a lot of people are going to just want to go to the stadium, even though they're not getting in and they don't have tickets, and they're going to want to party around the stadium. This is going to be something that people haven't seen here. So that's something to keep an eye on. Now, when it comes to Energy Stadium, what I'm reading and understanding and hearing is obviously the field has to be enlarged by removing seats to fit FIFA standards. They're going to have to get a grass field in there. We all know that. That is not an easy thing to do. There's going to be seating renovation. I think there's damaged seats. They're going to upgrade those, repair them. They're going to have a fan experience upgrade. LED lighting in the parking lots. I'm sure there's going to be resurfacing of parking lots. This is a monster endeavor. And in some ways, when you really begin to think about this stuff, it almost seems a little bit overwhelming. But we want to be great hosts, right? It's just like when you go to a foreign country, you behave, right? You respect everything in a foreign country, because you know what? You don't want the ugly American to be the one that's remembered, who are in the minority. You want the good one to be remembered. So I think we want to produce, and we will. And there's a lot of great people working on it on these committees and with the city and the mayor and everybody else. So pretty incredible what's going to happen. All right, little Led Zeppelin. That never goes wrong, right? Cactus music, vinyl, CDs. My friend Quinn has a stage in there, and there's always, like, Charlie Crockett just played in there. I mean, and it's incredible the people that play on that little stage in there and then go on to like superstar status. I don't think Led Zeppelin played there, though. Brian's just in there laughing.
Yeah, maybe the Becoming Led Zeppelin movie could play there, a screening.
Yeah. Well, I've gotten lost in there a lot. It's a great place. Cactus music. Also, a big thank you, as always, to Senate Avenue Brewing, our great sponsors. Every second Tuesday of the month, we do live shows out there. LamontBrands.com for your Soccer Matters t-shirts and hats. Danish Inspirations for the best in modern contemporary furniture. Nico's Greek and American Cafe, the best in Greek. And guess what? Take a break. We're going to come back with Jack McGlynn. This is an appropriate interview because in about an hour and 20 minutes, 25 minutes, the Dynamo will kick off in Austin, Texas at Q2 Stadium against Austin FC with a chance to go to the quarterfinals of the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Dynamo midfielder Jack McGlynn up next.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.